If it was for the experience, then he should be given that feeling. Offering him one class a week was demeaning to him. No. Hansen finally came to his senses, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Mr. Su, I know what to do now. You finally understand." Suyi felt gratified. He didn't understand why these people always overthink things. He came here to be a teacher, so whatever arrangements were made for him were fine. Providing special treatment would be meaningless. Hansen nodded and said, "Mr. Su, please rest assured, I guarantee at least one class scheduled for you every day, and as for the salary, it will definitely be the same as other teachers." "All right then." Suyi smiled. "Thank you, Principal Han. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please go ahead. I will have everything arranged for you by tomorrow, so rest assured." Hansen stood in place, bowing slightly with a humble demeanor. Suyi nodded and left directly. Now that the courses were arranged, his next task was to go back and organize the materials. The beasts had once again undergone changes, so the materials needed to be revised, or how could he teach? These materials were essentially the future curriculum. If not organized properly, teaching would be inconvenient. After familiarizing himself with the school by taking a stroll, he promptly went to the research institute at the base. "Teacher Su, here?" Upon seeing Suyi, Wenyue naturally greeted him without any awkwardness. Suyi nodded. "The data on those beasts needs to be updated." "No problem." Wenyue specially prepared a computer for Suyi. Once Suyi sat down, he started modifying the beast data. This time, Wenyue did not inquire how Suyi knew about the beast data. Regardless of the reason, as long as Suyi was willing to update the data, it was a good thing. If Suyi truly had ill intentions, he couldn't do anything about it. That was all Huan Changyu's business. What did it have to do with him? Wenyue was one of those supremely easygoing individuals, wholly focused on research, unbothered by whether Suyi was a human powerhouse or a transforming beast. It just wasn't his concern. While Suyi was updating the beast data, Wenyue was following along. In just over half a month, have these beasts become so much stronger? Wenyue knew the beasts were getting stronger, but before Suyi wrote the updated data, he didn't have a clear picture of how much stronger they had become. Now, upon seeing the data Suyi updated, comparing it with earlier data, it seemed rather frightening. In just half a month, it appeared that all the beasts had improved significantly. Quite, but half a month isn't a short time. Suyi observed that most of the beasts didn't have strong attacking desires. The animals transformed, but in his eyes, they were merely becoming more powerful creatures. It was just that in the eyes of ordinary humans, their status as Earth overlords was now uncertain. The transformed animals that had become stronger were now beings not to be provoked carelessly, no longer potential food for the dinner table. They had taken over cities, making human living conditions worse. In reality, the Earth didn't originally belong to humans. The animals that were once easily raised and slaughtered had become stronger and claimed the territories that belonged to them. From Suyi's perspective, that was the way it was. Although the animals after transformation had become more bloodthirsty and aggressive, they targeted not only humans, but also engaged in battles among themselves for survival and territory. Just like after the establishment of the base in Lingmu town, following a single beast wave, the beasts did not launch another attack. The beasts were also opportunistic, viewing the base of Lingmu town as a danger zone. They wouldn't enter without a special reason. Watching Suyi editing the data, Wenyue couldn't help but feel terrified. From his viewpoint, humans and beasts were on opposing sides. The beasts were growing at an astonishing pace. If another beast wave occurred, the situation for humans would be dire, massacres happening readily. "Teacher Su, do you think these beasts will continue to grow stronger?" Wenyue still held Suyi in high regard. He found the data Suyi provided to be quite valuable. Suyi said, "Becoming stronger is expected. It's just that the pace has been rapid recently. In the future, those at the top of the food chain will become even more potent. Ecological balance will gradually be achieved, and it won't continue as excessively as it has been recently." Susan's operation turned over 100 strands of innate chaos into spiritual energy. These beings on Earth hadn't lived in such an environment before, like a person who hadn't eaten for days suddenly being presented with a feast. During this period, they would avidly absorb spiritual energy, yet as time progressed, the ecological balance would gradually stabilize, and the strengths of general beasts wouldn't grow so rapidly. However, the apex beings of the food chain would keep consuming other creatures and growing stronger. This phenomenon was akin to the creatures during the chaotic primeval era. History often held uncanny similarities, and Sui wasn't surprised. Do you think these beasts will aggressively attack humans? When Yue furrowed his brows, as he had also been pondering this question these days. Should humans really position themselves against the beasts? Sui chuckled. If humans are too weak, they'll naturally be attacked. When Yue nodded, if a species lagged behind, they would suffer. Those too weak would become fodder for stronger creatures, much like how humans previously consumed pigs, cows, sheep, and fish as part of their diet. Just as Sui mentioned, if humans were too weak, the beast would naturally attack. The desires of the beasts seem simple: fill their stomachs, propagate, and claim their territories. When they realized that humans were easy prey, why would they willingly engage in conflicts with other powerful beasts? If the beasts were more intelligent, why wouldn't they understand the benefits of breeding humans? Humans and beasts weren't necessarily in absolute opposition, but humans had to become stronger. Recognizing this issue, when Yue stood by, watching Sui revise the beast data. While revising the data, Sui modified not only their attributes, but also made changes to the cooking methods. After all, as the beasts changed, certain aspects of their meat or shells also underwent alterations, requiring adjustments to the cooking methods. This cooking method of yours. When Yue took a deep breath and asked, do you truly believe humans have the potential to hunt and consume these beasts? Sui replied while typing, humans also have top-tier powerhouses, so engaging in battles with these beasts is a normal occurrence. Humans are currently facing a scarcity of resources, so if by chance they manage to kill these beasts, if not for consumption, what is the point? Sui never thought that the alien beasts were particularly bloodthirsty. At least for now, those alien beasts simply became physically stronger, with still pure thoughts. They have not formed a civilization like humans, and most of the time killings are just for survival, unlike humans in the past killing animals, possibly for their vanity or to turn their bodies into wealth. Because of this, beast tides are not likely to occur frequently. Sui updated some information about alien beasts before heading home. The first thing to do at home, naturally, was to find something to eat. Sui had already tried the animals on land, and after they mutated, their meat became more firm but also drier. The taste probably wouldn't be any better. Sui naturally turned his gaze to the mutated marine creatures. Even after mutating, the flesh of marine creatures generally remained as tender as before. Some may produce toxins due to mutation, or the toxins may become more intense. To normal people, these toxins are deadly, but to Sui, those toxins were just like spicy chili to ordinary people. Not poisonous meant not stimulating enough. The blue rain devil octopus. Sui had long been eyeing this octopus, which used to be for Su Dian to eat. So Sui chose the parts, without toxins, directly slicing without alerting the blue rain devil octopus that was being caught. After all, Sui would not be so crazy as to keep staring at a blue rain devil octopus and cutting its flesh. The previous blue rain devil octopuses were still very tender, and their toxicity was not enough. This time, Sui targeted one living deep in the ocean. This big blue rain devil octopus was obviously an adult and thoroughly mutated, the largest and fattest on the entire planet. Sui appeared in the deep sea, and this blue rain devil octopus was lazily roaming, occasionally taking a breath and then devouring some marine life around it. If its body fully spread out, it would be over 10,000 kilometers. Undoubtedly, no matter where it was placed, it would be a monstrous creature. Sui appearing in front of it was like a mosquito hovering next to an elephant, not enough to attract its attention at all. You! Stop! Sui shouted lowly, and the blue rain devil octopus's body stiffened, losing control instantaneously. Sui appeared in front of the blue rain devil octopus. The blue rain devil octopus had developed consciousness. Although Sui's size was small, his presence made it instinctively fearful. Spit out some poison. Sui planned to test the goods first because he had never eaten this toxin-carrying octopus meat before. The taste of poisonous and non-poisonous meat should be different. Of course, normal people, even strong ascendants, would never like poisonous octopus meat. With Sui's command, the blue rain devil octopus exuded blue toxins all over its body. With a movement of his finger, Sui gathered a blue toxin on his fingertip. Without tasting it, he knew that the toxin was not bad. When combined with the octopus meat, it should taste good. the only thing being the concentration of the toxins. Since the concentration of toxins varied, the taste would naturally change. For this reason, Suyi still put the lump of blue toxin in his mouth to taste it. The blue rain devil octopus was dumbfounded. Who was this person? Eating its poison. Wasn't he afraid of death? After tasting it, Suyi frowned slightly. The taste was somewhat bland. The blue rain devil octopus thought, this person should die. How could he be so audacious to eat poison? However, the next moment, Suyi took out a knife, appeared in front of the blue rain devil fish, cut a piece of meat from the core part, and left gracefully. The blue rain devil octopus was extremely puzzled. What just happened? Where is it now? What kind of existence is this bipedal beast? Why is such a small creature so terrifying? The blue rain devil octopus found the situation too bizarre. It had always lived in the deep sea and had never seen such a creature, not knowing where it came from. Startled, the blue rain devil octopus hurriedly burrowed deeper into the sea. Suyi had no idea that his behavior today had caused such a great psychological shadow on this blue rain devil octopus. So much so that many years later, when it emerged from the deep sea and saw a land full of densely packed bipedal beasts, it was so scared that it fled back and never appeared on land again. To it, all bipedal beasts were terrifying entities like Suyi. The land was too terrifying, almost unimaginable. Suyi came to Qingzhou City with the octopus meat and its poison. When it came to making food, it was naturally more comfortable in a familiar place. It was dusk, deep into the night, and autumn had arrived. Suyi had just arrived in the courtyard and found Li Youayu sitting in a rocking chair under the Chinese parasol tree, similar to when Suyi used to sit there reading. Mr. Su, Li Youayu stood up hurriedly upon seeing Suyi, somewhat surprised but quickly putting on a smile to cover her embarrassment. She said, "Didn't Su Dian come back with you? I'm waiting for her here." Li Youayu, who had descended from the immortal realm and possessed warm shallow dream, had a complex relationship with Suyi. Li Youayu was proud by nature, but a man like Suyi was precisely the type of man she found hard to resist. "She didn't come back," Suyi said. "Thank you for taking care of Su Dian all these years. It's my duty. After all, I owe Dian. Li Youayu didn't elaborate. She couldn't very well say that she had raised Su Dian like a baby from childbirth, could she? "Have you eaten?" Suyi asked. "If you haven't eaten, you can join me for a meal." Sure, Li Youayu said. "Thank you." Li Youayu's cultivation level wasn't weak now, and she wasn't as eager for food as Suyi was. But how could she refuse Suyi's invitation to dine together? "This fish meat is poisonous. Will you eat it?" After sizing up Li Youayu, whose current body was transformed from a 1,000-year-old spirit vine, Suyi suspected she might fear fire but not poison. Being a plant originally, would eating something poisonous harm her? If the toxicity was too strong, it seemed possible. "I will," Li Youayu affirmed. Suyi smiled and said, "You do have quite the courage." Previously, before Suyi fully understood the heavenly doubt, he couldn't revive beings or sometimes faced unexpected events after reviving them. But now, these concerns were gone. If he wished, he could resurrect anyone. Everything would have no concerns. Even if Li Youayu were to die from poison, Suyi could still resurrect her. Therefore, whether she would die from the poison didn't seem to matter anymore. Li Youayu has also experienced life and death a few times. When she attached herself to Wen Qianmeng, she knew that Suyi was not simple, and she once had some thoughts about Suyi. However, the more she interacted with Suyi, the more she found herself unable to see through him. It is natural for women to admire strong individuals, but just how strong Suyi is has become a mystery. Based on the strength Suyi has displayed, Li Youayu finds it difficult to guess, but from the two masters of Su Dian, she could probably guess that Suyi should be on the same level as the two sage-like beings, or at least on the same level as the two sage-like beings, with a high probability that Suyi is even stronger than those two sage-like beings. Otherwise, how could the two sage-like beings both accept Su Dian as a disciple? Su Dian's aptitude is not bad, but it's just not bad. Not good enough to be accepted by both sage-like beings at the same time. The leader of the Tanshan sect and the primordial heavenly venerable even gave their enlightenment treasures to Su Dian. When these things are connected, it becomes quite terrifying. Li Youayu considers her own strength not too weak, at least enough to match the majority of men in the world. But she does not think she is worthy of the sage-like beings, nor does she think the sage-like beings would have the intention to date her. Likewise, She is puzzled as to why Suyi would be with Yi Shaxuan. Compared to her, isn't Yi Shaxuan more ordinary? In terms of appearance, figure, and cultivation, everything about Yi Shaxuan is so ordinary. Suyi doesn't care about what Li Yuayu thinks. Due to her misunderstandings of Suyi's aesthetics before her rebirth, her current stature could only be described as petite and cute but also straightforward. Having gone from a high-class mature woman to a double ponytail loli now, how could a mature man like Suyi possibly like such a loli? Do you want to try these non-toxic ones? Suyi ultimately chose to prepare 2 dishes of fish. One contained a potent toxin, while the other was harmless. Thank you. In the past, Li Yuayu was not as genteel, only particularly polite in front of Suyi. You're welcome, Suyi said, then buried his head to eat his fish. Mr. Su didn't bring Missy back, Li Yuayu asked casually while eating fish. She is practicing in the immortal realm, Suyi replied nonchalantly. Oh, Li Yuayu asked, are you here this time to help humans resist the strange beasts? I originally thought of coming back to see Yi Shaxuan's father only, Suyi said, but there's nothing much interesting in the immortal realm, so I stayed to teach. Teacher. Li Yuayu lifted her head, her eyes flickering. To her, she currently doesn't have any thoughts about Suyi, but being able to stay by Suyi's side or be his student seems like a good thing. Thinking about Suyi's level, it would be impossible in ordinary times to be his disciple. If Suyi is the teacher, can she also attend classes? Well, it's just for fun, and it pays the bills. Can I attend the class? Suppressing her excitement, Li Yuayu looked at Suyi with hopeful eyes. If you want to go, then go. Why ask me? Suyi didn't mind whether Li Yuayu would attend the class or not. Then I'll come tomorrow. Li Yuayu knew the base in Linshu town where Suyi was. Since it was like that, she would go. She didn't care much about the life and death of humans, the rise and fall of cities. What does it have to do with her? In fact, when Su Dianian left, she wanted to go with her, but she was afraid Suyi wouldn't be happy. Now, with Suyi's permission, she naturally wanted to go. Suyi tasted the fish and said, in a while, Su Dianian will be sent back. How long? Li Yuayu's current strength would not encounter any danger unless she encountered top-level S-class strange beasts. At least leaving unscathed should be no problem. With her and Su Dianian together, where couldn't they go? When she's sent back, can't they go out again? What's the big deal? Half a month. Suyi felt that the octopus with poison tasted quite different. It seemed more exciting compared to wasabi-coated ones. Maybe next time when eating with Su Dianian, he would directly stuff this poison-laced one into her mouth. Hey, the little one would definitely be very happy. It must be like that, Li Yuayu said. Then I'll pick up Dianian first to see her mother, then go to Lingshu town with her. Safety is basically not a concern. Their flying speed is extremely fast, and they could travel from Qingzhou to Linshu town in less than half a day, so these were not big issues. Suyi nodded and continued eating the fish. He thought about it and decided not to give the poison-laced one to Li Yuayu. The poison's intensity was somewhat strong. Mr. Su, is the fish you're eating really poisonous? Li Yuayu could see that the fish in Suyi's plate was very different from the meat in her plate. The meat in Suyi's plate emitted a faint blue light, seemingly full of mysterious allure. The fish in her plate was pure white and transparent. Quite different. It's poisonous. Do you want to try it? Suyi hesitated. I don't know if you can handle this poison. Li Yuayu smiled beautifully, saying, with Mr. Su here, even if poisoned, it shouldn't be a big deal. And my current entity is a 10,000-year mysterious vine. Theoretically, I won't be poisoned. So, would you try? Suyi picked up a piece of blue octopus meat and put it in Li Yuayu's plate. Li Yuayu, being daring, picked it up and stuffed it into her mouth. Li Yuayu's eyes widened, a faint sound coming out of her mouth. Then she collapsed. This falling motion was more authentic than in some movies, with her head making a thumping sound as it hit the ground. Suyi raised his eyebrows, looking at the fallen Li Yuayu. Whoa! Completely out of breath. Didn't she just poison herself to death? Upon careful thought, the toxicity of the blue rain devil octopus was still quite intense. Even though Li Yuayu's original form was a 10,000-year mysterious vine, claiming to be unaffected might not be possible. It is worth noting that if some venom was poured on plants, those would wither directly. Suyi calmly ate 2 more pieces of fish, noticing that Li Yuayu's skin started turning blue, light blue glimmers flashing. Not dead. Well, not only that, Li Youayu also refined these poisons. Suyi nodded, looking at Li Youayu. A plant-based original form was indeed very good. If she could refine the poison of the blue rain devil octopus, she would definitely be able to refine the poisons of other strange beasts. In this case, in the future, she might be able to play with poison. Wouldn't her strength increase significantly? The plasticity of a plant's original form is very strong. It can be shaped greatly. The night was cool. In a daze, Li Youayu woke up to find the moon hanging overhead. She was still lying in the yard, with Suyi nowhere to be seen. Damn it, she had been poisoned and Mr. Su didn't even bother to help. Even if he didn't perform CPR, at least he could have moved her to a bed. Just going through the motions would have sufficed. To let her sleep directly in the yard, what kind of cruel man would do such a thing? After knowing Li Youayu was fine, Suyi finished his meal and went to sleep. The plates and utensils were still on the stone table in the yard. Suyi cooked but of course didn't wash the dishes. Li Youayu sat up and stared at the dishes on the table, deep in thought. Could it be possible that when Suyi promised to let her attend classes, he actually wanted her to go wash dishes? After Li Youayu awakened the next morning, she stood there blankly. "Aren't you sleeping?" Suyi casually asked, as if meeting a neighbor on the road and asking if they had eaten breakfast. "It's all the same meaning," Li Youayu replied. "Mr. Su, do you need to sleep?" At her current level, she didn't need sleep, let alone Suyi, a strong cultivator. Slightly more powerful cultivators, who would need to sleep. "Of course, I need to sleep," Suyi said. "It's late at night, and there's nothing urgent. Why not sleep?" Just as most cultivators no longer eat, Suyi still needed to eat. Others diligently cultivate to pursue strength, seeking to become stronger and live longer. Suyi, however, chose to live an ordinary life. What's the point of becoming stronger or living longer to him? If he locked himself up and cultivated like those cultivators, not eating or sleeping, would life still have any meaning? "Alright, you make a good point," Li Youayu said. "Should we go to the Spiritwood town base together now?" Suyi gave her a glance and said, "You have to go on your own. I have to go to work now." Li Youayu had not yet reached the realm of instantaneous movement, so if she wanted to go to the Spiritwood town base, she could only fly there. But, given Suyi's strength, wouldn't it be a simple matter for him to take her directly there? Clearly, Suyi didn't have that thought. In a hurry to go to work, after Suyi had finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared, leaving Li Youayu standing there confused. Indeed, just as expected, frustrated, Li Youayu also soared towards the Spiritwood town base. Suyi teleported back to the room arranged for him by Huan Changyu. When he opened the door, Huan Changyu was standing there. "Teacher Su, going to work." Huan Changyu saw Suyi and greeted him with a smile. Due to Suyi's involvement, Tangyu had attacked Suyi and was then beaten up by Suyi. Finally, Jizang entered the evolution gate and found Wangzhu and Su Diandi, returning to report the situation. Only then did Huan Changyu realize his big mistake. A senior expert like Suyi, wholeheartedly helping them and organizing data on exotic beasts for them, and yet he had suspected Suyi of being an exotic beast. When he thought about it, he felt truly despicable and unworthy of Suyi. "Yes, going to work," Suyi asked. "Principal Huan, are you going to the school?" Suyi probably guessed the situation, but he wasn't angry. To him, Huan Changyu's actions were understandable. Yes. Shall we go together?" Huan Changyu wanted to walk with Suyi and ask him some questions. Though Jizang had warned him about some things, what he wanted to ask didn't necessarily have to reveal Suyi's identity. "Let's go together then." Suyi's appearance already looked young, a sunny bigwa with a warm smile. "Has Teacher Su had breakfast?" Jizang casually asked, trying to get closer to Suyi. "No. I had some last night, not hungry now." Suyi smiled and asked, "Principal Huan, did you have something to talk to me about?" "Hehe, it's nothing major." Huan Changyu rubbed his hands and said, "I just wanted to ask, what does Teacher Su think about studying the language of the beasts and their habits? And what are your views on our future resistance against the exotic beasts?" Since Huan Changyu knew Suyi was a senior expert, he believed he could ask for Suyi's opinion. Normally, the perspectives of experts would be different. At least they should have a broader view of things than others. Since Suyi had decided to be a teacher at the school, does that mean he had a special view on human resistance against exotic beasts? "What special view could I have?" Suyi smiled. "Didn't you have a meeting before? I think what was discussed at the meeting is good. Anything else?" Quan Changyu wanted to jot down Su Yi's words in a notebook. There might be something to gain from it. Su Yi said, if Principal Huan has seen the data I wrote on those exotic beasts, you should notice that these exotic beasts have choices in their living environments. In other words, they may not necessarily like human cities, and they already have formed a complete food chain among themselves. Su Yi said, when they live in comfortable environments with sufficient food, they don't necessarily see humans as their primary food source. Quan Changyu furrowed his brow. After glancing through the data Su Yi had written before, he only had a general idea. Did the exotic beasts also form a complete food chain among themselves? Su Yi smirked and said, the reason is simple. The current exotic beasts have evolved from previous animals. They didn't come out of nowhere. Defer mutation. They had their behaviors and food preferences. These are things imprinted in their genes, so normally, these things don't change easily. Su Yi said, the reason for beast tides occurring is mostly due to powerful exotic beasts fighting each other, causing unrest among other exotic beasts, forcing them to leave their original habitats. Another important reason is that the exotic beasts have grown stronger, their bodies have become larger, their original territories are no longer enough, while human cities occupy too much space, so they can only attack human cities, leading to beast tides. Su Yi's analysis was quite accurate. In essence, exotic beasts and humans were not in absolute opposition. They all strived to find a place to live, leading to conflicts. Just like in the past when humans cleared forests and built cities, now the exotic beasts attack cities and turn them into their habitats. This doesn't seem entirely wrong, does it? After hearing Su Yi's analysis, Quan Changyu suddenly had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. What Su Yi said is what the vast majority of humans would never think about. In the minds of most ordinary humans, alien beasts are the enemies of mankind. When alien beasts attack cities and try to recapture lost territory, humans want to annihilate all the alien beasts and then rebuild the city. For a long time, humans have felt that the entire Earth belongs to them, and after the animals mutated, the once easily exploitable animals became ferocious and even engaged in mass slaughter. This is something humans cannot accept. At least, very few normal humans can accept it. Teacher Su's ideas are quite unique. Quan Changyu nodded and said, but if humans want to survive, shouldn't they fight back? Su Yi nodded. If the strength allows, of course, they can fight back. Those alien beasts can be treated as ingredients, just like animals in the past. Isn't that a normal thing? I have already written the recipes for you all. Su Yi's database of alien beasts even includes explicit recipes. He said very frankly, if you can win, you should fight. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, isn't it? Quan Changyu sighed. But what if we can't win? Su Yi continued. Then we must strive. We will definitely succeed. Quan Changyu felt very depressed, thinking, but how? Last night, when Yue also chatted with him based on the data provided by Su Yi about those alien beasts, realizing that the alien beasts were becoming stronger, even if, as Su Yi said, the alien beasts have not yet made humans their preferred prey. With the growth of the alien beasts, conflicts with humans would become increasingly intense. If the alien beasts discover that these bipedal beasts are better prey, just thinking about it is terrifying, isn't it? Su Yi doesn't care about these things. He just wants to teach and do his own thing. In a way, because of his personal preferences, he has helped humans a lot, and that should be enough. The two of them arrived at the school. The sun was shining brightly, and occasionally, there were roars of alien beasts from the Kunlun Mountains outside the base. The students had already started learning combat skills. There were also immortal cultivators from the Lingshu Palace serving as teachers here, but they would only choose to teach a portion of qualified students. Cultivation requires resources, and the disciples, sect have already divided the resources among themselves. It would require a vast amount of resources to cultivate excellent successors, which was unimaginable. Even in the immortal realm, no sect would casually accept disciples. The reason why the Lingshu Palace sent its disciples to teach was simply to help the human race. Most of the teachers at the school were still those with special abilities. 5 years ago, Earth had already experienced a nationwide cultivation frenzy. After the powerful individuals of various sects summarized their experiences, they realized that accepting too many disciples would only be a burden. Rapid development would only produce a group of mediocre disciples. Sects need inheritance, and some outstanding disciples would need the resources of the entire sect to cultivate. Especially now, with alien beasts everywhere, resources were somewhat scarce, so you could see that whether it was the integration of abilities or the cultivation sects, they were still striving to adapt to the new environment, and this was a continuous exploration process. Teacher Su, have you arrived? Hansen had been waiting at the school gate for a long time, and immediately welcomed Su Yi and the others when he saw them. He greeted Su Yi with a smile, while just acknowledging Huan Changyu in passing. Huan Changyu finally understood the status of Su Yi. Previously, someone had spread rumors about some unspeakable secret between Su Yi and Hansen. It was absolutely ridiculous. Hansen, a sword cultivator, could not possibly have a relationship like that with Long Yan. Even Jizian had to address Su Yi as senior, and now Hansen's attitude was clearly that of an obedient follower. Good morning, Principal Han. Su Yi also greeted Hansen. Teacher Su, how does this schedule look to you? Hansen handed over a timetable cautiously. As for your salary, it will also be paid according to 10 C-grade alien beast crystals per class. What do you think? It's fine. Su Yi looked at the timetable. Having one class every day was quite good. As long as Teacher Su thinks it's okay. Hansen didn't even bother asking for Huan Changyu's opinion. As far as Hansen was concerned, this S-rank powerhouse Huang Changyu was just average in strength. When it came to assigning courses to Mr. Su, what opinion could Huang Changyu possibly have? Now that Huang Changyu knew Su Yi's strength, he naturally didn't dare to say anything unnecessary. Teacher Su, I want our sect's disciples to come over. What do you think? Hansen had been waiting here for so long just to say this. Having Mr. Su teach was a rare opportunity. How could the disciples of their Arctic Immortal sect be left out? Whatever Mr. Su taught, they would listen, and maybe if Mr. Su took a liking to one of the sect's disciples, teaching them a sword technique, they would profit greatly. Hearing Han Zhen's words, Huang Changyu instantly became excited, saying, Great, Master Han, this is a good thing. The disciples of the Arctic Immortal sect were all sword cultivators, and their combat strength was extraordinary. If the entire sect's disciples came to the base, expanding the base would be an easy task. It seemed that the revival of China Co. indeed start from the base in Lingmu Town. Gradually expanding from Lingmu Town as a hub would be a good start. I am requesting Mr. Su's permission. Why are you interrupting? Hansen glanced at Huang Changyu sideways, not understanding if Huang Changyu's mind was sound or not. Mr. Su hadn't agreed yet. Could he let his sect's people come over? Huang Changyu, Su Yi said, It's not my concern if you want your sect's people to come over. There's no need to ask me about such matters. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare my lessons. I understand. Please go ahead, Mr. Su. Hansen lowered his head, a smile on his face. He felt that the Arctic Immortal sect was about to rise. Su Yi was starting to get a bit annoyed by Han Zhen's constant bothering. Dodging the situation, he left for his class. After Su Yi left, Huang Changyu didn't follow immediately, but asked, Principal Han, did you know Mr. Su before? Of course, I knew him. Hansen had a proud look on his face, but was unwilling to elaborate further. He mysteriously smiled and said, You just don't understand. Huang Changyu wanted to curse, but dared not speak out of anger. I don't understand, right? I don't understand. If you don't explain, how can I understand? Hansen ignored Huang Changyu and left on his flying sword. He was going to move the entire Arctic Immortal sect over. Although there was a Lingshu Palace on the Kunlun Mountains, it was Mr. Su who had suggested moving the sect, so who in the Lingshu sect would dare to say anything? For thousands of years, Lingshu Palace on Kunlun Mountain has always considered itself the orthodox sect of Taoism. Not for anything else, Lingshu Palace traces its lineage back to the primordial supreme of the heaven-transcending sect. The main hall of the palace also enshrines the three purities. Before the rise of the Linchi sect, Lingshu Palace was undoubtedly the #1 sect in the world of cultivation, occupying the most resources. Plus, the descent of the primordial supreme 5 years ago, who personally taught the cultivators of Lingshu Palace, has greatly boosted the strength of the palace in recent years. When abnormalities occurred on Earth, Lingshu Palace naturally could not stand by idly. Many disciples descended the mountain to save people, viewing Kunlun Mountain as their own backyard. In the past, when cultivators from other sects came to Kunlun Mountain, at the very least, they needed to climb the mountain and present a letter of introduction instead of entering freely. Lingshu Palace has a protective mountain array, so ordinary people who are not invited are unable to ascend. The global abnormalities have caused significant changes in the animals on Kunlun Mountain. The town of Linchi is located at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and many cultivators directly head to the base of Linchi town instead of visiting Lingshu Palace. The commotion caused by Wanzhou and Sudayan has been significant, with their test causing the mountain to shake. Lingshu Palace naturally sensed it, but did not say anything. However, today, hundreds of sword cultivators arrive, forcing the cultivators of Lingshu Palace to take notice. Despite the common enemy that humanity faces, internal conflicts among humans will always exist. When the Polar Wonderland sect boldly rushed to Kunlun Mountain, elders of Lingshu Palace intercepted them midway. Han Zongshu, what is the meaning of your sect? Lingshu Palace's elder Sichu Shuo, riding a flying sword, intercepted Hansen and the disciples of the Polar Wonderland sect. Despite showing humility and respect in front of Suyi, Hansen has made new breakthroughs in his swordsmanship. Dismissing ordinary cultivators, he calmly stated, I am leading my disciples to Linchi town for support and learning. Do you have any objections? To Linchi town for support? Sichu Shuo frowned, standing in midair with his immortal sword emitting the aura of an ascension stage cultivator, saying, we of Lingshu Palace can handle the beasts on Kunlun Mountain without the need for intervention from the Polar Wonderland sect. Please leave. While ordinary people see the ferocious beasts as formidable, the cultivators of Lingshu Palace still consider them just a group of beasts. Aren't the beasts resources too? Kunlun Mountain has always been the territory of Lingshu Palace. How can they allow others to encroach on their territory? The situation at the Linchi town base, according to Lingshu Palace, is that those with special abilities are ultimately just ordinary people. At most, they are slightly stronger ordinary people. Lingshu Palace can tolerate than aiding normal people at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, but the nature of the Polar Wonderland sect is entirely different. Both being cultivation sects, the fact that hundreds of sword cultivators rush to Kunlun Mountain raises suspicions. Are they there to occupy Kunlun Mountain? This is something Lingshu Palace absolutely cannot tolerate. Hansen, seeing Sichu Shuo readying his sword and emanating a threatening aura, only grinned and remarked, it seems that the friends of Lingshu Palace are unwelcoming. With that said, a wooden sword appeared in Han Zhen's hand. With a cold gaze, he asked, would you like to spar with me in swordsmanship, friend? As an elder of Lingshu Palace, Sichu Shuo naturally has some strength. However, the revelations in Han Zhen's swordsmanship, learned from Suyi, made Sichu Shuo pale, and even his immortal sword trembled. Just the sword intent alone was enough to make Sichu Shuo hesitate to act. Hansen, does the Polar Wonderland sect seek provocation? Sichu Shuo now realizes that Han Zhen's strength surpasses his own by far. If they were to truly engage, he might meet his end. But the dignity of the sect cannot withstand provocation, and he must defend it to the death. Hansen smiled and said, I have no intention to provoke. As I said, I am here to bring my disciples to learn. If you insist on stopping us, I don't understand your motives. Seeing their sect leader's strong stance, the disciples of the Polar Wonderland sect were also quite pleased. Kunlun Mountain and Lingshu Palace. It's just so. Master, it seems that Lingshu Palace is just a paper tiger. Since we are all here, we must find a place to stay. Why not have the disciples of Lingshu Palace make way? It's time for the title of the #1 sect in the world to change. Yes, Master, Kunlun Mountain has always been a blessed land. Only the capable should reside here. If Lingshu Palace is so weak, they shouldn't stand in this sacred place with arrogance. The sword cultivators of the Polar Wonderland sect didn't particularly care about the rampant beasts. Strong cultivators could at least protect themselves in the face of the beasts. In this environment, cultivators felt like fish in water. Their cultivation speed increased rapidly, making them believe this was the era of cultivators. They would become true immortals. Those beasts were nothing. Once they became stronger, they could rescue the people in distress. Although many ordinary people might die, they wouldn't all perish. Having experienced hardships, the cultivators would then save these people like gods, earning their gratitude. With the establishment of the Polar Wonderland sect as the #1 sect, they saw themselves leading the cultivation world, revered as gods by the populace. The thought of it was beautiful. Hansen had initially just come to learn, but his disciples' words sparked a desire within him. Who wouldn't want to found a sect and lead it to greatness? While the beasts posed a threat, if he could unite the world of cultivation and bring peace, it would be a magnificent achievement. destined to be recorded in history. The more Hansen thought, the more excited he became. The wooden sword in his hand tilted slightly as he took a deep breath and said, "Why not ask the master of Lingshu Palace to have a conversation with me? Hansen, do you really want to challenge our Lingshu Palace?" Sichu Shuo's gaze turned cold. Humanity is facing a crisis, and you still want to stir up trouble. Disasters will pass, but some matters can still be addressed. Hansen stood in midair, resembling a true immortal. With the sky in such an uproar, everyone in the Linchi town base was watching. Were these sword cultivators here to help? According to Huan, the people of the Polar Wonderland sect would all come over. So he stood in the corridor of the office, looking up at the sky. Was Hansen here to learn or cause trouble? Well, it didn't seem that important. Let's just enjoy the show. There were also students in the corridor, discussing as they watched the scene unfolding in the sky. Is that the master of the Polar Wonderland sect holding the wooden sword? I heard his swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. I heard there's a senior with the surname who is truly #1 in the world. Indeed, people with the surname are very strong. Hansen stands high in the sky. His posture speaks for itself. Sichu Shuo, knowing he can't beat him, remains calm and simply says, "Master Han's skills are profound, and I am inferior. But if Master Han wishes to replace the position of Lingshu Palace, then please come up the mountain on your own." After speaking, Sichu Shuo turns to leave. Regardless of what Han Zhen's initial intentions were, the Polar Immortal Sect and Lingshu Palace are now at odds. Hansen is also caught in a dilemma by his disciples. So he is in the base of Spiritwood Town, but here he is openly challenging Lingshu Palace. It is said that the mountain protection formation of Lingshu Palace is the 10 Absolute Formation of Yajiao. The 10 Absolute Formation was originally arranged by the 10 Immortals of Jinao Island: Qing Wan, Zhao Zhang, Dong Quan, Yuan Zhao, Golden Light Mother, Sun Liang, Bai Li, Yao Bin, Wang Bian, and Zhang Xiao. It is full of mysteries and calculations, with extraordinary skills like moving mountains or stirring seas. Even with the body of a great divine immortal, one would find it difficult to escape the formation's attacks. Although the 10 Absolute Formation is not as famous as the Exorcism Formation and the Myriad Immortals Formation, it is easy to set up and is enough to withstand any immortal cultivator in this mortal realm. Hansen actually has no confidence in breaking the mountain protection formation of Lingshu Palace. The sudden turmoil makes him feel uncomfortable. Go back and inform your leader. A sword from our master can break your so-called mountain protection formation. Hiding on the mountain, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, let your leader come out for a battle. Exactly. If even our master can't be stopped by a single sword, it's better to pack up and leave Kunlun Mountain early. What qualifications does your Lingshu Palace have to claim to be the #1 sect in the world? The disciples of the Polar Immortal sect mistakenly believed that Hansen called them over to replace Lingshu Palace. They think that his mention of going to Spiritwood Town to study is just an excuse. The clamor of the disciples on Jay Hansen, and he can't help but shout, "Shut up all of you." The disciples of the Polar Immortal sect are scared into silence. They realize that their master probably wants to proceed with dignity and doesn't want to be overly ostentatious. Sichu Shuo quickly returns to Lingshu Palace. In his view, the attitude of the Polar Immortal sect's disciples clearly represents Han Zhen's true intentions. This talk of studying at the base is just nonsense. It is clear that they want to take over Lingshu Palace and claim the title of the #1 sect. Most immortal cultivators have lived for many years, especially those from Lingshu Palace, where some elders have lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years. With age comes a focus on reputation rather than gains or losses. The attack by the Polar Immortal sect is undoubtedly an insult to the entire Lingshu Palace. After Sichu Shuo reports the situation truthfully, the higher-ups of Lingshu Palace are furious. In the main hall of Lingshu Palace, the palace master and 10 elders gathered together. The elder Ni Yexing, the head of the martial hall, coldly said, "The mere Polar Immortal sect dares to be unruly on Kunlun Mountain. It seems that our Lingshu Palace has been to look-y these years, making some people think we are weak and easy to bully." The palace master Wei Xingchen remained calm and said, "Hansen seems to have made some progress in his cultivation these years. Becoming arrogant is nothing. Since he wants to see me, I will go meet him to see what he wants to say." Ni Yexing sneered, "Master, is a Hansen worthy of your personal visit? Let me go and meet him." Sichu Shuo quickly said, Elder Ni, Hansen is probably already in the feather transformation, immortal realm now. His sword intent is terrifying. It's better to let the master go in person. In the mortal realm, the strongest was once the ascension period. Once reaching the ascension period, passing the heavenly tribulation allows one to ascend and become an immortal. However, in recent years, for some reason, there have been no more heavenly tribulations, and no one is ascending. Wei Xingchen has clearly broken through the ascension period, but has not faced the heavenly tribulation. This is known to most people in Lingshu Palace. Thus, the concept of the feather transformation, immortal realm emerged. They have not been to the immortal realm, and do not know that in the immortal realm, those without the backing of a sect would only live as slaves. Whether there is an end to the path of immortality, no one knows, but the feather transformation immortal realm is considered the strongest in the world. Ni Yexing suddenly burst with energy, making Sichu Shuo breathless, and said with a smile, "Feather transformation immortal realm, is it really impressive?" Wei Xingchen raised an eyebrow and said, "Elder Sichu, you are usually busy with sect affairs and may not know that in fact, all the elders have broken through to the feather transformation immortal realm in the past 2 years. You've worked hard. In the future, focus on cultivating, and I will handle the sect's affairs." Among the 10 elders of Lingshu Palace, besides Sichu Shuo, who managed many daily affairs and had no time to cultivate, others broke through after the outburst of spiritual energy. In addition, 3 elders who had been suppressing their cultivation also broke through upon learning there were no more heavenly tribulations and ascension to the immortal realm was unnecessary. The number 1 sect in the world still has its foundation. Sichu Shuo laughed, "Master, you've kept this from me, and I've been working hard, thinking you were the only one who had broken through. Since that's the case, let that brat Hansen understand what Lingshu Palace is." After the outburst of spiritual energy, the level of spiritual energy on Kunlun Mountain has exceeded that of any sanctuary in the immortal realm before. These strong people of Lingshu Palace naturally broke through faster than those of other sects. In addition, the leader of Tiantian sect came in person 5 years ago to teach a complete Taoist method to Lingshu Palace and gave guidance to Wei Xingchen. Lingshu Palace has already returned to its former peak. If the 10 elders join forces to lay down the 10 absolute formation, unless a golden immortal descends, it would be impossible to break through Lingshu Palace's mountain protection formation. Lao Shai, it seems that you were also offended by Hansen just now. Come with me and let off some steam. Ni Yexing has been cultivating for 1500 years. He was once a dazzling genius and excelled in various Taoist methods and formations of Lingshu Palace. He served as the head of the martial hall and was responsible for teaching disciples the skills. Besides the 3 old ancestors and Wei Xingchen, he is the strongest in Lingshu Palace. Now that someone is taunting Lingshu Palace, he naturally wants to stand up. Hansen realizes that regardless of choosing to challenge Lingshu Palace or not, he should inform Su Yi and see his attitude. Su Yi watched for a while in the corridor before returning to his office to make tea and prepare for his first class, which was scheduled to start in 20 minutes. Although Huang Changyu had prepared a tablet for Su Yi, he preferred to write his lesson plans with pen and paper. As he was preparing the lesson he needed for class, Hansen arrived at the office entrance. The other teachers were present, and Hansen stood at the door, not entering. Su Yi didn't ask him to come in, and at the moment, he couldn't figure out Su Yi's thoughts on the matter. "Teacher Su, may I have a word with you?" Hansen stood at the door without entering. Su Yi allowed him in, and Hansen stayed at the door, which caught the attention of the other teachers. Su Yi glanced at him. "Principal Han, come in. Why are you standing there?" Teacher Li said with a smile, but his smile had some hidden meaning. In his eyes, Han Zhen's behavior resembled that of some greasy uncle pursuing a goddess and trying to act like a gentleman. To men, really? Tells you what? Su Yi's either a 0 or a 1. Seeing Han Zhen's behavior as a bootlicker, it was difficult to guess. After all, straight guys like Teacher Li couldn't understand the dynamics between 2 men and who should be the bootlicker. Thinking carefully, no matter who is engaged in bootlicking, it's a creepy sight. Hansen did not come in just because of Teacher Li's words. What if Mr. Su is busy? He stood at the door like a primary school student who had made a mistake, nervously looking at Su Yi. Su Yi felt it was inappropriate for Hansen to stand at the door like this. As a teacher in the school, with his personality of dedicating himself to his work, it was a bit too much to make the vice principal wait at the door. "Principal Han, what's the matter? Come in and talk," Suyi was always straightforward in his actions. He could guess what Hansen wanted from him and temporarily set aside his work to calmly look at Hansen. Only after Hansen had entered the office and glanced at the other teachers did they all understand and leave the office with understanding. Principal Han, you can talk slowly. We'll go to class. Teacher Lee and the others left sensibly, leaving the two of them alone in the office. Mr. Su, I want to challenge the Spirit Void Palace. Do you think it's possible? Hansen didn't beat around the bush or make excuses. He got straight to the point. He understood that speaking irrelevantly in front of Suyi might arouse aversion. Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want to challenge the Spirit Void Palace, go ahead. What do you need to tell me for?" Mr. Su, don't you think this is internal strife? Hansen was more concerned about Suyi's opinion. He wasn't considering anything else at the moment. In his opinion, his swordsmanship was enough to intimidate the entire Spirit Void Palace. Suyi replied seriously, "Isn't it in human nature to progress through internal struggles? Besides, your internal struggles have nothing to do with me." This response made Hansen feel awkward. He had initially thought Suyi might have some objections. Now it seemed like Suyi didn't care about what he intended to do. Whether there was internal strife or not, it was no concern of his. Hansen suddenly realized that with Mr. Su's level of attainment, he wouldn't care about such matters. "I understand." Hansen stepped back and said, "Mr. Su, you're busy. I'll take my leave." Suyi waved his hand, increasingly disliking these formalities, but out of respect, he didn't say anything. Before Hansen could leave the office, they heard a shout from outside. "Hansen, you want to challenge our Spirit Void Palace? I, Ni Yexing, have come to meet you." Ni Yexing's voice was like a bell, exuding a powerful aura as he found Hansen and challenged him from above the office. Suyi smiled and said, "He's at your door. Why don't you go out?" Hansen nodded and slowly left the office. He straightened his posture and, with a leap, confronted Ni Yexing in midair. Ni Yexing's words spread throughout the Spirit Wood town base. Quan Changyu and others were surprised. Was Hansen here to provoke the Spirit Void Palace? Weren't the disciples of the extreme polar sect supposed to be studying at the base? If it was a challenge to the Spirit Void Palace, the situation was completely different. Humans were currently facing a major crisis, and the internal conflicts between the two major sects seemed unreasonable in the eyes of Huang Changyu and the others. Elder Marshal Hall of the Spirit Void Palace, Ni Yexing. Hansen held a wooden sword and lightly said, "Didn't he ask your sect leader to come?" Having already informed Suyi, Hansen didn't hide anything. The message had been sent out, and the challenge was on. Ni Yexing, hands behind his back, disdainfully said, "You're not even worthy of my sect leader making a move." Since the challenge had been openly made, Ni Yexing, with his fiery temper, didn't bother with formalities. "Is that so?" Hansen also sneered. "It seems like the Spirit Void Palace is planning to play a waiting game. That's fine by me. I'll take on each one." Hansen had anticipated that the Spirit Void Palace wouldn't rely on their protective arrays to resist him. After all, they were once the top sect, and maintaining some prestige was necessary. "All right. If Master Han defeats all of us from the Spirit Void Palace today, please have the Spirit Void Palace withdraw from the Kunlun Mountain territory," Ni Yexing quipped. "And how about the extreme polar sect joining the Spirit Void Palace if Master Han loses? You can even become an elder." "Brother Ni, too much talk is useless. Let's get started." Hansen could feel Ni Yexing's powerful aura, which wasn't inferior to his in terms of cultivation level. However, when it came to swordsmanship, the martial path upheld the principle of killing. Throughout the cultivation world, swordsmen were almost universally considered as the best. A truly powerful swordsman would have no problem challenging opponents exceeding their own level, especially since Hansen had also learned a trick or two from Suyi. Without wasting words, Ni Yexing made seals with his hands, conjuring a golden seal in front of him, the Tao's sky-turning seal. With a pointed finger, the small golden seal expanded enormously and slammed towards Hansen. Hansen raised his sword and slashed at the sky-turning seal. When the wooden sword and the seal clashed, a huge wave of energy erupted, causing the trees on Kunlun Mountain to sway, some even snapping in half. As there were many capable individuals present, some were able to save those around them. However, when Hansen and Ni Yexing began their first encounter, there was a risk that innocent people would be hurt. HMPH. Ni Yexing snorted, and a purple talisman quickly burned between his two fingers, creating a purple thunderbolt the size of a water vat that hurtled towards Hansen. With the outburst of spiritual energy in the world, Taoist spells like this one drew upon the power of heaven and earth. Even though Zudian Dian had left the 13 realms, some of the original cosmic laws remained unchanged. The heavenly tribulations were gone, but these Taoist spells grew stronger. An ordinary lightning spell, for example, was now 5 times more potent than before. While swordsmen were strong, certain Taoist spells had also been enhanced under these conditions. Hansen evaded the first lightning bolt by retreating but was unable to strike back. As the purple lightning struck the ground, dozens of innocent students in the school were reduced to ashes. Let's see how long you can dodge. Ni Yexing's focus wasn't on those students, and seeing Hansen evade the first lightning bolt, he raised his large hand, and 10 talismans floated around him. As the talismans burned simultaneously, thunder and lightning resounded in the sky, with flames engulfing half the sky. His intent was to attack Hansen, but most of the lightning struck the base below. For an expert in the feathered immortal realm casting a Taoist spell, the damage would be beyond what most ordinary supernaturals could withstand. Initially unable to respond, Hansen was forced to take defensive positions and without the ability to fight back. In the base, many ordinary people fell victim to Ni Yexing's Taoist spell. The frequency of these attacks was too high for Hansen to retaliate, and the various elaborate Taoist spells that Ni Yexing cast prevented him from getting close. His wooden sword already reduced to ashes. Han Zhen's previous beloved sword was ruined by Su Yi. Since acquiring that sword from Su Yi, he had been thinking about why Mr. Su used a wooden sword. This must be because after reaching a certain level of swordsmanship, one no longer cared about the sword itself. And also, using a wooden sword actually added more style. Just imagine facing an opponent wielding all sorts of divine weapons, while I just have a wooden sword in hand. Who can withstand such style? However, Han Zhen's swordsmanship evidently had not reached the level of dominating the world with just a wooden sword. At least when facing opponents of the same level, who were so formidable with various methods, even if his sword intent was strong, the weapon in his hand couldn't withstand it. Swords out! Hansen shouted, wanting to play with swords. The disciples of the Polar Shan sect sent their swords flying towards the sky. Swords out! Ha ha! Ni Yexing sneered, cast a spell, and suddenly hundreds of golden stones appeared in the sky like meteorites falling. The swords that had just flown into the sky were all knocked off course. With such a powerful, wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack, naturally many innocent people were injured, especially since they were currently fighting above the school. If all those golden stones fell, the entire school would probably be destroyed, not to mention the casualties. After smashing away the swords of the Polar Shan sect, these golden stones and the swords all floated in the air. So Yi walked out of the office, stood in the corridor, looking up at the sky, and said, "Can you fight a bit quieter? And also, find another place to fight." There were many students and teachers hiding in the teaching building. The battle between Hansen and Ni Yexing could be described as a battle of immortals, where mere mortals would suffer. The quality of the teaching building was still acceptable, but whether it was the students or the teachers, they all felt uneasy. They did not believe that the teaching building could withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two powerful beings. But now, Su Yi had stepped out. The battle in the sky seemed to hit the pause button. The students and teachers near Su Yi were dumbfounded. What's going on? There were immortals fighting above, and he dared to step forward and speak. Wasn't he afraid of death? They greatly admired Su Yi's fearless spirit. The teacher who had received Su Yi hurriedly reached out to stop Su Yi and shouted to the sky, "Principal Han, and this senior, if you two are going to fight, please do it in a place where there are no people, otherwise, many innocent people will be affected," he said, pulling Su Yi again. Although he also couldn't bear to watch, in this era, powerful cultivators were unreasonable. Even though Su Yi and Hansen had a different relationship, it was clear now that Hansen was at a disadvantage. If Hansen died, would Su Yi, being so arrogant, face consequences? Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Hansen quickly said, "Let's move somewhere farther away." Then he said to Ni Yexing, "Brother Ni, how about we find another place to battle?" Finding another place is not a problem. Ni Yexing probably thought he had gone too far, but his gaze fell on Su Yi and he chuckled. "This young man is extraordinary. Did you do all this?" The teacher quickly said, "Senior, you're joking. He is just a minor C-rank supernatural being. How could he be so talented? You to find a more remote place to fight." With so many students dead, the teacher was naturally angry, but he couldn't control Ni Yexing's temper and could only put on a smile and not provoke him. Suyi frowned slightly as he looked at the crater-filled playground and the ashes of the students. He was here to be a teacher, not to have the ground struck by lightning and students killed. And was there an intent to destroy the school? Also, the house at the base. If they were to collapse the dormitory he was staying in now, he could easily destroy the entire Spirit Void Palace with a slap. Hansen understands. Hansen gave a slight bow towards Suyi and said, I was hasty. Since Mr. Su had already taken action, there was absolutely no chance for Ni Yexing. There was no need to hide Mr. Su's identity now. Protocol had to be observed. Damn it. Why are the teacher and the others so stunned? Mr. Su shouts before Suyi. Was it Suyi who killed Ni Yexing just now? Ni Yexing had Hansen crushed, but when Suyi killed him, it was just a flick of the wrist. They had thought Suyi and Hansen were at odds. Now they probably understand why Hansen had that sycophantic attitude towards Suyi. Suyi turned and walked towards the classroom. Just as he turned, all the craters left by the lightning strikes in the Spirit Wood town were restored. All the innocent people who had died under Ni Yexing's spell had been resurrected. Everyone's memories had been altered, as if everything had returned to the moment when Hansen and Ni Yexing clashed. However, Ni Yexing was gone, and Hansen's wooden sword was also missing. Except for Suyi, many people were still staring at the sky, only remembering the encounter between Hansen and Ni Yexing. Brother Ni has great skills. Hansen frantically searched for Ni Yexing's presence, saying, let's find another place to fight, lest we hurt the innocent. Hansen also had some missing memories, but he remembered Suyi's words. Next time, don't fight near Spirit Wood town. He didn't remember that Ni Yexing was already dead. He thought Ni Yexing had simply hidden his tracks and called out for him loudly. Nobody answered. Since Brother Ni isn't responding, then Hansen will take it as your acquiescence, Hansen said before flying out of the range of Spirit Wood town and around the other side of Kunlun Mountain. Seeing Hansen leave, the people of Spirit Wood town breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sutu Shua was also shocked. Elder Ni's Dao skills were truly extraordinary. Hansen couldn't even detect his presence. Wouldn't this have been a definite victory? Hansen purposely found a remote location where no one frequented. He stood halfway up in the air and borrowed a sword, focusing all his attention on searching for Ni Yexing's trail. Ni Shan, hiding like this is no fun, Hansen shouted. His voice echoed through the mountains, but there was still no response. I want to see how long you can hide. Hansen understood that in battles among cultivators, often victory or defeat could be determined with just one move. Most likely, Ni Yexing was hiding in the shadows, waiting to strike him fatally. In such situations, he needed to keep his composure and observe calmly. It was said, when the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. Situ Shuo shared the same thoughts as Hansen, thinking that Ni Yexing must have used some unique technique, intending to wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to Hansen. What a clever strategy! The two of them stood motionless in midair. Meanwhile, Suyi paid no attention to what was happening with Hansen. He had prepared his teaching materials, and it was time for his first class. The classroom could accommodate 500 people, with a sign hanging on the door that read Beast Taming Class. Inside the classroom, all the tables and chairs were brand new and neatly arranged. Suyi was quite efficient in his work. As he entered the classroom, a group of students was engaged in lively discussions about the recent battle between Hansen and Ni Yexing. The commotion caused by Hansen and Ni Yexing was significant, prompting the students to seek refuge inside the classroom. However, they did not recall anyone dying under Ni Yexing's technique. Some even had puzzled thoughts in their minds, as their memories were stuck at the first confrontation between Hansen and Ni Yexing. At that time, they should not have been inside the classroom, and no fatalities had occurred. Many of them were just curious spectators. Normally, they should have been outside. How did they end up inside the classroom? Suyi was pleased to see 300 to 400 students inside the classroom. It would have been awkward if there were no students for his first class. However, if Ni Yexing's technique hadn't caused casualties, these students would not have sought shelter in this beast taming class. After all, they were unaware of what the beast taming class was all about, so it was unlikely that so many students would have entered. In this era, competition was fierce, and everyone was striving to become stronger. The idea of a beast taming class sounded weak, so you went to the podium and scanned the room, preparing to start the class. Yes, it's time for class. What subject is this? Teacher, what will you teach us? I remember this seems to be the beast taming class that was renovated yesterday. I recall this classroom used to be a general auditorium. How did it become the beast taming class? The students did not remain quiet. Although they took their seats, they whispered among themselves. Turning a general auditorium into a beast taming class gave the impression that the class must be quite formidable. Resources were scarce, and there weren't many classrooms to begin with. Having a separate class for beast taming carried a certain prestige. Teacher, what will you teach us? A burly young man stood up with curiosity and asked Suyi. The students still had respect for teachers, and they did not underestimate Suyi because of his youthful appearance. They understood that one should not judge cultivators by their appearance, as someone who appeared to be in their teens could have lived for thousands of years. It was not something ordinary students should provoke. Moreover, being a teacher at the school and having a separate class like this indicated that the young teacher was not someone to be trifled with. Suyi said, I will teach you to identify various mystical beasts and mutated plants. The students looked at Suyi, unsure of what to say. The female students had initially thought that the handsome and young teacher would be formidable. However, they were surprised to find out that he would only be teaching about these things. What was the use of learning such knowledge? Would it enhance their combat abilities? These were the questions the students pondered. In a world where strength was paramount, learning about mystical beasts and plants might seem like a waste of time. It was akin to studying literature in a world where strength ruled. Was it useful? Soon, a student asked, Teacher, is this a mandatory course? Some students were already thinking that if it was mandatory, it would be a waste of time. Suyi smiled and replied, This is not a mandatory course. Hansen had his own intentions and planned to arrange for his sect disciples to attend Suyi's class. If Suyi's class became mandatory, where would his disciples stand? With it being a non-mandatory course, not many would choose to attend, and ideally, only the disciples from their Arctic Immortal sect would fill the class. That would be more satisfying. Teacher, can I skip the class? I still have cultivation classes to attend. Of course, you can. Suyi had taken on the role of a teacher. But since his course was not compulsory, he should give students the freedom to choose. If they didn't want to attend, could Suyi force them? Teacher, I have martial arts classes to attend as well, so I'll leave first. Then I will leave too. The students heard what Suyi would be teaching and began to leave one by one. Meanwhile, Suyi watched as they exited the classroom. People tend to follow the crowd, and if only one or two left, it might indicate a misjudgment. However, with a large number leaving, it suggested that the class was not worth attending. Within 3 minutes, only 3 students remained in the large classroom. One appeared to be around 10 years old, frail and timid, sitting in a corner. Another wore thick glasses and was eagerly looking at Suyi with a notebook and pen in hand. The third was a 17 or 18-year-old girl in heavy makeup, staring at Suyi with infatuation. Suyi scanned the room, surprised that only 3 students remained for his first class. The duty of a teacher is to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. If Suyi hadn't become a teacher, it would have been fine. But now that he is a teacher, as long as there is still a student in the classroom, the class will continue. You 3, come sit in the front, Suyi said lightly. The girl in the front row rested her head on her hands on the desk, smiling at Suyi, saying softly, Teacher, I'm right here. Suyi chose to ignore her directly, finding her infatuated manner. He had never expected that as a teacher, he would need to rely on his appearance to keep students interested. And what was all that makeup on the girl's face? Such a nice face, now made to look like a ghost. Sitting in the middle, the boy with glasses said, Teacher, my eyesight isn't great. I can't sit too close. This position is just right. The kid in the last row timidly said, Teacher, I can hear from here. When he said that, his head was almost buried in the desk. Then he shrunk his head like an ostrich, his voice so soft that only someone like Suyi could hear. Since that's the case, let me introduce myself first, Suyi said, turning to write his name on the whiteboard with an ink pen. My name is Suyi. You can call me Teacher Su. I am 26 years old. When preparing for the class, Suyi had forgotten to mention his age, but now, his ID should say he's 26. Wow, teacher, you're 26. The girl in the front row looked at the name on the whiteboard, saying, Suyi, such an elegant name, such beautiful handwriting, just 8 years older than me. That's great. Suyi. The boy with glasses stared at Suyi with bright eyes, waiting for more. As for the kid in the back row, he continued to keep his head down, sneaking glances at Suyi. Suyi hesitated for a moment, then continued, "As I mentioned earlier, what I'm going to teach you is about the habits, strengths, and characteristics of mythical beasts, as well as the characteristics of plants after mutation. It won't directly strengthen your personal abilities, so if you want to leave, I have no objections." The girl in the front row shook her head, saying, "I'm already strong enough. I don't need to get stronger." Suyi glanced at her, cultivating the first stage of chat. "Not bad among the students." The boy with glasses earnestly said, "Teacher, getting stronger doesn't just mean personal combat power. I prefer handling issues in the simplest and quickest way possible, so I think the knowledge you're going to talk about is very useful." What a realization! As for the one at the back row, he remained silent. Suyi didn't ask the students to introduce themselves. He immediately started the lecture. He was an elective course teacher, and the next class might have a completely new set of students. In the 40-minute class, Suyi talked about the habits, weaknesses, and battle tactics of 3 mythical beasts on Mount Kunlun, all detailed on the whiteboard. Mythical beasts may be getting stronger every day, but what I'm telling you about their habits and weaknesses generally won't change. If you remember these, you should be able to use them in a battle when you encounter them in the future. At the end of the class, Suyi felt that such courses were best categorized as mandatory, because many students nowadays are solely focused on getting stronger, and may overlook these things. For now, it's quite difficult for humans to coexist peacefully with mythical beasts. They may even be considered adversaries. Not knowing the true strength of their enemies isn't a good situation, especially for these children in school. Most of them don't have outstanding talents. The truly talented ones have been taken away by major sects and related organizations for training, so even if they become stronger, their potential reach is very limited. Once they reach adulthood, if a war breaks out between humans and mythical beasts, they are likely to become cannon fodder. Of course, if their personal strength is too weak, even if they know these things, it might not be very meaningful. For example, if you know the weak spot of mutated wild wolves is on their bellies and they tend to reassess their enemies after one attack, but you are too weak, how can you attack the belly of a mutated wild wolf? After the first round of attacks, you would probably end up as its food. So you saw things quite clearly, but all he could do was this much. Being a teacher at the school gave him a sense of involvement, at least. "Teacher Su, is there any literature on related mythical beasts and mutated plants?" The boy with glasses looked at Suyi with lingering interest. Suyi pondered. "For now, there isn't such literature, but it will be available soon." He was also considering this. Rather than teaching students individually, it would be more convenient and efficient to publish books for them to read on their own. The accumulation of knowledge in a civilization largely depends on written records, and books can rapidly disseminate cultural knowledge much more efficiently than oral transmission. "Teacher, I think you teach very well, and you have a pleasant voice." The girl in the front row seemed mesmerized. Teacher Su had exceptional looks, flawless from every angle, impeccable physique, beautiful handwriting, and such a gentle voice. Oh my goodness, if only there could be a boyfriend like him. Suyi chose to ignore the girl in the front row. Likewise, the boy with glasses also ignored the girl. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Teacher Su, if that's the case, did you compile the data on these mythical beasts and plants?" "Yes." Suyi didn't deny, but felt that something unexpected was about to happen. "Then Teacher Su must be very talented." The boy with glasses said, "What time do you teach your classes, Teacher Su?" "There will be a class at this time, every day." Suyi only had one class a day, as arranged by Hansen, a big shot who didn't dare to schedule classes for him randomly. "Then I'll come again tomorrow." The boy with glasses stood up, bowed to Suyi, and walked out of the classroom without making any rude requests. Before leaving, he said, "Teacher Su, my name is Liao Ruimao." Suyi realized that this boy was quite delicate-minded. Although his combat power might not be strong, his insight was good, making him more suitable for behind-the-scenes work. Perhaps he was more suited for learning formation techniques. If this child learned formation techniques and had the ability to activate formations, that alone would be enough to cause havoc. "Teacher Su, are you really powerful?" The girl in the front row kept seeking attention from Suyi and boldly asked. Suyi smiled and said, "I'm okay, not that powerful." Modesty. The girl giggled and introduced herself after getting up. "Teacher Su, my name is Aang Muksu." After saying that, she left the classroom. Her name and appearance seemed mismatched, but Suyi could tell that she would still look pretty with a different style. However, He didn't mention this because he didn't want to be misunderstood by an infatuated young girl. The child in the last row looked at Suyi and, seeing that he didn't leave or get up, looked timid. It seemed like he wanted to wait for Suyi to leave before he did. Suyi smiled, finding the child quite timid, but he also had rare innate talent for cultivation. If he were to cultivate, his progress would be much faster than others. In the cultivation world, talents were often graded, with the highest being called immortal bones. It was said that those with such talent had the potential to become immortals, but it required vast cultivation resources. Similar to the ancient sacred body mentioned in some novel, ordinary cultivation sects would find it difficult to nurture such disciples with immortal bones. Suyi was about to leave when a middle-aged man in a robe rushed in, glanced at Suyi, nodded at him, then shouted at the child in the last row, "Ziwenyu, what do you mean by skipping class?" Suyi remembered this name. The child's talent was similar to Gu Tonton's natural Dao body, but he didn't have the same good fortune as Gu Tonton. Gu Tonton had been nurtured after being found by the sect leader of Tonshin sect. The teacher who just rushed in had only golden elixir cultivation level. Not weak, but definitely not strong in this era. It seemed that he was just a lone cultivator. If he had a sect, encountering Ziwenyu, he would surely recommend him to the sect rather than teach him alone. He must have known that with such talent, he couldn't teach Ziwenyu. Suyi took a glance at the middle-aged man. A demonic cultivator. Interesting. Suyi wasn't biased against demonic cultivators, but most of them liked to take unconventional paths. This teacher hid his identity well, which a typical cultivator might not notice. Suyi nodded at the middle-aged man in acknowledgement and then left the classroom. "Teacher Su," the boa whispered from the corner. Suyi heard it but didn't turn back. From Ziwenyu's voice, he could sense a hint of panic, fear, and a cry for help. Body snatching. Suyi could already guess the intentions of the middle-aged man. If he treated Ziwenyu well despite his talent, the boa wouldn't be so timid, but rather confident. Also, the plea in his voice. Initially, these matters were not Suyi's concern, but now he was a teacher, and Ziwenyu, having attended his class, was his student. Although not a direct disciple, what was the teacher for? Besides imparting knowledge and skills, it was also to ensure their students were not bullied. Suyi had a protective nature. The middle-aged man was named Wan Hanking and had been in the base for some time with a golden elixir cultivation level, making it easy for him to be hired as a teacher. Ziwenyu was brought into the base by him, and publicly, he was said to be his direct disciple. There were other cultivators in the base who recognized Ziwenyu's extraordinary talent, but since Wan Hanking had claimed him as his direct disciple, major sects wouldn't attempt to recruit him. As for other lone cultivators or small sects, they couldn't afford to nurture a talent like Ziwenyu. After Suyi left, Wan Hanking approached Ziwenyu, his expression turning cold as he asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? You are my disciple. Do you need to listen to this rubbish in class?" Ziwenyu tightly closed his mouth, slowly stood up, trembling all over. "Stop shaking. If others think I am mistreating you, when we go back, I will make you train twice as hard." Wan Hanking's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Although the boa was a genius, what did it matter? Ungrown geniuses were just playthings. Once Ziwenyu grew up, his immortal bones would be Wan Hanking's. Hearing Wan Hanking's words, Ziwenyu's body went stiff, teeth clenched, and he could only follow Wan Hanking out of the classroom. As they walked down the corridor, Wan Hanking's appearance immediately became friendly, while Ziwenyu remained tense, following Wan Hanking like a puppet. After returning to his office, Suyi began organizing information on exotic beasts and plants, preparing to compile it into a book. It wasn't until after school hours that Suyi left his office. At that time, Hansen was still waiting on the side of Kunlun Mountain for Neil Jixing to make a move. Night had fallen by then, and Wan Hanking walked out of the school with Ziwenyu. Suyi slowly made his way to the school gate. Li Youayu also arrived in Lingmu town. It wasn't clear how long she had waited at the gate, but upon seeing Suyi, she called out, "Mr. Su." Suyi replied, "I have something to do. You can find somewhere to play by yourself." "What's the matter? Can't you take me along?" Li Youayu was somewhat familiar with Suyi. Although she had given up certain inappropriate thoughts about Suyi, she felt that as long as she could be with Mr. Su, it was enough. Beings at their level had long lifespans. If they liked each other, they didn't necessarily have to engage in physical relationships. Just being in the same space for a long time made them feel happy. "You can come along." Suyi had decided to follow Wan Hanking and them to observe. If Wan Hanking mistreated Ziwenyu, he would intervene. This was why Suyi often took on different occupations. Once he determined his professional identity, he found connections to this world. Otherwise, with Suyi's invincibility, living would be too lonely. As a teacher, he had responsibilities and duties, allowing him to have connections in this world. This way of doing things made his life more meaningful and fulfilling. Wang Hanking, as a school teacher, naturally had his own residence within the base. He led Zi Wenyu into the dormitory outside the school, exchanging smiles with familiar faces along the way. However, once they entered the room, his expression turned dark and menacing. After Zi Wenyu entered the room, all his energy seemed to drain away as he weakly collapsed into a corner pot, his head hiding inside. Hehe. Even without going in, Suyi could see the situation inside the room. So, Wang Hanking treated his disciple in such a manner. Mr. Su, what's the deal with that person? Li Youayu was very curious why Suyi would pay attention to someone like Wang Hanking, a small golden core cultivator worth Suyi's tracking. That child is my student, Suyi said. If that child gets scared later, can you help comfort him? Comfort him? Li Youayu hadn't expected that this was the reason she followed Suyi over. But she also knew that if Suyi asked her to do something, could she refuse? Suyi didn't take the elevator that appeared directly in Wang Hanking's room. Wang Hanking was preparing to exchange blood with Zi Wenyu using a secret technique in order to extract his immortal bones in the future. When Suyi appeared in the room, Wang Hanking visibly paused. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. What do you want? Who let you into my room? What do you think? Suyi glanced at the jar in the corner and raised his eyebrows. Hehe, it seems that Brat has said something to you. Wang Hanking snorted coldly, launched an attack, his right claw emitting a bloody light, eerie and sinister, suddenly reaching for Suyi's heart. Just a check cultivation. Before Wang Hanking could finish his words, he turned into a pile of ashes. With Suyi's strength, did he need to take action against a small golden core cultivator? Just a thought and Wang Hanking was turned into dust. In terms of fighting alone, unless Suyi was in the mood, there was simply no need to take action. It was an instant kill to meet him face to face. Wang Hanking had originally thought Suyi was just a small check cultivation practitioner, but he never expected this person to be so powerful. Golden core cultivators were not considered weak, but they were truly no different from ants in front of Suyi. Zi Wenyu, Suyi called out. Zi Wenyu inside the jar dared to not show his head, unaware of what had happened outside. Suyi walked to the front of the jar and said gently, Zi Wenyu, I am Teacher Su. Wang Hanking is dead. You can come out now. Zi Wenyu still didn't dare to stick his head out. Suyi simply pointed at the jar, making the whole jar disappear, leaving Zi Wenyu crouching there trembling. It seemed that he had been tormented by Wang Hanking a lot in normal times. All right, you're safe now, Suyi asked. Do you want to come with me? Zi Wenyu stared at Suyi, softly muttering, Teacher Su. Suyi looked at him, not saying anything. The two just stared at each other. This scene reminded Suyi of Tang Wenyao, whom he had rescued from the mountain bandits a long time ago. They were just children. When Suyi rescued Tang Wenyao, raised him, but still faced betrayal, he found Tang Wenyao later, but didn't kill him. Not because he was soft-hearted, but because he had seen too much of such things and didn't care anymore. Just like now he saved Zi Wenyu, even if Zi Wenyu might turn against him in the future. Suyi didn't care. He didn't care whether the person he saved repaid or sought revenge because these things didn't matter much to him. Zi Wenyu slowly looked around the room and didn't see the person he was afraid of. Finally, hesitantly nodded, I'll go with you. He didn't know how Teacher Su in front of him would treat him, but his intuition told him that Teacher Su should be a good person. A person who looks so good couldn't be a bad person, right? To avoid misunderstandings, after turning around, Zi Wenyu appeared outside the dormitory building with him. Li Youayu glanced at Zi Wenyu and giggled. This child's lucky. Although her cultivation was not exceptional, Wang Hanking could tell that Zi Wenyu possessed immortal bones. How could she miss that? She said Zi Wenyu was lucky not because of his immortal bones, but because this child had attached himself to Mr. Su. Looking at Su Dianian and Hizakuan, these two people could be considered ordinary among the masses. But after getting involved with Suyi, everything changed. They became true daughters of heaven. In Li Youayu's view, as long as Zi Wenyu could gain Suyi's favor, his future would be limitless. Hearing Li Youayu's laughter, Zi Wenyu lowered his head. In his eyes, the young lady in front of him was so beautiful, like a fairy, making him feel inferior. You can stay with me during this time. Since Suyi chose to save someone, He wouldn't just abandon them. He would arrange a good place for him later. He didn't plan to take on any more disciples. Having become a teacher, why would he need a personal disciple? Zi Wenyu nodded quickly. Children mostly judged by looks. In his eyes, those who looked good were generally not bad people. Suyi and Li Youayu were good people for him. Upon hearing Suyi say that, Li Youayu couldn't help but brighten up and said, "Mr. Su, I don't have a place to stay either." Without hesitation, Suyi said, "Then stay together." Okay. Li Youayu didn't have any particular thoughts about Suyi anyway, but upon hearing his invitation, she couldn't help but have a fantasy again. The three of them arrived at Suyi's place. Li Youayu glanced around and said, "Mr. Su, you only live here?" "Yeah." Suyi nodded and asked Zi Wenyu, "Do you want to eat something?" Zi Wenyu didn't speak, but his stomach gurgled involuntarily at the mention of food. After returning from school, Wang Hanking hadn't prepared anything for Zi Wenyu. He was hungry now for sure. Suyi went to the kitchen to prepare food. Li Youayu leaned in and asked, "Mr. Su, there's only one bedroom here. Would you like me to squeeze in with you?" Suyi glanced at her, wondering what this young girl was thinking day by day. "I don't live here. You stay here and look after this child for me," Suyi said while making dinner. "You two look about the same age. Treat him like your younger brother." Li Youayu. What did it mean that they looked about the same age? She had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although not in a conventional sense, she was still a mature woman. At the very least, she could be called an ancestor in front of this little brat. But how could she resist Suyi's words? "All right." Li Youayu felt like she had become a nanny again and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Su, where will you sleep?" Suyi naturally said, "I'm going back to Qingzhou. That bed is where I'm used to." So far, Li Youayu couldn't believe that Suyi, living in Lingmu town, would go back to Qingzhou to sleep. Was that necessary? Suyi smiled. "To me, it's all the same, not far." The adjacent bedroom and the Qingzhou courtyard were just a step away for Suyi. It didn't matter how close or far they were. Oh. Li Youayu was somewhat disappointed. She was still conflicted. It would have been great to be able to squeeze in with Mr. Su. Unfortunately, this wish couldn't be fulfilled. The next day, Wang Hanking did not go to school for class, and the school principal could not reach him no matter how hard he tried to contact. At first, no one paid much attention to it. It wasn't until Zi Wenyu came to school with Li Youayu. Most of the teachers in the school knew that Zi Wenyu was following Wang Qingshan. Zi Wenyu was Wang Qingshan's personal disciple, and Wang Qingshan treated Zi Wenyu like his own son. Now that Wang Hanking was missing, another little girl brought Zi Wenyu to school, and this little girl didn't seem as simple as she appeared. It was heard that this little girl had come alone to the base the day before. Everyone knew what the situation was outside the base. Being able to come alone, clean and neat, to the entrance of the base naturally indicated that she was a formidable figure. It was said that Huang Changyu personally received this girl yesterday. "Zi Wenyu, where is your master?" Finally, one of Wang Hanking's colleagues couldn't help asking. When Zi Wenyu was asked about this, he subconsciously trembled, instinctively hid behind Li Youayu, avoiding eye contact. He probably knew that Wang Qingshan had been killed by Suyi, but he felt he couldn't say anything about it. Would there be consequences if he spoke out? Li Youayu appeared to be just a young girl. Back when she attached herself to Wen Qianmeng's body in a spiritual form, she was alluring and seductive. Now in front of Suyi, she behaved very sweet and obedient. But in front of others, her temper wasn't very good. Li Youayu looked at the teacher expressionlessly, her tone cold as she said, "Wang Qingshan, that evil cultivator that took Zi Wenyu in, did so to seize his immortal bones. I killed him last night." Killed him? The surrounding teachers looked at Li Youayu with strange looks. Li Youayu was attractive, and due to her figure, when she put on a cold face, she looked like a typical Sanu, a derogatory term for a young girl with attitude. Even so, she should be harmless, right? You say that teacher Wang Qingshan is an evil cultivator. Do you have any evidence? The teacher naturally couldn't believe it because Wang Qingshan was usually kind and friendly. Even if Li Youayu was powerful, that didn't mean she could just kill people at will. And he really couldn't see where she looked like a strong person. After all, Wang Hanking was a cultivator at the Jin Den stage. How could he be easily killed by a little girl? "Zi Wenyu, can you?" The teacher didn't dare to believe that Zi Wenyu was an evil cultivator and wanted to find out the truth. Zi Wenyu held onto Li Youayu's clothes tightly, hung his head, and didn't dare to speak. "Do you want evidence from me?" Li Youayu didn't even look at the teacher. She lowered her head, her face darkening. The teacher felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped him. He could feel that if the giant hand exerted even a little force, he would be crushed into minced meat. This teacher was also a grade B esper. In terms of strength, he could compete with a cultivator at the Jindan stage. But in front of Li Youayu, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. What do you want to do? The teacher's face was filled with a look of horror. He couldn't imagine this little girl being so terrifying. This was a school. Killing someone here? In front of so many teachers. 3 other teachers nearby noticed their colleague's unusual situation and stared at Li Youayu as if facing a great enemy. Oh, do you also want to play? Li Youayu sneered, and the surrounding air temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. The teachers were frozen in a layer of ice, unable to move. After reincarnation, Li Youayu wasn't limited by Wen Qianmeng's body anymore. And with a body formed by the millennia-old mysterious vine that was highly compatible with spiritual energy, she was already a dominant figure in the immortal realm, lacking nothing in cultivation techniques. In 5 years, her cultivation had returned to the earth immortal stage. In the face of these teachers, who were merely at the Jindan or Yuanying stage, killing them would be effortless for her. Li Youayu, what are you doing here? At that moment, Sui walked over and asked quietly, Teacher Su, I'm not doing anything. I'm just chatting with these teachers. Li Youayu quickly concealed her aura, showing a sweet and lovely smile. Her eyes narrowed to a slit. The teachers who had been sealed by Li Youayu's aura breathed a sigh of relief, each collapsing on the ground, looking at Li Youayu in horror. Damn, you call this chatting? Isn't chatting a bit too terrifying? That the transformation of this little girl was too sudden. Just a moment ago, she was a dark and deadly little girl. And the next second, she immediately turned into a sweet and cute demeanor. It was really hard to accept. Sui approached Li Youayu and asked, have you completed the enrollment procedures? Enrollment procedures? Li Youayu smiled. I just need to inform Principal Huang. When Li Youayu was in Qingzhou City, she had helped humans defend against fierce beasts and was already considered an official member. It was easy for her to enroll in Lingmu Town. Oh. Then you will be in the same class as Ziwenyu. Sui didn't have much to do at the moment. He wanted to be a bystander and see the growth of certain individuals. Thinking back to entrusting Ziwenyu to someone, Li Youayu seemed like a good option. Alright. Li Youayu had absolutely no intention of refusing Sui. She turned her head and asked Ziwenyu, Ziyu, what grade are you in? Second grade. Ziwenyu replied softly. Li Youayu, okay. The Grand Demon King of the Immortal Realm, actually going to be in 2nd grade. Terrifying. Even so, she still agreed. The nearby teachers were completely dumbfounded. Li Youayu, the freak, was going to be in 2nd grade. Wasn't this taking a joke too far? Sui didn't pay attention to Li Youayu's enrollment. He also believed that Li Youayu hadn't gone crazy to randomly kill people in school. After exchanging a few words, he returned to the office to continue organizing the information about the exotic beasts and plants. As soon as Sui left, Li Youayu's expression changed. She glanced at the nearby teachers and asked, do you still need evidence? No need. No need. The surrounding teachers fled in a panic, and Li Youayu sneered, patted Ziwenyu's head, and said, Ziyu, if anyone bullies you in the future, tell your sister. Ziwenyu nodded seriously, then hesitated. What if it's Teacher Su who bullies me? Li Youayu smirked and said, then you'll have to endure it. Ziwenyu could only nod his head. After being bullied by Wang Hanking in the past, if Sui bullied him, he could only bear it. Liu Yu agreed to go to 2nd grade, which didn't have much impact after all because the teacher couldn't control her anyway. It was quite rare for 2nd grade students to go listen to Suyi's lecture. Eventually, Suyi's class turned into just for students. Upon entering the classroom, Liu Yu immediately noticed Aang Muksu. She had previously read Warm Dreams Memories and knew that Aang Muksu's current appearance could probably be called non-mainstream. Even before the global change, non-mainstream styles were not well received, considered to be a tacky and unconventional dress style. Not to mention the present situation. This little sister is really cute. Come, let sister pinch your cheeks. Aang Muksu's eyes lit up upon seeing Liu Yu, wanting to playfully pinch the young girl's face. It must be said that sweet little girls like this would be liked wherever they went. Liu Yu smiled faintly as she reached out to playfully pinch Aang Muksu's face. What are you doing? Don't ruin my makeup. Aang Muksu immediately felt that something was off. Was this girl too mischievous? Why couldn't she move? Meanwhile, Suyi stood at the podium watching the two girls play around. He paused, his expression not looking good. There should be discipline during class. What kind of behavior was this? Liu Yu was also sensible and knew not to go too far. After a moment of playfulness, she quickly sat properly. Aang Muksu's makeup, on the other hand, was a mess. Suyi was now even more dedicated to watching the growth of the young people because their development largely laid the foundation for the future of the country. Pay attention in class, Suyi coolly remarked as he prepared to resume the lesson. At this moment, a man with glasses walked in through the door. He knocked and looked at Suyi expressionlessly. Suyi met his gaze but said nothing. The man's expression clearly indicated that he was looking for trouble. If he had something to say, he would say it. Suyi didn't bother to ask. Mr. Su, right? The man with glasses glanced inside the classroom and asked, "Do you think you deserve to teach in a classroom like this?" Suyi understood what was happening. The man felt he was taking up resources. In this era of scarce resources and limited land, Suyi, with just for students, occupying such a large classroom, was likely to cause discontent among others. What's this beast taming class for? Is it useful? The man with glasses said coldly. I heard you have some connection with Vice Principal Han. But this is a place for educating students. Is it appropriate for you alone to occupy such a large classroom? Suyi responded, when I'm not teaching, you can use this classroom too. Clearly, this classroom must not have been vacant before Suyi came, making the working environment for other teachers teaching there worse. In Han Zhen's view, Suyi teaching, even if it involved using more resources, was not excessive. What was a mere classroom? And how could Mr. Su's classroom allow others to occupy it? This was the minimum respect owed to Suyi. After hearing what Suyi said, the man with glasses hesitated for a moment and said, "What I mean is, you can change to a smaller classroom. Sure, you can make arrangements for me." Suyi often had a good temper. He wasn't one to nitpick, and he couldn't be bothered to ask the identity of this man with glasses. He sensed many conflicts, but felt there was no need to argue in this situation. Suyi simply stopped the lesson, began tidying up his desk, and prepared to move to another place to teach. What the man said had some merit. With only a few students, it seemed like they could have class anywhere. The man with glasses was once again stunned. He didn't expect Suyi to be so accommodating. However, after hesitating for a moment, he frowned and said, "There doesn't seem to be a suitable small classroom available at the moment. You might as well not teach. Your class isn't useful anyway." Taking advantage, Suyi paused and, with a warm smile, said to the man with glasses, "You can leave now. No one else will be using this classroom." The man with glasses turned red-faced. Suyi was right. He was indeed overstepping. After Suyi agreed so easily to his conditions, he thought Suyi was an easy target. But entering the school, relying on that disgusting relationship with Hansen, did he really need to save face for him? He never expected Suyi would be so firm in the end. What use is what you're teaching? The man with glasses took a step forward, revealing his cultivation in the Golden Core realm. Get out, Suyi calmly said, and the man with glasses was thrown out of the classroom, hitting the corridor balcony heavily. The man with glasses wanted to rush back in to confront Suyi, only to find himself entering darkness. He stepped into the classroom. From Liu Yu's perspective, the man with glasses standing at the door seemed frozen in place. Classmates, let's continue, Suyi said. He had no intention of harming the man with glasses. In his view, killing was a boring endeavor, especially someone like the man with glasses. It was like an adult feeling bored about killing ants on the ground. Aang Muksu and Lia Rui Mao looked at Suyi dumbfoundedly. Lia Rui Mao was fine, thinking Su teacher might belong to the role of a cleaner. He could write information about those exotic animals and plants. As for Aang Muksu, her admiration for Suyi grew. So, Teacher Su is so powerful. Zia Wenyu, pulled by Liu Yu to sit next to him, also realized that Teacher Su was powerful. Could he become as strong as Teacher Su in the future? Alright, today's class ends here. Tomorrow, I will give each of you a book on exotic animals and plants. After finishing the class, Suyi prepared to go back to write about those exotic animals information. At the end of the class, students and teachers from neighboring classes emerged and saw the man with glasses standing stupidly at the door of Suyi's classroom. Teacher Lin, why are you standing here? Glasses man. Suyi walked out, and Glasses man returned to normal, though feeling confused and panicked. He looked at Suyi's back and swallowed hard. This person was not simple. Teacher Lin. How did it go? What did that Suyi say? Another teacher approached the man with glasses and asked quietly. Clearing the classroom for Suyi wasn't a decision made by Glasses Man alone. Go and ask if you want to know. Glasses Man stood in place, somewhat shaken, took a deep breath, and said, This guy named Su is not easy. Well, how tough is he? Let me go and meet him. Before Suyi, he didn't understand the concept of the laws of heaven and had never been to a place beyond the 13 universes. He always firmly believed in the existence of beings beyond humans and realms beyond the heavens. But since the heavenly Tao battle, he has felt very confused. Is this what it means to be a strong practitioner of the heavenly Tao? He had no intention of getting stronger anymore, sometimes even hoping someone would end his long life. Now it seems that fighting is really a boring thing, and it seems impossible for others to kill him. He also doesn't know if the clone he created has made any progress. It has been some time since his existence was discovered. Since it was the obsession to become stronger that transformed him, shouldn't he be even stronger now? Keep it up. Suyi returned to the office and continued writing books. Since it was said that the book would be given to the students tomorrow, he naturally had to finish writing it today. Compared to typing on a computer, Suyi preferred using a pen, especially a brush pen. Teacher Su, what are you writing? Teacher Lee in the office had already noticed what Suyi was writing and curiously approached him. The teachers at the school didn't know about Suyi providing information on exotic beasts. Teacher Lee walked to Suyi's side and glanced at what he was writing, feeling amazed. Even though it was simplified Chinese characters, the calligraphy looked as if it had been printed, with each character almost the same size and the spacing between the characters so even. Teacher Lee had been a graduate student at Tsinghua University and considered himself knowledgeable. He had seen many masterpieces of calligraphy, but Suyi's handwriting was extraordinary and art that transcended time. At a glance, it was pleasing to the eye. How many years have you been practicing this kind of calligraphy? Teacher Su. Teacher Lee believed that in this era, the most crucial thing was not just to enhance one's strength, but also to preserve national heritage. If cultural spirit and legacy are not continued, even if humanity could defeat exotic beasts in the future, Waxia would still struggle to revive. Teacher Lee appreciated literary talents like Suyi. Without slowing down his writing speed, Suyi casually replied, It's been a few years. More specifically, probably since the Shan dynasty. Before that, including Suyi and other immortals, written records were made using inscriptions on tablets or directly using magical powers to record information on jade slips. Are you writing about exotic beasts? Yes. At this moment, Suyi was too engrossed in writing to entertain distractions. Although he could easily create the book with a single thought, he enjoyed the process more. Teacher Lee was thoroughly dumbfounded. This wasn't an exercise in calligraphy. Suyi was writing information about exotic beasts, and at such a terrifying speed, without pausing and without any intention of correcting errors. When Teacher Lee carefully examined the content Suyi was writing, he was rendered speechless. Teacher Su, how do you know all this information about exotic beasts? Teacher Lee understood the implications of what Suyi was writing. Firstly, the volume of information was massive. Many details about exotic beasts were unknown to even him, and since exotic beasts were constantly growing stronger, how could such a book be compiled? The first possibility was that Hansen or some other powerful being had informed him. The second possibility was that Suyi knew it himself. The first possibility was acceptable, but if it was the second, it was terrifying. Setting aside other implications, this book would be beneficial for humanity in their future battles against exotic beasts. Suyi was writing about the habits, preferences, weaknesses, and even consumption methods of exotic beasts, as well as whether certain plants were poisonous, what they fear, and how they could be raised. It was like going back to the Stone Age. To excel amongst the myriad tribes, humans had to rely on weapons and traps, right? With this knowledge, dealing with exotic beasts would be much simpler. Teacher Su, please continue. I won't disturb you. Teacher Lee tactfully walked away. Although there were aspects he didn't understand, judging from what Suyi had written, it seemed reliable. Teacher Lee's attitude towards Suyi had undergone a profound change. It turned out that Suyi was truly talented and knowledgeable. As soon as Teacher Lee reached his desk, two individuals who looked like teachers entered the room. They weren't part of this office. Hey, Lao John, Why did you come over? Don't tell me you want to invite me for a drink. Teacher Lee greeted the two individuals and then glanced back at Su Yi. Lowering his voice, let's go outside to talk. Su teacher is busy. Let's not disturb him. They were in the middle of writing a book. It wouldn't be appropriate to have a loud conversation in front of them. Dizzy with what? Lao Zhang, as he was called, exclaimed loudly. We are here to find him. What are you looking for Su teacher for? Teacher Lee was puzzled. Don't you know, he's taken over a large classroom by himself, with only 4 students inside. Isn't that a waste? Lao Zhang sneered. I know he's a distant relative of Huan Laodai and is connected to Hansen, but in a place like this school, relationships shouldn't dictate things. Watch what you say. Teacher Lee's expression changed drastically. Mentioning Su Yi's relation to Huang Chanyu was one thing, but implying a certain relationship between Su Yi and Hansen was like inviting trouble. Hansen was a potent figure, with formidable strength. Even if Su Yi did have such a relationship with him, it was better left unspoken. Don't you know I'm a disciple of the Linshu Palace? Lao Zhang disdainfully said. What's so great about Hansen? How dare he provoke our Linshu Palace? Rest assured, Hansen is doomed, and this Sugai can't stay in this school. As a disciple of the Linshu Palace, Lao Zhang didn't even consider Huang Chanyu as significant. Zhang Jinglin had heard that the elders and sect masters in their sect had achieved feather transformation realm. If Hansen dared challenge their sect alone, wasn't he asking for death? If Hansen was doomed, what about Su Yi? And him occupying a whole classroom alone? Did Hansen say that? Who did Hansen think he was? Zhang Jinglin didn't care much about the Polestar Immortal sect. However, he couldn't beat Hansen and now wanted to stomp on Su Yi, who gained entry through connections. Su Yi slightly furrowed his brow, raised his hand, pointed at Zhang Jinglin, and said, Come here and help me grind it. Well, he was just missing someone to grind it, and there he came. Teacher Lee looked at Su Yi and thought, is Su teacher out of his mind? People are here to belittle you, and you asked Zhang Jinglin to grind it for you. Has he lost it? All right. Zhang Jinglin seemed like he was possessed, showing a silly smile on his face, and skittered over to start grinding for Su Yi. Brother, what are you doing? The middle-aged man who had come with Zhang Jinglin was dumbfounded. One moment he was talking about kicking Su Yi out of the school, and the next moment, he went to grind for him. Was this appropriate? Hansen led his disciples to provoke a conflict at the door, so it was natural for the people of the Linshu Palace not to show him any good face. Su Yi, who had a close relationship with the rumored Hansen, naturally would be implicated. However, the disciples of the Linshu Palace could not have imagined that this seemingly weak man was actually very strong. Su Yi, what have you done exactly? Zhang Jinglin's junior brother looked at Su Yi with some fear. He was no fool. With his senior brother behaving so unusually, it must have been Su Yi's doing. Zhang Jinglin was at the Nascent Soul realm, a cultivator, so for Su Yi to make Zhang Jinglin act so irrationally, he must have used some kind of dark magic. Shut up for now. Su Yi was busy and had no time to deal with him, so he casually said, and the person could no longer speak, gesturing towards Su Yi, then pointing to his own mouth, opening it wide but unable to produce a sound. A look of fear in his eyes. Words follow the law, right? What kind of spell could achieve such a level? Zhang Jinglin's junior brother's face looked somewhat ugly, as he discreetly took out a purple talisman, reciting a spell. Doom. A purple electric current suddenly struck his head, leaving him charred, emitting white smoke, looking quite miserable. Using lightning magic against Su Yi. How audacious. Even the 3 cleansing sect wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Su Yi didn't even spare him a glance, focusing on his work. Zhang Jinglin stood aside, grinding ink diligently, resembling one of Su Yi's servants. Teacher Lee and the other teachers in the office couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Jinglin and his junior brother were no longer considered weak, but what they witnessed was difficult to accept. Who the hell said that Su Yi got in through connections? Is your well-connected person this powerful? Su Yi, focused and with assistance in grinding ink, made the job much quicker. Until closing time, all the teachers left, but Su Yi was still in the office. Li Yoayu and Zi Wenyu came to the office, but seeing Su Yi still busy, they just stood at the door waiting. After school, Li Yoayu finally couldn't resist calling Huang Chanyu. Principal Huan, who exactly is Mr. Su? Don't tell me he's a distant relative of yours. Huang Chanyu was getting anxious, asking, did you guys get into a conflict with him? Damn. No face was given to me. Was there any casualty? Quan Changyu was also taken aback. He had been speculating whether Suyi was a powerful shape-shifting beast, but later found out that although Suyi was not a beast, he was definitely an incredibly strong person. No casualties, but Zhang Jinglin and Huang Sangsu came to the office this afternoon and caused trouble for Mr. Su. Li Youayu explained. What did Suyi do? Quan Changyu was even more agitated. Earlier, Li Youayu had said no casualties, so how exactly did Suyi handle the situation? This should give an idea of Suyi's temperament. He didn't do much. Li Youayu's tone became somewhat strange. He asked Zhang Jinglin to help him grind ink, and Huang Sangsu used a lightning spell, electrocuting himself. The situation sounded very bizarre when spoken out loud. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Li Youayu would have thought she was going crazy. There was a moment of silence from the other end of the phone, and Huang Changyu finally said, "Just know that even Ji Zhang has to address Mr. Su as a senior." Who is Ji Zhang? Li Youayu was a little slow to react. He's the supreme master of the Linky sect, the #1 in the human ranking. Li Youayu was speechless at that moment. The supreme master of the Linky sect, that was a legendary figure. 2 years ago, he had also made a name for himself by slaying a god with one sword. To think that such a figure had to address Suyi as a senior, that gave a clear picture of Suyi's status and strength. Li Youayu remembered asking Suyi how many years he had been writing. Suyi had said it had been quite a few. It probably really had been quite a few years. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, it's fine. Huang Changyu just hoped that Suyi was a benevolent god. What if he kills someone? Li Youayu didn't understand why she asked that question, but it seemed like a valid one. Huang Changyu fell into silence again, and neither of them spoke, only their breaths could be heard. What do you think? Huang Changyu finally realized that he couldn't answer that question. Heh. Li Youayu chuckled awkwardly, then hung up. They definitely couldn't match Suyi, and if Suyi really did kill someone, they would just have to watch. Suyi wrote until early morning, completing the first volume of the Comprehensive Guide to Global Exotic Beasts. Make 10 copies and organize them into a book, Suyi said as he put down his pen, leaving the rest of the work to Zhang Jinglin. Huang Sangsu, Zhang Jinglin's junior brother, stood foolishly in place. Suyi stood up, looking at him, asking, "What did you want to say earlier?" Huang Sangsu could finally speak, but at that moment, he realized that this person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Speak the truth when casting spells, right? This person's cultivation level had to be at least the ascension to immortality realm. Senior, it was our fault for lacking insight. Please do not take offense. He bowed his head when he should, which was not much to say. If he wasn't concerned about Zhang Jinglin's safety and being kept by Suyi, he would have gone back to Lingshu Palace to ask for reinforcements. "I'm not angry," Suyi said. "Since there's nothing else, you can leave after he's done." Suyi walked out of the office after speaking. He wanted to integrate into ordinary life, but his strength didn't allow it. After Suyi left, Zhang Jinglin began to print, organize, and bind the book Suyi had written like a robot. Huang Sangsu kept using various techniques next to him, trying to wake Zhang Jinglin up, but his efforts were in vain. It wasn't until he tore up the book Suyi had written in a fit of anger that Zhang Jinglin finally woke up. "Senior, are you okay?" Huang Sangsu stared at Zhang Jinglin, saying, "Let's go back to the sect quickly. That Suyi is not normal. He should be a dark cultivator." He recounted everything Zhang Jinglin had experienced today, and Zhang Jinglin was also drenched in cold sweat. It seems that there's something wrong with the things he wrote. Luckily, junior brother, you were clever enough to tear them up. Zhang Jinglin pondered with a furrowed brow. "Let's inform the sect master about this when we get back. Suyi should be in cahoots with Hansen, and he's also a dark cultivator." Zhang Jinglin analyzed seriously. "He is at least in the ascension to immortality realm. It seems we have to ask the sect master to take action." Huang Sangsu nodded heavily. Senior is right. The two men returned to Lingshu Palace under the cover of night and reported everything about Suyi to the authorities. At the same time, they felt extremely clever about discovering this hidden big demon. Hansen and Sichu Shuo have been waiting on the other side of Kunlun Mountain, in the air. They waited for a full day and night, but Ni Yexing did not appear. However, in their opinion, this was all normal. The reason was simple. They simply did not remember that Ni Yexing was already dead. Since Ni Yexing was still alive, he must be nearby. Battles between cultivators, lasting a day and night, were considered a normal phenomenon and nothing strange. However, in the Lingshu Palace, there was a problem with the life pearls dedicated to the elders. Ni Yexing's life pearl within the sect lost its light. This meant that Ni Yexing was already dead. This method was useful in many cultivator sects because if disciples encountered accidents outside the sect, at least those inside the sect would be informed. Elder Ni is dead. When did this happen? The head of Lingshu Palace, Wei Xingchen, exclaimed in shock. Ni Yexing's strength was not weak, and he had died after just one day. Reporting to the sect leader, it was only today that the disciple guarding the life pearls discovered that Elder Ni's life pearl had extinguished. The disciple who came to report hung his head and dared not take a breath, saying, "But the specific time is unknown." Wei Xingchen frowned. Could it be that Han Zhen's swordsmanship has reached new heights? He had heard of Han Zhen, known as the #1 sword immortal in the human realm. However, even if his strength was exceptional, before absolute power, what was a so-called #1 swordsman? Now that the spiritual energy of the world was erupting, their doused powers were not weaker than Han Zhen's sword. Logically, even if Ni Yexing couldn't defeat Han Zhen, he should have been able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Wei Xingchen believed that even if Han Zhen's strength was overwhelming, he wouldn't dare to kill Ni Yexing. If he killed their Lingshu Palace elders, that would truly create an irreconcilable enmity. Head leader, disciples Zhang Jinglin and Huang Sangxing have been waiting outside the main hall for quite some time, supposedly to report important matters. Wei Xingchen sighed and said, "Let them in." Important matters? What could be more important than the fact that Ni Yexing was already dead? Zhang Jinglin and Huang Sangxing entered the main hall and knelt before Wei Xingchen. "Speak, what important matter do you have?" Wei Xingchen contained his anger. He had already decided to teach Han Zhen a lesson. Anyone who dared to kill their Lingshu Palace elders would pay with their life. Sect leader, we found a demonic cultivator in the Spiritwood town. It is said that he has a questionable relationship with Han Zhen. That demonic cultivator should have already reached the feather transformation stage. Wei Xingchen raised an eyebrow. A demonic cultivator? Zhang Jinglin hurriedly said. Yes. His name is Suyi. Wei Xingchen realized. It's him. Zhang Jinglin asked. Sect leader, do you know him? Wei Xingchen said. Back then, the matter between Han Zhen and that person's surname Su caused a stir among all cultivators. Who doesn't know? But I never expected that he would also reach the feather transformation stage. As Wei Xingchen spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Was he pretending to be weak? It was said that Suyi was only in the chair of finance stage. Now they claimed he was a demonic cultivator in the feather transformation stage. Did this mean he knew how Ni Yexing had died? Collaborating with a demonic cultivator, two powerful feather transformation stage cultivators teaming up against Ni Yexing and Sichu Shua would naturally lead to victory. Elder Sichu's life pearl did not extinguish. Wei Xingchen suddenly thought of this question. Elder Sichu's life pearl is intact. Wei Xingchen sat in the position of the sect leader and used his spiritual awareness to summon all the elders of Lingshu Palace. Everyone, Elder Ni has fallen. Elder Sichu should have been captured. Wei Xingchen's gaze swept over the elders in the hall and said, Han Zhen colluded with a demonic cultivator, and it is likely that Elder Sichu was taken as a hostage by them. Colluded with a demonic cultivator. Han Zhen really has a lot of courage. Sect leader, we are willing to go together and suppress the Polar Sky Immortal sect. The elders of Lingshu Palace were furious. They were like siblings, and now Ni Yexing had been killed, while Elder Sichu had been captured as a hostage. Could such a thing be tolerated? Absolutely not. Especially upon hearing that Han Zhen was collaborating with a demonic cultivator, the Polar Sky Immortal sect needed to be suppressed. All elders, follow me to teach that person's surname Su a lesson. Wei Xingchen said. I believe they took Elder Sichu for a reason. With a command from Wei Xingchen, the elders of Lingshu Palace swarmed out to find and hold that person's surname Su accountable. Suyi got up in the morning, made breakfast, and after eating, leisurely headed to the office. Yesterday, he had cast a spell, and Zhang Jinglin should have prepared the book. Promises made to students had to be fulfilled. He entered the office and saw scraps of paper all over the floor, and he froze. His written book had been torn apart. Great heavens, Suyi realized he had been reckless. It must have been that guy named Huang Sangxing who did it. For so many years, it was the first time someone had interfered with his spell work. The main thing was, he never expected someone would dare to tear apart his book. After writing all day and staying up all night, someone dared to tear apart his book. This was truly outrageous. Normally, Suyi had a good temper and didn't like to argue with ordinary people. But what Huan Sangxing did was truly too much. Linshu Palace. Suyi's spiritual awareness swept through the entire Kunlun Mountain. He learned that Zhang Jinglin had called him a demonic cultivator. If I am a demonic cultivator, the two of you would not have been able to leave the school alive. Wei Xingchen had actually gathered people to come and settle scores with him. Well, this seemed fair. After all, Ni Yexing had indeed died at Suyi's hands. Suyi walked out of the office and went to a secluded spot. In an instant, he appeared before Hansen. Hansen was still vigilant, observing his surroundings from a distance. When space rippled, he immediately drew his sword. The sword energy rippled for 3,000 miles. Suyi grabbed Han Zhen's sword and with a tug, threw it away. Get a good look before attacking, Suyi said coldly. You can watch from the side now as that person called Ni Yexing is already dead. Mr. Su, Hansen was flustered and lost. What had he just done? Did he really draw his sword at Mr. Su? And his carefully crafted sword was disarmed in such a way by Mr. Su. What sword energy? What sword intent? All shattered. The difference in strength was simply too vast. Sichu Shua was even more shocked. Suyi's move was terrifying. Han Zhen's sword strike was absolutely the epitome of the feather transformation stage, but Suyi effortlessly neutralized it. Moreover, what had he just said? You say my master is dead. Sichu Shua chuckled. How can you say that? Suyi glanced at him and said, because I killed him. Because I'm the one who killed him. Sutiu Shua was full of doubts. In his memory, from beginning to end, Suyi never made a move, and from what he saw of Suyi's cultivation, it was just at the chair refinement realm. No. Just by witnessing Suyi catching Han Zhen's sword with one hand, Suyi definitely couldn't be just at the chair refinement realm. The strong are not scary. What's terrifying is that he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation level at all, especially judging from Han Zhen's attitude towards Suyi. This didn't seem like a collusive plot. Who are you really? Sutiu Shua was starting to believe what Suyi said. Not for anything else. If Ni Yexing hasn't died by now, he should have shown up already. Suyi's gaze turned cold, saying, say one more word, and I'll kill you. Zhang Jinglin and Huang Sangxing's actions had truly angered Suyi. Is the Lingshu Palace really impressive? If Ni Yexing didn't regard the lives of ordinary people, Suyi didn't regard these so-called cultivators either. If they hadn't provoked Suyi, he always had a good temper. But how dare Huang Sangxing tear apart the book he wrote? It was they who first treated him like nobody. And the people from Lingshu Palace even wanted to besiege Suyi. You should know that when Zhang Jinglin first came looking for trouble, Suyi only asked him to help with the ink research and printing of the books, without laying a hand on him. Suyi hadn't been concerned about Huan Sangxing's disrespect either. But what had they done? Wei Xingchen from the Lingshu Palace was even more ridiculous. Just by hearing a few words from his disciples, he immediately labeled Suyi as a demonic cultivator, intending to join forces with the sect to deal with Suyi. Could Suyi endure this kind of treatment? Sutiu Shuo's face turned ashen, but he still gave a cold smile to Suyi, saying, killing me? Are you trying to make enemies with our Lingshu Palace? Suyi didn't waste words with him. His robe swept as Sutiu Shuo directly turned into dust, dissipating in the air. What was the point of talking to a cultivator like him? Hansen was already stunned beside him. Mr. Su was powerful. That he knew. But Sutiu Shuo died just like that. And when did Ni Yexing die? He had been waiting here for a whole day, thinking that Ni Yexing's footwork was too exquisite, making it impossible for him to detect Ni Yexing's trace. So that guy had actually died. Wouldn't that make him look foolish? Not long after Sutiu Shuo's death, Wei Xingchen led the remaining 8 elders of the Linshu Palace to Suyi and Hansen. Wei Xingchen glanced at Hansen and Suyi, asking, where is Sutiu Shuo? Hansen realized he had no say at that moment and shut his mouth reflexively. Hansen, you colluded with the demonic cultivator, killed an elder of our Lingshu Palace. Don't you intend to explain yourself? Wei Xingchen's aura surged, attempting to suppress Hansen directly. He had a slightly higher cultivation level than Hansen, and most importantly, he had a treasure left by the founder of the Tanshan sect. In his eyes, even if Hansen and Suyi were at the feathering immortal realm, he could easily suppress them. You want to kill me? Suyi's gaze fell on Wei Xingchen. In an instant, all of Wei Xingchen's energy dissipated, leaving him petrified in midair. With Suyi present, Hansen naturally wouldn't be affected. Wei Xingchen began trembling uncontrollably. He could sense the crushing power of that absolute strength. Follower of the little Tangshan. Suyi raised his eyelids, and a golden sword flew out from Wei Shinken's forehead, landing in his hand. This golden sword bore the aura of the Tangshan founder and some Taoist runes. With this golden sword, Wei Shinken should be able to battle some lower-ranking immortals, but he was facing Suyi. Even the Tangshan founder had to be called Grand Master. The sacred treasure of the Heavenly Sovereign, the sky-piercing sword. How dare you? Wei Shinken was now terrified. This sky-piercing sword had been bestowed on him by the Tangshan founder when he descended, and after 5 years of refining, it had become his magic weapon. But Suyi effortlessly took it away, and he called the Heavenly Sovereign the Little Tangshan. You dare disrespect the Heavenly Sovereign. Wei Shinken gritted his teeth. He said, "You will be punished by the Heavenly Sovereign." Suyi took the sky-piercing sword and lightly pressed his thumb. Clang! The sky-piercing sword broke in response to his touch. The whole scene fell silent. This was the treasure given by the Tangshan founder. Suyi simply broke it with a touch of his finger. Wei Shinken and the various elders of the Lingshu Palace were stunned. Hansen dared not speak on the side. What had he just seen? According to what Wei Shinken had just said, this sword seemed to have been bestowed by a sage. I have some connections with your school's founder, but when you do something wrong, there's a price to pay. Suyi threw the broken sky-piercing sword as if discarding an old toy. To Suyi, the sky-piercing sword was truly worthless. The Lingshu Palace followed the 3 purities. He could barely be considered a disciple of the Tangshan sect, which meant all of them were his disciples. The torn back of the book made Suyi a bit angry, but not to the point of being endlessly furious. I have a book here. Each of you from the Lingshu Palace copies it 10,000 times, then teach others outside. Suyi conjured a book out of thin air. The first volume of the Comprehensive Guide to Global Monsters Diet, which he had written yesterday, even though it had been torn. Restoring it was as simple as could be for Suyi. Suyi hadn't suffered any losses, so how angry could he get? Senior Su. We obey. What else could Wei Shinken say? He casually destroyed the treasure bestowed by the founder of the Tangshan sect. Just how powerful was this person? Some had even said Suyi and Hansen were in cahoots. As for that kind of trash like Hansen, he wasn't even worthy to carry Suyi's shoes. Suyi waved his hand, saying, "Withdraw now. If you can't fulfill what I've said, the Lingshu Palace won't have a reason to exist." Suyi could guess why the Tangshan founder had bestowed the sky-piercing sword upon Wei Shinken. It was probably because he needed to break through the Supreme Yuan realm, and he didn't know how long it would take. Suyi couldn't possibly stay on Earth forever. Yet immortal beings kept descending. He wanted Wei Shinken to protect this land. Clearly, Wei Shinken hadn't made good use of the sky-piercing sword, so it might as well be destroyed. It wasn't that great of a thing anyway. As for immortal beings descending, as long as they behaved themselves it was fine, but if they tried to interfere with Suyi's observation of the human race's revitalization, a slap would be the answer. Where would Wei Shinken and the others dare to argue? After his body was freed, Wei Shinken bowed to Suyi before leaving with the others, dejected. They would never dare neglect Suyi's assignment. One who casually destroys a sacred treasure of a sage. If the matter wasn't handled correctly, they didn't know what their fate might be. Suyi's attitude just now, not to mention the Lingshu Palace, didn't even care about the Tangshan founder. When did such a deity appear on Earth? Quan Sangsing tearing books like this does not cause any loss to Suyi. Suyi has also calmed down. It's not like he can destroy the Lingshu Palace directly just because of Huan Sangsing's personal behavior, right? Over the years, Suyi has been trying to integrate himself into the lives of ordinary people. From his current standpoint, it would be a bit extreme to do that. Making the people of Lingshu Palace copy books is a small punishment. Moreover, having them preach is much faster than Suyi teaching the students himself. Suyi no longer pays attention to the people of Lingshu Palace and goes straight back to school. The books printed out by Zhang Jinglin last night were also repaired by Suyi. During class, he handed out a copy to each person. Today, there are still only 4 people in class. Li Youayu naturally wanted to come and listen to Suyi's class. Zi Wenyu and Liao Rumao naturally followed. Teacher Su, the content in this book is so detailed. Is there any evidence to support it? Liao Rumao looked at the book given by Suyi and raised his doubts. Since Suyi's writing is too detailed, it made him somewhat incredulous, especially since it detailed a lot of information on SSS-level exotic beasts. How can this information be verified as true? There is evidence, of course, Suyi said. You just need to remember it. Li Yueyu had no interest in these exotic beast materials, mainly just sitting there, especially, and Suyi actually gave each person a book. Judging from the handwriting, it should have been written by Suyi and then copied. My goodness, even though it's just a copy, such books are not something that just anyone can obtain. Giving them out for free is simply profiting. Liao Ruima and the others did not have the level to appreciate the information in the book, but Li Yueyu, whose strength was already considerable, looking at the words found a unique flavor of the Great Way. Doom. Li Yueyu only felt her cultivation breaking through continuously, growing even further. Li Yueyu lowered her head, absorbed the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth manically. Suyi frowned. He originally wrote these to let the students understand some information about exotic beasts and plants. Who would have thought that Li Yueyu would directly use them for cultivation? Inside the Lingshu Palace, Wei Xingchen and the others were initially wondering about Suyi's background. But when they started copying Suyi's book word by word, they were all stunned. Their realm may not be on par with Li Yueyu, but having reached the stage of transcending into immortals, they naturally felt the mysteries within Suyi's writing. This writing, if you stare at it for 10 years, who knows what realm I could break through to? Wei Xingchen could become the head of Lingshu Palace, indicating he had not a low level of talent and understanding. When he saw the book written by Suyi, it seemed as though he had opened the door to a whole new world. The Way. Is this the true meaning of the Way? Wei Xingchen and the others dared not imagine who Suyi really was. Just merely copying those words was enough to give them enlightenment. It's ridiculous that they had even thought of taking action against Suyi before. In the research base, after thousands of experiments, when Yue finally found a way to use beast blood and savage beast crystal stones to transform the human body. This is somewhat similar to the body refining techniques of the witchcraft school. Director Huan, look, if we convert the power of beast blood and savage beast crystal stones and inject them directly, we can transform the human body. Through the glass wall, when Yue watched the people in the room undergoing the transformation voluntarily and said, he was just an ordinary person before, but after the transformation, his strength is comparable to a B-level esper. These are just the crystal stones and beast blood of B-level exotic beasts. If we find the crystal stones and blood of SSS-level exotic beasts, would we be able to directly create SSS-level powerhouses? When Yue mastered this technology of transforming the human body and was naturally excited. If this could really be achieved, why be afraid of those exotic beasts? Mr. Wen, have you thought about how we can kill SSS-level exotic beasts? Quan Changyu furrowed his brow slightly. But as you said, if this technology can enhance the physical qualities of ordinary people, perhaps it's not bad. In this way, the overall strength of humanity can be greatly improved. Quan Changyu had some understanding of when used technology in transforming the human body. Firstly, the people undergoing the transformation have certain requirements for their physical traits. Not just anyone can withstand the transformation. And is it really so simple to obtain crystal stones of SSS-level exotic beasts? One must kill an SSS-level exotic beast to obtain them. Was Huan Changyu being overly idealistic? Although when Yue was excited, he also knew that there were many limitations to his technology. Currently, it was already good enough to strengthen ordinary people. But after developing this technology, the overall strength of humanity would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. We can completely have powerful cultivators and espers capture exotic beasts, then transform the physical traits of ordinary people. By doing this cyclically, it may not take long for the resurgence of the human race. When Yue was trembling with excitement, saying, and that's Yi. Since he is not transforming into an exotic beast, can we ask him to help capture some exotic beasts? And the information he organized is also very important. What are the characteristics of the exotic beasts? When Yue turned on the computer to start reviewing the exotic beast data collected by Suyi, these exotic beasts also have different attributes, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. By utilizing certain methods from the Taoist tradition, it seems possible to determine a person's attributes. By then letting them absorb the blood and crystal stones of exotic beasts with different attributes, powerful espers can undoubtedly be created. When Yue was making great strides in the path of scientific cultivation, seemingly becoming more and more fanatical, comparable to the former Li Qingyuan, Huan Changyu, watching the almost mad Wen Yue, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There's indeed only a fine line between genius and madness. When Yue is too crazy, He was actually trying to use science to modify the human body and forcibly create espers. However, this did not seem entirely impossible. If Huang Changyu succeeded, he would surely be immortalized. No. With the technology Huang Changyu had developed so far, he could already become a deity. As for Su Yi, I don't know if he will help. Huang Changyu could speculate from various clues that Su Yi was certainly a remarkable figure. This kind of figure has become a teacher at a school, concealing his true strength. It's evident that he's not concerned with the affairs between humans and exotic beasts. It's already good enough that he provided this data. If he rashly went to ask Su Yi for help, who knows what Su Yi's attitude would be. Su Yi's aggressive intervention also let Hansen see the strength of the Lingshu Palace. Looking back, Hansen felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, why does Lingshu Palace have so many transcendent realm cultivators? It's too terrifying. And Wei Xingchen, such a pervert, even has the divine sword bestowed by the sect master. If it weren't for Mr. Su, challenging Wei Xingchen would have been a sure way to end up with nothing left. The first immortal sword. Hansen couldn't help but feel pressured. With his swordsmanship, he had only scratched the surface of Su Yi's sword intent. When it comes to the Polar Immortal sect, they don't have much heritage, at least compared to Lingshu Palace. They are far behind. Lingshu Palace can be considered authentic descendants of the sect master, including the disciples, sect elders, and the ancestors of Lingshu Palace. There are a total of 683 people. After hearing the report from Wei Xingchen, the ancestor of Lingshu Palace wanted to get a copy of the true script left by Su Yi. What kind of treasure did the one who could break the heavenly sword with one finger write? Even if it's a copy, it will be treasured. The three ancestors of Lingshu Palace successively copy Su Yi's handwriting, feeling signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation realms, as if their Dao hearts were ascending. In this situation, the copy left by Su Yi directly became the treasure of the three ancestors, who sat in a rout, copying the words themselves and handing their copies to Wei Xingchen. As long as Lingshu Palace does not perish, the one left by Su Yi will never spread again. With the disciples of Lingshu Palace copying them, more than 50,000 copies of comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts were produced within 3 days, a craze indeed. On the third day, the disciples of Lingshu Palace began to spread the hand-copied comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts everywhere. Lingshu Palace's reputation was widely known. With their spreading, the effect was even deeper in people's hearts than Su Yi's teachings. However, people from Lingshu Palace did not dare to set foot in the base of the Spirit Wood town again. After a fierce analysis, Wei Xingchen realized that Mr. Su was playing games among mortals, and Mr. Su teaching at Spirit Wood town was probably related to this. A great deity teaching here, and they go to spread their teachings to steal the limelight. Are they seeking death? Due to the spreading of Lingshu Palace, support from Lingshu Palace was received all over the country. When Lingshu Palace's disciples spread the teachings, they inevitably fought against nearby exotic beasts. Naturally, they saved many people in the process. For a time, in the hearts of the people of China, Lingshu Palace became a symbol of salvation in times of difficulty. Have you heard? Lingshu Palace has started teaching people the comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts. It seems they also want to save China with all their might. The comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts. What a great name. Only those immortal beings from Lingshu Palace can treat exotic beasts as food. The comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts must have been written by a powerful figure from Lingshu Palace. To have such in-depth knowledge of exotic beasts, how amazing must that person be? Su Yi would most likely face skepticism if teaching the comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts openly, but it was different for Lingshu Palace. As the #1 sect in the world, filled with powerful cultivators, their understanding of exotic beasts seemed natural. Why haven't Lingshu Palace immortals come to our base to spread the teachings? The people in the Spirit Wood town base grew confused. Logically speaking, Lingshu Palace was so close to the Spirit Wood town base, the handsomest suitor would be the first to claim the princess. Shouldn't the experts from Lingshu Palace arrive first to spread the teachings in Spirit Wood town? Perhaps the immortals think we're already under their protection, so they don't need to spread the teachings here. That's entirely possible. I heard there's a teacher at the school teaching all this. Could that teacher be a disciple of Lingshu Palace? It's a good way to impart knowledge in this form. Under various misunderstandings, many people thought Sui was a disciple of Lingshu Palace entrusted with teaching students in the Spirit Wood Town base. When Sui taught his class, the big classroom was filled with people. Not only that, all the disciples of the Polar Immortal sect were standing outside the classroom corridor listening. From having only 4 students in class to being overcrowded, Sui felt a little sense of achievement. After all, teaching would be boring if no one listened, right? As the number of students increased, Sui asked Li Youayu to go to Lingshu Palace to collect the books and copied by the disciples. Wei Xingchen and the others had already regarded Sui's writings as sacred, so they didn't care about the ones copied by the disciples given to Li Youayu. Moreover, Li Youayu came at Sui's command, so Wei Xingchen naturally treated her as an honored guest. Miss Li, here are 50,000 copies. Our disciples are still copying more. How would you like them to be taken away? Wei Xingchen remembered what Sui had said. Each disciple had to copy it 10,000 times, and now even their family ancestors were continuously copying day and night, driving the disciples crazy because they heard the ancestors had breakthroughs from copying the book. Looking at the 50,000 books in front of her, Li Youayu felt like a fool. Send people from your sect to help me carry them. Li Youayu's cultivation was not low, but she didn't have a spatial magic treasure. How could one person carry 50,000 books? Mr. Su. Really, he could have come and taken all of them in one go, but he chose to send her on such a trip. Li Youayu couldn't help but think Sui liked to do such trivial things, but he didn't like running errands, especially fetching things, which was very uninteresting. Can we also go to Spirit Wood Town? Wei Xingchen became excited upon hearing Li Youayu's words. Li Youayu asked, did Mr. Su forbid you from going to Spirit Wood Town? He didn't say that. Wei Xingchen felt uneasy and asked, do you think we can go? As long as Mr. Su didn't say you can't go, then you can. Li Youayu paused, then said thoughtfully, Mr. Su's temperament is quite good. Well, at least most of the time, Mr. Su's temperament is quite good. Then wait a moment. After receiving this information, Wei Xingchen immediately reported it to the seniors in the sect. After seeing the comprehensive cookbook of global exotic beasts, the 3 ancestors couldn't help but wish to attend a lecture by Mr. Su. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Li Youayu sat down in the great hall of Lingshu Palace, just to have the books delivered, right? Couldn't just call a few disciples. In a moment, everyone above the elder level in Lingshu Palace gathered, the 3 white-haired old men each carrying 2 boxes of books, eagerly looking at Li Youayu. Miss Li, let's set off. Li Youayu glanced at this group of people. The strongest group of Lingshu Palace was all here. Li Youayu led a group of people back to the base of the Spirit Wood Town in a grand manner. In the past, Wei Xingchen and the others would have descended upon the Spirit Wood Town like gods, but now, they dared not. No matter what Li Youayu said, they insisted on carrying the books into the city on their shoulders, claiming it was the rule. Up to you. Li Youayu couldn't be bothered with them, and went back to the school. Sui was in the office writing the 2nd volume. When he saw Li Youayu return, he asked, did you bring the books back? I had Wei Xingchen and the others send them over. They are outside the city now, Li Youayu said, shrugging. Sui glanced at her and smiled but didn't say anything. It was just a trivial matter. Teacher Su, they are impressive too, as they directly copied 50,000 copies, Li Youayu enthusiastically told Sui. Women were like this. Even if they told themselves they could give up, they always wanted to say something in front of Sui. Let them keep 20,000 copies and distribute the rest across the country, Sui said. The Spirit Wood Town had only a population of over 60,000, and not everyone would read this book, so 50,000 copies were too many. I think they just came to please you under the pretense of delivering books. Li Youayu laughed. I have nothing to be pleased about, Sui said, indifferently. Tell them not to come looking for me. I don't want to see them either. Although there was some connection between the Lingshu Palace and Tanshan, Sui was not familiar with people like Wei Xingchen and had no need to meet them. Li Youayu felt Sui's mood seemed good and leaned in, asking, Mr. Su, are you planning to help the human race exterminate those savage beasts? This question had been on Li Youayu's mind for a while. As she was not human, she naturally didn't care about the rise and fall of the human race. Most of the time, she just went with the flow. But if Mr. Su wanted to help the human race, she was willing to contribute. The teachers in the office could not hear Sui and Li Youayu's conversation. To them, it was just Li Youayu coming to see Sui, And then they didn't say much, with Suyi busy, and Li Youayu standing beside him. What's the point of exterminating them? Suyi smiled. Survival of the fittest, let the strong prevail. But Mr. Su, you are standing on the side of the human race, Li Youayu teased. You are a bit biased. Suyi nodded. That's not entirely wrong, especially with the Chinese civilization. It's far more interesting than those who are always fighting. I've been living in China for thousands of years, so I have some sentimental attachment to it. Li Youayu asked with some confusion. At your level, shouldn't you be indifferent to everything? Suyi understood her meaning. She was implying that he shouldn't have feelings. Many things indeed don't matter to me, Suyi said calmly. It would be more boring if nothing mattered. One must find things to do to feel alive, just like how some people continuously cultivate and seek self-improvement, experiencing the thrill of leveling up. Do you not cultivate? Li Youayu frowned. Suyi was right. Immortals in the immortal realm continuously cultivated for various reasons: survival, the pleasure of breakthroughs, becoming stronger, seeking revenge, prolonging life, or dominating others. Suyi shook his head. I haven't cultivated in many years. Once, I thought life was meaningless and even wanted to die, but since that was not possible, I found ways to keep myself occupied. A quiet life isn't too bad. Li Youayu found it hard to understand Suyi's mindset. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, So, Mr. Su, you don't want to become stronger and explore worlds beyond Earth? I've heard that apart from the immortal realm, there are many strong beings in other small worlds. Suyi smiled without speaking. Strong beings? How strong were they? Have you been to those places? Li Youayu thought of Su Diandi's master, a saint. Suyi must at least be of a saint's realm, and probably had visited those small worlds. When a saint descended upon a small world, wouldn't it result in indiscriminate slaughter? Suyi didn't answer her. Li Youayu chuckled. You really suffer from loneliness up there. I do. Suyi didn't have many desires. He used to consider resurrecting Yangshao or exploring beyond the sky. But now, with the heavenly laws in chaos and Yangshao resurrected easily, encountering powerful beings in outer realms will only lead to bloodshed. Becoming stronger, wouldn't that be even more boring? Let alone achieving immortality. Being an old man teaching at a school was just fine. Have you found the true heavenly principles? Li Youayu recalled that powerful beings in the immortal realm pursued the heavenly path. Ahem. Suyi cleared his throat and said, I don't seek those elusive things. The so-called rule power was merely a fleeting matter. Moreover, Su Sandian had exiled himself. However, your words have given me an idea. Suyi was quite bored. Pursuing the heavenly rules was out of the question, but with the 13th universe lacking heavenly rules, many places had turned chaotic. Suyi, free and idle, thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish some rules in place of Su Sandian. Teaching during the day and establishing rules at night wouldn't be too boring. Slowly. It had to be done slowly so that Suyi could be occupied for a long time with the rules in the 13th universe. Suyi fell into silence, deciding to start with Earth. Why not have humans and savage beasts communicate in their languages? In the future, negotiations might be possible during confrontations. Yes, that was decided. With a thought, all the savage beasts in the world could understand the local human languages and even speak them, including dialects. Communication barrier-free. At least, if things escalated, harsh words could be exchanged, right? For a moment, the entire human race was baffled. In a corner where humans were engaged in battle, the two-headed shadow Evolve is calling you a moron. I heard him. No need to repeat what you just said. I'm just making sure you heard it clearly. That damn Volve, daring to call me a moron. I won't let him go today, without spilling your guts out. Suyi believes that good language communication can promote the relationship between humans and alien beasts. After all, it's just a territorial dispute, not a life or death situation, right? But what Suyi didn't expect was that due to his actions, some humans discussed attack strategies in front of the alien beasts, causing the creatures to understand them as well. It was blatant plotting right in front of their faces. Could the alien beasts tolerate this? They immediately used recently learned grappling techniques to subdue the humans. Many similar incidents occurred, and in short, Suyi's actions left humans bewildered. I can't believe those alien beasts can actually understand what we were saying. This bird just insulted me by calling me a moron. I can't accept this. It's over. Now these alien beasts are swearing at us. Can't beat them, man can't out-insult them. Where did they learn this from? Sui scanned over the land of China with his divine sense, couldn't help but smile. Quarreling is the best way to connect emotionally. What if in the future, instead of fighting, we could have debates and discussions instead? Wouldn't that be great for world peace? After a comment from Li Youayu, Sui felt that if he just acted as a bystander, it would be quite boring. He decided to take actions to accelerate the peaceful development between humans and alien beasts. The creatures suddenly seemed enlightened, understanding human language as if a new world had opened before them. Especially in the China region, it became a ritual to greet each other's female relatives before a fight, a necessary precursor to a brawl. Without adequate pretense, the subsequent actions couldn't bring extreme satisfaction. Clearly, hurling insults was what gave fights a soul. In this environment, humans actually felt quite well. Even if they were insulted, it didn't feel as oppressive. Sui stayed in his office writing the second volume of his book, leaving humans all over the world utterly baffled. Various pieces of information spread out, and the world fell into a temporary chaos. Humans had gathered into groups, while the alien beasts had occupied the majority of the territory, engaging mostly in battles amongst themselves. Previously, when the alien beasts couldn't communicate, they would fight upon meeting. But now, those in the same region could speak the same language, reducing fights and leading to alliances among different species. For now, Sui didn't want to change this current situation. After Li Youayu left the office, she immediately sensed that things were amiss. Scanning the world outside the base with her divine sense, she was dumbfounded. The beasts had indeed grown stronger, but how did they suddenly all start speaking? One must practice for hundreds of years to achieve human-like intelligence as members of the Yao clan. Learning Chinese, a language transformed from ancient divine speech, was a feat even for powerful beasts. So, it was beyond belief that they now appeared to have mastered dialects. Li Youayu couldn't delve into the matter. Following Sui's instructions, she informed Wei Xingchen and the others that Sui didn't want to see them. Wei Xingchen and his party arrived at the Spiritwood town, warmly welcomed by Huang Changyu. In the eyes of Huang Changyu and others, Wei Xingchen and the elders of the Lingshu Palace had become godlike figures. Comparing S-class ability users to Wei Xingchen and his group, the difference in strength was vast. Headway. These days the powerful individuals of the Lingshu Palace have saved many people, accumulating great merits. Huang Changyu immediately started praising them upon meeting. Huang Changyu's intention was clear: to have Wei Xingchen continue to assist humans. With the formidable fighting force of the Lingshu Palace, their support was invaluable. Wei Xingchen didn't dare to speak carelessly to Sui, but faced with Huang Changyu, he remained arrogant and said, "Eliminating alien beasts is our duty as cultivators, nothing more to say. We've come this time to deliver a book and visit Mr. Su." Wei Xingchen didn't regard Huang Changyu with much importance. He wouldn't have bothered with him if it didn't risk Sui's displeasure. In his eyes, S-class powerhouses like Huang Changyu were mere mortals, easy to defeat. To him, these abilities were merely a joke. After some thought, Huang Changyu realized Wei Xingchen's coldness and said, "You're referring to Mr. Su Yisu, right?" Wei Xingchen raised an eyebrow, squinting at Huang Changyu, asking, "You seem very familiar with Mr. Su." They were in the base's reception hall. Besides Huang Changyu, there were a few officials present. Huang Changyu chuckled. "Of course, I'm quite close with Mr. Su. I welcomed him into the city, and he's currently staying in my old house." "How's that for familiarity?" Wei Xingchen tried to discern if Huang Changyu was lying. Surprisingly, everything Huang Changyu said was true. A smile crept onto Wei Xingchen's icy face as he said, "Old buddy, since you're close with Mr. Su, could you perhaps introduce me? Last time, I acted rudely towards him, and I've been wanting to apologize. I hope you can put in a good word on my behalf for this matter." Wei Xingchen's attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, referring to Huang Changyu as an old friend. The three elders behind Wei Xingchen and the Lingshu Palace elders didn't find this strange. Sui's extraordinary writing and his previous displays of power fully justified Wei Xingchen's change in behavior. "Of course," Huang Changyu said mysteriously, "but China is currently facing dire circumstances. Mr. Su likely wishes for peace to be restored." Wei Xingchen, a master of the Lingshu Palace, felt like he was being treated like a dog when Su Yisu was mentioned. "Oh." Wei Xingchen frowned. thinking that Suyesu's status was beyond the rise and fall of humans. Perhaps Suyesu was a benevolent deity. Did he want to save China? Huan Changyu smirked. Need I say more? Mr. Su wrote the Global Alien Beast Encyclopedia to help humanity in times of crisis. With a solemn tone, Huan Changyu further added, also, Mr. Su is already working as a teacher at our school. Isn't his intention obvious enough? So, headway, if you truly seek to apologize to Mr. Su, it might be better to take some practical actions. Huan Changyu began spinning a tale. If he could manipulate Wei Xingchen and the entire Lingshu Palace to aid them, it would be like catching the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo in a Master Ball. Absolute perfection. Wei Xingchen was talking with Huan Changyu, and Li Youayu suddenly appeared at the base. Miss Li. Wei Xingchen was very respectful in front of Li Youayu, even bowing slightly as he spoke. He could sense that Miss Li's strength was not weak, especially since she was by Suyi's side. There might be a special relationship between them. Is it possible for Wei Xingchen to offend such a person? Mr. Su said that you don't need to go find him, he won't see you. Li Youayu said. Also, leave behind 30,000 volumes of books, and the rest will be sent to various parts of the country by your Lingshu Palace. Li Youayu came to convey Su Yi's intentions, showing no reverence for Lingshu Palace. Those three senior ancestors of Lingshu Palace were just so-so in strength. Li Youayu didn't care. Wei Xingchen took a half-step back, clasped his hands, and said with a lowered head, Lingshu Palace disciples will remember Mr. Su's decree. Li Youayu conveyed Su Yi's intentions and was about to leave when she heard Wei Xingchen ask, does Mr. Su want our Lingshu Palace to come out and save the world? Huh. Li Youayu sneered. Mr. Su's thoughts are not something you can easily speculate on. What does your Lingshu Palace want to do? Do you think Mr. Su cares? Li Youayu could probably guess that those strange beasts that can speak human language are related to Su Yi. With such great power, if he really wanted to save the world, his own strength would be sufficient. What is Lingshu Palace? Yes, yes. Wei Xingchen didn't dare to retort. He smiled then sweated profusely. Ever since he witnessed Su Yi's methods, he understood that Su Yi was definitely an ancient great deity. Calling a saint little Skywalker. Most people dare not casually say such things. If a saint hears it, there will be consequences. But Su Yi dared to do so, and he even casually broke the divine artifact bestowed by the saint. Can anyone question Su Yi's strength? Li Youayu may appear to be a child in size, but she was once a dominant figure in the immortal realm, considered 3 lifetimes as a person. Apart from facing Su Yi, she was very aloof towards others. Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Xingchen, Li Youayu left the base. The meaning in her eyes was left for Wei Xingchen and the others to interpret on their own. After Li Youayu left, Wei Xingchen still didn't dare breathe easily. He was still fearful after what Li Youayu said. How could he dare to try to speculate on Su Yi's thoughts? Some gods detest being scrutinized by others. You can do it, but don't say it out loud. Being too clever can often end in a gruesome death. Huan Changyu secretly evaluated Wei crossing Chen. Really, he seemed like a dog. Huan buddy, rest assured, I promise what you asked for. I will definitely do it. Wei Xingchen said, everyone in Lingshu Palace will do their utmost to save the world. He didn't dare to ask about the relationship between Huan Changyu and Su Yi anymore. Nor did he dare to probe Su Yi's intentions further. Just do what needs to be done. Somewhat nervous in his heart, in any case, letting the disciples of Lingshu Palace come down to save the world was definitely not wrong. Although Huan Changyu felt that Wei Xingchen's behavior just now was very much like a dog, the disciples of Lingshu Palace being willing to come down to save the world was undoubtedly a good thing. Marshal Uncle Wei cares for the world. Huan Changyu thanks you. Huan Changyu also imitated Wei Xingchen's actions just now, clasping his hands and giving a big salute to Wei Xingchen. One of the senior ancestors of Lingshu Palace said loudly, rescuing the common people from desperate situations is the duty of us cultivators. There is no need for thanks, Xingchen. Not to criticize you, we have been in seclusion for many years, but you have closed the mountain gate. It really doesn't make sense. Being reprimanded by that senior ancestor, Wei Xingchen also lowered his head and said, Xingchen has learned. In the end, Wei Xingchen and the others still did not see Su Yi. Su Yi had found something important now. In an instant, he changed the whole world. Why not cultivate a few more strong people among the human race? Of course, this time he was not prepared to take in disciples. As a teacher, teaching a few disciples wasn't unreasonable, right? Over the years, Suyi had rarely taken in disciples. Yishakusuan was obviously taken in for fun when he was bored, and she unexpectedly turned into his wife, which was quite unexpected. Ziwenyu, do you want to learn Taoist techniques? Suyi decided to teach him some simple Taoist techniques. Daddle skills. Suyi wasn't too keen on teaching. There was no gradation in teaching them, and he belonged to the kind who could kill with a single punch. Did he have to teach Ziwenyu martial arts? In swordsmanship, Sudayan had done well learning it. For Ziwenyu, it was okay to learn some Taoist techniques. Ziwenyu hadn't learned any skills from Wan Hanking, he had been tortured instead. When he heard that Suyi wanted to teach him Taoist techniques, he immediately wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Suyi. Suyi looked at him. Ziwenyu couldn't kneel down at all. I didn't plan to take you as my disciple. Just idle teaching you some self-defense skills. Call me Teacher Su. Teacher and student, also considered master and disciple, but not the kind of inherited master-disciple relationship. Ziwenyu continued to gaze timidly. Suyi, not knowing what self-defense skills Su teacher wanted to teach him. Suyi thought for a moment, grabbed Ziwenyu, and the next moment they appeared in the Kunlun Mountains. There are too many people in the city. It's not good for teaching. Let's stay here. Ziwenyu looked around bewildered. What's going on? He hadn't even blinked. How did they change places? Also, there was a huge python in front of them. Was this place a little too dangerous? Seeing Suyi and Ziwenyu, the huge python spit out its tongue and said, "Where did these two-legged beasts come from? Looks like they know this lore hasn't eaten enough. Deliberately sent here for an extra meal." Ziwenyu was trembling with fear. He couldn't believe it. This snake could talk. Suyi looked at the giant python and chuckled. Didn't expect to find such good things in a random place. Ziwenyu turned to look at Suyi. Was Teacher Su being scared silly? That python over there doesn't look very good to mess with. Its head is bigger than Suyi's whole body. If it bites down, it's over. Suyi didn't release his breath, and the python was completely unaware of the unprecedented danger it was in. It actually came crawling slowly towards Suyi, saying, "Such cute two-legged beasties. Don't be afraid. This lord will eat you up one by one. You won't feel any pain." With that, the giant python suddenly pounced towards Suyi, its mouth wide open. Suyi reached out and grabbed the python's fangs, his foot on the python's chin, and said to Ziwenyu, "Don't be afraid. Watch this little snake here. I taught you earlier. This is called a five-flower python. Just hearing the name shows it's quite delicious. Five flower." Ziwenyu was already trembling with fear. When had he encountered such a situation? Suyi had indeed mentioned it during the lesson. The five-flower python, with highly toxic fangs, as a juvenile, is about 10 meters long, while an adult five-flower python can reach 100 meters in size, with the strength of 10,000 catties. The flesh is delicious, can be made into snake soup, barbecue, or stir-fried with ginger and garlic. Yes, although its name is five-flower, it's much tastier than five-flower meat. Suyi smiled. Ziwenyu's mouth twitched. What's with the talk about five-flower meat now? The five-colored python can now understand what Suyi is saying. Five-colored pork. How can this damn bipedal beast associated with five-colored pork? After all, it is a tyrant in the Kunlun Mountains, with a huge body and venomous fangs that allow it to defeat most of the alien beasts. In the entire Kunlun Mountains, there are very few alien beasts that can suppress it, let alone these weak bipedal beasts. Weak. The five-colored python tried to bite down hard but found that the bipedal creature had immense strength on its mouth, and it could withstand tremendous pressure. No matter how hard the python tried, the other party remained unmoved. Don't spray poison. Suyi said a word, completely blocking the five-colored python's venom gland, rendering it unable to release poison, as if it were encased in something as hard as steel. A feeling that was simply maddening. The five-colored python had realized that something was amiss. The bipedal beast in front of it was not normal. If it were a regular bipedal creature, its bite would surely turn into a bloody mess. It still had confidence in its own strength. But this one in front of it ... just a single word prevented it from spraying venom. Was this a bit too intimidating? Suyi completely disregarded the feelings of the five-colored python and said to the person next to him, Ziwenyu, I will now teach you the technique of controlling fire. With that, he let go of his hand, but the five-colored python found that it could no longer bite down. Step back a bit. Put your tail in front. Suyi felt that meeting was fate, and this five-colored python clearly had some connection with him, so inviting it for some meat was not too much. The five-colored python didn't know what was happening to itself. Was it enchanted? Following the command of the bipedal creature in front of it, it took a few steps back and then placed its tail in front. Ziwenyu was somewhat puzzled by the situation in front of him. What had happened to this big snake? Why was it following Su Teacher's words? Could it be that the giant python was a pet of Su Teacher? The five-colored python slithered 3 meters away from Su Yi and placed its tail in front, somewhat nervously asking, "What do you want to do to me?" As a dominant figure, it now looked like a helpless girl cornered by many big men in a corner. Looking pitifully at Su Yi, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "I don't want to do anything to you. My newly recruited student wants to practice skills with you." Practice skills? The five-colored python looked puzzled, clearly not understanding Su Yi's intentions. "I'll teach you the simplest fire spirit Taoist method, the fire separation technique." Su Yi thought for a moment and said to Ziwenyu, "Follow me and learn the hand seal first." Su Yi spoke, slowly forming a hand seal. Ziwenyu started to learn along. However, just as Su Yi completed the hand seal, a blood-red flame gathering madly in the sky for thousands of meters, enveloping the whole earth, causing glaciers to melt. Aliens all over the world began to restlessly stir, their instincts telling them that death was approaching. Humans felt panicked. Numerous people shivered as they looked up at the sky. What's happening? Have some disaster struck again, or has another evil god arrived? It seems like the end of the world. It's over. Everything is over. Everyone felt uneasy. Even many children were scared to tears, and some chose to rush into the door of evolution at this time. The door of evolution might be a way out, as the flames in the sky were too terrifying. So he also noticed the commotion in the sky. He had never used spells in such a formal manner before. Now, if he failed in casting a spell, he could possibly destroy the entire earth. It seemed that he shouldn't casually cast spells in the future. He blew a breath towards the sky, making the terrifying flames disperse. Then he said to Ziwenyu, "Next, feel the surrounding power transformation. Convert the surrounding spiritual energy into flames, and then aim at the tail of this snake and shout fire separation." Susen has now left the 13th universe, but the laws established in the 13th universe remained unchanged. What Su Yi taught Ziwenyu was just a slight change in the laws, and to him, it was nothing difficult. In formal Taoist methods in the past, beginners often had to recite a long incantation. It was too complicated for Su Yi. Couldn't it be simplified? Ziwenyu, being naturally gifted, after just learning once, a red flame gently landed on the tail of the five-colored python. Tough. The flame landed on the five-colored python's body, only sparking a small fire before extinguishing instantly. The five-colored python, being a fierce beast, found it unrealistic for Ziwenyu, who just casually formed a hand seal, to want to roast snake meat. Teacher Su, Ziwenyu felt he had done very poorly. Even though he accomplished the power conversion that Su Teacher had mentioned, the effect was less than satisfactory. Not bad. Practice more and you'll improve. So you didn't expect Ziwenyu to come out swinging with such a powerful move like fire separation straight away. Ziwenyu clenched his fist, excited to be praised by Su Yi for the first time. "Come again. Don't be afraid of it." Su Yi pointed at the nearby five-colored python. The five-colored python was already close to being paralyzed with fear. Others did not know, but it saw it clearly. The bipedal creature in front of it just formed a hand seal, and the whole world was on the brink of destruction. The intense sense of pressure was so terrifying that the snake couldn't control itself. It was truly frightening. It was lucky that it had considered eating Su Yi just a moment ago. Now, hearing Su Yi's words, it didn't dare to move. Ziwenyu repeatedly used the fire separation technique, and the efficiency of converting spiritual energy around him and the size of the flames increased. However, these attacks still left no marks on the five-colored python, clearly not causing any harm. As the sun set and it was time for dinner, Su Yi waved his hand, and a table, two chairs, utensils, and even cooking tools appeared. "Hungry?" Su Yi glanced at the sweat-soaked Ziwenyu and asked quietly. Ziwenyu nodded carefully. There was no way he couldn't be hungry after practicing fire separation the whole afternoon. Su Yi smiled. "Then sit there. Dinner will be served soon." Ziwenyu sat obediently, not knowing what Teacher Su was up to. Su Yi picked up a knife he had bought at the supermarket and looked at the five-colored python. The five-colored python stared back at Su Yi, feeling as if a big danger sign was engraved on its forehead. The five-flower giant python watched as Suyi held a kitchen knife and slowly walked towards it. It looked just like a farmer holding a sickle preparing to harvest ripe vegetables. The majestic five-flower giant python, the overlord of Kunlun Mountain. How did it become fish meat on the cutting board? Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I'll just cut off a section of your tail, Suyi said, as he walked to the side of the five-flower giant python's tail, gesturing with the knife in his hand and poking around on the python's body to find what he considered the most delicious part. This large python, he and Ziwenyu would definitely not be able to finish eating. Since that was the case, they might as well choose the most delicious part directly. The five-flower giant python looked at the kitchen knife in Suyi's hand, and there was a hint of luck in its heart. With such a weapon, if it were to be cut, it would definitely be unharmed, but the weapon would likely break. Its python skin was impervious to water and fire, and knives couldn't penetrate it. What if Suyi found out after a few cuts that he couldn't cut through it and gave up? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Here, Suyi's finger landed on the tail of the five-flower giant python, choosing a spot. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt at all, and there won't even be blood. This sounded like the language of some scumbag trying to deceive a little girl. The five-flower giant python's eyes widened, staring at Suyi. What Suyi did next was raise the knife and cut off a small portion of the python's tail. No blood flowed out. The wound was smooth, and it instantly scarred over. The five-flower giant python stared in disbelief, unable to believe it was real. What about its invincible defense? How could it be so fragile in front of Suyi's kitchen knife? It couldn't understand. In front of someone like Suyi, there was no absolute defense. As for the poor quality of the kitchen knife, even if Suyi held a straw, he could still cut the five-flower giant python. Ziwenyu's eyes sparkled. Teacher Su is amazing. If only he could be as capable as Teacher Su in the future. Suyi cut off a section of the snake tail. In theory, the python's skin was definitely not something an ordinary person could chew, but Suyi first separated the snake's skin. The snake's skin was precious. How could it be wasted? Ziwenyu saw the snake's skin floating in the air, wrapped in a bowl of water for cleaning. Sometimes, the Dao doesn't necessarily have to be used for killing. Many times it can be used in daily life, so he always thought that using spales for cooking was the correct way. For example, this snake's skin, if cooked with ordinary fire, would not bring out the intended flavor. In Ziwenyu's view, as the water ball around the snake's skin disappeared, a layer of faint flame appeared around the snake's skin. The snake's skin began to sizzle, emanating a barbecue aroma. The five-flower giant python shuddered at the smell, knowing that the flame could easily cook it. So he paid no attention to what the python thought. Cook the snake's skin until golden brown, extinguish the sacred fire, then cut it into small pieces, seasoned it with homemade spices, and presented it to Ziwenyu. Try it. Suyi was generally friendly to children, just like most old people like children. Throughout these years, Ziwenyu had been enduring Wang Hanking's abuse. Despite carrying immortal bones, his body was riddled with hidden diseases. If not treated promptly, it would be difficult to recover his foundations. The snake skin roasted by Suyi, containing the power of the Dao, tasted delicious and chewy, and brought warmth to all his limbs. In the apocalyptic world, Ziwenyu had been eating mostly rat meat, and Wang Hanking would even give him uncooked rat meat regularly. Compared to being with Wang Hanking, being with Suyi was like going from hell to heaven. He silently vowed to himself that he must follow Suyi in the future and become as capable as him. Enjoy your meal. This is just the appetizer. Suyi, as a cook, always tasted the dishes after they were made. It was basic. The snake skin had a satisfying chewiness, fresh but not greasy. But the snake meat was undoubtedly even more delicious. The peeled and cleaned snake meat was as translucent as white jade, with delicate patterns resembling flowers. So he cut the snake meat along the patterns, marinated it with various spices to remove the gamey taste, and then sat down. Want some? Suyi took out a jade bottle and placed it in front of Ziwenyu. He had all sorts of things in his sleeves, and the jade bottle contained the elixir from thousands of years ago. This elixir was true jade liquid, not just a mere adjective. It was rumored that a mortal could become when immortal, drinking a drop of it, but in reality, it could only improve the body's constitution, and it was very likely that a mortal would die because their body couldn't absorb it. So you didn't find the jade liquid particularly flavorful drinking. It was no different from drinking alcohol. Ziwenyu, with his immortal bones, had no issues absorbing the jade liquid, and the elixir had been stored by Suyi for thousands of years, becoming more spiritual over time. Ziwenyu looked at the jade bottle and without much thought, he began to gulp it down. After a short while, he felt a soothing sensation throughout his body, as if he were full of strength. Now try the fire separation spell, Suyi. Now satisfied with Ziwenyu's progress, let him unleash his abilities freely. The meat of the 5-flower python has been marinated, and Ziwenyu has already tentatively used the fire separation technique dozens of times. Suyi just occasionally looked in his direction. Originally, he was simply using Dao methods, and there was no danger at all, just an efficiency issue. Ziwenyu completely revealed the attributes of his immortal bone, and the fire separation technique was performed faster and faster. In just a moment, he could continuously use the fire separation technique with just one hand gesture. Ordinary people perform Dao's techniques relying on mental power. Daoists cultivate their mental power through meditation. Some powerful magicians may look frail, but their mental power is strong. They can sit there and continuously wield countless techniques, breaking through 10,000 soldiers and calming 1,000 mountains. Although Ziwenyu carries an immortal bone, he has not undergone systematic cultivation and has only become strong by relying on the enhancement of his physical constitution with elixirs. His mental power is not considered too strong. Continuously using the fire separation technique, Ziwenyu's face has become somewhat pale, but Suyi did not call for a stop. Ziwenyu was on the verge of exhaustion, but Suyi did not want to stop. Even if he felt like his head was about to split open, he continued to release the fire separation technique over and over again. Suyi did not find this strange. For cultivators, if they cannot even endure this much, how are they different from those online writers who go missing for 3 to 5 days? The snake meat was marinated, so Suyi started stir-frying it with ginger and garlic. Most people would consider making snake soup, but Suyi believed that stir-frying would be better for the 5-flower python meat. The snake meat is very tender, so with the right timing and a thin layer of sauce, stir-frying it for 15 seconds is enough. Pouring the prepared sauce over it, a delicious stir-fried snake meat dish is ready. Ziwenyu, you can come and eat now. Suyi beckoned to Ziwenyu, who was already exhausted. If he didn't replenish his energy soon, he might faint right there. Ziwenyu smelled the fragrance and heard Suyi's words, stopped using his techniques, staggered a bit in place, almost falling over. Suyi was already seated, and if Ziwenyu fainted, he would have to eat alone, which would be quite good. Ziwenyu's vision darkened, and he propped himself up with one hand, gritting his teeth. Slowly, his mind cleared, and a rush of blood surged to his head, achieving his first breakthrough in mental power. I didn't faint, Suyi grinned. If you're okay, come and eat. Ziwenyu's brain was filled with warmth at this moment, and he sat excitedly across from Suyi, looking at him somewhat coldly, and whispered, "Thank you, Teacher Su." Suyi smiled and said, "Bo, speak up louder in the future, or you'll sound like a coward." "Okay." Ziwenyu nodded heavily and showed more determination in his eyes. "Let's eat." Suyi didn't waste any time and started eating. Ziwenyu's previous experiences had made him feel somewhat inferior, but in Suyi's eyes, it was not a big deal. Restoring confidence is the start of a new life. Ziwenyu could be considered to have restarted his life. Among the human experts, all had entered the door of evolution. From the beginning, they were just planning to find Su Dian and Wangzhu, but then they discovered the mysterious tower and the treasures inside. Who wouldn't want them? The arrival of Jizang and Lin Yao undoubtedly brought new assistance to Su Dian and Wangzhu. With their help, they quickly cleared the tower that would have taken at least half a month and obtained all the treasures inside. Not bad. Suyi sensed that Su Dian and the others had cleared the tower, so he sent them out of the door of evolution and back to the base in Lingmu town. The treasures they brought back this time were quite abundant. The base in Lingmu town was welcoming an unprecedented occasion. Even though Jizan also went to the door of evolution, most of the items in the tower were stored with Su Dian. Suyi Jij, when did you come out? Su Dian had already guessed that Suyi was very powerful, but she thought Suyi would wait for her outside. After coming out of the tower, she didn't see Suyi. She performed so well, but Suyi Jij didn't praise her. Suyi rubbed her head and said, "You guys didn't come out, so I came back first." Su Dian was as happy as a dog being rubbed on the head. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Suyi and said, "I brought everything out." "Oh, good job. How do you plan to deal with those things?" Suyi thought the items placed in the tower were indeed precious to most people, but to him, They were just like that. Even if Su Dian liked them, taking them for personal use was not a big deal. He was a person who protected his people. Even if Su Dian's actions were wrong, he would still support her. Of course, I will give them to Mayor Huan. He will definitely praise me. Su Dian was beloved and lacked nothing in terms of techniques, magical artifacts, and treasures. Although the items in the tower were rare, she was a child with many interests and wouldn't take a pile of manuals and formations just to study. She was having a hard time keeping up with what her two masters taught her, so how could she possibly study so many secret manuals voluntarily? As for the weapons above, she didn't like them at all. Perhaps the only thing she liked was the pile of red fruits. With so many secret manuals, don't you plan to pick a couple to take back and study? Su Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Dian. What was she thinking of? He couldn't understand. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Dian pouted at Su Yi, stuffed a fiery red ju fruit into her mouth. She said she would give everything to Huang Changyu, but before giving it to him, could she eat a few fruit first? Su Yi didn't expect or require Su Dian to learn more. She was just a child who learned some skills on the side from the head of the Tanshan sect. Anything more than that was unnecessary. Su Yi didn't plan on asking Su Dian to save the world. At this point, Su Dian would even get scared of blood. Saving the world? Forget about it. Wang Zhu stood by and heard Su Yi's words. He understood even more clearly that Su Yi was incredibly powerful. By now, he had already confirmed it. Once they entered the door of evolution, did they have the freedom to leave whenever they wanted? Even for experts in the ascension stage, once they entered the door of evolution, they couldn't enter and exit freely. Su Yi came out early. What did that mean? Su Yi, you've made me suffer so much. Wang Zhu couldn't hold back and finally said it. I didn't lie to you. Su Yi never really lied to Wang Zhu. He even told Wang Zhu many times that he was very powerful. But Wang Zhu didn't believe it. Whose fault was that? What realm are you in exactly? Wang Zhu had already realized that Su Yi was very strong, but just how strong he was, even now he had no idea. Definitely more than the ascension stage. I don't really have a realm, Su Yi said. I can only say, I don't like using violence much. It's boring. Wang Zhu finally asked. Of course he couldn't just leave it at that, always needed to find someone for reference. After hesitating for a bit, he continued. So who's more powerful, you or Su Dian's master? Su Yi didn't even need to think and said, if we're talking about combat power, I'm slightly stronger, Alright. Wang Zhu now understood roughly what realm Su Yi was in. Dividing realms in cultivation, isn't it just about separating the strong from the weak? How powerful Su Dian's master was, there wasn't even a need to say. Su Yi was a bit stronger than Su Dian's master. That's essentially the realm of a saint. And a very powerful kind of saint. So then ... Wang Zhu furrowed his brows slowly and said, you should be able to directly deal with the current crisis, right? The strength of a saint, Wang Zhu could somewhat guess. Logically speaking, once you were powerful enough, you could solve the problem of the alien beasts single-handedly. Su Yi shook his head and laughed. Those alien beasts are just trying to survive. From their perspective, what they're doing isn't wrong. Asking me to eliminate them doesn't make sense. In a world of crows, even a swan has faults. Could it be because of some restrictions? Wang Zhu obviously didn't understand Su Yi's meaning. In his view, since Su Yi had chosen to stand with them, why not just directly deal with those alien beasts? But Su Yi didn't go that route. Could it be because there were reasons preventing him from acting? Well, in many novels and movies, there are restrictions on strong individuals too. For example, rules of power, heavenly laws, preventing the strong from interfering directly in the affairs of ordinary people. There aren't any restrictions, I just don't want to. So he had no intention of concealing or explaining anything, he just simply didn't want to. In the world as it is now, there really aren't any restrictions for him. Why don't you want to? Wang Zhu was still somewhat puzzled. If he were Su Yi, he would surely eliminate all the alien beasts directly, bringing peace to the human world. Why do you care? Su Yi directly decided to end this topic. Enough is enough, right? Chatting further would lead nowhere. Why not? Get lost. Su Yi turned and left, not bothering to talk further with Wang Zhu. Su Dian skipped along after Su Yi. Wang Zhu is a bit dense. Su Yi, big brother, don't be angry. I'm not angry. How could Su Yi be angry? Just encountering a stubborn guy. Huan Changyu also held a celebration meeting. With the top strong individuals on the human ranking list present, the meeting room was filled with some of the most elite human combat power. "Thank you all for your hard work," Quan Changyu said. "This time, being able to bring out these treasures from the evolution gate was all thanks to everyone's concerted effort." Ji Zhang didn't dare to take credit. Lin Yun remained silent. The other strong individuals, Tang Yu, ranked third, saw Suyi also present in the meeting room and averted his gaze, not daring to speak. Initially, these people came to Lingmu town not for the things in the evolution gate, but to kill Suyi. The news of Tang Yu's failed assassination of Suyi somehow got out. Who would dare to act after that? And upon finding Wang Zhu and Su Dian unharmed, what was even more terrifying was how Su Dian trailed behind Suyi like a little follower. Was Suyi really that simple? And then there was Li Youai. This woman wasn't on the human ranking list, but in recent years, there were also people she had taught harsh lessons to. Had they not seen how meekly Youai acted in front of Suyi? These resources brought back from the evolution gate, I think we should distribute them properly to maximize their use. If anyone has any suggestions, feel free to speak up. They brought back many things this time: fairy fruits, powerful divine weapons, mysterious cultivation techniques, exquisite formation secret books, and even some technology beyond this era. There were also resources for cultivation, elixirs, spiritual stones, refining materials. Such a wealth of resources, it was akin to a windfall. Su Dian was generous as well. Aside from consuming the qi and juo fruit before handing it over, everything they obtained in the high tower was turned over to Huan Changyu. Seeing that room filled with treasures, Huan Changyu was ecstatic. However, how to distribute these resources to maximize their benefits posed a challenge. Lingmu town's base couldn't just hoard all these things in the storeroom. One solution was to transfer everything to the imperial capital and let the higher-ups handle the distribution. But before that, if a better way of distribution could be found, because Suyi was here. Huan Changyu called this meeting also with the intention of seeking Suyi's opinion. Suyi sat there looking at his phone. With the apocalypse underway, novel websites stopped operating, authors stopped writing, he was just reading old novels. Entertainment for humans had decreased, everyone needed to struggle to survive. Where was the time for entertainment? But for Suyi, none of this mattered. He didn't worry about survival. Reading novels or nothing was happening was fine. As for how to handle these things, it was none of his concern. Quan Changyu's gaze kept flickering towards Suyi, but Suyi remained still. Lin Yun spoke up at this point. "Mayor Huan, I have something to say. Not sure if it's the right time." "Miss Lin, please go ahead." Huan Changyu had heard of Lin Yun. This woman had served as the executive president of the Tang Group. Her methods were exceptional. When she joined under the Witch Emperor Dizhang, she was immersed in boiling medicinal water publicly, her skin opening up and bursting. Who knows how much she had endured to reach her current cultivation level. Lin Yun's words were definitely worth hearing. "Mayor Huan, do you want major cultivation sects to come out and resist the alien beasts?" Lin Yun said. "The things taken out of the evolution gate are truly treasures for any cultivation sect. Mayor Huang can announce it to the world that any sect that contributes can come pick a treasure. The techniques and formations may not be learnable by everyone. These things are unique to each person." Ling Yun continued, "These items must be placed in the hands of those suited for them to extract their maximum value. Why not store these treasures at the Lingmu town base and let cultivators and ability users worldwide exchange them for contribution points?" Lin Yun suggested. For instance, killing an S-rank alien beast or rescuing many civilians can be exchanged for contribution points. Reaching a certain amount of points allows selection of the treasures at the base. In chaotic times, many cultivators and ability users choose to act in their own interest. Not everyone desires the revival of the nation. Without ample benefits, it's impossible to motivate people. The treasures of Lingmu town could truly inspire cultivators and ability users worldwide. This is a great idea. Quan Changyu, upon hearing Lin Yun's suggestion, suddenly felt enlightened. Traditional cultivators generally look down on ability users. In their eyes, ability users are merely humans with genetic mutations to have gained unique power suddenly, but with limited potential. They are nothing like cultivators who can pursue supreme power and seek longer lifespans. Therefore, many cultivators do not regard ability users highly and mostly focus on defending against the monstrous beasts individually. Because in the eyes of cultivators, the appearance of monstrous beasts is not just a crisis, but also an opportunity. The others present had no objections either, and Huang Changyu would occasionally glance at Su Yi. Lin Yun continued, "Of course, if we really want to maximize the benefits of these things, we need to divide it into many steps." Huang Changyu, being the mayor of Spiritwood Town, had his own means and strategies. Following Lin Yun's plan should already be able to motivate the cultivators. Just like how current ability users work to earn crystal stones from hunting beasts, only with sufficient benefits can human civilization operate more smoothly. Huang Changyu had been pondering how to maximize the benefits of these treasures obtained from the Gate of Evolution. One idea he had was to reproduce cultivation techniques and formations, circulating them throughout the land to give everyone a chance to learn. However, there were many issues to resolve. Who would teach these things? Who could learn them? How weapons should be distributed? It was too difficult. Lin Yun, who had been a queen in her past life, had a broad vision. She had also aspired to become a new generation business empress. Huang Changyu found this task daunting, but to Lin Yun, it seemed rather simple. If we only ask the cultivators to kill monstrous beasts as a contribution, it is clearly not enough. Lin Yun smiled lightly and said, "Firstly, we need to categorize all the treasures, just like how monstrous beasts are categorized." At this point, Wang Zhu couldn't help but speak up. If the items brought out are categorized, wouldn't each one be an SSS grade treasure? Why bother with categorization? Having seen those treasures, Wang Zhu knew that every tome, every weapon, even the fruits Su Dianian snacked on, were all treasures of the highest quality. Do they really need to categorize them? Su Yi chuckled, Dan put away his phone slowly. Wang Zhu was right. The items he kept in the tower were all top-notch treasures by today's standards. Lin Yun wasn't surprised. Instead, she smiled and said, "Wouldn't that make things easier?" This remark left Wang Zhu puzzled, and he glared at Lin Yun. "All of them are SSS grade treasures. This way, we can maximize everyone's motivation," Lin Yun said. 20,000 pieces of D-grade beasts crystal stones can be exchanged for one item in the treasury, 10,000 C-grade crystals for one, and so on. 3 S-grade beasts crystal stones can be exchanged for one item, and 1 SSS grade crystal stone can be exchanged for another. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Wang Shu's expression became complicated. Though he considered himself extraordinary in both strength and strategy, recent events had been quite impactful for him. Not to mention Su Yi, even Su Dianian had surpassed him in terms of combat prowess. Lin Yun's performance today also made Wang Zhu feel inadequate. Huang Changyu, upon hearing Lin Yun's words, felt the gates of understanding open. Following Lin Yun's plan would undoubtedly lead powerful cultivators to relentlessly hunt monstrous beasts and fully engage them. In the meeting room, one of the strong individuals voiced his doubt. How can you ensure that those truly powerful experts won't come to loot the base directly? If there are indeed experts who can kill SSS-grade monstrous beasts, wouldn't the best way for them to obtain treasures be to directly raid the base? If they want it, can you refuse? Lin Yun's smile grew brighter, and she subconsciously looked at Su Yi. There's no need to worrying about that. Su Yi did not speak. He might not participate in hunting the beasts, but if someone tried to rob Spiritwood Town, he might have to reason with them. Surely people in this world are rational and won't keep insisting, right? With Lin Yun's statement, many in the room understood her point. Leaving aside the great demon king Su Yi, those present represented some of the top forces of humanity. With the support of Su Dianian and Lin Yun, who had deep roots, what expert would dare cause trouble? Do we really need to worry about that? It's basically a non-issue, Lin Yun said. What I mentioned earlier was just the first step. Killing monstrous beasts is like a challenge. If we truly want these techniques and formations to unleash their full potential, then they should take on disciples. Huang Changyu was stunned. What is a capitalist? This is a capitalist. The powerful individuals who come to select the techniques and formations, of course, they will choose for themselves. This way, they will surely select what suits them best. Lin Yun continued, as for the students they teach, they must be official individuals with clean backgrounds, correct ideologies. Passing on the knowledge generation by generation will truly strengthen us. Teach 10 disciples to a certain level, and you can select another item. If you choose techniques and formations, you need to teach at least 1 disciple, otherwise, you cannot select more. Huang Changyu and the others were amazed by Lin Yun's words. Currently, the most lacking aspect of this era was talent. By following Lin Yun's plan, they could first eliminate the issue of mismatch techniques and formations, motivate cultivators to hunt monstrous beasts, harvest crystal stones, train more talents, and create a positive cycle. Crystal stones from monstrous beasts were invaluable currency now. Through this cycle, the country could amass more crystal stone reserves, thus better mobilizing ability users' enthusiasm. Miss Lin, I truly admire you. Huan Changyu was genuinely impressed and couldn't help but say, I wonder if Miss Lin is interested in working with us at our base. Headhunting. With so many powerful individuals and Lin Yun being a top-notch manager, why wait to recruit her? Ling Yun didn't hesitate and reply, I am indeed interested. During the whole meeting, Suyi did not express any opinions. Lin Yun's suggestions were very good, and after Lin Yun further improved each suggestion, everyone present had no objections. It's not that they are dull, but because the thoughts of cultivators and warriors in this world are profound. They focus more on cultivation and becoming stronger. When it comes to managing people and how to motivate them, they have no ideas at all. Lin Yun is somewhat of an anomaly among cultivators. With the progress of her cultivation, she discovered a mysterious power within her body waiting to be explored, which was a drop of blood that Suyi had secretly given her a long time ago. The Emperor Zhang also noticed the scent of Suyi on Lin Yun's body, so he chose to focus on training her, and the witchcraft he taught her could also activate that drop of blood. Currently, Lin Yun's physical strength ranks at the forefront among humans. She is on the verge of breaking through the Ascension realm and entering the Feather Transformation realm. After the meeting, Huang Changyu immediately reported the meeting content, and within less than an hour, documents were released. All treasures brought out by the Evolution Gateway in Lingmu Town were stored there. Anyone participating in the Evolution Gateway Challenge can choose 3 items from these treasures, without any restrictions. It was announced worldwide that Lingmu Town base acquired 500 top-quality treasures. Strong individuals could exchange them for exotic beast crystal stones. As for the exchange ratio, it was no different from what Lin Yun proposed. 20,000 D-grade crystal stones, 10,000 C-grade crystal stones, 5,000 B-grade crystal stones, 1,000 A-grade crystal stones, 3 S-grade exotic beast crystal stones, 2 SS-grade crystal stones, and 1 SS-grade crystal stone could be exchanged for a treasure in Lingmu Town. This quantity may sound terrifying, but with this policy in place, many major sects of cultivators will form groups to hunt exotic beasts. Hunting S-grade exotic beasts is difficult, but for those of the Nasan Soul realm, killing a grade exotic beast is not a challenging task. The prospect of inheritance will attract more extraordinary individuals and cultivators to join the official system since it will provide opportunities to learn secret books and formations from the strong. After the policy was announced, it seemed that everything was moving in a positive direction. Strong individuals from all over China gathered together. Most of the participants in the Evolution Gateway Challenge this time were among the top 10 in China. Besides them, there were also Wang Zhu, Su Diandian, and Suyi. Suyi laughed at the idea of going in to choose treasures himself. He found it amusing that treasures he had placed there would be retrieved by them and then he would be asked to go in and select 3 items. As for Su Diandian, she probably didn't mind, as she had plenty of treasures on her person. Suyi was well aware that there were treasures inside that were even better quality than the Kingping sword. He had carelessly thrown more than 500 treasures inside. To him, these items were just that, much like how the Kingping sword was to him. What constitutes top-quality treasures? Even the weapons used by the strong in the heavenly battle only included a few decent ones. Currently, the most powerful weapon in the world was the soul-breaking sword wielded by Yishak Suan. I won't go in to choose. Wang Zhu straightforwardly refused. He had accompanied Su Diandian throughout the journey, but unlike her innocent demeanor, he had already pre-selected some items during the challenge. Su Diandian, being young, just wanted to present the treasures to Mayor Huan and receive praise. However, Wang Zhu had pre-selected 15 items, while inside the ring on his finger, various weapons, treasures, and techniques were stored. In blunt terms, everything left inside the Lingmu town base after his selection was for him to choose from. In addition to items from the tower, Wang Zhu also obtained a robot and a black sword. He was the biggest beneficiary of the Evolution Gateway this time. Although he also aimed to rejuvenate China, he believed that the treasures were earned through their blood, which they could choose to keep or not. Having put in so much effort, selecting a dozen items first didn't seem excessive. Only children like Su Diandian, who were extravagant in their wealth, would turn over all their treasures. Quan Changyu probably guessed that Wanzhu had hidden some treasures, but it was normal. He still smiled and said, "Let's go. Pick a few more items. Maybe you overlooked some treasures." Wanzhu glanced at him, the statement unsubtle and clearly implying he had already made his selections. Even at this age, he did not understand the art of language. "All right then. Let's pick some more." Wanzhu was also not polite. Due to the urgency of time, some treasures might have been missed, so picking 3 more wouldn't hurt, right? Quan Changyu's statement did not blame or mock Wanzhu. From his perspective, Wanzhu concealing some treasures was indeed reasonable. When Wanzhu was the captain of the inspection team, he was diligent, and his intentions were good. A young man full of enthusiasm. Since the opportunity was there, letting him choose a little more would be beneficial. Once the topic was opened, everyone present was sensible. Hoarding items made no one happy. "Let's go together." Su Yi's interest was piqued. Looking back at his collection from many years, it had a certain aroma. Su Diandian also exclaimed excitedly, "I like that small bowl inside." Su Yi chuckled. "Then why did you hand it over?" "I promised to give everything to Mayor Huang," Su Diandian replied seriously, then gazed at Huang Changyu. It was clear what she wanted. "Quick, praise me." Huang Changyu snapped out of it, plastering a smile. "We are able to retrieve so many treasures, this time thanks to our little friend, Su Diandian. I have already reported this. We will prepare a certificate of merit, a flag, and an honorary certificate for her. Hope you won't feel it's too cheap." Su Diandian giggled, her eyes squinting. "Oh no, a certificate of merit as well." The child was extremely happy. In the eyes of many adults, these rewards might seem trivial, but to Su Diandian, they were recognition and acknowledgement of her actions. Simple-minded children like her care more about the emotional rewards than material ones. Perhaps Su Diandian, who already had numerous treasures, craved praise and recognition from others. "Take me to see that small bowl you mentioned." Su Yi had forgotten what small bowl Su Diandian was referring to. With too many odds and ends, he had casually tossed them inside. A group of people marched towards the base warehouse in high spirits. It was heavily guarded with dozens of modern armored soldiers patrolling nearby. Various high-tech defenses, including ray scanning, ensured that the majority of people with special abilities and cultivators couldn't enter. "Mayor Huan, you seem to lack a powerful defensive formation here." Ji Zhang glanced at the warehouse defenses and suggested, "It would be easy for ascended cultivators to come in and out of this warehouse." Mayor Huan, who was not a cultivator himself, didn't understand much about formations, and he thought the current defenses of the warehouse were sufficient. He sneakily glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi, holding Su Diandian's hand, was standing behind without paying any attention to him. Su Yi was just an ordinary teacher now. How would he know about formations? Ji Zhang laughed. Mayor Huan actually wanted Su Yi to help set up a formation. What is he thinking? "Mayor Huan, if you trust me, Ji Zhang, I can help set up a formation." Ji Zhang didn't think Su Yi would help. Mr. Su wouldn't bother with such boring tasks. Mayor Huan was overjoyed. "In that case, I'll trouble Master Ji." Pursuing Su Yi might not work, but Ji Zhang taking the initiative to help was even better. Ji Zhang was the head of the Linky sect, the strongest on the human ranking list. If he was willing to help, Mayor Huan had nothing more to say. Su Yi didn't care about their formation, he just followed along. Inside the warehouse were various treasures neatly categorized. Upon entering, they felt the mysterious power. Seems like there's quite a lot here. Su Yi scanned the items in the warehouse. If these items were placed separately on each floor of a tower, it wouldn't seem like much, but stacked together, it felt completely different. Some of the weapons on the ground couldn't be placed on ordinary racks. "This bow seems pretty good." Ji Zhang stopped in front of a large bow lying on the ground. From a distance, the bow looked like an ordinary wooden one, but up close, one could sense an ancient and eerie killing intent emanating from it. Su Yi glanced at the bow. Of course, the bow was good. It was the bow of Ho Yi. It would be good for shooting birds. However, after playing with it a few times, Su Yi found it uninteresting. He realized that what he considered not particularly powerful treasures were devastating weapons on Earth if utilized properly. But fully unleashing the power of these treasures wasn't simple. Just like how Yishiak Suan, wielding the soul-breaking sword, couldn't become invincible or how Su Diandian carrying so many innate spirit treasures couldn't fully tap into their power. Su Diandian was truly adorned with luxurious equipment, including the innate spirit lamp that gathered the original power of saints given by the primordial Tianzun, as well as the ocean-setting bee and the original power waste badge given by the master Tanshan. Driving some primary attack innate spirit treasures wasn't an easy task. If Su Diandian handed the green duck sword to Jizan, and he dared to use it, he would likely perish before harming his enemy. The same applied to the bow of Houyi. Trying to wield it without its recognition would likely lead to instant death for the weak. Realizing this, Su Yi decided to give a general instruction to these divine artifacts. If someone were chosen today, well, they would have to abide by the rules. But Su Yi was too lazy to seal each one individually. There's no point wasting time on such matters. Jizang stretched out his hand towards the bow of Houyi, and the bow emitted a low hum. It seems like the bow has recognized me. Jizang grabbed the bow of Houyi, smiling. I can feel it responding to me. Indeed, it's a good treasure. Su Yi glanced at him sideways. Jizang couldn't understand what the artifact spirit was saying. The low hum from the bow was actually asking Su Yi if he could find another master, as Jizang was too weak. Joking aside, this was a relic used by ancient gods, and after Su Yi had gotten it, he only shot a few big birds before sealing it. Finally appearing again in the world, it wanted to recognize an earthbound immortal as its master. And this earthbound immortal looked incompetent. If Su Yi hadn't warned it, Jizang would dare to touch it, leading to his immediate death and soul's annihilation. Su Yi sympathized with the artifact spirit of the bow of Houyi. It was even more pitiful than the soul-breaking sword falling into Yi Xiaoxuan's hands. Ha ha ha. That's great. Su Yi smirked and didn't look at Jizang, instead asking Su Diandian, about the bowl you mentioned. Su Diandian had already set her sights on a specific direction inside the warehouse. These items were stored one by her, and before Su Yi's warning to these artifact spirits, not anyone could touch them easily. Su Diandian had too much equipment on her. The artifact spirits could communicate with each other, and the green duck sword, sporting a rather arrogant demeanor, told the other artifact spirits, behave, this person is Mr. Su's daughter. All the artifact spirits immediately comply. Even the green duck sword, upon seeing these divine artifacts, felt a bit scared. It was an innate spirit treasure, the personal sword of Master Tanshan. That the treasures Su Yi left in the high tower included killing tools from ancient powerhouses and even items refined by Su Yi himself, each with terrifying origins. Just like how the soul-breaking sword could easily suppress the green duck sword, without Su Yi's presence and the acknowledgement that Su Diandian was Su Yi's daughter, the other artifact spirits wouldn't have regarded the sword seriously. Su pointed to a location deep inside the warehouse, saying, that small bowl is placed in there. She grabbed Su Yi's hand and ran forward, like a little girl pulling her father to buy candy. Following Su Diandian's lead, Su Yi arrived in front of a small bowl. It was then that he remembered. It was a bowl he had used to eat. How many years had passed? It seemed like it was back when Hanzhan was still there, and the world was inhabited by various fierce and powerful beings. Su Yi casually made this bowl, which had contained the flesh of many ancient beasts. Su Yi was particularly bored back then. In his free time, he carved the heads of slain ancient beasts on the bowl. He even used his powers to shrink the images afterward. So, there were over 500 heads of ancient beasts on the bowl. Later, after countless years, it contained profound Tao principles. Those densely packed heads of beasts, seen from afar, actually looked pretty good. After all, Su Yi's carving skills were decent. Although some ancient beasts looked ugly, Su Yi typically chose the more attractive ones to carve. For instance, wasn't the Emperor Zhang saved because he was ugly? Su Diandian unexpectedly took a liking to this bowl, and Su Yi, looking at the bowl, fell into contemplation. From a certain perspective, powerful treasures often have impressive names. For example, the Transforming Heaven Bowl, Heaven and Earth Creation Bowl, and Desolate Heaven Bowl. These are some of the modeled treasures that Su Yi has seen. The Transforming Heaven Bowl is a divine tool that can refine all living beings. The Heaven and Earth Creation Bowl is a spiritual treasure that can enhance cultivation power. And the Desolate Heaven Bowl is a treasure refined by a former immortal emperor named Desolate Heaven Emperor, said to have the power to suppress a small world. Su Yi's bowl, however, does not have a name, because in Su Yi's hands, this bowl is not meant to be used as a weapon. Well, it's possible to drink from the bowl and accidentally break it. Using it as a weapon seems strange to Suyi, but this particular bowl, due to Suyi's long-term use of it even longer than the soul-severing sword, appears to have some effectiveness. After all, the soul-severing sword is just a tool for slaughtering beasts. Suyi enjoys good food, and a tool for cutting food, and an eating utensil would naturally be used more for eating. This bowl should have some effects. Suyi himself is unsure what else this bowl can do besides being used for eating. Just based on years of experience, this bowl in front of him should be more powerful than the other bowl-shaped treasures he has seen before. A story of experience. Anything that Suyi has used for a long time seems to be stronger than even innate spirit treasures. This bowl, Suyi can't even think of any special effects it might have. After all, this bowl was just a utensil for holding food in his hands, and he didn't see anything special about it. Eventually, after switching to a different utensil for eating, the bowl was no longer needed. This bowl is not bad, very insightful. Although Suyi is not sure exactly what is special about this bowl, he is very clear that the drones he casually made seem to create their own space. The bowl is engraved with the heads of more than 500 fierce beasts, and Suyi can hardly imagine what effects this bowl could have in Su Dian's hands. Spirit of the vessel, come out. Suyi didn't want to guess anymore, and with a thought, he called out the spirit of this small bowl. The spirit of the small bowl appears as a white mist, without any substantial form. Su Dian also sees this white mist, blinking curiously as she looks at it. What abilities do you have? Tell her yourself. Suyi is also curious, trying to figure out what is so special about this small bowl he has always used. The people around didn't hear Suyi's words, but the spirit appeared, making everyone see it. Young master, hello, I am the spirit of this bowl. I currently don't have a name. You can give me a name so you can address me. The spirit's voice is gentle and respectful towards Su Dian. The others in the storage room all turned to look here. The appearance of the spirit made everyone curious about what kind of treasure Su Dian had chosen. Wang Zhu frowned as he looked at the blurry spirit of the bowl, having seen the spirit of the green ping sword, which clearly had a substantial human form. Compared to this spirit, the green ping sword should be stronger. The spirit of the small bowl doesn't even have a human form, looking quite weak from the start. Giving a name? Su Dian's favorite thing is giving names. Then you shall be called Zhua from now on. Su Dian was very excited. The voice of the spirit of this small bowl sounded very cute. Zhua really likes the name the young master has given. The tone of the spirit of the small bowl also carried a touch of liveliness and joy. Unlike the spirit of the Yi God Bao, Zhua felt honored to be chosen by Su Dian. It wasn't as arrogant as the spirit of the soul-severing sword. As in Suyi's hands, it was just an ordinary bowl, not a supreme weapon for killing like the soul-severing sword. Young master, Zhua can be used for eating. I know. I use you for eating. Su Dian chose this bowl with no intention of using it as a weapon, as a bowl is just for eating, right? Zhua likes the young master. Zhua didn't mention any special abilities it had to Su Dian. Just then, the spirit of the green ping sword slowly emerged, bowing towards Suyi and saying, "Greetings, Mr. Su. May I choose a treasure for my master?" Suyi raised an eyebrow. Did the spirit of the green ping sword really think highly of itself? He calmly said, "You may share your opinion." Only then did the green ping sword turn to Su Dian and say, "Master, you are still young, unable to discern real treasures. I feel I can guide you. Aren't we allowed to choose 3 treasures? Let's not waste the opportunity. Anyway, this bowl is not worth it." The spirit of the green ping sword laughed. "A small broken bowl dreams of acknowledging my master. What a joke. There are many treasures here, like that bell in the man's hand. The soul-devouring bell once wielded by the demonic king of the void can devour the souls of immortals and lower-level transcendents with a shake. With your god's lamp, master, you can fully utilize this soul-devouring bell. Of course, this soul-devouring bell is still inferior to my sword." Upon hearing this, Zhua, the spirit of the small bowl, immediately showed displeasure in the white mist, emitting a terrifying aura directed solely at the spirit of the green ping sword. The spirit of the green ping sword suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, completely stunned. This pressure was even greater than what the soul-severing sword had brought to it in the past. "Little sword spirit, what are you saying?" Zhua's temper was not as volatile as the soul-severing sword, but the fact that Su Dian did not want it and looked down on it. How could a worthless sword spirit be so arrogant? The body of the green-pink sword trembled uncontrollably, and the spirit felt surrounded by the fierce souls of ancient beasts. The sword was about to disintegrate, and the spirit was about to dissipate. The spirit of the green-pink sword fully realized how reckless it had been in that moment. How could it have known that this seemingly ordinary small bowl was actually so terrifying? There are different categories of treasures, and usually, the more a weapon is focused on, the stronger the spirit will be. For example, the spirit of the Yi God Dao is very powerful, since it is impossible for normal people to craft a bowl carefully as a divine tool, or to spend too much energy nurturing it. The green-pink sword initially thought that the bowl was just like that. How could it know that among all the treasures in the storage room, this bowl was the true treasure? The images of the heads of over 500 ancient fierce beasts were carved personally by Su Yi. And which of those deceased ancient beasts is not extremely powerful? Some can even go toe-to-toe with the ancient Taoist Hanjun, with these beast souls all imprisoned within the images on the bowl, further enhanced by the supreme Tao power contained in the thousands of years Su Yi spent using it, not to mention that even the recently recast Soul Cutter sword could not compare with this small bowl. Sword Master, Sir Su, help! Kingping sword spirit was horrifying. How could it have imagined that this seemingly harmless bowl would turn out to be so twisted? Su Yi didn't even spare a glance at the frightened Kingping sword spirit, and only he and Su Dian could hear what it said. Anyway, he had no intention of saving Kingping sword. Who could blame him for courting death? Su Dian was also taken aback when she heard Kingping sword spirit's cries for help. The sword spirit always boasted in front of her about how powerful it was, claiming to be unmatched in the world and invincible. The so-called holy proof of the divine weapon, the second best divine sword in the world. It boasted a lot, so why was it now asking for help? Su Dian looked at the white mist formed by Little Flower, then at the sword spirit, and said to the mist, "Little Flower, don't bully it." Little Flower somewhat aggrievedly replied, "Young master, I didn't bully it, it spoke ill of me first." Despite feeling wronged, Little Flower still restrained its aura. Kingping sword, as if granted amnesty, quickly apologized to Little Flower. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." After that, it fled back into Kingping sword as if escaping. It was completely panicking now. The things in this storage room were by no means simple. Who knows if there are even more twisted things than this bowl? Besides the soul-severing sword, it considered itself the most powerful divine weapon. It even looked down on the four swords of the exterminating immortals. In its view, the reason those four swords were powerful was that they could form a sword array. Their strength came from the formation, not the individual swords. Yet in this place, there were too many formidable things, especially this bowl. It made Kingping sword feel fear. Now, Kingping sword could only choose to remain silent. "Little Flower, are you powerful?" Su Dian may be a bit clueless, but she wasn't stupid. Judging from Kingping sword's behavior, she knew that the little bowl she found was impressive, at least more powerful than the self-proclaimed second-best divine weapon. A voice came from the white mist, "Young master, I'm just a bowl. How can I be powerful?" "Oh." Su Dian pouted and asked, "Then why is little Ching so afraid of you?" "It's just because it's too weak." This bowl had never been in battle in Su Yi's hands. He didn't know how to use it in combat, and it didn't know either. In its self-awareness, it was just an ordinary bowl, meant for eating. As for Kingping sword or Hao Yi Divine Ma and every other artifact here, their artifact spirits were too weak. Little Flower didn't think of itself as powerful, it was just that these items were too weak. They were so weak that just a slight release of aura from it could suppress all the artifact spirits here. Su Yi thought this artifact spirit would boast like the soul-severing sword, but it turned out to speak like this. Su Yi hadn't really considered it before. He just felt that most of the things he used were treasures. He hadn't thought that this bowl had reached this level of strength. Su Dian picked up the bowl and looked closely at the carvings on it. Previously, Su Dian had carefully examined this small bowl and found it beautiful, so she was very intrigued by it. "It's all food." Little Flower didn't think the ferocious beasts depicted on it were powerful. They were all just food. Even the tyrannical beasts like the Crimson Flame Gold Lion, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, Octo-Flame Fire Serpent, Nine-Winged Sky Dragon. In the bowl's awareness, they were all just simple food. Su Yi, standing by, found this bowl quite interesting. He had gradually adapted as the times progressed, and he was accustomed to controlling his powers. From a fantasy martial world, he came to a lower martial city. then a time where science fiction and cultivation coexisted. Suyi had somewhat accepted the changes in the power system, that the bowl hadn't experienced so many eras. It only knew that the things carved on it were food. Regardless of how powerful they were in their lives, they were just food. Diane looked at the delicate carvings on the bowl and couldn't help but say, "They all look so delicious. They should be delicious." The bowl had no sense of taste, but it knew that Sir Su would carve these foods on it, so they must be delicious. Suyi squinted his eyes. These things carved on his wrist were extinct on Earth. Some existed in the immortal realm, but not many, and they were no longer pure-blooded, so they might not taste as good. Diane happily held the bowl and said, "I just want this little bowl. I don't want anything else." Suyi didn't comment much on Diane's choice. Others might choose artifact treasures to become stronger, but Diane might have initially chosen this bowl just because it looked pretty. After Diane made her choice, others started selecting their desired treasures. Wanzhou approached Suyi and whispered, "Would you help me choose?" He had noticed that Diane had probably picked a good treasure. Despite seeming inconspicuous, that small bowl was actually a hidden gem. Maybe he had underestimated it earlier. If Suyi could help him pick, wouldn't that be wonderful? Obviously, Wanzhou didn't feel awe towards Suyi just because he knew he was powerful. They were all so close. Even if you were powerful, helping choose a treasure wouldn't be excessive. "Would you like me to help you choose?" Suyi could see what was hidden in Wanzhou's ring. This guy's taste was truly worse than Diane. Inside were weapons of Suyi's defeated subordinates, most of which seemed impressive but were actually average at best. Well, that was expected. Those ancient relics were all grand and extravagant. Just based on appearance, they seemed formidable, whereas items created by Suyi himself appeared mundane. In a normal person's perspective, they would probably select those things. Most creators of techniques would give their techniques grandiose names, but this oddity, Suyi, had probably not even named his created techniques. Many of his self-created techniques weren't suitable for modern cultivators. "How about that inkstone? Would you like to have a look?" Suyi pointed to a inkstone in the corner. It was something Suyi had used before and was still unsure of its other uses, but if this bowl was powerful, the inkstone should be decent too. Following Suyi's gesture, Wanzhou looked at the inkstone in the corner, a corner that was missing from the inkstone. It was ordinary, only clean. It didn't seem special at all. Yan, as one of the traditional Chinese handicrafts, is known as one of the four treasures of the study, along with brush, ink, and paper, making it an essential tool for Chinese calligraphy. The inkstone is used for grinding ink to ensure an even appearance when painting or writing. Chinese calligraphy and painting are meticulous and time-consuming processes, which may lead to the issue of ink drying out. Therefore, in order to prevent the ink from drying out, a high-quality inkstone that does not absorb water must be chosen. Today, there are dozens of different stone materials for inkstones, but the inkstone in Suyi's possession is made of an ancient stone material called broken cloudstone. This inkstone is of good quality from a material perspective. However, Suyi had been using it for quite some time and had grown tired of it. As for the missing corner on the inkstone, it was simply due to Suyi's boredom, as he accidentally broke off a piece while fiddling with it. After hearing Suyi's suggestion, Wanzhou chose to approach the inkstone to observe it. While he had some knowledge in various art forms from practicing with his master Wan Degui, he was not very familiar with inkstones, but he understood some aspects of it. The inkstone being held by Wanzhou quickly released its spirit, floating in the air and resembling ink painting. The spirit's face continuously changed between an old man, a young man, and a teenager, with a voice that sounded divine. The spirit looked at Wanzhou and calmly remarked, "Young man, it would be ridiculous to use this inkstone to harm others." Wanzhou, slightly amused, asked if the spirit was just an inkstone. The spirit proudly affirmed, "I am indeed an inkstone." Amused by the spirit's response, Wanzhou turned to Suyi and asked about the purpose of this inkstone. Suyi chuckled and suggested exploring calligraphy, drawing, and refining one's emotions, which could potentially open the door to a new world. Ling Yun and others chose their items, so they didn't care about Suyi's matters. After Suyi and Diane finished selecting their items, they went straight out of the storage room. Those strong individuals called Din by Huang Changyu each selected their desired treasures and manuals. The so-called top 10 humans on the ranking list were considered insignificant in the immortal realm. Some of them hadn't even reached the feathering immortal realm, meaning they weren't even Earth immortals. Suyi, Do I really have to take this brush back to draw and write? Wang Shu's heart was full of doubt. It was theoretically acceptable for calligraphy and painting to cultivate sentiment. However, Wang Zhu now had swordsmanship to practice, flying knives to comprehend, various manuals in the ring to read, and yet he was just going to write and paint behind closed doors. Is he crazy? Whatever you want. Suyi had already helped Wang Zhu select two treasures, so the rest was up to Wang Zhu. After some hesitation, Wang Zhu closed the door and began to write. What should he write? Holding the brush, he calmed down and then slowly prepared the ink. As the ink spread evenly on the inkstone, and he held the brush, a figure appeared in his mind. The scene in the room changed, and he inexplicably found himself in a thatched hut, watching the shadow of a person painting on the paper scenes of mountains, rivers, and various powerful unknown species. Wang Shu's consciousness also merged into this world. Somewhat instinctively, a hand seemed to guide him to write. In a daze, Wang Zhu actually painted an ancient landscape painting. Holy crap! Wang Zhu stared at the painting on the table, dumbfounded. Did he paint this? Was the painting to goat? Yet it seemed useless. The spirit of the pen never appeared. After finishing the painting, Wang Zhu felt light and relaxed all over. Breakthrough. Wang Zhu introspected his spiritual world. His spiritual power was not weak before, but compared to now, his previous spiritual world was like a small pond, while now it had become a vast river, seemingly finding the direction to the sea. With the issuance of decrees, more human strong individuals directed their butcher knives towards alien beasts. The Lingshu Palace, including the three elders and head disciple Jizan, also joined the battle. As these strong individuals acquired more techniques and weapons at the Spiritwood town base, their combat strength grew stronger. Importantly, humans knew to cooperate in the face of alien beasts by uniting to hunt together. Intertribal struggles among alien beasts existed as well. Except for the powerful Ranka alien beasts, those below Ranka had become prey for humans. Another 3 years passed. 3 years might seem long or short, but during the battle against alien beasts, humans had amassed significant experience. Many bases had expanded, gradually stabilizing the situation. Over these 3 years, the overall strength of alien beasts had increased. Weak alien beasts, after being hunted by humans, sought refuge, even if some powerful alien beasts considered them food. Resuming the mantle of dominance on Earth seemed inevitable if this trend continued, although refraining from provoking strong alien beasts was crucial. However, it might take some time to reach the previous supreme status, where ordinary people could easily hunt alien beasts, requiring the creation of power and reputation and the accumulation of contribution points at the Spiritwood town base. Suyi had spent 3 years teaching at the school, and he could see that humans would eventually reclaim their dominance on Earth. Of course, that was provided they didn't provoke powerful alien beasts. Achieving the former dominant status, where ordinary people could freely hunt alien beasts, might still take some time. As the night fell with the stars sparkling, Suyi gazed at the starry sky, where more strong individuals from the small worlds about to descend. Yet he felt he didn't need to act now. Ziwenyu, the stars are good tonight. Let me teach you the star technique. Suyi regarded Ziwenyu as his student, intending to earnestly teach him. In these 3 years, Ziwenyu had made obvious progress, mastering many spells with his innate immortal bones and effortlessly attaining the golden pellet realm. His power could easily surpass any infant on Earth with his potent spells. Ziwenyu was now seen as a genius, his mindset different from before, exuding liveliness as he was no longer as submissive. Su Diandian, now 13, replaced Ji Zhang as the top-ranking human. She resided in Qingzhou, had accompanied Suyi today, ready to learn alongside Ziwenyu. She had studied the offensive spell at 7 under the grandmother of Tongshan and relearned it with Suyi, but she had never studied the star technique. Dig brother Suyi. What is the star technique? Su Diandian had reached the realm of the 8th grade celestial being at the age of 13, an extraordinary feat in any era. Even if she went to the immortal realm now, she could walk with pride. Suyi smiled and explained. The star technique involves deducing future trajectories based on the stars, utilizing their power for attacks. When perfected, one can pluck stars, replace days and nights. It doesn't require high cultivation, just strong spiritual power. In simpler terms, when the star technique is mastered, even without high cultivation, one can deduce future trajectories and destroy stars or attack using stellar powers, making it an excellent skill for surpassing realms. Looking up at the sky, Su Yi contemplated the arrival of strong individuals from the small worlds. This time, he truly wouldn't have to act, letting the two youngsters, Su Diandian and Zi Wenyu, give it a try. The first thing to learn in star art is the number of stars. Su Yi gazed at the stars and said, "The number of stars represents the perception of the trajectory of the stars' movements and the energy of the stars themselves. The movement of the stars generates immense energy, and each star carries its own energy. If you can harness and utilize it, you can unleash power beyond your own limits." Su Yi had only studied star art to some extent since most of his battles did not require external forces. Su Diandian and Zi Wenyu listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, gazing at Su Yi questioningly. Utilizing the energy generated by the stars themselves and their movements. It sounds quite difficult. However, cultivators have experiences with harnessing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. In simpler terms, using the earth's own power. The earth is just one of billions of stars. Because it's right beneath our feet, its power is easier to tap into, whereas star art involves tapping into the power of more distant stars. Two different principles altogether. After explaining this to Zi Wenyu and Su Diandian sat down, focusing her gaze on the stars, attempting to perceive the energy of the stars with her spiritual power. Zi Wenyu, on the other hand, stood on the mountaintop, gazing intently at the half-moon. Su Yi noticed the states of the two. Su Diandian, with various treasures boosting her and a strong foundation, found it no problem to reach out to more distant stars. Zi Wenyu, realizing his spiritual power was not as strong as Su Diandian's, focused on observing the moon's movements and the changes in its inner power. It was undoubtedly challenging to try to manipulate the moon's power with golden core cultivation. Zi Wenyu first perceived the moon's power and then attempted to draw it towards himself in front of Su Yi to prove his abilities. Poof! Zi Wenyu spat out a mist of blood, his fist clenched, frowning uneasily as he looked at Su Yi. Su Yi calmly said, "Don't be too hasty for quick success. Your cultivation is still too low. Observe the changes in the stars first. Only when your own strength is sufficient can you harness those powers. It's like an ordinary person wanting to use a stone as a weapon. First, you need to be able to lift the stone. If your own strength is insufficient, how can you wield a massive stone to strike someone?" Zi Wenyu nodded. "I understand." Su Diandian did not have the same experiences as Zi Wenyu. She possessed quite a lot of treasures. The small bowl she obtained from the storage room 3 years ago had become her cherished treasure. The spirit of the small flower inside the bowl mentioned it was originally for eating, but after Su Diandian obtained it, the bowl could directly enhance her spiritual power, leading to a significant increase in her spiritual strength, enabling her to perceive the power of the stars effortlessly with her spiritual power. "Su Yi brother, there's a giant figure in the sky." Su Diandian gazed at the sky, curious. Su Yi nodded. "I see. You should talk to him." In the sky 5,000 meters above, a 10-meter-tall humanoid deity suddenly appeared. Su Yi had informed Emperor Zhang and other deities not to intervene. As for the Flame Emperor, he had been given a heads-up as well. This deity was only at the Immortal Emperor realm. If the Flame Emperor were to act, it would basically be a one-sided suppression. If he suppressed this guy, how could he face Su Diandian's punishment? Ahem. Actually, Su Yi quite admired Su Diandian. Even though she was only at the 8th grade of Celestial Immortal, above Celestial Immortal were Golden Immortals, Grand Golden Immortals, Mystic Immortals, Grand Mystic Immortals, and then the Supreme Grand Golden Immortals. This Immortal Emperor was just a Grand Golden Immortal of the 9th grade, not even a half-saint. Su Diandian having a little fight with him was quite reasonable. Upon hearing Su Yi telling her to talk to the giant figure, Su Diandian greeted him with her spiritual consciousness. "Hello, I'm Su Diandian. What's your name?" The giant deity was also a deity of a small world, and with the surge of Earth's aura, he had crossed space to see if there were any strong beings in this world. If there weren't any, the beings in this world could serve under him. Conquer. It's that simple. He was named Jiling, also known as Emperor Yi Kang. As a deity, he had been through countless bloodshed to achieve his current position. Being cautious upon arriving at Earth, when greeted by a celestial immortal, Yiling frowned slightly and said, "You may call me Emperor Yi Kang." At the same time, his spiritual consciousness scanned the entire Earth, oblivious to Emperor Zhang and the Flame Emperor hidden by Su Yi. As for Su Yi, he was out of the question. Scanning across the Earth, he discovered that Su Diandian was the highest being in this world, just a mere celestial immortal. Are you the deity of this world? Yiling disregarded Su Yanzi Wenyu, who he deemed too weak to be worth his attention. Su Diandian reply. I'm not a deity, Yi King Emperor. Are you here just for fun? For fun? Yiling chuckled. Your aptitude seems decent. Why don't you become my disciple? I'll take you under my wing. Su Diandian declined. Thank you. I already have a master. I won't become your disciple. You ignorant little thing. How dare you refuse me? Who is your master? Bring him out to change his mind. Yiling did not think much of Su Diandian's master, but he recognized her potential. As a kind deity, he didn't bother acting against Su Diandian as she seemed weak. The thought of killing her was just a passing idea, not of much interest. Pouting, Su Diandian said, My master seems to be in seclusion. I haven't seen him in a long time. In seclusion? Yiling laughed. I just checked this world. If there isn't anyone capable, your master must have died. Why die? Su Diandian looked at Su Yi. Brother Su Yi, did that giant guy say my master is dead? Su Yi chuckled. Your master is still alive. Looking at the sky, Su Diandian said, Brother Su Yi said my master is not dead, so he must be alive, right? Su Yi? Yiling's gaze fell on Su Yi, coldly snorting. The words of a worm. Su Yi had no intention of intervening. Su Diandian, this person is up to no good. Just beat him up directly. No need to talk. Su Yi couldn't be bothered anymore. Yiling's attitude implied trouble, so why waste words? Okay, I'll beat him. Su Diandian lifted her head, conveying her spiritual consciousness. Brother Su Yi said you're up to no good. If you don't want to get beaten up, leave right now. Ha ha ha. Yiling burst into laughter. Ignorant worm. Dare to disrespect me. A mere celestial immortal is getting bold. With that said, his spiritual consciousness materialized, intending to harm Su Diandian. At least Nightling is also a supreme deity. His divine consciousness attacks Su Diandian. In his view, that belongs to the rhythm of direct annihilation. That as soon as his divine consciousness attacks Su Diandian, a small bowl appeared on her forehead. Do you dare to harm my master? Little Hua was furious. What was this thing that dared to hurt its master? A white mist lingered around the small bowl, and the spirits of countless ancient fierce beasts appeared behind Su Diandian. Thousands of furious roars resounded through the heavens. Nightling's divine consciousness attack dissipated directly, and the spirits of the ancient fierce beasts that had disappeared in ancient times condensed into a substantial form standing behind Su Diandian. Glaring at Nightling, all the fierce beast spirits locking onto him. Nightling was directly scared silly. No, it wasn't that he was scared silly, he simply couldn't move. Many of those fierce beasts were even stronger than saints when they were alive. Although they died by the hands of Su Yi, their spirits did not weaken but instead became stronger due to the nourishment of the small bowl. Although Nightling was the supreme deity of a small world, without the mandates of heaven, the supreme deity could not borrow power from the heavenly mandates. Faced with the spirits of these fierce beasts, he was truly just a rookie. Cough. Su Yi cleared his throat. It was his fault for not sealing the power of the small bowl. Previously, when Su Diandian got this bowl, it was just for eating. Su Yi also hadn't seen Su Diandian use this bowl for battle. This time clearly triggered a passive skill. From the situation, it was quite obvious that the small supreme deity looked a bit foolish in front of these spirits of the fierce beasts. Moreover, there was still a bowl. After Su Diandian got this bowl, she only named it for the spirit, while Su Yi renamed the bowl as Little Pagoda. Do you want to die? The voice of the Little Pagoda reached Nightling's ears. Nightling immediately felt blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his soul suffered severe damage, and a faint golden crack appeared on his forehead. His divine nature was about to split apart. As supreme deity, wasn't this a bit laughable? Lord Su, can I leave now? Nightling was in despair. You tell me this is a little celestial being. Even if pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, it shouldn't be like this. Su Diandian didn't have much killer instinct in the first place, and the Little Pagoda also knew the nature of its young master. Otherwise, when Nightling laid hands on Su Diandian, he would have been a corpse already. Su Diandian felt strange when she heard Nightling's address, but it seemed okay. She turned to Su Yi and asked, Brother Su Yi, can he leave now? Su Yi did not answer Su Diandian but looked up and said to Nightling with a smile, Young man, you come and go as you please, isn't that too simple? Nightling suddenly felt like a tiger falling into a plane and being bullied by a dog. He was afraid of Su Diandian, not Su Yi. but it was obvious that this person named Su Yi had a close relationship with Su Diandian, and he couldn't offend him for now. How do you think? Even if Nightling felt displeased, he could only bow his head for the time being. Su Yi said, suppress your cultivation to the realm of a celestial being, have a fight with her, then suppress it to the realm of a golden core, and have a fight with this little friend next to me. If you win, I'll let you go. It was rare to have a chance for a bout. How could it be so easy to let him go? Su Diandian was shocked. Brother Su Yi, I don't want to fight him. Nightling was also embarrassed. Damn it, who said anything about fighting? Suppressing cultivation. This Su Diandian would definitely crush him in terms of cultivation. A magic treasure was so terrifying. How powerful was she herself? That didn't need to be said. Just thinking about it would scare people to death. Why don't you fight me? Nightling had given up on seeking treatment. If Su Diandian wanted to kill him, he was a dead man anyway, so he might as well be more straightforward. He couldn't stand this guy named Su Yi who used his power to bully others. Su Yi pondered for a moment and said, are you saying you want to fight me? Nightling sneered, of course. Are you brave enough? If I beat you, will you let me go? I will suppress my realm to match yours. Su Yi fell silent again. He was wondering how this little supreme deity could suppress his realm to match his. This was somewhat challenging. What? Are you afraid now? Nightling was convinced that Su Yi couldn't beat him. After all, he was a supreme deity. Even if he suppressed his realm to match Su Yi's, he had abundant combat experience, which was an absolute advantage. Su Yi said, it's not that. I am mainly afraid I might accidentally kill you. Nightling, he really didn't know where Su Yi got the courage to say such words. He had just called him a young man. Hey, he had been living for 10,000 years. Why all this nonsense? Do you dare or not? Nightling tried to provoke him, saying, I'll tie one hand and 2 feet behind my back. Are you still scared? Wow. He directly said what Su Yi wanted to say. Forget it, you two fight first. After the fight, if you are still alive and want to fight me, I'll accompany you. Su Yi did not want to fight from the beginning. Since the celestial battle of the heavenly mandates, he felt that fighting was really meaningless. Nightling had given up. He could only plead with Su Diandian. Lord Su, I promise, I will never come back to your world. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at the sky. Is Heavenly Tao coming out of seclusion? All right. Nightling's words meant that he most likely would not come again in the future. Su Yi did not like senseless fighting, but he would not stop others from fighting. That person Chia, someone who avenges grievances. What Nightling said just now was likely heard by him. What an unlucky supreme deity. Su Diandian still didn't know that her master had come out of seclusion. She continued to look at Su Yi and asked, can we not fight? Su Yi shook his head and said, give it a try. Just don't use the little pagoda. You still need to practice. Holding back her reluctance, Su Diandian put away the little pagoda and took out the Qingping sword. Nightling looked at the Qingping sword she pulled out and felt uneasy. From this sword, he could feel the aura of the saint. Oh no. Lord Su, how do we fight if you use this sword? Everyone suppressed their cultivation to the celestial realm, which sounded fair, but pulling out a sacred weapon like this was too much. Su Diandian was also surprised. Not being able to use the sword, she had to put away the Qingping sword and took out the primordial chaos bead given to her by the primordial heavenly saint. Nightling was dumbfounded. Lord Su, can't you use a more common weapon to fight with me? Su Diandian's little mouth puckered even more. She couldn't use the sword, nor the bead. After thinking for a moment, she could only take out the god lamp of 10,000 lamps. Nightling, is this still a fair fight? Can this guy still be considered human? Does he even know the meaning of fair play? Translator's note. The text seems to be a part of a novel or a story involving mythical and divine beings engaging in battles and negotiations of power. Su Diandi looked at Ling Yi with some speechlessness. She really didn't know what to say. Neither this nor that can be used. Why bother fighting? Ling Yi also looked innocent, staring at Su Diandi. Su Diandi also looked innocently at Su Yi. Dig brother Su Yi, can you stop fighting? Su Yi chuckled. Ling Yi's actions had left Su Diandi at a loss too. Neither of them wanted to fight, but how could they not? Zi Wenyu was waiting nearby. Most importantly, the leader of the heavenly sect had come out of seclusion. Ling Yi was basically facing a death sentence. Such a waste not to practice before dying. Why don't you both fight without weapons? Su Yi suggested sweetly. Ling Yi found this suggestion brilliant upon hearing it. without weapons, and at the same level, he didn't think he would lose. After all, he was also a god. Years of combat experience made him feel invincible at the same level. Although Sudiandi had a high level, she appeared clueless and probably had little combat experience. Thinking this, Ling Yi felt confident of his victory. Even if he were to lose, he might not necessarily die, right? Seeking wealth in danger, he was confident that if Sudiandi used weapons, he would definitely be in trouble. So why not fight barehanded? It seemed like a win-win situation. Sudiandi looked at Suyi helplessly, not understanding why he insisted on her fighting this person. Let's fight then, Sudiandi said. Suyi only had to think about it, and Ling Yi's level was immediately restricted to the eightfold heaven of the heavenly immortal level. Ling Yi had no idea who had done this, thinking Sudiandi was the stronger one when Suyi was just a weakling taking advantage of the situation. But having his cultivation mysteriously restricted made him feel a chill down his spine. Sudiandi was at a loss looking at Ling Yi. She was already at the level of heavenly immortals, so why the restriction? Was this big guy's brain malfunctioning? He seemed rather silly. Indeed, quite silly. Totally confident in her own skills at the same level, Sudiandi thought beating such a person should be easy. Ling Yi felt uncomfortable under Sudiandi's gaze, furrowing his brows slightly. What did that look mean? Like she was looking at an idiot. All right, let's just consider each other fools. Sudiandi and Ling Yi stood in the void gazing at each other. Can't you shrink down to fight me? Sudiandi was getting upset. Why should one have such specific requirements for a fight? Can they fight given their size? Sudiandi's eyes were slightly red. She felt so aggrieved. Ling Yi had nothing to say. Or rather, he didn't dare. Following Sudiandi's instructions, he shrank silently until he was in the same height and muscle build as Sudiandi. Looking comical, it was unavoidable because if he had ended up taller, Sudiandi might just attack him. Suyi couldn't understand Ling Yi's actions. It was absurd to shrink down so much. Let's begin, Sudiandi announced, forming a spell. She had learned many combat techniques following Suyi. Ling Yi, seeing Sudiandi's movements, conjured a shield of dark fire around himself in response. Sudiandi suddenly commanded, "Ice, seal," and the temperature dropped sharply. Ice chains appeared out of thin air and quickly bound Ling Yi before he could react. Ling Yi's fire of world destruction could melt anything, but this time, he was surprised by the combination of ice and sealing. Sudiandi's summoning of ice chains demonstrated her power. Ling Yi moved away to avoid being ensnared, fully aware that if he were trapped, it would be difficult to escape. Sudiandi unleashed the power of the stars and employed various artifacts, demonstrating formidable strength and speed. Ling Yi felt something was wrong. Was this really the power of a heavenly immortal? Was he being underestimated? Next moment, thick ice chains emerged, encircling Ling Yi like snakes. Ling Yi promptly teleported away, as being caught could spell the end. In the midst of battle, teleportation was a last resort. The risks of losing combat effectiveness during the transformation or transversing through space were too high against an equal opponent. Engaging in such tactics was dangerous. Ling Yi resorted to teleporting behind Sudiandi and fiercely attacked her until she was stomped down to the ground, leaving a huge crater. Despite Sudiandi learning combat techniques, she lacked real combat experience, especially in unarmed combat. Unable to grasp spatial rules, she was at a disadvantage against Ling Yi's teleportation, forced to endure the attacks helplessly. Yelling never thought he would win at all. Using teleportation in front of Sudiandi was already a huge risk. He thought Sudiandi might not attack him when he teleported, but he thought it would be impossible to attack Sudiandi in that situation. However, he succeeded. He successfully attacked Sudiandi. The feeling was particularly wonderful. How could he have succeeded? As he looked at Sudiandi lying in a large pit, Yelling could hardly believe his eyes. Was this the same person who could easily suppress his cultivation base? Sudiandi did not admit defeat because of this. She rose again and continued to fight with Yelling. It was clear that Sudiandi was not strong in close combat, especially without weapons. After this round of fighting, Yelling quickly realized that Sudiandi did not seem as strong as he had thought. This was the intuition of someone who had fought for many years. Sudiandi had to perform an incantation for each of her attacks. Although her incantations were quick, speed was relative. In the process of Sudiandi performing her incantations, Yelling could have attacked her hundreds or thousands of times. Consequently, After Zudian Dian got up again, she faced continuous attacks without the opportunity to counter. Before each incantation was completed, Yelling's fists landed on her. It was akin to a battle between a warrior and a mage. Zudian Dian's incantations were interrupted each time. In less than 10 minutes, Zudian Dian had pulled out the Kingping sword delved in the Taoist school, but Yelling's attacks actually landed on her, causing pain that was inevitable. Zudian Dian loudly questioned, "Why can't I use a sword?" Seeing her pull out the Kingping sword, Yelling immediately backed off hundreds of meters. "Zudian, we agreed not to use weapons," Yelling said, impatiently. It seemed as if she was about to use her sword to strike him down. This feeling was all too familiar to him. Zudian Dian's power was unquestionable. Although she had strong self-healing abilities, being a child subjected to such an attack made her forget all manners. Either cry or draw the sword. "I don't care. You can use weapons too." Zudian Dian followed the swordsmanship techniques of the head of the Taoist school and many techniques she had learned from Sui. She wanted to fight Yelling, and it seemed unjust not to allow her to use her sword. Yelling had a weapon, but were there weapons of the same level? It was just too unfair. Why not just end it quickly and strike her down with a sword? Zudian Dian puffed up her cheeks, raised the Kingping sword, and her sword aura raged around her. After becoming angry, Zudian Dian was ready to employ the swordsmanship technique Sui had taught her. While Yelling's cultivation and mental energy had been comprehensively suppressed by Sui, this had no effect on Zudian Dian. Her powerful mental strength directly locked onto Yelling. Yelling felt a terrifying sort of tension enveloping him. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, this sort of intention would not have been so threatening. However, with only the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, he was vulnerable. After combining various magical artifacts, mental energy enhancements, the swordsmanship taught by Sui, and the power of the Kingping sword, Yelling would definitely not survive a strike from Zudian Dian. "Zudian Dian, you have lost. And we agreed not to use weapons. Drawing your sword means admitting defeat. Come down. Zu. Take over." Sui, despite being indifferent and very fond of this foolish child, knew that Zudian Dian had to grow up and continue living in the world of humans. Being a social creature, one needed to follow certain rules. Otherwise, Zudian Dian would become an arrogant and unpleasant person. Unless she transformed into a god who disregarded human emotions, Sui definitely did not want her to become that way. When Zudian Dian heard that she had lost, she looked full of resentment. She felt that she could have won against Yelling. If she used her sword, she would surely not lose. This time, Sui did not take her side. "All right, Zudian Dian," although somewhat upset, put away the sword and went back to Sui somewhat reluctantly. Sui rubbed Zudian Dian's head and asked, "What, not happy?" Zudian Dian pouted without saying a word. Sui said seriously, "When you speak, you must stand by your word. You did promise not to use the sword. If you break your promise, that's not acceptable. Your master should have taught you that words must be followed by actions, and actions have consequences." Sui believed that the standards of right and wrong in Huaxio were important because many of these standards had arisen because of his actions. He did not believe that human nature was inherently good. At Zudian Dian's age, without proper guidance, she might end up in the wrong direction in the future. Seeing Zudian Dian put away her sword, Yelling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ziwenyu, who was standing nearby, watched Yelling in the sky keenly and eagerly. As his teacher, Sui had mentioned that their cultivation levels would be suppressed to the same realm. Ziwenyu had rarely experienced real combat since his cultivation. Now that opportunity presented itself, how could he give it up? Even if the opponent was formidable, he wanted to try. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator, Ziwenyu was already capable of flying with a sword. Stepping onto a wooden sword, he flew to Yelling's side. When Yelling saw Ziwenyu, he thought this would be too easy. While he might have felt a bit nervous fighting Zudian Dian, facing Ziwenyu, just a little kid, judging by his sword-flying posture, Yelling could tell he was weak. "Let's begin," Sui shouted from the mountaintop. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziwenyu was sent flying by Yelling's punch. The ensuing battle scene needs no further description. Ziwenyu was simply overpowered. Despite learning so many spells from Sui, he couldn't even use a single one. In less than half a minute, he was beaten to a pulp and lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. Unlike Zudian Dian, he didn't have as many magical artifacts to protect himself. Once injured, there was no way around it, and surviving was the best outcome. Yelling laughed and according to the agreement, he could finally leave this world alive. Yiling felt that as long as he could leave alive today, it would already be quite good. As for ruling the world and such, forget about it, don't think too much. However, his gaze still fell on Suyi. This person made him feel disgusted. Although it was Suyi who called Sudiandi back just now, he didn't feel grateful to Suyi. As a great main god, Suyi's disrespect made him feel that this person must die. You. Yes, it's you. Dare to fight me? Yiling looked down arrogantly at Suyi, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. In his opinion, Suyi must not dare to fight him. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden thunder burst in the sky. The master of Tanshan sect, dressed in purple immortal clothes, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Yiling. The powerful saintly aura emanating from the master made Yiling feel extremely oppressed. It was you who hit my disciple, right? The master of Tanshan sect looked contemptuously at Yiling, a small main god of one world. How dare he come here to act recklessly and even hit his disciple? He even scolded him just now. Yiling appeared so weak and helpless in front of the master of Tanshan sect. This disciple of Tanshan was not a reasonable person, at least Suyi was more reasonable than him. May I ask who you are? Yiling nervously looked at the master of Tanshan sect. At this moment, Suyi no longer suppressed Yiling's cultivation, but his cultivation was still inadequate in front of the master of Tanshan sect. The master of Tanshan sect sneered. You wanted my disciple to join your sect, right? And just now you asked me what kind of thing I am. Yiling was caught off guard. He realized from the master of Tanshan sect's words that Su Diandi was his disciple. What did he say just now? Trying to act all high and mighty. Now the tables have turned so quickly. Was it really appropriate? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry, sir. Yiling still didn't understand. Su Diandi turned out to have a master at the saintly level. No wonder she had so many treasures on her. Upon further thought, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. How could he have asked what a saintly person was? He really narrowed his path. If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it is fine. The master of Tanshan sect smirked. I heard you say you wanted to fight Suyi, right? The master of Tanshan sect was not as rigid as the original heavenly master. Although he respected Su Dala internally, sometimes he had to tease a little. Yiling was at a loss for a moment. He didn't know the exact relationship between Suyi and the master of Tanshan sect, so he didn't know whether to answer. How about this? The master of Tanshan sect pondered. If you fight Suyi, and you win, I'll let you leave alive. But if you lose, the consequences of losing were self-explanatory. Yiling had won 2 consecutive matches already, and Su Diandi wasn't even his match without using weapons. How could Suyi, a mere small figure, be a match for him? Suyi wasn't angered by the words of the master of Tanshan sect. He was a playful person by nature, and the temperament of the master of Tanshan also suited him. He also favored this little disciple of his. So when the master of Tanshan sect did what he did, Dan said what he said. Suyi wasn't surprised. He found it quite amusing. Yiling had initiated the challenge. After all, this guy wouldn't survive today, so there was no harm in honing his skills. Yiling had no idea that in the beginning, he had just narrowed his own path, but now he had completely sealed it off. Offending the master of Tanshan sect perhaps meant he could still live, but offending Suyi meant there was no way out today. Come on, Suyi, fight me. Let me see what you're capable of, Yiling asked loudly. Let's agree on something first. Can we use weapons? Suyi replied. It's up to you. If you want to use weapons, go ahead. Very well, then I'll suppress my cultivation to the terrifying stage, Yiling boasted, taking out a Fanshan halberd and pointing it at Suyi. So you mean to use weapons? Suyi looked at him with interest. In fact, he didn't advocate the use of weapons. It would only make the fight more bloody. But if this person insisted on using them, then so be it. Suyi was always gentle and accommodating, so let's just go along with it. Shall you? Let me borrow your sword, Suyi said, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. The wooden sword that Xiao Wenyu had used earlier had already turned to ashes in battle. In Yiling's eyes, Suyi had just taken out another wooden sword, but in the eyes of the master of Tanshan sect, it was different. Suyi had actually restored the wooden sword that had turned to ashes. This was akin to bringing a cooked heart back to life raw. It completely reversed cause and effect. Even a saintly person would find it hard to perform such a feat. Otherwise, Suyi wouldn't have been unable to resurrect young Xiao before. The master of Tanshan sect tried to sense the change in the power of the law just now. He felt something in his heart. Zudiandi, watch and learn more. The master of Tanshan sect called out to Zudiandi upon seeing Su Dala personally take action. Seeing Suyi using a sword got the master of Tanshan sect somewhat excited. The last time he had seen Suyi wield a sword was. Yiling had no idea what he was up against. In his view, if Suyi had borrowed a weapon from Zudiandi, he might have some trouble. But to fight him with a wooden sword was simply humiliating. Suyi traversed the void and suddenly appeared in front of Yiling. You don't have to suppress your cultivation. Use all your abilities. Suyi was very considerate. After all, this should be Yiling's last fight. It's best not to leave any regrets. That was very considerate, indeed. Ignorant. Yiling laughed loudly. A faint black light emerged from the Fanshan halberd, emitting a dangerous aura as if it could devour everything. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, he believed he could kill Suyi in an instant. That should be a simple task for him, right? Huh, wait a minute. How did he? Yiling suddenly realized something was off. Suyi had just appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and he didn't understand what method Suyi had used. The power of spatial laws. But he didn't feel any spatial fluctuations. Purely speed. Was a terrifying stage person so fast that he couldn't catch up. Also, Suyi had witnessed his battle before and known his strength. Yet Suyi was still so arrogant. Either he was foolish or he truly had the ability. Obviously, Suyi didn't seem like a fool. Leader Tanshan said, at this time, "Young man, I admire your courage. To be able to provoke Mr. Su to draw his sword, you won't lose even if you die." As he said this, Leader Tanshan laughed like a child. What the heck? Upon hearing Leader Tanshan's words, Yiling suddenly felt a sense of despair. The first point is the way in which he addressed him. Anyone who can be called Mr. by a sage, what kind of existence could they be? So you wasted no time, man said. Let's do this. Yiling had no other choice. It was impossible to retreat now. Yiling wielded the 15 Huaju and fiercely struck towards Suyi. The 15 Huaju tore through the space with a black aura, intertwining with thunder and appearing extraordinary. If facing a different opponent, anyone below an immortal emperor would definitely face death. The moment 15 Huaju was about to strike, Suyi just slightly dodged it, avoiding the thunder and annihilation forces without any impact on him. If Suyi simply wanted to kill Yiling, it would be easy. Just one sword would be enough. But now, he was trying to teach something to Su Diandian and Ziwenyu. Yiling gritted his teeth. Suyi was fast, but it seemed he wasn't so powerful as to be unbeatable. After easily evading an attack once, Yiling felt anxious, but still held on to a shred of hope. Maybe he could win after all. Yiling roared, his body becoming incredibly large, the true posture that a deity should use. He unleashed the law of heaven and earth, and the 15 Huaju in his hand grew even larger. Suyi appeared tiny in front of Yiling. However, this was clearly just a matter of size and had no relation to strength. Yiling didn't use the 15 Huaju again. Instead, he began using his magical techniques. Countless black flames filled with a sense of death flew towards Suyi, almost engulfing him instantly. Suyi could have stayed still, as these flames couldn't harm him substantially, but that wouldn't teach anything to Su Diandian and Ziwenyu. So he decided to use magic to defeat magic. Just using spells, anyone can do that, right? As the black flames gathered around him, Suyi unexpectedly formed a spell. Yes, a spell. Ice. Freeze. Wasn't this the same spell Su Diandian used before? Yiling, seeing these chains of ice suddenly appear in the void, felt a sense of urgency and moved again, just like he did when he defeated Su Diandian. He believed he could defeat Suyi this way. When he teleported behind Suyi, the 15 Huaju swung tens of thousands of times in an instant. A victorious smile appeared on Yelling's face. Suyi turned around and just used a sword. The wooden sword pierced through the thick black flames and stabbed the tip of the 15 Huaju. In an instant, the flames dissipated. The 15 Huaju shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments. The next moment, Yelling's huge body was trapped by the chains of ice. How is this possible? Suyi saw through his teleportation position. What's more absurd is that in Suyi's hand was just an ordinary wooden sword. Yiling could ascertain that it was just an ordinary wooden sword. An ordinary wooden sword broke through his world-ending flames and shattered his 15 Huaju with one strike. This was inconceivable. You're so strong. Why play tricks here with me? Practicing Czech cultivation was simply insane. At that moment, Yiling felt utterly defeated. Suyi has always been straightforward. You use spells, I use spells. You use weapons, I use weapons. Despite being a minor deity, Not even leader Tanshan paid him much attention, let alone in front of Su Yi. Are you also a sage? Yelling stared at Su Yi in horror. His cultivation was not suppressed now, but Su Yi stood easily outmatched him. That's not a sage. Then what else could it be? Su Yi calmly stated, I'm not a sage. Yelling burst into laughter, a laughter filled with despair, feeling he had no hope left. Saying he's not a sage. Truly hypocritical. The minor gods in their small world were like administrators of the heavenly Tao, helping manage the various small worlds. In terms of true strength, they were far from sages. If a minor god encountered a sage in battle, it would be a certain death. That much was undeniable. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to explain further. With a flick of his sword, he slashed towards Yelling. Yelling's giant body turned to dust in the air. Since the fight had started, Su Yi didn't bother having leader Tanshan intervene. Rather, he chose to settle it cleanly himself. Su Dianian always knew that Su Yi was strong, but she didn't understand the extent of his strength until now. Witnessing Su Yi in action, she realized this was true power. Holding just a wooden sword in hand, Su Yi could eliminate a big guy she couldn't defeat. When that big guy fought her earlier, his cultivation was suppressed. Now fully unleashed, Su Yi could still slay him with ease. His strength was evident. The battle of Su Yi was still being recorded by the satellites. Quan Chenyu and others watched the scene on the screen. The big guy earlier was a deity, right? But he appeared so weak before Su Yi. What could a mere deity achieve in front of Su Yi? Some base staff who witnessed the scene not only cheered excitedly, but also felt reassured. With such a powerful presence in China, what did they have to fear? Perhaps only Su Yi felt that the fight just now didn't hold much significance. It couldn't impart any special experience or skill to Su Dianian and Nanzi Wenyu. It was solely his overwhelming strength against Yelling's weakness. It was purely dominance in strength, devoid of any real combat experience. Perhaps leader Tanshan learned a small lesson from the Sai. Done training? Su Yi turned around, smiling at leader Tanshan. Leader Tanshan bowed to Su Yi and said, I have seen the great lord. Su Yi asked, were you happy just now? Well, he did seem quite happy earlier. Leader Tanshan suddenly felt uneasy. Holding a sword flower, Su Yi pointed the wooden sword at leader Tanshan and said, come, let me see how much you have progressed. What the heck? Leader Tanshan was in trouble all of a sudden. The great lord was testing his skills. The master of Tanshan had just shown a gleeful look at others' misfortunes. Su Yi did not dislike it, but he had to teach this young saint a lesson. Let him understand that watching the show is not so enjoyable. In the next moment, Su Yi and the master of Tanshan appeared in the vast and desolate universe. The two looked at each other from a distance. Sir, I was wrong. The master of Tanshan seemed a bit flustered. No way. No way. Is Sir really angry? Su Yi shook his head and said, no, you are not wrong. I really made a mistake. The master of Tanshan cried. When others prove the supreme Tao fruit, without exception, they all receive worship from all beings. But here, it seems like he's going to get a beating. The master of Tanshan really didn't want to fight with Sir Su at all. Why so many words? Su Yi said. Let me see what progress you have made now. Su Yi still only had that wooden sword in his hand. But the master of Tanshan knew clearly that whether Su Yi fought with him using a sword or not meant the same thing. Although the master of Tanshan had proved the supreme Tao, the primordial chaos purple Chewit in him had not increased. At most, there had been a qualitative change, but no change in quantity. He had seen Su Yi participate in the battle of the celestial Tao. Even the celestial Tao was lifted and beaten by him. The powerhouses of the various major universes were no match for Su Yi. In front of Su Yi, he was just trash in terms of combat. However, he was clear that Su Yi would not actually kill him, but getting a beating was inevitable. Fortunately, there were no other people nearby, or else he would lose face. A supreme Taoist being lifted up and beaten. Thinking about it was really embarrassing. Just as he was thinking this way, his two senior brothers suddenly appeared beside him. Su Yi looked indifferent, as if he had no connection with this. Aren't you supposed to have an audience for a fight? Tangnu stood far away. Looking at the master of Tanshan, he knew that young Tanshan was in for a beating. Morality Tianzun focused on his breath, seemingly unaware. He was also preparing to prove the supreme Tao, and Tanshan had already taken the step of proving it first. How much progress had he really made in strength? It didn't make sense to say more. The master of Tanshan clenched his fist, and the first swords of slaying immortals appeared behind him. The slaying immortal array was under his feet, red light flowing from his eyes. Countless intricate golden runes surrounded him. Having proved the supreme Tao, the master of Tanshan had already mastered the power of the great Tao and was no longer limited to this universe. However, the four swords of slaying immortals pointed at Su Yi in the air, trembling. Isn't this too much? Is the master of Tanshan crazy? Again, why fight with Sir Su and use us casually? The four swords of slaying immortals had been borrowed and played with by Su Yi for many years. During these years, they had been intimidated by other artifact spirits in Su Yi's hands, especially the soul-breaking sword, which bullied the artifact spirits. When they were in Su Yi's hands, they were genuinely afraid that this big shot might accidentally damage them. Yet the master of Tanshan dared to use them to point at Su Yi's soul-breaking sword. Heavens, you might play around, but could you consider the feelings of the artifact spirits? The master of Tanshan also felt that his four swords of slaying immortals were somewhat hesitant. But what could he do now? He was also hesitant, but he couldn't show it. Sir Su Yi clearly just wanted to spar with him, not really kill him. If he showed such hesitance, what would be the point of being a supreme Taoist? Be serious. If you keep this up, I'll throw you both in the dung pit for 1,000 years after the fight. The master of Tanshan roared. Do you understand what it means to have the spirit of showing your sword? Damn it, this cowardly immortal sword is not as good as someone else's YDL cannon. On hearing this threat, the four swords of slaying immortals shuddered. This was worse than being broken outright. In the future, when they were used, people would joke about them. Oh, look, the four swords of slaying immortals that soaked in dung. Damn it, there's a stench of excrement in its sword aura. I swear, they must have been soaking in a dung pit for 10,000 years. Yes, 10,000 years. Thinking of these, the four swords of slaying immortals trembled lightly, glowing on the edges of their blades. The four immortal swords divided the space into four corners, surrounding Su Yi in the middle, and the slaying immortal array instantly turned into a small world, enveloping Su Yi within it. Countless sword ores rampaged in this small world. Su Yi had suppressed his cultivation to be on par with the master of Tanshan, and his sword chair raged around him. The sword aura of the slaying immortals was incredibly strong, and each sword aura was enough to annihilate a star. Even a celestial Taoist like Quan Ti Taoist, if caught in the formation, would not last more than 10 breaths. Under the onslaught of the sword chest, the sword chest Su Yi supported showed signs of cracking. Very good. Su Yi didn't think the master of Tanshan was weak just because he couldn't break his sword chest. He was invincible already. If he always judged others based on their strength, then everyone would be garbage in his eyes. How heavy was that arrogance? It was because of this that Su Yi did not have a favorable impression of someone just because of their strength, nor did he look down on someone because they were weak in strength. After all, no one was stronger than him, right? The master of Tanshan could hear Su Yi's praise and see the situation in the formation. He could see that Su Yi had attacked his sword chain in this way, which was probably something to boast about. The colors of the slaying immortal swords were magnificent, and they looked very nice. Su Yi's wooden sword was inferior, but looking at the brilliant scene in the formation, he felt that having a meal in such a setting was actually quite nice. Even the landscapes in the special effects of a movie were not as beautiful as the slaying immortal sword formation. Despite the beauty of the scenery, it was full of killing intent everywhere. Su Yi just worried that if he did something like this, it would deal a devastating blow to the master of Tanshan's confidence. That was what real harm was. Extremely insulting. Su Yi was also very direct. He drew his sword and slashed at the slaying immortal swords first. The target was clear. He was familiar with the slaying immortal sword formation. To break the formation, he would typically have to attack each of the four corners in succession. However, Su Yi could easily enhance his strength slightly more and break it in one strike. Doing it that way would be too straightforward. Face to face with a formation, one had to solve it in the correct way as a sign of respect to the one who set it up. Especially towards the master of Tanshan, Su Yi decided to show him at least the minimum respect. With this strike, the master of Tanshan also understood Su Yi's intentions, and his expression also showed some excitement. This feeling was being respected. If Su Yi broke the formation with one strike again, it would only make him feel defeated. Perhaps his heart would shatter after achieving the supreme Tao. After firm determination to abandon the original Taoist fruit, he had to struggle to prove the supreme Tao, only to be ruthlessly humiliated shortly after his debut. Who could bear that? The array of the heavenly execution swords is such an unparalleled killing array that theoretically speaking, it is not afraid of being broken by anyone. This is because the first swords of the heavenly execution array are all innate treasures. Breaking each one of them sounds like a ridiculous thing. For a sage like Sun Daos to be trapped within the array, could he really break a sword directly? Even if he stakes everything to break one corner, the other 3 swords are not to be trifled with. Within the array is only sword energy. Once injured, the next will be endless and destructive attacks. This is also why it is said that the array of the heavenly execution swords cannot be broken without the First Saints. Even if the First Saints can break the array, they can only break one corner each, and in the end, it is just breaking the array. From this perspective, one can see how terrifying the combat power of the former leader of the Tanshan sect was. If facing someone else, the former leader of the Tanshan sect wouldn't even need to consider whether the opponent could break the array. But this time he is facing Suyi. This sir is not only capable of breaking his sword array, but breaking all 4 swords of his would also be considered normal. Seeing Suyi attacking the array of the heavenly execution swords, the former leader of the Tanshan sect quickly changed the positions of the heavenly execution swords. Suyi is indeed holding a wooden sword, but in his hands, it wasn't strange at all for the wooden sword to shatter the heavenly execution swords. The heavenly execution swords disappearing in their original places. The former leader of the Tanshan sect secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had already considered all possible responses before taking action. The actual swords within the array, or illusory and everywhere contained spatial passages. Unless Suyi directly destroyed this space, Suyi's lips curled into a smile, allowing the heavenly execution swords to disappear from his sight. His figure didn't stop, but in a blink, another clone appeared within the array. The clone once again attacked the array of the heavenly execution swords. No. Even the former leader of the Tanshan sect couldn't distinguish which was the clone and which was the real body within the array, because the sword energy within the array couldn't break Suyi's sword aura. The former leader of the Tanshan sect spat out fiercely. Was there any difference between the clone and the real body? This was too unfair. According to the law of energy conservation, shouldn't the clone be weaker than the original self? The former leader of the Tanshan sect instantly felt, it's not scientific, truly unscientific. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire array was densely packed with Suyi's figures. You're already surrounded. No need to hide. Suyi declared the array of the heavenly execution sword surrounded just like he would in a game. Not to mention the former leader of the Tanshan sect, even the heavenly execution swords might as well be in tears. They were the #1 killing array under the heavens. Do you know what a killing array is? Why did it feel like Suyi was playing hide and seek after he entered, and he was the one being hidden from? Suyi managed to capture the array of the heavenly execution swords with the most straightforward way possible. All 4 swords fell into his hands, naturally breaking the array. Instead of rudely breaking the array with a single sword strike, Suyi felt this way would be more considerate towards the former leader of the Tanshan sect. At least this way, swords wouldn't be destroyed. The former leader of the Tanshan sect's inner turmoil was extremely complex. The sword array he thought was already strong was still not taken seriously by Suyi. Here you go. Not bad. Suyi broke the array, and the 4 swords flew from behind him to the front of the former leader of the Tanshan sect. The current sword array is much stronger than before. This was all true. The former leader of the Tanshan sect sighed, quickly returning to normal, and a smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Can I stay in the origin world?" He had also figured it out. Why needed to be invincible? Wouldn't it be enough for Suyi to be invincible? As for the others, in this universe, besides Suyi, it seemed like no one could kill him. What you want is up to you. There's no need to ask me, Suyi asked. But won't you care about the Jijiao sect anymore? The former leader of the Tanshan sect glanced back at the primordial Tathagata and smiled even more. There was no need to care in the first place. And with my senior brother here, he often watches. They are not children anymore. Should I guard them? Suyi sneered. Are you trying to freeload off me? The former leader of the Tanshan sect should understand that Suyi probably would not give him any treasures anymore. It had been said before that the master-disciple fate had ended, so what he was likely thinking was to freeload off Suyi. In the distant past, when he didn't know Suyi's identity, he used to come over for meals regularly. His thick-skinned behavior was beyond words. You mean, the former leader of the Tanshan sect instantly felt awkward as if everything was exposed. I just simply want to cultivate alongside you. You'd better keep your distance from me as far as possible. Suyi's gaze turned cold, and the former leader of the Tanshan sect directly disappeared on the spot. Suyi no longer needed to mention the consequences. Those who understood Understood. After Yuan Shai Chanzun and Dao Chanzun bowed to Suyi from a distance, they not long after left. When Suyi returned, Zi Wenyu had already been saved by Su Diandian, given a pile of elixirs to take, and his injuries were all healed. Let's go back. Suyi didn't seem bothered at all by Zi Wenyu's injuries. How could a child grow up without getting hurt? Following behind Suyi, Zi Wenyu said softly, Teacher Su. Was my performance just now really that bad? Suyi continued walking forward, smiling. It wasn't that bad. You just lack real combat experience. After all, you were facing a god of a world. If you could have defeated him, that would have been strange. A god of a world. Zi Wenyu didn't quite understand what Suyi meant by the god representing something. He only knew that Teacher Su had killed that formidable giant with just one sword. In the future, he would also definitely become a strong person like Teacher Su. When Suyi returned to the school, Huan Changyu came to him. Teacher Su, we are planning to start expanding outward from the Spirit Wood town tomorrow, gradually reviving Huaxia. What do you think? After 5 years, human cities had stabilized, and the technological advancements brought back from the high tower had significantly raised the overall technological level of Huaxia. The improvement in military strength, the popularity of cultivators, made the revival of Huaxia possible ahead of schedule. Suyi laughed. This is something you all can decide on your own. Why ask me? Huan Changyu gritted his teeth. Mustering courage, he said. We would like to invite Teacher Su to join. Don't know, of course. No problem. Suyi contemplated for a moment and said, since I live in Spirit Wood Town, I am a part of this place. However, I only cultivate Chet. What do you plan on having me do? Suyi didn't mind joining the fight, but he absolutely wouldn't single-handedly destroy all the exotic beasts. He just wanted to be a somewhat participative observer. As long as you are with us, it's fine. As for what to do, you can decide for yourself. Huan Changyu didn't dare to push further, feeling that having Suyi around would provide reassurance. For instance, if they encounter any SSS-level exotic beasts, Mr. Su should take action. The revival of Huaxia is imminent, and Suyi has done quite a lot. The gate of the Lingmu town base is opened. Almost at the same time, the gates of base cities across the country are wide open, and the human counterattack begins now. Because of the transmission of the Lingshu Palace, Suyi's beast taming class has unexpectedly become a special course, and Suyi has also become the homeroom teacher of the beast taming class. However, there are only 10 official students in the beast taming class. Suyi didn't want to teach too many students, and these 10 included Li Yuayu and Su Diandian, along with the previous students Zi Wenyu, Liao Ruimao, and Yang Muxu. The remaining 5 students are the ones Suyi finds more interesting. This time, Suyi is going to take them outside the base. According to the base's requirements, an A-level strong can lead 100 B-level strong, and an S-level strong can command 100 A-level strong. High school students follow behind the main force to watch the battle. It is time for them to experience the battlefield. Suyi's record is just a C-level strong, so theoretically, he is not allowed to take students out. However, now, the high-level officials of Huaxia and some core figures of the base all note that Suyi is the true number 1 fighting force of Huaxia. Whatever he wants to do, he can do it without worrying. Taking 10 students out for training, even if Suyi takes 10 babies out to play, there is no need to worry. After the main force of Lingmu town set off, the strong ahead started to clear out the alien beasts, while the engineers behind started rebuilding on the ruins of the old city. They didn't dare to disturb the alien beasts on Kunlun Mountain because those beasts were stronger than most places, and also, Kunlun Mountain is not suitable for building a city due to the large amount of work required. The front line of the war is intense, but Suyi pays no attention to it. Now, the strong figures of the immortal realm are desperate to exchange treasures and techniques in Lingmu town. Almost all of them have mobilized, and as long as they don't encounter SSS-level alien beasts, they won't have accidents. Those SSS-level creatures usually live in deep mountains and forests, or deep seas, making them harder to encounter. Today, you can practice for real when you come out. Suyi has been in the base for quite a while. He is a person who can endure loneliness, but now that he is out, he naturally has to make some acquisitions. Foraging on his own on the mountain is different from taking a group of little ones out to forage. Probably because he's getting older, Suyi enjoys being with children more, because children don't have as many thoughts. People like Su Diandian, Even if they know how powerful Suyi is, their most common expression would be looking at Suyi with admiration. Just like how Crayon Shinchan likes action mass, just pure admiration. Liao Ruimao's physique is obviously not very good. He is already 17 years old. But he is only at the triple terrifying realm in terms of personal combat power, not on the same level as the others. Teacher Su, is that the strange southern grass in front? Liao Rumao pushed his glasses and pointed to a clump of grass ahead. Suyi glanced over and said, "Yes, strange southern grass. It tastes pretty good. Do you want to try some?" Liao Ruimao said expressionlessly, "That's the strange southern grass that can disperse one's cultivation base, and isn't there usually a mirage snake beside the strange southern grass?" Aang Muksu still had her non-mainstream makeup from before, and she frowned, saying, "Mirage snake, is it the kind of alien beast that can cause hallucinations? A level alien beast?" As she spoke, she looked warily around. A level alien beast was already very terrifying to her. Before she could finish, a pale white snake emerged from the grass. "Damn humans, get off my territory, or I'll kill you." Mirage snake. Liao Ruimao saw the little white snake and took 2 steps back. He was clear about his strength. As long as he retreated to Su Yi's side, he would be safe. Teacher Su is very strong. Dealing with a mirror-level alien beast is definitely not Teacher Su's match. Just as Liao Ruimao retreated to Su Yi's side, Su Yi gently pushed him forward, saying, "The taste of a mirage snake is quite good. This little snake is not yet mature, so it's not very dangerous. I'll leave it to you to resolve." "Leave it to me." Liao Ruimao's head drooped slightly. He took out a bag of yellow powder from his pocket, then slowly put on a gas mask from his backpack and said, "All right." After speaking, he took slow steps towards the mirage snake. Being at the triple chair refining realm, he was technically only at D level, while the mirage snake was an A-level alien beast, a huge difference in strength. Su Diandian Anzi, when you had agreed on rules before coming out with Su Yi. If Su Yi didn't allow them to take action, they couldn't do anything. Li Youayu was the type who wouldn't bother to make a move. Su Yi took the students out not just to train them but primarily to find food. Well, that's backwards. Besides finding food, the main purpose was of course to train the students. Liao Ruimao had low cultivation, but he had his own unique talents. While other students didn't bring many things when going out due to their strong abilities, this bespectacled young man went out with a big bag on his back and remained calm and composed in the face of everything. "You can come back now. Leave this little snake to Liao Ruimao." Su Yi squinted. "You need to understand that we're not here to play. In a place full of alien beasts, we're already seriously disconnected from the main force. Regarding food, you can only rely on yourselves now. Of course, if you want to find the main force on your own, that's fine too." When Su Yi was in Lingmu town, he was a gentle and easygoing teacher. But once out of the town, his students needed to go through some experiences, or else would they think they were out on a spring outing. Aang Muksu, as she grew older, became more obsessed with Su Yi, and she would obey his every word. As for the other 5 students, they were children from major sects, all under 10 years old and absolute followers of Su Yi. At that moment, only Liao Ruimao was facing off with the mirage snake. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" The mirage snake stared at Liao Ruimao, threatening, "If you take one more step forward, you will regret it." Cold light flickered in Liao Ruimao's glasses, and both his hands put on black metal gloves. "See, Italy," he said. "You can try." The mirage snake spat venom at Liao Ruimao, spewing out a bunch of green smoke, which wrapped around Liao Ruimao. But Liao Ruimao's pace remained firm, and he quickly charged towards the mirage snake. Sparks flew from the black gloves as he landed a punch on the mirage snake. "You think you can catch me with that speed?" The mirage snake, seeing that Liao Ruimao was unaffected by the poison fog, tried to escape like lightning. A sly smile appeared on Liao Ruimao's face. A steel net flew out from his gloves, accurately capturing the mirage snake and locking it up tightly. Another burst of yellow powder spray from the gloves onto the mirage snake. "Ooh, you dead brat. What kind of ghostly stuff did you sprinkle on me?" The white snake cursed in the steel net, writhing continuously. Many people mistakenly think that realgar can harm snakes. In fact, snakes fear realgar not because it is poisonous, but because its odor is very irritating. Snakes instinctively feel it is very dangerous, but when applied to the body, it just makes them feel sick. It's like the feeling of being covered in excrement and urine. Relatively low in harmfulness, but extremely insulting. Liao Ruimao was angrily scolded by the white snake for a while, feeling a bit dazed. Teacher Su, the snake has been sprinkled with realgar. Why is it still so energetic? Liao Ruimao recalled from watching the TV drama, A Legend of the White Snake, that when Bai Sujin smelled realgar, she would weaken significantly. So this snake being sprinkled with realgar should have given up by now. Su Yaibai gave him a look. Is realgar poisonous? Also, have you ever heard that realgar kills snakes at times like this? And the way you are, you will have to wash the snake meat thoroughly later. Oh, this? Liao Ruimao always thought he was quite smart. After all, his strength was not strong, and if his brain was not working well, it would be difficult for him to progress. You handle this snake yourself. Su Yaibai didn't want to deal with realgar either, as the smell was really unpleasant. These students are learning to take care of their own food in addition to training. Isn't that what they should be doing? Su Yaibai didn't want to be a bodyguard and maid for them either. It was too good to be true. Really, even Yizakuan didn't get this treatment. Wait, he seems to have a wife too. Su Yaibai suddenly remembered that he hadn't called Yizakuan for almost 5 years. Yes, don't mention video calls or meetings. Su Yaibai hadn't called Yizakuan once in the past 5 years. The 5 years seemed short to Su Yaibai, who was immersed in teaching and enjoying good food these years, almost forgetting that he was a married man. Calmly, Su Yaibai took out his phone and dialed Yizakuan's number. Turned off. Must be out of battery. Su Yaibai scanned the immortal realm with his divine sense and saw that Yizakuan was still being chased. A group of golden immortals were chasing her, while some demons were lurking in the shadows, with Yizakuan hiding her presence, looking dirty and muddy, leaning against a street corner with a tattered hat on. Seeing the immortals and monsters, including Yizakuan, frowning and keeping their distance. As for the phone, she didn't have one. There wasn't one in her storage bracelet either. It makes sense, though. The phone is a fragile object, and Yizakuan faces powerful divine demons and monsters every day. A single careless mistake could shatter it. As for Sun Wukong and the others, they seemed to be in a bit of a predicament, all caught by dark waters. Why did dark waters capture them? Su Yaibai furrowed his brows for a moment, recalling that disciples of the Yas sect were asked to give Yizakuan 81 challenges. Yes, he remembered. It seemed he wanted to surprise Yizakuan and issued a notice to chase her throughout the immortal realm. Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, holding the 7 precious trees of the true lore and the empowered divine staff, dealt with Sun Wukong and the others. That must have been quite easy. Seems like the difficulty level increased just a tad. Su Yaibai thought he might have overdone it a little. Although Yizakuan had many magic treasures on her, it depended on who her opponent was. 12 palace immortal emperors plus countless divine beings, Buddhas, and all the demons, only lacking the involvement of a sage. Yizakuan could survive in the immortal realm for 5 years, and now quietly hiding here without being discovered was remarkable. Li Youayu, keep an eye on things. I have something to attend to. Be back in a bit. Su Yaibai decided he needed to see Yizakuan. They were practically in a long-distance relationship, not contacting each other for 5 years. If this were a normal couple on Earth, it would mean trouble. Su Yaibai had no intention of abandoning Yizakuan for real. In this matter, he realized he was wrong. Although he was not one to focus too much on romantic relationships, 5 years of neglect, especially during the ongoing pursuits, was indeed too much for Yizakuan. Li Youayu didn't know why Su Yaibai was going to meet Yizakuan. Mr. Su, rest assured, I guarantee they won't die. Li Youayu smiled. Of course. Just won't die. Su Yaibai glanced at her. Even if they die, it's fine. These words were said in front of Liao Ruimao and the others. Although Liao Ruimao remained calm, the group of children paled in fear. When they saw Su Yaibai leave Liao Ruimao to catch the white snake alone, they felt a bit panicked. Although Liao Ruimao did well in the end, they had heard about how dangerous it could be outside the base. As the adults often mentioned, they had heard that those ferocious beasts could potentially eat children. Teacher Su actually left them in the hands of a little girl. In their eyes, Li Youayu was just like them. At most a girl in her teens. Having Li Youayu look after them, wasn't this just a death sentence for them? Su Yaibai didn't bother to explain much further, using teleportation to travel from Earth to the immortal realm. With Li Youayu and Su Dian, the group of kids wouldn't face any life-threatening danger. Encountering an SSS-class exotic beast, Su Dian could now directly confront it, and even slaying it wouldn't be impossible. Suyaibai appeared on a street in the immortal realm's Linyuan city. Clad in white, his long hair tied behind him, he walked up to Yizaksuan, less than 5 meters away, and called out, "Yizaksuan." At this call, all the divine beings and monsters on the street turned to look at him. Nowadays, Yizaksuan was the most famous figure in the immortal realm. This woman was at the top of the wanted lists of both the heavenly court and the demon realm. Capturing her alive could fetch at least 10 top-rate immortal artifacts and billions of immortal stones. After experiencing the treatment, Yizaksuan was undoubtedly one of a kind in the immortal realm. Hearing the call, Yizaksuan didn't move a muscle, just turned her head slightly to look at Suyaibai. How could she admit her identity directly? Who knew if she had been exposed? She was planning to play along, but when she turned her head, she saw a familiar figure. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. "Suyaibai!" Yizaksuan shouted, tears streaming down her face as she flew towards Suyaibai. Suyaibai stood still, and Yizaksuan clung to him like a koala, tears pouring down her face, crying, "Where did you go? My phone got smashed. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Suyaibai had considered many possibilities of what could happen when they met again. Yizaksuan might be disheartened and ignore him, or she might angrily demand a breakup. Their relationship had been quite sudden. Women are sensitive creatures, neglected for 5 years and constantly chased during that time. What would her attitude be when they met again? He never thought Yizaksuan would be like this. Women are a very complex species, and Sui deeply understands this. Over the years, he has been surrounded by many women. When a woman loves you, she can be affectionate, loving, and clingy, always wanting to be close to you. But if she says she doesn't love you, that's it. She doesn't. Turning her back is quicker than turning a page. Moreover, this time Sui himself did something wrong. Even if Yizaksuan is angry, it's not a big deal. At most, he just needs to coax her a bit. But after not seeing her for so long and being cold to her for so long, she wasn't even angry. Yizaksuan, the demons and monsters on the street all stared in this direction. They recognized her. She was Yizaksuan. Tensions rise. These powerful beings are ready to act at any moment. "Sui, let's run," Yizaksuan urged, feeling that being stared at by so many people would be her end. This has become a reflex now. In the 5 years, there have been anomalies on Earth, and Yizaksuan has been constantly pursued. If discovered, she must flee, assess the situation, and see if she can win. The current situation is clearly not in her favor. Why run? Sui smiled. He felt there was no need to run anymore. The people in front of him weren't really his enemies. He had no intention of fighting. After all, if he did, all these people in front of him would die. Let's call it quits on this journey of cultivation. You've done well enough. Sui thought for a moment. In 5 years, although she hadn't reached the Western Paradise, she had done quite well. In a situation where the entire immortal realm was hostile, if Yizaksuan could reach the Western Paradise in 5 years, she would truly be remarkable. Let's head west together, Sui decided, not wanting to go too far. Even as a straight man, there should be a limit. Yizaksuan looked at Sui in confusion. What do you mean by the journey of cultivation ends here? Ending means we go pick up the monkey and then head west back to Earth. Sui smiled. Let's call it a honeymoon. Pre-wedding honeymoons are quite normal on Earth, so since he had already assimilated into modern society, Sui could accept this. He hadn't spent quality time with Yizaksuan in 5 years. He had almost forgotten about his wife. Sui felt somewhat guilty, especially seeing Yizaksuan again without a hint of complaint. Really? Where do we go to pick up the monkeys? Yizaksuan said. A while back, a yellow wind blew through and all the monkeys disappeared. Sun Wukong and his companions were very strong, and Yizaksuan knew this. Essentially, the monkeys had been captured by powerful individuals. A gust of wind had swept away several strong beings, so how powerful was the enemy? You forget, I told you, I'm invincible. Sui never considered it a difficult task. Sha Wujing had been a disciple of Blackwater's great emperor before. They were all old acquaintances. A group of individuals might look pitiful, having been captured by Blackwater's great emperor, but in reality, except for Yizaksuan, everyone else was living quite comfortably under the great emperor, without any suffering. The disciples were eating, drinking, and having a great time, while Yizaksuan, as their master, was contemplating how to save her disciples. Sui didn't think Sun Wukong and the others were going too far. This was what he wanted, right? Sun Wukong, Jubaji, and the rest were simply added hastily to the journey lineup by Suyi to form the westward journey team. He didn't expect them to make any significant contributions. The best outcome was for them to be captured, for Yi Xiaoxuan to rescue them, and then for her to scold them. A simple matter. The perfect ending was for Yi Xiaoxuan to rescue them all, just like her disciples, who would occasionally cry out to her on the road. Master, big brother has been captured by a monster. Master, second brother has been captured by a monster. Master, third brother has been captured by a monster. The responsibility to rescue the disciples was all on Yi Xiaoxuan, as their master. Are you saying we're going to save them together? Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up. She knew Suyi's strength. With him in action, victory was assured. Yes, let's go save them together, Suyi said. But would the Blackwater Great Emperor really resist if Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan demanded the release of the monkeys? And were Sun Wukong and the others actually captured? While Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan were conversing sweetly, the demons and monsters around them were not only confused but also angry. They were being completely ignored. Are you Yi Xiaoxuan? A middle-aged Taoist in a Taoist robe stared at Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan and questioned. Suyi let Yi Xiaoxuan continue holding on to him, glanced at the Taoist, and said, Yes, she is Yi Xiaoxuan, but you can all disperse now. The mission to arrest Yi Xiaoxuan ends here, and, you say it ends, and it ends. The middle-aged Taoist formed a spell with his hand, and a giant sword flew out from behind him, directly attacking Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan. Suyi flicked a finger and sent the giant sword flying. Despite the sword's unparalleled sword energy, in front of Suyi, it was still nowhere near a threat. I, Su Duanhun, hereby declare that the mission to arrest Yi Xiaoxuan is officially over. His voice reached the heavenly realm and spread throughout the entire immortal realm. This voice carried a powerful deterrent force. Who was Su Duanhun? There were too many legends surrounding him in the immortal realm. It was Su Duanhun who had ordered the 12 palace immortal emperors and the demons to capture Yi Xiaoxuan earlier, and now he was canceling the mission. However, where would ordinary gods, demigods, monsters, and demons know so much information? All they knew was that the J Emperor, the major demon kings, and the remaining 12 palace immortal emperors were all offering rewards for Yi Xiaoxuan's capture, and they had no connection to Su Duanhun. The Jade Emperor, the major demon kings, and the remaining 12 palace immortal emperors also heard Suyi's voice. They immediately dispatched subordinates to inform their followers to halt the capture of Yi Xiaoxuan. Let's go, I'll take you to find the monkeys. Suyi petted Yi Xiaoxuan's head affectionately and tentatively asked, Do you want to get down first? Nope. Yi Xiaoxuan hung on to Suyi, not wanting to let go. Perhaps it had been too long since Yi Xiaoxuan had seen Suyi, but she buried her head in his shoulder, her hands around his neck, legs embracing his waist. It was a unique pose. All right, if you don't want to come down, then don't come down. At this moment, Suyi no longer put on any master's airs. He and Yi Xiaoxuan were already in a romantic relationship. If their story were to be written into a novel, it would probably be one of those cliché master-disciple romance novels that are scorned by society and would get rejected by those novel websites before submission. Putting on the master's airs would be somewhat affected. After Suyi said these words, all the gods and monsters around stared at them but dared not make any moves. Su Duanhan. That was a legendary figure. No one should be stupid enough to want to fight him. So you are Su Duanhan? A burly man in battle armor with long hair suddenly stood up. He held a large sword over 2 meters long, pointing it at Suyi and said, Even if you are Su Duanhan, so what? If I don't keep you here today, you will die here as well. There was a hint of cold smile on the man's lips. The other gods and demons around retreated far away, intimidated by his courage. Indeed, a fearless warrior. Suyi originally just wanted to leave with Yi Xiaoxuan directly, but after he revealed his identity to these people, some still wanted to test their skills against him. Da Luo Golden Immortal? Suyi glanced at the giant man. In terms of cultivation, he was barely decent, but such cultivation level also depended on who the opponent was. Just a Da Luo Golden Immortal, in front of Suyi, was completely inadequate. However, if this young man insisted on a fight, Suyi did not mind teaching him a lesson. I am the chief disciple of Mount Moin Qinshan Daoist, Jin Liangkan. Let go of Yi Xiaoxuan, and you can leave. Jin Liangkan pointed the sword at Suyi in an arrogant manner, saying, Otherwise, I will kill you along with her. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Jin Liangkan and whispered to Suyi, Are we fighting? Maybe I should come down. Clearly, with the enemy right in front of them, she thought it might be inappropriate to act so willfully to hug Suyi, fearing that he would dislike it. So she hugged him and said it was unnecessary to come down. After all, facing just a little Daluo golden immortal, was there any need to prepare for a fight? It would be easy to deal with him even while being hugged by Yishak Suan. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Not to mention the two had been separated for 5 years. Yishak Suan held Suyi tightly, unwilling to let go. She knew Suyi's strength, so when Suyi said that, she hugged his neck and didn't move. He smelled good. So you are Su Duanhen? Today, I will make you feel shattered. Jin Liangkan was also an outstanding figure, attaining the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal in just 100 years of cultivation. He had the capital to be prideful. A long sword in his hand gleamed with blood, his long hair emanating a faint red light. Jin Liangkan had heard of the legend of Su Duanhen, but in his eyes, this person must be a fake. Su Duanhen had already been a famous figure long before the establishment of the Heavenly Court. How could a person like him be seen on the streets being affectionate with a woman, hugging and kissing? In Jin Liangkan's view, a figure like Su Duanhen should have been a white-hair, immortal with a solitary air, possibly even an old bald man. He should have long seen through worldly emotions and secluded himself in a deep mountain forest, rather than appearing as he did now. A senior expert should have the charisma of a senior expert. Is that not so? If thought of in this way, the person in front of him was not Su Duanhen, a fake Su Duanhen, only bluffing. If you were to kill this fake Su Duanhen today and capture Yishak Suan, wouldn't his name spread throughout the immortal realm? Many fools on this street believed this was the real Su Duanhen. If he could kill Su Duanhen, wouldn't that prove he was even stronger than the legendary figure? Even if it turned out later that this Su Duanhen was fake, it would show his discerning eye, immediately seeing through the impostor's disguise and acting decisively. A name of a generation's outstanding talent resounded between heaven and earth, countless powerful beings wanting to take him as a disciple, perhaps even impressing a sage and reaching the pinnacle of life from then on. Thinking of this, Jin Liangkan roared and swiftly slashed at Suyi with his long knife. The bloodlight ripped through the space, stirring up the winds, the killing intent palpable. Suyi didn't want to kill this young man, considering he was the one who sent them on a mission to chase Yishak Suan. If he were to act against these people, it would be going too far. When Jin Liangkan's sword was half a meter away from Suyi's body, it stopped in midair and could no longer move forward. It wasn't because his swordsmanship wasn't swift and fierce enough or his cultivation was too low, but mainly because the person in front of him had a profound and superior cultivation level. There was simply no need for them to fight, given the gap between the two. Suyi chuckled, and Jin Liangkan was flung tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. His longsword also disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. This was already a good outcome. If Suyi truly wanted to kill him, just a gaze was all it took for him to be turned into powder. The chief of Mount Moin Qingshan. Suyi had never heard of this person's name. Perhaps he was a recent prominent figure in the immortal realm. Suyi only knew figures like the 12 Zodiac Heavenly Emperors at most. Let's go. Suyi appeared outside the palace of the Blackwater Abyssal Emperor, holding Yishak Suan. Sha Wujing used to be a disciple of the Blackwater Abyssal Emperor. Inside his palace, he lived a comfortable life, quietly cultivating, with single rooms for sleeping, without being locked up in any dungeons or the like. Sun Wukong and Jubaji were in the same situation, merely bound with a loose rope. The Blackwater Abyssal Emperor had no intention of harming them. Everyone, it's time for dinner. Untie the ropes. The Blackwater Abyssal Emperor personally came to the room where Sun Wukong and the others were held. The master has already spoken. Stop pursuing the master's wife, and you should be able to return soon. The Blackwater Abyssal Emperor understood that Suyi merely wished to train Yishak Suan. She was his future master's wife, a person he dare not offend. However, given the master's order, he decided to do something. For instance, like now, bringing Sun Wukong and others here, then having Yishak Suan face countless gods and Buddhas alone. This was a good arrangement. Little monkey, don't worry, your master will be fine. You can stay with me peacefully these days. Just tell me what you want to eat and what you need, and I will make sure you are taken care of properly. Learn a thing or two from that pig. Sun Wukong actually wanted to protect Yishak Suan, but hearing the Blackwater Abyssal Emperor's words, he could only reluctantly stay here. After all, There was nothing they could do against them. The Blackwater Abyssal Emperor had no intention of causing them trouble. They had been here for 2 days, only being tied up with a simple hemp rope during this time. Yes, just the most common hemp rope. Their cultivation was not sealed. At mealtime, they would be untied and allowed to dine together in the Great Hall. How was this even considered as being captured? They were treated as honored guests instead. I wonder how Monkey and Pigcat are doing now. Yi Xiaoxuan was still somewhat worried about these apprentices. Spending 5 years together, going through hardships, they were not just master and disciples, but also friends. It was impossible not to worry. Are you worried about them? Suyi asked softly. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan still clung to Suyi and refused to let go, as if she believed that once she let go, Suyi would leave her again. Yi Xiaoxuan whispered in Suyi's ear, "You have no idea what kind of powerful people I encountered in your absence these days." Then she proceeded to recount the experiences of the past 5 years and the interesting incidents of the apprentices. I thought Monkey and the others were impressive enough, but there really are more talented individuals out there. Just a few days ago, a gust of black wind blew by, and before I could even see clearly, Monkey and the others were gone. I wonder what powerful figure has captured them. I heard they were wanted to be eaten by a bold person. Could Monkey have been eaten already? Yi Xiaoxuan seemed to have opened up and kept talking in Suyi's ear. Suyi didn't find it annoying. He suddenly felt that having someone talk about these trivial matters by his side was quite pleasant. There are more talented people out there. That's absolutely correct, Suyi said. But Monkey and the others are doing well now, so well that you might want to hit them when you see them. Why? Yi Xiaoxuan could not understand why she would want to hit them if Monkey and the others were doing well. You'll know in a moment, Suyi teased and, holding Yi Xiaoxuan, arrived at the gate of the palace of the Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor. The 2 guards at the palace gate were puzzled looking at Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan. What did they mean by bringing a woman to the gate of their emperor's palace? Bull! Who dares to act insolently in front of the Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor's palace? The 2 guards brandished their long spears at Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan. Without saying much to them, Suyi directly teleported with Yi Xiaoxuan inside the palace. At that moment, the Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor sat in the center of the main hall, while Sun Wukong and the others were seated. Each person had a table full of food in front of them. The little white dragon had a long body occupying a lot of space, even being massaged by a female immortal, enjoying the service fit for a dragon. Tang Seng's table was piled high with vegetarian dishes. Good food and drink simply couldn't be more comfortable. Seeing this scene in front of her, Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes widened, and she jumped from Suyi's arms, glaring at Monkey and the others with clenched fists. Despite worrying that they might have been beaten to death or tortured, she now saw them living so well. Alone and pursued by others outside, always thinking about these apprentices and how to rescue them. But what about them? Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Monkey's face, marched up with anger, and then looked at the table full of various celestial peaches and fruits. Monkey, do you enjoy celestial peaches? Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but question. Monkey seemed fearful, trying to explain, gesturing with his hands, but in the end, he didn't say a word. At that moment, Pig was asleep in the corner, snoring loudly. Yi Xiaoxuan approached and kicked Pig to wake him. You pig, wake up and eat your pig food. In the 5 years in the immortal realm, Yi Xiaoxuan's relationship with these apprentices was still good. They were like both teacher and friends. Although they often played around and argued, seeing them in their current state made Yi Xiaoxuan truly furious. She felt that the emotions between them were fake, deceitful. Master, you've come? Lazily, Pig adjusted his position, turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoxuan indifferently. Weren't you captured? Do you look like someone who was captured? Yi Xiaoxuan was angry, confused before, wondering who had taken these talented people away. Now it seemed that someone had directly invited them here as guests. We were indeed captured. Pig pointed to the Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor and said, "It was this emperor who captured us. We can't leave even if we want to." The Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor had stood up long before, approached Suyi, and paid his respects, saying, "Little apprentice greets master." Suyi gestured for him to rise. With a smile on his face, the Haishui Zhuaming Great Emperor then saluted Yi Xiaoxuan. Greetings to master. This time, Yi Xiaoxuan was completely bewildered. Master? What in the world? Was this person Su Yi's disciple? The Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor was also a clever individual. Seeing that Yi Shaxuan seemed a bit angry, he quickly explained, "Master, I just brought a few disciples over to visit. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to capture them. We are all one family. Why would one family not have a few words? How can you call this capturing?" Su Yi had already retracted the pursuit order against Yi Shaxuan. At this point, they didn't need to make things difficult for her. So at this moment, the Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor felt it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with the master. They definitely didn't want to offend her. With a grim expression, Yi Shaxuan asked the Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor, "You blew a gust of demonic wine to take them away, and you call that inviting them over?" The Great Emperor chuckled, saying, "Master, please don't be offended. You have a distinguished status, with many matters to attend to. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to invite you this way. As for the disciples, they just came over for a few days and will return. It should be no harm." Yi Shaxuan was momentarily speechless and couldn't say anything. It seemed like no one had mentioned that Sun Wukong and the others were taken away. It's just that the actions of the Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor had made Yi Shaxuan mistakenly think they were captured. Su Yi also noticed that Yi Shaxuan was angry. "Zi Hai Shui, come here." Su Yi glanced at the Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor. Somewhat puzzled, the emperor approached Su Yi as directed. "Bend your head," he was instructed. The Hai Shui Zhuangming Great Emperor followed Su Yi's instructions and leaned closer to him. Once he did, Su Yi raised his hand and lightly tapped his head. The emperor winced in pain, but quickly understood why Su Yi had struck him. Su Yi didn't really use force, otherwise, he might have done serious damage. "Who told you to bring them here?" Su Yi felt indebted, and now his wife, Yi Shaxuan, was upset with the Great Emperor. Naturally, he had to help his wife release some steam. The Great Emperor quickly realized the situation and apologized to Yi Shaxuan, admitting his mistake in bringing the disciples here without permission. He didn't mention his own intentions after Su Yi issued the order. This way, he shouldered the responsibility. He just wanted to ensure Yi Shaxuan was happy. The Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss may not be the most powerful among many immortal emperors, but he does have a bit of cunning. Perhaps it is because of this cunning that Su Yi has a somewhat favorable impression of him. Although he doesn't admit it, the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss is somewhat similar to him. The Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss knows very well when to do certain things. At least when it comes to taking the blame, he absolutely won't hesitate, because ultimately, taking the blame won't kill anyone, and it might even win Su Yi's favor. Like when he tricked and killed Zunti Daoist before, some immortal emperors thought he was a sly old fox, but he didn't care. How others see him is not important to him. The main thing is how Su Yi sees him. As long as Su Yi thinks he's alright, then everything is fine. As expected, after the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss took a beating, Yi Shaxuan's anger dissipated. Originally, she wasn't a very petty person, and the status of the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss was there. After all, he was an immortal emperor. Even if Su Yi beat him up, what more could she do? Does it have to result in his death to vent her anger? It has to be said that while Yi Shaxuan's chest isn't very big, she is a generous person. After the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss took the blame, she even found a place to sit down and smilingly said to him, "I also want to eat." This could be considered resolving resentment with a smile. Yi Shaxuan has now reached the realm of the Grand Dao Golden Immortal, and she definitely wouldn't go hungry, but she just wanted to have a meal with her disciples. More accurately, she just wanted to have a meal with Su Yi. It's that simple. These disciples, I really want to poison them all. Look at that idiot monkey, still eating fruit. In fact, many orthodox immortals choose to give up gluttony and focus solely on cultivation. But being with Yi Shaxuan every day, sometimes it just feels wrong not to eat something. Of course, because Yi Shaxuan hasn't been cultivating for long, and she used to be around Su Yi, a foodie. How could she give up the desire for food? This is also Su Yi's first time visiting the palace of the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss. Since he's here, as a formality, they should eat something before leaving, so he sat down next to Yi Shaxuan. Seeing this, the Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss promptly had the central table removed from the hall. He had previously stayed by Su Yi's side and knew his taste. "Master, to express my apology, I'll personally cook a meal for you and your master." The Great Emperor of the Dark Water Abyss deeply understood that no matter how well he performed in other aspects, doing well in food is key. Only then can he win Su Yi's favor. Although Suyi had disappeared for many years, the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss had become more skilled in culinary arts. He spent millions of years honing his culinary skills and finally can showcase them before Suyi today. The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss walked to the center of the hall, waved his hand, and a BBQ grill appeared before everyone. "Master, Madame, all fellow disciples, today let me treat you to my specialty dish, roasted dragon tendons." In the hall, there were many of the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's subordinates and disciples who were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? The emperor is publicly roasting dragon tendons for them. Isn't that something the servants should do? The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's disciples and followers saw this scene and dared not ask, speak, or pry, not even looking towards the direction of the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss. They were truly afraid that after Suyi left, the emperor would silence those who witnessed this scene. If news like this got out, where would the emperor's prestige go? The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss took out a large table, placed a thick white dragon tendon on it, drew out a divine sword, quickly cut them into small sections, and then skewered them with cold iron skewers. Suyi sat there without moving, watching the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss perform. When he saw this, Suyi remembered back when the great emperor was by his side. He seemed to have done this too. The toughness of dragon tendons is well known. Ordinary knives wouldn't be able to cut them, so using a divine weapon as a knife is most appropriate. Additionally, dragon tendons have a fishy smell that needs to be roasted until tender with divine fire. Otherwise, they would be tough to chew. Only big shots like Suyi and the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss could roast and eat dragon tendons. After cutting the dragon tendons into small pieces, the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss took out the 9 heavens sacred water to soak and cleanse them. By using the 9 heavens sacred water to remove the fishy smell from the dragon tendons, he was meticulous in his approach. Then he sprinkled various precious seasonings on them. It can also be considered marinating them. The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's disciples and followers served Suyi and the others before waiting at the door. They had all received a message from the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss just now. Its meaning was simple: don't be afraid, and feel free to discuss this matter. They solemnly informed them that the young man who looked like a great hero was their master Su Duanhan. As expected, after leaving the hall, the disciples started to discuss animatedly. So that person is the famous Su Duanhan in the immortal realm. I wonder what realm he has reached. Su Duanhan should be like a patriarch to us, right? Didn't the emperor call him master? That dragon tendon just now seemed to have been from an ancient divine dragon the emperor hunted and killed tens of thousands of years ago. It's been so many years, yet he never ate it. Truly filial. The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's disciples were also at the door helping to speak well of him. They didn't know if their words might be heard by the patriarch, but if the patriarch did hear them. Did you not see the water the emperor used to wash the dragon tendons? Those were all 9 heavens sacred water. It is said that if an earthly immortal takes a sip of 9 heavens sacred water, they can directly ascend to the realm of the golden immortal. Such a treasure is only used to cleanse dragon tendons. The emperor really has good taste. The great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's disciples were not afraid of their words being overheard, as they were all praising him. The relationships and power dynamics in the immortal realm are complicated, and many other factions have inserted spies into the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's palace. While the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss knew this, he turned a blind eye. Soon, the happenings in the hall were spread out. They didn't know that this was precisely what the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss wanted. The events of today were meant to be spread out. In just a short amount of time, many prominent figures in the immortal realm had gotten wind of it. Su Duanhan was in the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss's palace, and the great emperor personally cooked to host him and his partner Ishak Suan. The relationship between the two was truly extraordinary. It seems that Su Duanhan really cherishes his junior disciple. Inviting Su Duanhan, one wonders how many big shots in the immortal realm would want such an opportunity. How could the great emperor of the Dark Water Abyss not promote it? Suyi could also see the little scheming of the Blackwater Xuanming emperor, but he wouldn't expose it. Blackwater's current behavior was like some minor celebrities on Earth, taking advantage of the influence of other big shots. The immortal emperors in the immortal realm were actually quite boring existences. In the long and endless years, much of their time was spent on cultivation. With nothing much left to pursue, all they wanted was face and reputation. Usually, these big shots rarely got their hands dirty. The real fighting was always among their disciples and followers. Whichever disciple wins, it proves their prowess, simply a form of comparison. Wasn't it all about saving face? Now the big shots also knew that Su Duanhen was a disciple of the J Emperor. But looking at it now, Su Duanhen had been missing for a period of time, only to reappear in the eyes of the public at the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor's place. In contrast, Su Duanhen had not even gone to see the Jade Emperor. After receiving this news, the Jade Emperor gazed in the direction of the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor's palace, sighing, "Master, what am I lacking compared to that Blackwater scoundrel?" Even though Su Yi had guessed the Blackwater's little scheme, he had no idea it would cause such a reaction. Indeed, the current appearance of the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, with his raised hat and background music, was somewhat like roasted gluten and lamb skewers. The young man was quite impressive. Su Yi was quite satisfied with the performance of the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, especially his meticulous and dedicated process of roasting dragon tendons. Cultivation was about the heart. After all, some strong cultivators were focused only on improving their cultivation level, forgetting about the trivial matters in daily life. Wasn't there a pretentious saying? Eating, fetching water, chopping wood, all aspects of life are cultivation. In ordinary life, one could still cultivate their heart. After roasting the dragon tendons, the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor handed them to Su Yi and Yi Wan with a respectful attitude. "Master, madam, please taste it." He placed the roasted dragon tendons on the table in front of Su Yi and Yi Wan, then took a few steps back. He no longer had the demeanor of an immortal emperor. With a simple and honest smile on his face, he looked like a newly admitted disciple. It had been 5 years since Su Yi had seen Yi Wan, let alone shared a meal together. "Thank you." Yi Wan gave a grateful look to the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, a basic courtesy that must be observed. She was not one to hold grudges, and upon reflection, she realized she did not harbor any hatred towards the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor. "Madam, you flatter little Blackwater." The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor showed great respect towards Yi Wan. He was not foolish to judge her based on her lower cultivation level. It was important for a person to be aware of their own identity and position. What did it matter if Yi Wan's cultivation level was low? She was Su Duanhen's woman. Even if she was just an ordinary person, the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor would treat her with utmost respect. After taking a bite of the dragon tendon, Yi Wan's eyes glittered. 5 years. 5 whole years. During these 5 years, she had endured hardships, hardly ever enjoying a good meal. The dragon tendons roasted by the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor were tender with a chewy texture, exuding a slight fragrance. Yi Wan felt her soul uplifted. "Delicious." Yi Wan grabbed Su Yi's arm and shook it in excitement. Then she picked up a piece of roasted tendon and offered it to Su Yi. Feeding each other among couples was a normal gesture, and Yi Wan's action seemed natural. Seeing this, the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor knew he had made the right move. It seemed the relationship between master and madam was quite good. Flattery was well received this time. "Master, madam, since you've come all this way, why not stay here tonight as my guests? It will give me the opportunity to show hospitality and filial piety." Yi Wan did not make the decision alone but looked at Su Yi. She truly wanted to stay here. In these 5 years, she had endured much hardship, barely getting a good night's sleep, let alone a decent place to stay. Su Yi had previously mentioned taking Yi Wan on a honeymoon, and staying at the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor's place could be the first stop. Since they were here, staying for the night was an easy decision. "All right, we'll stay here tonight." Su Yi had no special requirements for the accommodation. As long as Yi Wan was happy. Yi Wan was so happy that she almost couldn't resist hugging Su Yi, but with too many people around, she decided to wait until they were alone in their room. After finishing their meal, the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor led Su Yi and Yi Wan to a super large room. The room was ancient in style, approximately 500 square meters in size. "Madam, I hope you find this room satisfactory," the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor said. He understood that as long as madam was happy, everything else was fine. "I'm satisfied. It's great." Yi Wan looked around and was genuinely impressed by the room, finding it much better than the presidential suites. Showing courtesy, the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor then bowed to Su Yi and said, "Master, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just instruct the disciples outside." After the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor left, Yi Wan couldn't resist jumping onto the enormous bed that was almost 8 meters long. The bed was incredibly large and soft, and she had not slept on such a comfortable bed in a long time. In these 5 years, Yishuo's nerves had been constantly strained, and it was rare for her to relax. Lying on the big bed, she felt she could drift off to sleep at any moment. "Suyi, what material do you think this bed is made of? It's so soft." Yishuo buried her head in the pillows, savoring the comfort. "What material do you think it is? It seems like silk, but not quite." Yishuo sat up and touched the bed, looking at Suyi. As they locked eyes, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere of the room. Yishuo's face involuntarily blushed. "You're blushing like a teapot," Suyi teased her. Yishuo wrinkled her nose and gestured with her finger. "Come here." Suyi moved closer. Yishuo stared at him and asked, "Have you been with other women while I was away?" "There have always been plenty of women around me." "Which one are you referring to?" Suyi's character made it impossible for him to directly deny or claim he had not been with other women in recent years. Yishuo stared at Suyi and burst into laughter, sounding like a goose honking. "You still have the same attitude." With Suyi's way of speaking, most women would have been infuriated. "I don't care. I want to check." Yishuo pouted and grabbed Suyi's hand. "Can you check this?" Suyi raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "Of course I can check your provisions, see if they've been eaten by other women." The battle, for ordinary people, usually ends in half an hour or even just a few minutes. But Suyi and Yishuo are not ordinary people. Didn't Yishuo say she wanted to check Suyi's food supply? So Suyi made it clear to her that he had plenty of supplies. This has nothing to do with whether someone is stealing or not eating. Even if someone ate some, so what? The previous way of fighting was somewhat monotonous. In the era of widespread mobile phones, Suyi has secretly learned some new martial arts techniques over the years, but just hasn't had the chance to show them yet. In the past, Yishuo's physical condition was somewhat lacking, and if Suyi sparred seriously with her, she might have been defeated in 1 or 2 rounds. Now, as Yishuo's realm has improved, her physique has become stronger. Although Yishuo was the one who wanted to spar with Suyi, her martial arts moves were somewhat lacking. Suyi is not very enthusiastic about sparring and fighting, but since Yishuo insisted on fighting, he naturally had to fight her to the end. Suyi also considerately cast a soundproof spell, as fighting in the room would attract too much attention. After more than an hour of perseverance, Suyi thoroughly made Yishuo realize what speed and strength mean. Many inexperienced boys think only men like fighting, but they don't realize that girls also enjoy it. And in general, when it comes to actual fighting, men may not necessarily win against women. Like playing a game, men have cooldowns, while women can almost have none or take a long time to use skills continuously. Can the average man handle that? At most, the woman pretends to have cooldowns too, just to make it fair. But in Suyi's case, it's different. Cooldowns for skills? Non-existent. "Can we take a break?" Yishuo collapsed, almost in tears. Suyi laughed. "Didn't you say you wanted to check my food supply? You're done checking now. How could the party that incited the war stop it just like that?" But odd. "Isn't your food supply too much?" Considering the power difference, Suyi finally decided to change direction and lay there without moving. "Then you go ahead." What else could Yishuo say? She wanted to check the food supply herself, and now that she found there was too much food and couldn't eat it all, should she ask someone else to help her digest it? In the end, Yishuo had no choice but to rise to the challenge. Throughout history, learning martial arts has required a strong physique, as many fancy martial arts techniques can only be performed with a strong body. Obviously, these things are not difficult for Suyi. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Yishuo also benefited greatly from sparring with Suyi. The room provided by the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor was large, with a hot spring pool on the left. After several battles, Yishuo was already covered in sweat. Suyi had originally only wanted to clean the sweat off his body, but Yishuo, not knowing any better, provoked him again. Could he bear such a thing? For a moment, water splashed in the hot spring, until Yishuo cried out for mercy. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor was also very considerate and did not disturb Suyi and Yishuo. It wasn't until the next day, noon, that Suyi and Yishuo left the room. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor had already arranged for disciples to wait for them in the distance. After they came out, someone immediately welcomed them into the main hall. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor took great care of them. This time when Suyi returned to the immortal realm, besides fetching Yishuo, There were actually many things he needed to do. He had to reward Sun Wukong and his companions for accompanying Yixiaxuan. In the original Journey to the West, after Tang Xuanzan and his disciples completed the 81 trials, didn't the Buddha also give them some rewards? There were scriptures and honors. Yixiaxuan's journey this time was not as simple as the 81 trials. In the original Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong and the others encountered monsters they couldn't defeat, they could still ask for reinforcements from all over heaven and earth. But on Yixiaxuan's side, there were enemies everywhere, each with strong power. The difficulty level had multiplied many times over. And there was still Gong Yan, the son of the Kun Peng, imprisoned in the 10,000 Calamity prison. If Su Yi didn't bring him back soon, that child might collapse. Master, I found that the heavenly secrets seem to be in disorder. I don't know if something major has happened. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor was, after all, an immortal emperor and could sense that something was amiss in the 13 universes. Su Yi understood what he was saying and replied, the heavenly laws no longer govern this universe. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor asked in confusion. Have you met the heavenly laws, Master? Su Yi nodded. You don't have to worry about that. Just know that in the universe you are currently in, there are no heavenly laws anymore. No heavenly laws. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor frowned, opened his hand, and a black flame appeared in his palm. But the power of the laws has not changed. Su Yi explained. You can think of these laws as game rules, and the heavenly laws are like the people who set the game rules. Now that this game has been programmed, even if the people are gone, the game remains unchanged. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, who had never played games, looked at Su Yi with a somewhat puzzled expression. He could understand games, but what was programming? He didn't quite grasp it but seemed to understand. Essentially, without the heavenly laws, certain rules still remained unchanged, allowing him to continue using magical techniques. If there are no heavenly laws, does that mean one can only ascend to the Supreme Being or become a sage of the Great Tao? The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor suddenly realized this. Is that not good? Su Yi replied with a question. After all, a sage of the heavenly laws was ultimately subject to their control. As a named disciple of Su Yi, why should he become a sage of the heavenly laws? The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor looked at Su Yi, hesitated, and asked, Master, have you been to other worlds? What are they like? Su Yi smiled. I've only been to the heavenly laws battlefield once. As for other universes, I haven't been there. It shouldn't be much different, just moving from one familiar place to another. It's not that mysterious. To Su Yi, traveling from one universe to another was just like sightseeing, and once you actually went there, it wasn't that different. It was the same for individuals like Su Yi who had matured over the years. Sometimes they sought novelty, but most of the time, they preferred to stay in familiar places, watching familiar faces. Just like how Su Yi liked the small courtyard in Qingzhou, which was where he had originally built his first house. Though time had changed and the place had long lost its former appearance, the great emperor of the Blackwater Mysterious Abyss, although already ranked as an immortal emperor, still has many secrets unknown to him. For example, he knows about the existence of the heavenly Tao, but he doesn't know exactly in what way the heavenly Tao exists. Su Yi told him about these things, but he only understood them vaguely, gaining a rough understanding. Initially, Su Yi thought about giving something else to the great emperor of the Blackwater Mysterious Abyss. However, upon further consideration, this guy already possesses two innate spiritual treasures. If you were to give him another treasure, he might become even more arrogant, which would be detrimental. The great emperor of the Blackwater Mysterious Abyss clearly wants to discuss the battle of the heavenly Tao with Su Yi again. Although the great emperor of the Blackwater Mysterious Abyss is Su Yi's named disciple, Su Yi and his group have been well taken care of by Blackwater these days. It would seem stingy if Su Yi didn't reward him in some way. Since he wanted to know about the battle of the heavenly Tao, Su Yi straightforwardly conveyed the scenes of his battles in the heavenly Tao to the great emperor of the Blackwater's mind. Su Yi's performance in the battle of the heavenly Tao was described as ferocious, directly crushing the opponents, and even chaos ensued even with the heavenly Tao present. When those battle scenes appear in the great emperor of the Blackwater Mysterious Abyss's mind, he was dumbfounded. He used to think that the sage was already the most powerful existence, or that with the heavenly Tao, one would be invincible. However, upon seeing Su Yi's performance in the battle of the heavenly Tao, he realized that even the sage was just too ordinary. Then what does that make him? Since obtaining two innate treasures, he had become somewhat arrogant, believing himself to be very strong, even thinking he could hold his own against the sage. But now, it seems he was just being short-sighted. Ignorance is bliss. If the great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss hadn't seen those scenes, he might have been content with his current situation. Thank you, Master, for letting me know all this. The great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss expressed his gratitude to Suyi. There's no need for thanks. Suyi waved his hand with a smile and said, if there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave. Blackwater respectfully bids farewell to Master and Mistress. The great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss sincerely thanks Suyi. Understanding that the incidents that happened during the Battle of the Heavenly Tao between Suyi and the others were not something ordinary people would qualify to know, Suyi allowing him to witness the battlefield scenes was already a great gift. Moreover, the great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss felt that Suyi was subtly guiding him because those battle scenes were transmitted from Suyi's perspective. Witnessing such battles firsthand through Suyi's perspective would greatly benefit his future cultivation. After watching Suyi's battles, the great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss felt like his horizons had suddenly expanded. What the Master said earlier was not entirely wrong. If there's no heavenly doubt, he could attain the supreme oneness. Life seemed to be filled with renewed motivation and direction. The great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss even considered that one day he could personally participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Tao. Even if he were to die there, it would seem like a fitting end. The group left the palace of the great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss. Along the way, Suyi asked them, do you have any wishes you'd like to share? I will try to fulfill them if possible. The journey to the west was indeed challenging for Sun Wukong and the others. Previously, Suyi had promised Golden Cicada that if they reached the western heaven, he would let it become a Buddha. But now, he wasn't sure if the Golden Cicada would be willing to lead the Buddhist faith. Suyi encouraged them to make wishes, as most desires they had would likely be achievable. Little White Dragon was originally an ancient divine dragon. However, the status of the dragon clan in the immortal realm had declined compared to before. Various factions either wanted to capture them or keep them as pets. Unfortunately, with the increasing number of formidable figures in the immortal realm, most dragons either had to seek shelter or ended up as food. Yesterday, the great Emperor of the Blackwater mysterious abyss roasted dragon tendons in front of Little White Dragon, trying to please Suyi and Yishiaxuan without considering the feelings of the Little White Dragon. Facing such a situation, the Little White Dragon could only pretend not to have seen anything. When the Little White Dragon heard Suyi's words, it became somewhat excited and asked, Mr. Su, can we really make any wish? Suyi looked deep into its eyes and said, as long as it's reasonable, not too extreme, then most wishes can be fulfilled. Though Suyi promised to fulfill their wishes, if their requests were overly extravagant, he would naturally refuse. For example, if one of them demanded to be the Jade Emperor, to rule the immortal realm, destroy the universe, or instantly achieve the status of a sage, would Suyi have to comply with all those demands? Little White Dragon hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Su should be aware that the status of our dragon clan in the immortal realm is not as good as before. I only hope that Mr. Su can provide a habitat for our dragon clan. Mr. Su, can you prevent those powerful forces from hunting down our dragon clan? We can live deep in the sea forever and never surface. We do not wish to be anyone's mount or pet. Suyi knew that there was no such thing as the Foreseas Dragon King in the immortal realm. There was even an ancient divine dragon imprisoned in the everlasting prison. The position of the dragon clan in the immortal realm was evident. Even hiding in the deep sea was not entirely safe, as dragon meat was considered a delicacy. Needless to say, the trend of eating dragon meat began with Suyi. All right, I promise you, Suyi said. You can choose a sea area as the dwelling place for your dragon clan, and I guarantee that no one will come to hunt you within that area. Can I choose the Eastern Sea? Little White Dragon was delighted to hear Suyi's promise. Initially, when he heard that Suyi wanted them to go to the Western Heavens Ling Mountain, it assumed that it would end up becoming part of the Buddhism. Now, Suyi was granting it freedom and ensuring the continuity of its entire race. It was naturally very grateful for this. Just accompanying Yishiaxuan for 5 years, it had managed to bring such significant benefits to the dragon clan. Suyi's promise alerted all the dragons in the immortal realm, including the one in the everlasting prison. From now on, the Eastern Sea belongs to the dragon clan. No one shall hunt down your kind again, or else you'll be considered an enemy of me. Su-duhen. Suyi's communication reached the ears of the leaders of the major forces. Those who could hunt down the Dragon Clan were none other than those forces. Su Yi merely needed to inform these individuals. Originally, hunting down the Dragon Clan wasn't an easy task, and wanting to become Su Duhan's enemy due to such actions was not something anyone in the immortal realm would risk. Su Yi also released the ancient divine dragon inside the everlasting prison, along with Guyan. Guyan had a tough time during these 5 years compared to Yixiaxuan. The everlasting prison was full of formidable and lethal formations. Su Yi had taken care of the ancient divine dragon and the divine phoenix for him, providing special care. For Guyan, the 5 years of trials were actually beneficial, leading to another significant breakthrough in his cultivation. The little white dragon did not hurry to say goodbye to Su Yi and the others. The EC in the fairy world can also be considered a blessed place. Originally, there were many powerful aquatic monsters and immortals here. The key point is that the EC has always been within the influence of the Heavenly Court. After Su Yi communicated with the Jade Emperor, the Heavenly Court immediately arranged for immortals to come down, and from then on the EC belonged to the Dragon Clan. The little white dragon has existed since ancient times. It had heard of Su Duanhan's name and knew that if Su Duanhan said so, then the EC would be their Dragon Clan's territory in the future, so there was no need to rush. Su Yi asked Jubaji, "Do you have any wishes?" Jubaji thought for a long time and said, "Mr. Su, can you take me to see Change?" Change? Su Yi looked at him curiously, as if Jubaji had nothing to do with Change. "Do you really like Change?" The liking between Jubaji and Change is just a plot in a myth. As far as Su Yi knows, it is impossible for Jubaji and Change to have any connection. After all, their status is vastly different. As for the story of Marshal Tiat and going to the Moon Palace to harass Change, that is even more impossible. After all, Change is the Star Lady of the Moon Yin, the daughter of the Demon Emperor. Even if it were an immortal emperor, he wouldn't dare to harass Change. Jubaji looked at Su Yi and said, "I'm not familiar with Change. It's just that my master often asks me about my relationship with Change. He said that I flirted with Change after drinking, and was demoted to the mortal world to become a pighead. He also said that Change is the most beautiful woman in the world. I also want to understand what my relationship with her is. Could it be that I had a connection with her in my past life?" Over the past 5 years, Yixiaxuan and Jubaji have been through life and death situations, and when they are bored, they often gossip, such as the story between Jubaji and Change. Even Jubaji himself doesn't know, but Yixiaxuan can talk a lot about it. This is a very awkward situation. Clearly he didn't do anything. Why does he carry the blame of harassing a goddess? Su Yi probably understood it, and without much thought, he said, "Okay, I'll take you there." The next moment, the group directly teleported to the entrance of the Moon Palace. Jubaji asked, "Mr. Su, can I restore my previous appearance?" Su Yi laughed, "Of course. The experience of the journey to the west has ended early for you. Not only can you restore your previous appearance, but even your previous identity." After Jubaji returned to his human form, he still had a bit of a mighty and handsome appearance. This imposing general should be quite attractive to girls, at least not the pighead Asen he was before. Su Yi personally arrived at the Moon Palace, and not only did Change come out to welcome them, but also the Demon Emperor Jun followed. "Su Laoch, what brings you here today?" Emperor Jun seemed a bit nervous after seeing Su Yi. He and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi were doing some things now and are afraid that Su Yi might interfere. Su Yi just glanced at the situation in the Moon Palace and sensed something unusual. It seems that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Emperor Jun have some secrets. But this is not related to Su Yi. His relationship with Emperor Jun is still good. He looked at Bian Zhuang and said to him, "This little guy wants to meet your daughter." Bian Zhuang. Emperor Jun was puzzled. Why would this kid want to see his daughter? Change just glanced at Bian Zhuang. She had never met him before, and she couldn't understand why this person wanted to see her. Change was dressed in a white silk dress, with exquisite features, cold and unparalleled. Not to mention Bian Zhuang, even Yixiaxuan felt a sense of closeness when she saw Change. Beautiful people always attract others. Bian Zhuang looked at Change and couldn't help but swallow. The most beautiful woman in the world. If he could flirt with her a bit, it would be nice. Sensing Bian Zhuang's strange gaze, Change couldn't help but frown, but out of respect for Su Yi, she didn't say anything. Su Yi naturally noticed it. This guy Bian Zhuang was looking at Change with impure intentions. "All right, now that you've met, let's go." Su Yi had promised to take Bian Zhuang to see Change. Now that the wish was fulfilled, they could leave. Dian Zhuan was surprised and asked Suyi, "Can I flirt with her?" Emperor Jun stared at Zhu Baji with wide eyes. What is this guy saying? How dare someone say that in front of him? Harass his daughter. Is he asking for death? Change was also stunned. This person was too rude. By saying what you just said, you have already flirted. Suyi smiled. He would fulfill Bian Zhuan's wish, but some things are not ethical. Can I do that? I wonder if I can get close to her. Dian Zhuan suddenly felt frustrated. Mr. Su said, he could fulfill any of my wishes, right? Have I already fulfilled your wish? You asked me to take you see Change, and you've seen her. Suyi looked innocently at Bian Zhuan and said, I'm not responsible for the rest. You can now do whatever you want. It's not related to me. Bian Zhuan looked at Change, then at Emperor Jun, feeling a bit embarrassed. What do you mean it's not related to me? If the Demon Emperor wants to harm me, will you help me, Mr. Su? Ha ha ha. What joke are you making? Suyi laughed. Emperor Jun and I are good friends, and Change is like a niece to me. If you really harass her, it's good enough that I don't act against you. Bian Zhuan's mind was in chaos. Bringing him to see Change would fulfill his wish. Wasn't that too hasty? He had at least secured EC for the Dragon Clan. What about him? Just meeting Change. If he simply wanted to see Change, he could have done it himself. Why waste a wish opportunity? Initially, Emperor Jun was nervous that Suyi might interfere if he found out something, but now with Suyi's words, it seems that Suyi doesn't intend to meddle at all. He was well aware that Suyi standing there probably already knew everything, but Suyi didn't say anything. Instead, he said they were good friends, and it seemed that Suyi didn't want to deal with the guy in front of him. Just that. He dared to flirt with his daughter in front of him. Wasn't that too arrogant? If he didn't give him a little lesson, where would he put his face as the Demon Emperor? Suyi looked at Emperor Jun, who was ready to act, and asked Bian Zhuan, are you leaving or not? If you don't, then we'll leave first. Bian Zhuan looked deeply at Change, sighed, and finally said, let's leave together. If he didn't leave now, was he waiting to be killed by Emperor Jun? Yi Xiaoxuan stood aside, and probably understood what was going on. She was holding back her laughter, but dared not laugh out loud. Emperor Jun, then we'll take our leave. Suyi had no intention of getting involved with the Demon Clan's affairs. Whatever Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi were planning, let them handle it. In the fairy world, Suyi doesn't belong to any camp. Wait. Brother Su, what is the relationship between this person and you? Dijun shouted to stop Suyi. At this moment, Dijun glanced at Bian Zhuang. Obviously, he did not care much about Bian Zhuang and was only considering Suyi's feelings. If Suyi wanted to protect Bian Zhuang, Dijun would definitely not lay a hand on him. But if Suyi and Bian Zhuang had an average relationship, then Bian Zhuang's earlier words were simply asking for trouble. The daughter of the Demon Emperor being teased like this, then casually leaving, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Bian Zhuang clearly noticed that Dijun was truly angry. This was the Demon Emperor, an existence equal to a sage. Before following Yi Xiaoxuan, he was just a small Marshal Zhanpeng. The title of Marshal Zhanpeng may sound impressive, but in the heavenly court, there were many heavenly gods like him. It should be noted that the Demon Emperor was an existence even the J Emperor did not want to easily provoke. If Suyi had not promised him a wish before, would he dare to act so arrogantly, saying in front of Dijun that he wanted to tease his daughter? Damn it, Suyi smiled and said, Dijun, my friend, there is no need to be too angry. He is my wife's disciple. In the end, he is just a junior. Why bother being so serious with him? But if you just want to teach him a lesson, that's fine. Let him save face. Zhu Baji's behavior just now was truly deserving of a beating. Even if he was lecherous, saying those things in front of his father, wasn't that seeking trouble? If he wasn't given a little lesson, would that be acceptable? Making a wish, not all wishes can be granted, especially when Suyi had already fulfilled his wish, and yet he still wanted more. Well, being beaten was quite normal. Suyi himself had said that Change could be considered his niece. If Dijun wanted to teach Bian Zhuang a lesson, there would be no big issue. Very well, in that case, let this emperor test your skills. In fact, Dijun was trying to probe Suyi's true intentions. Just as Suyi was about to leave, he suddenly realized, did Suyi really come to the Moon Palace just because Bian Zhuang wanted to tease Change, for him to be responsible to bring them over? With Su Duanhen's identity, this matter sounded somewhat unreal. In that case, what was his real purpose? What was that purpose? Did Su Duanhen really intend to meddle in their demon world's affairs? If he didn't figure out this matter today, Dijun wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Su Duanhen was too strong, so strong that he had to be treated cautiously. If he scolded Bianjuan, and Su Yi still didn't get angry, it would mean that Su Yi didn't want to meddle in his and the East Emperor Taiyi's affairs. Otherwise, there would be a problem. Drawing a line now might be quick. A test. Just a test. Dijun just wanted to know Su Yi's true intentions, and the follow-up matters could still be negotiated. He wasn't really that angry. After all, he was a generation's demon emperor, not so easily provoked. With Bianjuan's little cultivation level, it would be easy for change to teach him a lesson. Big figures like Dijun usually had many considerations. He wouldn't believe that Su Duanhen would be so bored as to command change with a little guy in tow. Su Duanhen probably wanted Dijun to explain something himself. If Su Yi was really allowed to leave, trouble might arise. The more Dijun thought about it, the more he felt a headache. What did Su Duanhen really want? He had to stall for time first, then discuss it when the East Emperor arrived. Bianjuan looked at Su Yi for help, but Su Yi just smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Demon Emperor won't really kill you." He had said this to Yishiak Suan, meaning to assure her not to worry about the safety of Bianjuan's life. Dijun was heavy-hearted and, in the blink of an eye, had appeared in front of Bianjuan, grabbing him by the neck, and in the next moment, the two were on top of the Moon Palace. Then Dijun proceeded to beat Bianjuan mercilessly. Dijun vs Bianjuan. Undoubtedly, this was completely one-sided brutality. In less than a breath's time, Bianjuan was beaten to a pulp, completely helpless to fight back. No matter what tricks Bianjuan tried to use, they were as fragile as bubbles in front of Dijun. As for their martial arts skills, could he compare? In terms of physical strength or magical items, a complete and brutal domination in all directions. And still, Dijun didn't dare to kill Bianjuan for real. Otherwise, in an instant, that guy would have gone through reincarnation hundreds of times. No. If Dijun really intended to kill him, he would make sure not to spare even his soul. "Master! Monkey! Help me!" Bianjuan couldn't help but cry for help. In Su Yi's view, Dijun wouldn't really take Bianjuan's life, but all Bianjuan could feel was a strong sense of oppression. It was like an ant in a human's hand. Even if the ant felt frightened, it would still be afraid despite the human not killing it. Moreover, the human kept striking it with fingers or other objects. How could it trust that the human wouldn't kill it? Sun Wukong and the little white dragon exchanged glances. Sun Wukong walked up to Su Yi and asked, "Mr. Su, can I help that pighead? Although he deserves a beating." Sun Wukong was a bellicose man, and although he often argued and fought with Zhu Baji, seeing Zhu Baji being beaten up made him want to intervene. Especially since Dijun was strong, he was eager to try it out. Anyway, in Sun Wukong's eyes, Zhu Baji was still one of their own. No matter how absurd he was, Sun Wukong felt he should lend a hand. Su Yi nodded, glanced at the little white dragon, Jin Changzi, and Sha Wujing. "If you want to act, then do it together." Even if all of them collectively took action, they were simply not a match for Dijun. If they wanted to be beaten, Su Yi seemed to have no reason to stop them. Sun Wukong was the first to fly over, and the little white dragon couldn't stand the loneliness and joined the fight. While the name of the Demon Emperor was somewhat known to everyone present, Jin Changzi expressionlessly also joined the battle. San Wujing was originally a disciple of the Blackwater Mystic Dark Emperor. How could he not know that even if their group combined forces, they could not be a match for Dijun? But since Su Yi had just said so, he didn't quite understand Su Yi's true intentions. The senior brothers all took action, so naturally he followed along. Dijun, however, became even more serious when he saw them all coming at him. What was Su Duanhen's true intention? He alone fighting against the four of them was not a problem at all. After all, he was a demon emperor of a generation, and Su Duanhen made all these fellows come up to fight him. Was there really some special intention? Sun Wukong and others joined the battle, displaying various powerful techniques, causing the sky to darken and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The Moon Palace is located in the 13th heaven, originally belonging to the Heavenly Court's territory. The commotion caused by Dijun immediately attracted a group of heavenly soldiers and generals to rush towards this direction. Leading them was the first official of the Southern Dipper 7 Stars, the Lord of Fate and Destiny, with 5,000 troops in tow, flying towards the Moon Palace. He loudly shouted, who dares to engage in a private fight in the heavenly court? Dijun punched Sun Wukong away and kicked Qin Chanzi down, then gave Lord of Fate and Destiny a disdainful look and said, "Get lost." Lord of Fate and Destiny trembled as if struck by lightning, almost falling from the sky. His troops behind him didn't dare to speak either, frozen in time as if part of a painting, while Dijun stood outside the painting. With a simple gesture, he could rip apart the characters and the painting. "Yes, yes, sir." Lord of Fate and Destiny's face turned pale as he responded and then turned to leave. As for the soldiers and generals he brought, they scattered in retreat, not daring to say a word. They had only come after seeing the battle here, but with Dijun ordering them to leave, would they dare claim to be upholding the peace of the heavenly court? The Moon Palace, although under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, seemed more like an autonomous region due to Change being the daughter of the Demon Emperor. Usually, the heavenly court does not interfere in the Moon Palace's affairs, and few would dare cause trouble there. Dijun did not want heavenly court personnel to appear in the Moon Palace. Even if he killed a mere Lord of Fate and Destiny, what could the Jade Emperor do? After Lord of Fate and Destiny's departure, the battle between Dijun and Sun Wukong resumed. Dijun, while fighting, reached out to communicate with Don Huangtai, urging him to hurry over. Many celestial deities watched from afar. Knowing it was Dijun in the midst of the battle, none dared to approach. Someone is taking on the Demon Emperor. Could it be the Blackwater Zhuangming sovereign? I think it might be Su Duanhen or Qianzun who just emerged from seclusion. Speculations arose among the onlookers, refraining from probing the situation with divine consciousness for fear of provoking Dijun into retaliation. Finding the conflict lingering, they assumed an equally formidable opponent faced Dijun. Only a few individuals in the immortal realm could go toe-to-toe with Dijun. Ordinary gods are unaware that Avalkitespo was smacked to death by Su Duanhan, assuming the most prominent figures are the Blackwater Zhuangming sovereign and the newly enlightened Tuki master. Little do they know that Dijun was holding back. Without his restraint, aside from Jinkanzi being able to resist the Demon Emperor's attacks, others would likely perish. Dijun effortlessly overwhelmed Sun Wukong and his group, and had their battle not been in the air, it might have caused a catastrophe, leveling the Moon Palace. This was all without Dijun employing any spells. Yi Xiaxuan, standing next to Su Yi, witnessed her disciples mercilessly beaten by Dijun, and couldn't help but ask, "Su Yi, the Demon Emperor won't truly kill them, right?" Su Yi shook his head. Theoretically, Dijun didn't intend to kill them, but if he loses control, who knows? After all, Dijun can be quite heavy-handed at times. They conversed while Yi Xiaxuan worried about Sun Wukong's group's safety, while Su Yi remained indifferent, having transcended all rules and confident that, even if they were slain, he could revive them with little effort. Would that be a big deal? Dijun, toying with Sun Wukong and the others, kept a watchful eye on Su Yi. Every word spoken by Su Yi and Tizia cracked through his ears, analyzing Su Yi's tone and grasping his intentions. Su Duanhen knew he wouldn't truly kill those blokes. However, a slip could change everything. Dijun contemplated the consequences if he accidentally killed Su Duanhen's wife's disciples. Would Su Duanhen fly into a rage? Notables like them often need a pretext for their actions, even finding an excuse to resort to conflict and turn against each other. Would Su Duanhen indeed intervene, orchestrating Bian Zhuang's advances toward Change, instigating conflicts, and then teaming up against Dijun, increasing the chance of an accidental kill? If that happened, it would play perfectly into Su Duanhen's schemes. One misstep, and he could capitalize on it. Su Duanhen truly knew how to manipulate events. Had Dijun been slightly more irritable, he might have fallen into the trap. Yi Xiaxuan presently felt awkward. She was someone who discerned right from wrong. The issue arose due to Zhu Baji's misbehavior, trying to flirt with Change in front of her father and making inappropriate comments about intimacy, which made her irritated with him. Nevertheless, Zhu Baji and the group were still her disciples. She couldn't just stand by and watch them get beaten up, potentially putting their lives at risk. If you wish to take action, feel free to do so. I believe he can handle it. Su Yi noticed Yi Xiaxuan's hesitancy. It had been a while since she revealed her abilities, and considering Dijun was a formidable opponent, testing her skills wouldn't hurt. Upon this advice, Yi Xiaxuan called out to the Demon Emperor. "Demon Emperor, Zhu Baji is my disciple. If he's at fault, as his master, I cannot absolve myself of blame. I apologize to you in advance. The Demon King, aware of Yishiak Suan's relationship with Su Yi, found himself in a dilemma, unsure of the proper course of action. What is Su Duanhen's intention in involving Yishiak Suan now? Would it be too late to stop now? Su Yi interjected, Dear Dijun, my wife would like to spar with you in swordsmanship. Perhaps you can give her some pointers. Dijun grew increasingly conflicted. Su Yi seemed to hold Yishiak Suan in high regard. How should he engage Yishiak Suan in combat? What if someone got injured? Dijun glanced at Yishiak Suan, feeling uneasy. Damn, Yishiak Suan is only at the peak heavenly immortal level. With her cultivation, one mistake could be fatal. While a mishap causing harm to Sun Wukong's group might still offer some leeway, if Yishiak Suan were fatally injured, Dijun sensed Su Duanhen might have set him up this time. If he accidentally killed Yishiak Suan, Su Duanhen would surely retaliate. Yishiak Suan didn't have a clue what Dijun was thinking. All she knew was that her disciples were being severely beaten by Dijun. Since they were master and disciples, they should advance and retreat together. She knew her own cultivation level was low, but she could not sit idly by. However, her joining the fight made things even more difficult for Dijun. Firstly, Sun Wukong and the others had different levels of cultivation, yet he had to fight them all at the same time. This required him to constantly adjust his strength to avoid killing anyone, but if his strength was too weak and didn't hurt, then what was the point of fighting? Initially, just Sun Wukong and the others joining had put Dijun in a bit of a bind, but Dijun was well aware that as long as he only injured these guys without causing death, Su Dunyu might not truly turn against him, at least not find an excuse to do so. That if he truly killed Yishiak Suan, or even just injured her, then he would be in danger. Now, with Yishiak Suan, a supreme gold immortal, joining the battle, Dijun was completely at a loss. Did he have to suppress his cultivation to the level of a supreme gold immortal to avoid hurting Yishiak Suan? If he truly did so, Bian Zhuang and Sun Wukong would surely turn the tables on him. These guys were not easy opponents, and how powerful was the golden cicada at its core? Sun Wukong was also extremely fierce. During this battle, with many celestial beings watching, if the Demon King was beaten up by a group of juniors, how shameful would that be? Others wouldn't care if he suppressed his cultivation or not. They'd only see him being trounced by juniors. Just imagine that scene. It would be a total loss of face. Di Chun's mind was spinning rapidly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. However, Yishiak Suan swiftly joined the battle, fully aware of her own weakness, and immediately drew her Su Duanyu's soul-severing sword. When Dijun saw the soul-severing sword, he felt a chill down his spine. Su Duanyu's sword. How could he not recognize it? Even though Yishiak Suan's cultivation was low, being struck by that sword would likely result in injury. Dijun furrowed his brow and thought of the only solution: simply avoid Yishiak Suan's attacks, not engaging her directly, while ruthlessly dealing with the others. For him, dodging Yishiak Suan's attacks during the battle wasn't too difficult. She had made some progress in the last 5 years. Although the Su Duanyu had sealed the soul-severing sword, the sword spirit could still instruct Yishiak Suan. In particular, the sword spirit of the soul-severing sword was excited when it saw Yishiak Suan fighting with Dijun. Hey, isn't this the Demon King? It exclaimed. So bold? Want to challenge my sword master to a fight? Are you looking for death? Master, beat him until he is nothing but ashes. Perhaps others still revered the Demon King, but the soul-severing sword spirit had seen many scenes. In the battle of the celestial realm, it had slain many saints, even disregarding the heavenly Tao and certainly not caring about a mere Demon King. Yishiak Suan felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing that the situation arose from Pigsy's wrongdoing. She had to unsheath her sword now out of necessity. The sword spirit's words were somewhat excessive. Just moments ago, Yishiak Suan had apologized to Dijun, but now the sword spirit was mocking her, making Yishiak Suan feel embarrassed. Shut up! Yishiak Suan couldn't help but chide the sword spirit. However, the sword spirit didn't take it seriously and cheerfully said, Master, don't be afraid. I'll cheer for you. Just a mere Demon King, you can kill him at will. It must be said that although Yishiak Suan was the swordmaster, she had no control over the sword spirit. Her previous attacks had been easily avoided by Dijun, and now she just wanted to seriously fight to relieve the pressure on Bian Zhuang and the others, not bicker with the soul-severing sword. Minutes passed by, and Sun Wukong and Pigsy were still being beaten. while Dijun continued to avoid engaging directly with Yishiaxuan. Yishiaxuan felt helpless, as her cultivation level was evident. Holding the soul-severing sword, she couldn't directly kill a demon king like Dijun. What do you mean, Dijun? You dare to underestimate my swordmaster? Do you dare to have a direct confrontation with my swordmaster? The soul-severing sword spirit couldn't stand Di-chun's behavior, and continually dodging was unacceptable. It loudly exclaimed, "Come on, Demon King. Let's fight." Di-chun's face darkened. He was in quite a predicament. Yishiaxuan held the soul-severing sword given to her by Su Dunyu, which meant that she was highly valued by him. So Yishiaxuan was someone he definitely couldn't afford to harm. Unfortunately, the soul-severing sword spirit continued to taunt him, almost as if trying to provoke him. In Di-chun's eyes, the sword spirit's intentions were in line with Su Dunyu's. In particular, that one remark about underestimating the sword master. Others knew that Su Dunyu was the true master of the soul-severing sword. Would Su Dunyu want to force him into a duel with Yishiaxuan? If he continued avoiding, would Su Dunyu lose his temper? Dijun sneakily glanced at Su Dunyu. Indeed, Su Dunyu was gazing back at them with a stern expression. In reality, he had misunderstood. Su Yi's expression wasn't particularly dark, merely expressionless. Su Yi was also wondering about Di-chun's behavior. Dijun continued to imagine, believing that if he didn't engage Yishiaxuan in battle, Su Dunyu might indeed get angry. However, at his current level, if he acted, it would certainly result in Yishiaxuan being injured. It was then that Don Huan Taiyi finally appeared. Di-chun's eyes lit up. As long as Don Huan Taiyi intercepted Sun Wukong and the others and he suppressed his cultivation to the level of a supreme gold immortal, he could have a direct confrontation with Yishiaxuan without hurting her. Then they could battle evenly, and he could see how Su Dunyu would react. Don Huan, your timing is perfect. I want to have a direct confrontation with Miss Yi. Take care of these few and teach them well. Dijun swiftly informed Don Huan Taiyi about the current situation with his divine sense. Don Huan Taiyi glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, agree, then used a great divine ability to transfer them all beside him, saying, "Come on, you little guys, I'll play with you." At that moment, Dijun and Yishiaxuan faced off in midair, staring at each other from a distance. Yishiaxuan was at a loss. She had lost count of how many times her attacks had been easily avoided by Dijun. Furthermore, the fact that Dijun could effortlessly beat Sun Wukong and the others in such a state reveals his level of cultivation. Now, she was going to have a one-on-one fight with him. Could she handle it? Oh no. She was going to get beaten up too. Yishiaxuan was on the verge of tears, while Di-chun's mood was complex. To him, Yishiaxuan was like a hot potato. He couldn't hurt her, had to avoid her attacks, and finally settle the fight evenly, which was simply too troublesome. Subro, you have suppressed my cultivation to the realm of the Taixi Golden Immortal. I won't use magic treasures or secret techniques. How about sparring with sister-in-law to see how it goes? Dijun thought it over carefully. He knew he could definitely win, but he needed to discuss it with Su Duanhen first. By having Su Duanhen suppress his cultivation, he could test just how strong Su Duanhen had become. He had seen Su Yi obliterate Quan Ti Daoren with a palm strike, but in the past 5 years, due to certain reasons, Di-chun's cultivation had advanced rapidly as well. Even for someone like Su Duanhen, it would require some effort to suppress his cultivation. If Su Duanhen couldn't perfectly suppress his cultivation to the Taixi Golden Immortal realm, then it would prove that Su Duanhen was not invincible after all. Su Yi had no idea Dijun had all these thoughts. You could just suppress your own cultivation, right? Su Yi hesitated for a moment, and I don't recommend you do this. Dijun was considered a strong figure of his generation, with rich combat experience and a powerful physical body. Normally, even with his cultivation suppressed to the Taixi Golden Immortal realm without using magic treasures or secret techniques, he should still be unbeatable at the same realm. But this was only under normal circumstances. Dijun chuckled. It wouldn't be interesting if you suppress your own cultivation. Sometimes I can't control it, so it's better if you do it. Indeed, Su Duanhen's combat power was astonishing, but it wasn't absolutely invincible. He couldn't easily suppress his own cultivation either. Su Yi frowned. I suggest you use your weapons. I'll help you suppress your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, Dijun felt his cultivation directly drop to the Taixi Golden Immortal realm. This sensation was peculiar, as if all the power in his body had been drained instantly. This wasn't just a matter of suppressing cultivation anymore. It seemed the laws of the realm above takes golden immortal or impossible to utilize. Even his physical strength had diminished. To peak of takes golden immortal 9 heavens. This was Di Chun's current cultivation level, and his power could not advance any further. Fear filled Di Chun's eyes. Su Duanhen achieved all this with just one sentence. The once formidable demon and emperor had turned into a takes golden immortal without any visible effort from Su Duanhen. The phrase words have power didn't seem to apply here. Now, let's fight. Su Yi glanced at Yishiaxuan and said, she has just stepped into the takes golden immortal realm, but in overall strength, she should be a match for you. Su Yi was still moral, considering Yishiaxuan had quite a few things on her plate. If he really suppressed Di Chun's cultivation to just one level of the takes golden immortal realm, Di Jun would likely be slain. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Di Jun felt not only fear but also some resentment. As the majestic demon and emperor, even if his cultivation was suppressed to the takes golden immortal 9 heavens, why would he not be able to defeat Yishiaxuan at just the takes golden immortal realm? When his gaze fell on the soul-severing sword in Yishiaxuan's hands, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, he had been hasty. Previously, he had only thought about Su Duanhen and forgotten that Yishiaxuan also possessed a soul-severing sword. This was a dangerous item, as normally, Yishiaxuan with the soul-severing sword could effortlessly defeat opponents of much higher realms. Yishiaxuan held the soul-severing sword, cautiously eyeing Di Jun. Even with Di Chun's cultivation suppressed to the takes golden immortal 9 heavens, it still placed him at a significant disadvantage, and being careless today would undoubtedly lead to a defeat. Please. Di Jun made a gesture inviting Yishiaxuan to attack without using any magic treasures. Without any delay, the soul-severing sword erupted with terrifying sword energy. The sword technique Su Yi taught her, the executioner's sword of the Lord Chuanzun, and her own insights into swordsmanship were all integrated into this strike. Facing such a formidable opponent as Di Jun, Yishiaxuan dared not underestimate him in the slightest. She didn't even leave any room for hesitation and went with a powerful opening move. The sword spirit of the soul-severing sword laughed. Little Di Jun, accept the baptism of this sword spirit. In that moment, Di Chun's entire being was locked in by the sword of soul-severing. Di Jun stared in astonishment. How many years had it been? It had been so long since he last felt this way fear from someone at the takes golden immortal realm. Di Jun took a deep breath. His intuition told him that he would perish under this strike if he didn't use magic treasures. The great demon emperor, would he really die at the hands of a takes golden immortal? Under the soul-severing sword, many saints had been slain. Di Jun didn't want to die inexplicably like this. It must have all been part of Su Duanhen's plan. Su Duanhen must have foreseen that in this situation, Di Jun would seal his own cultivation, then perish under the soul-severing sword. Being killed by a takes golden immortal would be the ultimate insult to him. Butcher Wu sword. Di Jun finally couldn't contain himself anymore. With a loud roar, a blood-red sword appeared before him, the Hitiu Luo broke under his feet. The Butcher Wu sword was a postnatal spirit treasure, while the Hitiu Luo book was a top-quality innate spirit treasure and Di Chun's lifelong companion treasure. Both treasures appeared together, and with Di Chun's cultivation higher than Yishiaxuan's, the bolstering effect of the two treasures barely pushed back the suppression of the soul-severing sword's intent. The Butcher Wu sword, you little trash! Yishiaxuan's sword strike was already unleashed, and upon seeing the Butcher Wu sword, the sword spirit of the soul-severing sword began its ridicule. As for the Hitiu Luo book, to the soul-severing sword, it was no different. They were all trash. Yishiaxuan's strike was too fast, and Di Jun, whose realm was suppressed, could only block with the Butcher Wu sword. Clang! The soul-severing sword collided with the Butcher Wu sword, and a massive sword energy erupted in midair. With the Butcher Wu sword snapped in two. Di Jun heartbreakingly cried out. The Butcher Wu sword, his longtime companion, was now broken. His emotions were beyond complex at that moment. Primeval River and Luo Array. Although Di Jun couldn't use some techniques exclusive to Ya Emperors, he was unrestricted in using formations. With a low growl, Yishiaxuan was instantly enveloped within the Primeval River and Luo Array. The exquisite aspect of the Primeval River and Luo Array was that the person trapped inside wouldn't sense the passage of time, witnessing the transformation of snowy mountains into seas, oceans into deserts, countless illusions over the river diagram, the cycle of life and death in an instant, as if eons had passed or countless kalpas had gone by in just a moment. If Di Chun's cultivation hadn't been suppressed by Suyi, once this formation was activated, Yi Xiaoxuan would likely have aged instantaneously and her will disintegrated. Fortunately, Di Jun was now only in the realm of the Taixi Golden Immortal, and this formation's power was like a drop in the bucket at best. The Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation is the boundary protection formation of the ancient Yaoting. According to Su Duanhen's ranking of formations in the world at the time, the Jumo formation of the Communicating Heaven sect only ranked 4th, while the Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation ranked 2nd, and the Zhoutiashengdu formation of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi ranked 1st. This is why the two great Ya emperors can stand shoulder to shoulder with many sages of the human race. Of course, another reason in the past was that the heavenly principles did not allow sages. As for the ranking of formations, Su felt that the Zhoutiashengdu formation was more interesting, making it difficult to compare strengths. In any case, the Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation was considered a famous killing formation in ancient times. Yi Xiaoxuan, trapped in the formation, immediately sensed the changes in the surrounding environment, summoned her alchemy furnace, and enveloped herself within it. The Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation is powerful, but Yi Xiaoxuan's alchemy furnace is a treasure refined by Suyi using top-quality materials. The golden light from Yi Xiaoxuan's alchemy furnace protects her from all harm. After 5 years, Yi Xiaoxuan had become proficient in using the alchemy furnace, and such a top-tier treasure was somewhat underutilized if used solely for alchemy. She even gave the furnace a name. Little Vira. Yes, let's call it Little Vira. Those big shots use alchemy furnaces named Dinge Square Cinnabar Cauldron, Immortal Phoenix Pattern Furnace, 8 Trigrams Furnace, Eternal Universe Divine Furnace. Just hearing their names shows how extraordinary they are. But Yi Xiaoxuan named hers Little Vira, not for any other reason, but because this furnace is just a resilient. The Sword Emperor was full of question marks. Yi Xiaoxuan was trapped in the formation, but when the alchemy furnace expanded to envelop her, she was unaffected by the formation. Inside the alchemy furnace seemed like a separate world. Suyi stood below watching this scene, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the Sword Emperor. Obviously, he was supposed to guide Yi Xiaoxuan, but he insisted on revealing his cultivation level, equivalent to hers. In terms of cultivation, the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship was not inferior to Yi Xiaoxuan's. His treasure was also top-notch, but compared to Yi Xiaoxuan, the ultimate big spender, it was completely outmatched. The formidable Ya Emperor's equipment was being thoroughly outperformed. It was indeed somewhat absurd. Yi Xiaoxuan was safe and sound within the alchemy furnace's protection, and the Sword Emperor's sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "Another Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation. How interesting." Another? What do you mean? It was Yi Xiaoxuan's first encounter with the Sword Emperor's Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation. Protected by the alchemy furnace, she didn't feel any danger from the formation. Instead, she was fascinated by the beautiful scenes changing within the formation. So beautiful. "The last time I saw it was the last time," said the sword spirit. "I only remembered that the Lord Su admired the scenery inside. Then, with a wave of hand, the formation was broken. It wasn't anything special. I didn't even have time to stretch my muscles." In the past, Suyi could be considered an evaluator of various formations. Breaking formations was a matter of mood rather than drawing a sword. If Suyi had drawn his sword back then, it was likely that the Heluo book would have been destroyed. It was somewhat regrettable in the eyes of the sword spirit. "So what should I do now?" Yi Xiaoxuan was willing to listen to the sword spirit's advice. What else to think about? Just break it with a sword. That's what the sword spirit had been waiting for. After all, it had not been satisfied in Suyi's hand and had only been used for slicing vegetables. In Yi Xiaoxuan's hands, it was meant to break all the treasures in the world, establishing the image of her unparalleled divine weapon. With Yi Xiaoxuan's safety no longer a concern, she swung the Sword Emperor, and the sword energy rippled through the formation, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to shatter. However, Yi Xiaoxuan was still within the formation. The Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation could not be broken with just one sword strike. Yi Xiaoxuan was puzzled. What happened to breaking it with one sword strike? The sword spirit was embarrassed. This sword spirit was too hasty. The sword spirit had been sealed by Suyi, and Yi Xiaoxuan had only broken through the second layer. Despite the exceptional sharpness of the sword spirit, Yi Xiaoxuan's attempt to break the Hunyuan Heluo Great Formation with a single sword strike was unrealistic. If Suyi had been wielding the sword, he would have easily resolved all issues with one stroke, leaving nothing behind, including the Hellua book. But now it was Yishiak-suan, who was miles behind in terms of cultivation level and sword intent compared to Suyi, making it unrealistic to easily break the formation. Beyond the formation, the Sword Emperor was sweating bullets. What the Sword Spirit just said was quite intimidating. Did he really think Yishiak-suan could break the formation with one sword strike? After all, the sword in her hand had an impressive background, so he began to doubt himself. Show. The Sword Emperor let out a sigh of relief, looking into the distance where the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was giving a lecture to Golden Cicada and Sun Wukong. Yishiak-suan was trapped in the formation, and on the surface, the Sword Emperor's party seemed to have the upper hand. But the Sword Emperor knew that Su Duanhen was still there, and so far, he hadn't figured out Su Duanhen's intentions. When it came to cultivation, Su Duanhen could seal at will, and he didn't want to confront him head-on. In terms of strength, he was clearly lacking. After waiting for a while and seeing Yishiak-suan struggling within the formation, waving hundreds of swords, but still unable to break free, the Sword Emperor approached Su with a smile on his face and asked him, "Su, old brother, let's be frank. Do you have any grievances against me? If so, just say it. If I've done something wrong, I'll correct it." Su raised an eyebrow. "I don't quite understand what you mean. You should already know that the Celestial Tao is no longer here, and a mysterious consciousness approached me and the Eastern Emperor to sign a covenant. We have signed it, and he will support us in regaining control of the immortal realm. If you have any objections, you may as well talk to him about it. You should know of his existence, right?" Suyi looked at the Sword Emperor meaningfully. He had no intention of getting involved in the Heavenly Court struggles, and he didn't even understand why the Sword Emperor was revealing so much to him. "Of course, you also know that my daughters are about to be reborn. They will become the main fighting force of our Yao tribe, a matter I remember you were previously aware of." Suyi nodded. He had seen the engravings of Chang'an and the other sisters before and knew that the Sword Emperor had tried to transfer the souls of his deceased daughters to the offspring of ancient fierce beasts using a secret technique. "So, Su, old brother, what do you mean by that? Why don't you reveal your true intentions? What is your real purpose for coming here?" Eternal Life Chapter 833 of the main text. What is the real purpose of bullying my wife just because you have high cultivation? This question really stumped Suyi. Banzhong helped me with something before, and I promised to bring him over to meet Little Change. Suyi pondered, but if he wants to harass Little Change, I will never tolerate that. "So, when you taught him a lesson, I did not interfere, did I?" Suyi was a reasonable person. Although he promised Banzhong to fulfill their wishes, those wishes should at least adhere to basic morality. Emperor Jun was puzzled. "Is that it?" Suyi nodded seriously. "As for other matters you mentioned, they have nothing to do with me. Does that mean you won't meddle in the affairs between our Yao clan and the Heavenly Court?" Emperor Jun wanted to confirm once again. Suyi couldn't help but smile. "Why would I meddle? Do I look free to you?" He understood that these fellows like Emperor Jun always overthought things. If he didn't explain clearly, they would make wild guesses like fools. Emperor Jun stuttered in his speech, feeling frustrated. Since he had no intention of getting involved in the matters concerning their Yao clan and the Heavenly Court, what was he supposed to do now? Suyi looked at Emperor Chun's expression. Was he about to swear? After all, he was a Generation Ya Emperor, a person of status and dignity. It would be beneath him to use foul language. Emperor Jun swallowed hard and asked, "Can I not spar with Madam now?" "If you don't want to spar, then don't spar." "What's that got to do with me?" Suyi said. "You can directly call it off too." It was really ridiculous. Did they have to ask him even for these matters? "Then I won't fight." Emperor Jun decided firmly. Should they fight with banana lollipops? If he accidentally injured Yishiak-suan, he might offend Su Duanhen. If he lost, with so many people watching, he would lose face. It was a loss either way, so why fight at all? Suyi was starting to lose interest in talking to him. The dignified Ya Emperor seemed rather foolish. At that moment, Yishiak-suan in the formation, wielding the soul-cutting sword, unexpectedly broke through the third seal placed by Suyi. "Damn it! Master Sword, cut his river diagram Woshu. It's right there, Junior. Dodge." Breaking through the third seal, Yishiak-suan's full-powered strike was enough to slay a Daluo Jingxian, which was quite extraordinary. In the cultivation hierarchy of the immortal realm, the rankings were Mortal Immortal, Earthly Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Taiyi Golden Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Taichi Mysterious Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal, Immortal Lore, and Immortal Emperor. Skipping 3 major realms in one go was truly incredible. Currently, Emperor Chun's cultivation was suppressed to the realm of a Taiyi Golden Immortal by Suyi. He couldn't restore his own cultivation, and at this moment, the soul-cutting sword had locked onto the river diagram Luoshu's main body. Yishiaxuan, fueled by the primordial chaos purple Che, once again surged in power and unleashed a sword strike. This time it wasn't just ordinary sword energy. The main body of the soul-cutting sword made contact with the main body of the river diagram Luoshu. A strike hit the river diagram Luoshu. The formation mercilessly shattered, and a chunk of the river diagram Luoshu was directly cleaved off. Master Sword, keep it. Soul-cutting sword was ecstatic. In Suyi's absence during this period, it taught Yishiaxuan a lot. According to the sword's theory, whenever you fight, there must be benefits, otherwise, why fight? Fight for gains. That was the essence of it. After 5 years of arduous learning, Yishiaxuan had engraved this survival principle in her bones. She swiftly used the alchemy furnace to collect the severed parts of the river diagram Luoshu. As the river diagram Luoshu was cut, Emperor Jun spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the spot. Suyi sidestepped, looking towards Yishiaxuan. At this moment, Yishiaxuan was standing in midair, holding the soul-cutting sword with a miniature Vira hovering above her head. Emperor Chun's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. The river diagram Luoshu was his lifebound treasure, refined with 70,000 years of effort. It was already spiritually connected to him, and now, it had been cleaved into 2 parts, severing its link with him. Although the Vira had not yet attained sentience, it was a fibrate treasure personally crafted by Suyi. With the river diagram Luoshu taken away, even Emperor Jun would not be able to establish any connection with it again. This. Emperor Jun gazed at Yishiaxuan, a mighty Ya-Emperor, feeling the urge to cry. At this moment, he regretted and was enraged. He regretted leaving Bingjung behind, regretted overthinking. Why didn't he take back the river diagram Luoshu sooner? When Su Duanhen made it clear that he had no intention of interfering in the affairs between their Yao clan and the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun should have immediately taken back the river diagram Luoshu. He overestimated the situation, believing that even if Yishiaxuan wielded the soul-cutting sword, she could not break the formation. Even if she did, she couldn't possibly cleave the river diagram Luoshu. When he should have thought more, he thought nothing. When he shouldn't have thought too much, he thought more than anyone else. If you wanted to snatch someone's river diagram Luoshu, why would you cut it into pieces once you had it? Suyi was pondering whether Yishiaxuan was a little stupid when Emperor Jun suddenly coughed violently, spewing blood from his mouth continuously. Are you alright? Suyi took 2 steps back. This cough was. Suyi was genuinely worried that he might cough up his own lungs. I'm fine. Emperor Jun suddenly realized. How could he be fine? Good to hear you're alright, Suyi consoled. Winning and losing is common in battle. Don't be upset, it's bad for your health. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a Ya-Emperor, who could remain unruffled even after losing his lifebound treasure, must have a broad vision. Suyi felt a bit inadequate compared to him. What I meant to say is, I am not fine. Emperor Jun was taken aback, his eyes turning red. Su Duanhen's words seemed flawed. What's wrong? Suyi furrowed his brow. He had just mentioned that everything was fine, right? Well, can Su Big Brother have Madam return my river diagram Luoshu? Emperor Chun's chest heaved. How could such a big matter not be considered one? If he insisted now that everything was fine, he would definitely not get back the river diagram Luoshu. Suyi said, this is between you and my wife. In a spar, there should be a prize, shouldn't there? You have lost now. She has taken your river diagram Luoshu. I don't see any issues with that, Suyi reasoned. So, if Yishiaxuan was willing to return the river diagram Luoshu to Emperor Jun after the spar, Suyi wouldn't object. However, if Yishiaxuan refused to return it and Emperor Jun insisted, then Suyi would have no choice but to act. He would have to take action. After the contest, if Emperor Jun attempted to bully a weaker opponent, Suyi would not stand for it. Emperor Jun was slightly confused. Did Su Duanhen mean that he wouldn't interfere with anything? I will help you restore your cultivation first, but don't use your high cultivation level to bully my wife. Suyi raised an eyebrow. He had already given a warning if Emperor Jun wanted to start a fight, Suyi would not back down. After Emperor Chun's cultivation was restored, he immediately wanted to reclaim the river map and Luo book. With his restored strength, it should have been a piece of cake to retrieve the river map and Luo book, but he quickly discovered that he still couldn't sense the aura of the river map and Luo book. Terrifying. Jun looked at Suyi and tentatively asked, "Brother, can I talk to sister-in-law?" Suyi had already warned him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to forcefully take it back. Wouldn't that be seeking death? "You guys discuss it yourselves." Suyi didn't want to get involved in such matters. Yishiaxuan could do as she pleased. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun quickly appeared in front of Yishiaxuan and asked, "Sister-in-law, can I discuss something with you?" The term sister-in-law made Yishiaxuan a little flustered, but deep down she was happy. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she asked, "What is it?" Sister-in-law, could you return the river map and Luo book to me?" Emperor Jun was somewhat nervous. He was thinking, what if Yishiaxuan didn't return it? What would he do? Force his way through? Did he have the same courage as Su Duohan? If he tried to force it, wouldn't he end up getting beaten to death? "You mean this?" Yishiaxuan put away the little vial and released the river map and Luo book, which had already been cut. Emperor Jun couldn't help but feel a pang of pain upon seeing the river map and Luo book being cut. Wouldn't it hurt to see a well-matched treasure being cut like this? Of course, it would be good if he could get it back, but if he couldn't, yes, that's it. Emperor Jun was excited, but he had to restrain himself and said, "I wonder if sister-in-law can return it to me." "All right." Yishiaxuan looked at the river map and Luo book. The mountains, rivers, and landscapes depicted on it looked magnificent, but these water-painted scenes were something that Suyi seemed to be able to draw as well. If this treasure was so formidable, it didn't seem that impressive. The soul-crushing sword could cut through it with one strike. How powerful could it be? Returning it to him wasn't a big deal. After all, being called sister-in-law was still pleasant to hear. It was necessary to give face to Emperor Jun as Suyi's brother. Even if not for Emperor Chun's sake, it was for Suyi's sake. This made her seem reasonable, virtuous, and understanding. Yes, that's how it was. Just as Yishiaxuan was about to return the river map and Luo book to Emperor Jun, she heard the spirit of the soul-crushing sword shouting loudly, "Little demon emperor, what are you thinking? You wanted to fight, and now that you've lost, you don't want to give anything up. I beg you, have some dignity." "Of course, if you are so shameless, I have no choice. Who made my master so kind-hearted?" The spirit of the sword embarrassed Emperor Jun, who blushed. The spirit was lecturing him. According to the rules of the immortal realm, the winner took all. Emperor Jun trapped Yishiaxuan with the river map and Luo book. Yishiaxuan won the battle and took the river map and Luo book back. It was reasonable and just. Come on, everyone. Come and see. Whose demon emperor doesn't even want his face anymore? Lost in a fight, yet shamelessly trying to claim a treasure. Oh my. Is he really a demon emperor? Any friends from the demon race to claim him? The third seal of the soul-crushing sword had been broken. It was somewhat reminiscent of the 3 years granted to the son-in-law in urban novels from the past, shouting loudly. The sound traveled far. The onlookers of the immortal realm were amused by this spectacle. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi didn't feel like reprimanding Sun Wukong and the others. In the immortal realm, face was crucial, especially for a demon emperor like Emperor Jun. Eastern Emperor Taiyi had come to help Emperor Jun, but never expected such a situation, especially with the spirit of the soul-crushing sword being so ruthless. The onlookers who had been watching from a distance dared not intervene in the battle, nor did they know the exact situation of the fight. Now, the entire immortal realm would soon know that Emperor Jun had lost a fight to someone. The demon emperor lost. It seems like Emperor Jun is fighting with Su Duohan's Dao companion, Yishiaxuan, right? I remember that Yishiaxuan is a golden immortal of Taiyi. How could they possibly defeat the demon emperor? Need I say more? Emperor Jun must have suppressed his cultivation. Ha ha. Even a demon emperor of the same realm has lost. This very Yi is truly impressive. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, losing means admitting defeat. I never thought Emperor Jun would be this kind of demon emperor. The demon race's status is truly too lowly. So embarrassing. Hearing the discussions from afar, Eastern Emperor Taiyi felt embarrassed. If this news spread, it would be a disgrace to the entire demon race. Brother, can we just forget about the river map and Luo book? Eastern Emperor Taiyi gritted his teeth and transmitted to Emperor Jun. This really couldn't be pursued. After all, it's been destroyed. When he said this, Eastern Emperor Taiyi's heart was pounding. He asked himself, if his Eastern Emperor clock was destroyed, could he let it go? Emperor Jun wanted to cry, but what could he do with the soul-crushing sword inciting him like this? Would he dare to take action? He didn't dare. Su Duo-hun was just the same. Enough with the shouting. Yi Shiaxuan couldn't stand it anymore and directly stopped the soul-crushing sword. This wretched little sword was not human. It even wanted to kill people and destroy their spirits. The spirit of the sword, being stopped, also became more docile and said softly to Yi Shiaxuan, "Master, we can do without this river map and Luo book. But this is your loot." He needs to offer something in exchange. At this point, Yi Shiaxuan was in a good mood and not really interested in the river map and Luo book. She directly returned it to Emperor Jun, saying, "Don't listen to it. Here, take it back." As the river map and Luo book returned to Emperor Chun's hands, the spirit of the sword immediately spoke sarcastically, "Oh, could it be that a certain demon emperor really wants to take back the river map and Luo book, already considered as loot, without giving anything in return? My master is kind and generous. She gave it to you without hesitation. I never expected that some demon emperors would just stretch out their hands, showing no manners at all." The voice became loud again, and the entire immortal realm's gods and fairies could hear the spirit of the sword's voice. Although anyone could tell that the spirit of the sword's yin and yang tone was meant to ridicule Emperor Jun intentionally, and trying to swindle something from him, people also believed that it was only right for Emperor Jun to give something in return. The mockery only intensified the situation. It was truly embarrassing for Emperor Jun not to offer anything. "Oh, I see. So do you mean that the demon emperor only has the river map and Luo book and that sword left? Forget it. Forget it. My master is benevolent and doesn't want to argue with such destitute people. Hurry up and take your things and leave." Scram. You pauper. Emperor Jun was at a loss. For so many years, he had never suffered such humiliation. Su Duo-hun and the other strong figures were usually very elegant. He had never encountered someone as vulgar as the spirit of the soul-crushing sword before. Even ordinary vulgar people behaved respectfully in front of Emperor Jun. Su Yu was like that too. He didn't know who he had learned from, but he had never done that either. Killing someone is just like knocking over an ant's nest. Emperor Jun never imagined that one day he would be called a poor beggar by someone. Moreover, being mocked in front of so many people, he still didn't dare to retort. What does the sword spirit represent? It represents Su Duanhen. Besides, if the demon emperor is at odds with the sword spirit, it would be extremely embarrassing if it spread out. Oh no. It's not about spreading now. The entire heavenly court basically knows that he was mocked by a sword spirit. Sword master, let's go. This demon emperor is just a poor beggar. The sword spirit didn't intend to give Emperor Jun any face at all. Face, in its eyes, that doesn't even exist. Yi Shiaxuan also felt helpless and amused by the sword spirit's words, feeling a bit embarrassed. Those unaware might think that she was the one mocking the demon emperor. This sarcastic attitude, where did she learn it from? Yi Shiaxuan thought and sneakily glanced at Su Yi. She felt that it wasn't her influence. How long has the sword spirit been with her? After many years, the sword spirit has always stayed by Su Yi's side. Now it looks like this. Clearly it learned from someone else. Yi Shiaxuan's lips curved into a smile, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Su Yi exchanged glances with Yi Shiaxuan. Yi Shiaxuan. Seeing Yi Shiaxuan and Su Duanhen exchanging glances, Emperor Jun was afraid that Su Duanhen might suddenly regret and meddle in their demon clan's matters. Sword spirit's blackmail was already obvious. He couldn't refuse, unless he wanted to discard the Hitiu Luo book. But to him, everything else could be forfeited. The Hitiu Luo book must be kept. Even if a piece was cut off, it must be repaired at any cost, no matter the price. I wonder what the sister-in-law wants. Emperor Jun bit his teeth. In this situation, he also felt that if he were to offer something now, he might be ridiculed by the entire immortal realm. I don't want anything. Yi Shiaxuan directly refused because she wasn't interested in the Hitiu Luo book, and earlier she had declined. If, after the sword spirit's mockery, she asked for something from Emperor Jun, it would seem like she was deliberately tricking him. Just as Yi Shiaxuan finished speaking, the sword spirit continued with its sarcastic tone. Hehe, our sword master said she doesn't want anything, but do you really think she doesn't want anything? Being polite with you and you taking it seriously, can't you be a bit more forceful in making a decision? Are you still asking our sword master what she wants, as if you can really bring out some treasure? Yi Xiaoxuan and Emperor Jun fell silent at the same time. This situation had put both in a difficult position. Yi Xiaoxuan genuinely didn't want anything, but if Emperor Jun didn't offer something now, he would truly become the poor beggar as described by the sword spirit. Or you can just give me something casually, and we'll call it even. Yi Xiaoxuan said softly. Considering Emperor Chun's feelings, it was best to end this matter quickly. Emperor Jun thought for a moment and directly took out 15 Demon Clan treasures, generously telling Yi Xiaoxuan, "Sister-in-law, feel free to choose, take whatever you like." The sword spirit coldly sneered, "What kind of trash are you bringing out, and you're still being gracious?" Sword master, reluctantly accept them all, there's nothing worth selecting anyway. Emperor Jun cursed, in his heart, all he had brought out were treasures of the Demon Clan. The sword spirit said, "Emperor Jun, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, are these worthless things really suitable for exchanging for the Hitiu Luo book? Without giving something similar in return, you won't have any face, right? Is the Hitiu Luo book only worth these items? I'm considering your feelings. If I let my sword master pick one in front of everyone, it'll become a subject of criticism." The sword spirit appeared to be trying to help, making Emperor Jun even more uncomfortable. "Sister-in-law, just accept them all. I don't want them either." Emperor Jun, for the sake of his pride, had to give all these treasures to Yi Xiaoxuan. At his current level, aside from the Hitiu Luo book, these treasures didn't hold much significance for him. Yi Xiaoxuan felt even more awkward, saying helplessly, "You've given me so many treasures, but I have no use for them." The sword spirit softly remarked, "Hear that? Our sword master didn't actually want any of these things. Accepting these items is merely giving you face. Shouldn't you thank our sword master right away? Leave me alone." Emperor Jun felt a stab of pain but could only thank Yi Xiaoxuan, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Emperor Jun takes his leave. With that, he left without looking back. Don Huan Tai, watching from the side, felt a headache coming on. He didn't have the mood to continue arguing with Sun Wukong and the others. Without a fight, he flew to Su Yi and said, "Su mister, hope all is well." It was just a casual greeting towards Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and nodded at Don Huang Tai. "Not bad, Don Huan, you're considerate." Don Huan Tai said, "I heard you tell my brother earlier that you have no intention of getting involved in our matters with the Heavenly Court, right?" Su Yi nodded, not wanting to repeat himself. "That's good. Then I won't bother you, Su mister." Don Huang Tai understood that Su Duanhan would not stand on their side. Merely maintaining neutrality was already good enough, and he no longer dared to ask for more. Yi Xiaoxuan tearfully accepted all of Emperor Chun's treasures and returned to Su Yi's side. She awkwardly said to Su Yi, "I really don't want these things. Can you give them back to him?" This matter needed to be explained to Su Yi. If not, she would come across as insincere. "I know, it's okay, they're just small items." Su Yi had already repaired Emperor Chun's Hitiu Luo book by now. Otherwise, wouldn't Emperor Jun be so angry he'd spit blood? They were old acquaintances. There was no need for such extreme actions. "Let's go. Staying here longer, those two brothers will probably collapse." Su Yi understood Emperor Chun's current state, having lost face, mocked by the sword spirit, having over a dozen treasures blackmailed by Yi Xiaoxuan. With all this happening, his current mindset held up surprisingly well. If Su Yi and the others continued to wander in the 13 heavens, Emperor Jun would truly be at his wit's end. Sun Wukong and the others, limping, returned to Su Yi's side, their visible wounds healing at a rapid rate. Su Yi's gaze fell on Sun Wukong and he asked, "What is your wish?" Su Yi's efficiency in handling matters is quite high. He had already decided to help these few guys fulfill their wishes first, which could also be seen as fulfilling his own promise. "Me?" Sun Wukong looked at Su Yi and smiled. "I just want to go back to my flower fruit mountain now, to be the king there." When Su Yi heard him say that, he felt that this might not be considered a wish. If Sun Wukong wants to go back to be the king there, he only needs to go back directly, without needing Su Yi to do anything. There's Flower Fruit Mountain in the Immortal Realm too. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up with excitement. There is also Flower Fruit Mountain on Earth, but she wonders what the difference is with the one in the Immortal Realm. She clearly wants to go and see it. Women like to travel and play in the mountains. Of course, my Flower Fruit Mountain is picturesque, filled with bird songs and fragrant flowers, peaches everywhere. It's really good. Why don't teacher and Mr. Su come with me to have fun? Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan agreed and then looked at Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and said, since you want to go, let's go together. The monkey happily somersaulted twice. With a thought from Su Yi, the space around them changed. And so, a group of people arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain. In the eastern continent, there is a country named Aolai near the sea. In the sea, there is a mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain. In the past, Flower Fruit Mountain was covered with exotic plants and flowers, green pines and cypresses, spring bamboo shoots, and ripe peaches. But at this moment, the Flower Fruit Mountain they saw was completely scorched earth. There was no trace of green anywhere on the mountain. The river had dried up, and not a single living being could be seen. Seeing the scene in front of him, Sun Wukong's eyes turned red, and the monkey went mad, shouting loudly, Jade Emperor, I will smash your heavenly palace. Su Yi couldn't help but frown. He felt this might not necessarily be the work of the Jade Emperor. After all, the Jade Emperor was a disciple he had taught, and his sense of righteousness and morality was absolutely not fake. Even if the Jade Emperor had wanted to use Sun Wukong as a pawn back then, there was no need for such a violent reaction. Yi Xiaoxuan was also stunned. She didn't expect Flower Fruit Mountain, as described by Sun Wukong, to have turned into this. Monkey, don't be like this. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but feel sorry seeing Sun Wukong in such a state. She could imagine that the beings living on this mountain were probably Sun Wukong's relatives and friends, who were now turned to ashes, and the feelings involved in this were unimaginable. It was like if someone went out for a trip and returned home to find the house burned down, with all their loved ones killed in the fire. This kind of feeling was impossible to bear. While they were on Flower Fruit Mountain, the Jade Emperor was sitting in the Lingxiao Palace. The teacher was in the 13 heavens. The Jade Emperor was not very interested in the topic being discussed by the various immortals and gods. Emperor Jun was powerful, but his opponent was Yi Xiaoxuan. The outcome was probably already expected. What the Jade Emperor was thinking about now was whether the teacher would come to find him. After all, Su Yi had been to the Blackwater area before, and now he had already reached the 13 heavens. Wouldn't he come to visit him? Many said that the Jade Emperor was ruthless, but who knew how lonely he felt as the Jade Emperor? Because his status meant he had no friends. Except for Su Duanhan, everyone under heaven was a subject. The Jade Emperor's feelings for Su Shai were like those of an idol's fanatic fans. After hearing about Su Yi's visit to the Blackwater, Emperor Jun, and the Azure Pavilion, it seemed he had traveled around and met many old friends and acquaintances, even played chess with the Purple Way Emperor, but had never visited him. The Jade Emperor felt very disappointed but also held a glimmer of hope. Maybe maybe the teacher would come to find him soon. His thoughts were simple. He didn't expect anything from Su Yi, not even a meal together. Just seeing each other and talking would be enough. As for the position of the Jade Emperor, did it matter? Being the ruler of the world felt suffocating. At this moment, the voice of Su Yi came to the Jade Emperor's ears. Baron, please come to Flower Fruit Mountain. The Jade Emperor's full name was Zhang Baron, and only Su Yi could call him by that name. In the Lingxiao Palace, the various immortals and gods were discussing the loss of the map and the numerous magical treasures in the battle between Emperor Jun and Yi Xiaoxuan. Emperor Chun's cultivation had also greatly decreased. Some of the major gods were urging the Jade Emperor to seize this opportunity to attack the Yao clan once and for all, to truly subdue them. Of course, there were also those advocating for peace. In their view, if they were to engage in another major battle with the Yao clan, it would result in countless casualties, chaos beyond control, and the outcome would be unpredictable. Both sides argued fiercely, nearly coming to blows. After hearing Su Yi's message, the Jade Emperor stood up and said, "Let the immortals continue their discussion. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for a while." With that, he left the Lingxiao Palace and appeared on Flower Fruit Mountain. The scenes on Flower Fruit Mountain did not evoke any emotions in the Jade Emperor. It was just a bunch of monkeys that had died. Each living being in the world had its own destiny. If he couldn't see through this, he wouldn't be qualified to be the ruler of the world. Emotions could lead to mistakes. All the Jade Emperor could think of was that the teacher finally wanted to meet him. Not long ago, when Su Yi had just arrived in the immortal realm, the Jade Emperor had heard many rumors about Su Duanhan. Some said that he had played chess with the Purple Way Emperor at the ends of the earth, while others mentioned that he had visited the Buddha, and even been to the Yao clan's territory. The Jade Emperor had personally visited Suyi before, but had only met him once in the end. Now was he finally willing to meet him? After all, he was Suyi's favorite disciple. Otherwise, how could he have become the Jade Emperor? Ignoring the scene on Flower Fruit Mountain, the Jade Emperor had already changed into simple attire before coming. Upon seeing Suyi, he approached and gave a respectful bow, saying, "Greetings, teacher." Then he turned to Yishiaxuan and respectfully greeted her. "Greetings, teacher mother." Regardless of his high position, even as the Jade Emperor, he still held respect for his teacher. Etiquette was something that could not be neglected. Suyi nodded and said, "No need for excessive formalities." Yishiaxuan had met the Jade Emperor once before, so she knew the person's identity and felt a bit nervous, fidgeting her hands. Sun Wukong had just shouted about destroying the Heavenly Palace, and now the Jade Emperor had arrived. What should she do if the Jade Emperor had ordered the burning of Flower Fruit Mountain? How would Suyi handle this situation? Glancing at Suyi surreptitiously, it seemed like he was caught in an awkward situation. Why did teacher summon Baron here? The Jade Emperor had a smile on his face as he looked at Suyi with joy. Suyi asked, "Did you order the burning of Flower Fruit Mountain?" The Jade Emperor was slightly taken aback and asked, "Did Master call me here today just to ask about this matter?" Suyi nodded. At this moment, a myriad of emotions stirred in the Jade Emperor's heart. He was aware of the incident of Wagwoshan being burned, but it was not done by their heavenly court. However, the fact that Master took the initiative to call him over for this matter made him wonder if Master was now more concerned about this monkey. "Master, if Wagwoshan was really burned by me, how would you react?" The Jade Emperor's smile gradually faded from his face as his expression turned serious. Suyi responded, "How could that be? The monkey just offended you. Is it really necessary to burn his mountain?" When asking this question, Suyi only treated him as the little disciple he once was. By confining him in the 10,000 Calamities prison, he has already been punished. Why go to such lengths? The Jade Emperor took a deep breath. Indeed, if it weren't for the burning of Wagwoshan, Master wouldn't have called him over. Despite being the Jade Emperor, in Suyi's eyes, he was inferior to Blackwater and even less than the monkey before him. "I am the ruler of the 3 realms. This monkey has defined me. If I raised his Wagwoshan, what would be wrong with that?" The Jade Emperor himself didn't know how he was currently thinking. Since Master felt this way, he had to accept it. He wanted to see if Master would directly kill him like he did to other figures. Perhaps, even that would be a relief to him. If he could receive some teachings from Master, it wouldn't be too bad either. "I called you here just to inquire about the reasons behind the matter. I thought it wasn't something you did," Suyi said. Zhang Bai, now high-ranking Jade Emperor, was no longer the little disciple of Suyi, and he no longer needed Suyi to instruct his actions. Just as the Jade Emperor didn't care about the lives of those monkeys, although Suyi had mentioned the Jade Emperor's excessive actions, he didn't really think the Jade Emperor had done anything wrong. Every realm has its own survival rules, and as the sovereign ruler, the Jade Emperor had every right to subdue Wagwoshan for the monkey's defiance. Even in the history of China, it was not unusual for emperors to exterminate entire families. If a ruler's heart was not ruthless enough, they couldn't reach that level of power, and so you couldn't expect everyone to adhere to the same moral code. Sun Wukong, upon seeing the Jade Emperor and listening to his words, was immediately furious. He raised his staff and aimed it at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was not like the one in the TV version of Journey to the West from 1983, who would hide behind a table at the sight of Sun Wukong. 70,000 years ago, the Jade Emperor had followed Suyi and was undoubtedly the most powerful among all the immortal emperors. Sun Wukong wielded the magical item given by Yishiaxuan, striking towards the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor didn't even flinch. Sun Wukong found himself immobilized in midair, unable to move. "Jade Emperor, I will kill you." Sun Wukong, feeling helpless against the Jade Emperor, could only roar loudly. In the next moment, he couldn't even speak. Without looking at Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor turned to Suyi and asked, "Master, do you think I did wrong?" "There is no absolute right or wrong," Suyi said. "You are the Jade Emperor. Everything you do is justified. You don't blame me." The Jade Emperor was curious since he saw Suyi frown earlier. He thought Suyi might be angry. Suyi replied, "Why would I blame you? With your current status and position, everything you do is considered appropriate." The immortal realm was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Those weaker should be bullied. Sun Wukong, a weakling, dared to provoke the Jade Emperor on his high palace. No matter the consequences, it was all justified. Aren't you protecting this monkey? The Jade Emperor asked. I want to protect him, but you didn't do anything wrong. So he waved his hand and said, I've clarified the situation, so you can go back to your duties. The Jade Emperor stood still, and Sun Wukong had regained his mobility. He immediately shouted towards Su Yi, Mr. Su, my wish is to kill the Jade Emperor. Please help me kill him. Yes, he had another wish with Su Yi. His current desire was to kill the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor glanced at the monkey, then turned to Su Yi and asked, Master, what does he mean? Su Yi explained, It's nothing. I had promised before to fulfill their wishes. The Jade Emperor laughed, Then Master should be a man of your word. Now this monkey's wish is to kill me. Please go ahead. He showed no intention of resisting, just stood there with a smile, hands behind his back, looking at Su Yi. Su Yi paid no attention to the Jade Emperor, but asked Sun Wukong, Are you sure you want this wish? I'm sure. Please help me kill the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong was excited, emotional, and said, Mr. Su, you won't go back on your word, will you? Meeting one's enemy makes one see red. Sun Wukong also realized the huge disparity in strength between him and the Jade Emperor. Only by letting Su Yi take action did he have a chance for vengeance. At this moment, Sha Monk stood between Su Yi and the Jade Emperor, loudly stating, Mr. Su, if the Jade Emperor is killed, chaos will surely ensue in the immortal realm. He used to be a disciple of the Blackwater Zhuanming Emperor. From a certain perspective, he actually preferred Blackwater Zhuanming Emperor to take the Jade Emperor's place. However, for the sake of all beings, he believed that Su Yi should not act against the Jade Emperor at this time. Looking at Su Yi, hands behind his back, the Jade Emperor smiled and said, Master, you shouldn't care about all beings. Even if I am killed and Blackwater takes over, it wouldn't be a problem. Su Yi shook his head. I don't care about all beings. In that case, Master, please go ahead. The Jade Emperor slowly closed his eyes. He had considered that if someday he were to fall, it would be better if it were at the hands of his master, so at least it wouldn't be so painful. If Master could kill him for the monkey's wish, then his role as the Jade Emperor was truly meaningless. Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the past of Wagwoshan and witnessed how it was burned. After seeing all this, he walked slowly to the Jade Emperor and then reached out his hand. The Jade Emperor could feel Su Yi's breath. Master was finally about to take action. All right. Let it all end. Su Yi reached out his hand and slowly pressed it against the face of the Jade Emperor, giving a forceful pinch. Kid, this mountain wasn't burned as you claimed. How dare you lie to me? The Jade Emperor opened his eyes. Su Yi laid a hand on the Jade Emperor, but his touch only squeezed the Jade Emperor's cheeks with force. Like an adult dealing with a mischievous child, Su Yi squeezed the Jade Emperor's face firmly. Sha Wujing stood there, stunned. This was the Jade Emperor. However, upon further thought, Mr. Su squeezing the Jade Emperor's face didn't seem to be too much of a problem. The Jade Emperor, being squeezed by Su Yi, did not react, staying frozen on the spot. As the Jade Emperor, no one had dared to touch him for so many years. Yet, Su Yi's behavior did not anger him. Instead, he felt rare warmth and familiarity. Master, the Jade Emperor softly called out. It felt as if he had returned to his youth. When he did something wrong, Su Yi would squeeze his face, but not scold him. Afterwards, he would even make him delicious food. The days spent by his master's side were the happiest time in the past 100,000 years. During that time, he didn't have to worry about the world or engage in political schemes. It was simple and pure. Although he often endured the bullying of the Heavenly Master, even if he ended up beaten and swollen, crying would lead to a comforting meal. Learn it how to lie, haven't you? So you didn't get angry at the Jade Emperor's involvement in the Flower Fruit Mountain incident because the immortal realm fell within the Jade Emperor's jurisdiction, and he had his own way of doing things. However, when Su Yi called him in for questioning, the Jade Emperor started spouting nonsense. Su Yi scolded, Explain to me why you claimed responsibility for the burning of the mountain, when it clearly wasn't your doing. Have you eaten too much? The Jade Emperor meekly responded, I just thought you were showing favoritism, Master. You've been in the immortal realm for so long but never called upon your disciple. Furrowing his brows, Su Yi retorted, Nonsense. You are currently the Jade Emperor, managing countless affairs daily. Why would I need to involve you in trivial matters? The Jade Emperor hesitated, but I'm not really that busy. As long as Master calls upon me, I will make time. Blackwater and the others are also emperors, and they are busy too. Why didn't you go see them? Suyi questioned. Are you on the same level as Blackwater? Suyi mocked. He's just idling about. How can you compare yourself to him? The Jade Emperor assured. Master, rest assured, I will manage the Heavenly Palace well and not disappoint you. In front of Suyi, the Jade Emperor appeared without any regal demeanor, only full of respect. How you manage the Heavenly Palace is your concern. Now that things are clear, go attend to your duties, Suyi suggested, not because he disliked the Jade Emperor, but because the Jade Emperor was too preoccupied with various matters, wasting time by staying with Suyi for too long. Even the earthly emperors, unless recklessly extravagant, led busy lives. Some emperors were fortunate to sleep 2 to 3 hours a day, resulting in early deaths due to exhaustion. However, Suyi believed the Jade Emperor wouldn't meet such a fate. You don't want to see me. The Jade Emperor's tone sounded like a neglected wife. Yi Xiaoxuan found this exchange intriguing. Could Suyi truly not sense it? It's not about wanting to see you. Do you not understand how busy you are? Suyi chided, but the Jade Emperor hesitated. Yi Xiaoxuan intervened. Your Majesty, you didn't burn this mountain, did you? Sun Wukong, now feeling calmer, believed in Suyi even after the Jade Emperor's earlier confession. Facing Yi Xiaoxuan's question, the Jade Emperor admitted, I didn't order the burning of this mountain. Since that's settled, you haven't visited your father for a long time. How about we have a meal together before you go? Yi Xiaoxuan proposed. The Jade Emperor, aware of Yi Xiaoxuan's relationship with Suyi, understood her implied assistance. Thank you, Mother. The Jade Emperor acknowledged without pretense, recognizing Yi Xiaoxuan's gesture. Aren't you busy? Suyi asked again. The Jade Emperor shook his head. While the Heavenly Palace might be in turmoil by now, it didn't concern him. Must he involve himself in every matter? Let the celestial beings handle their disputes. Let's see what they come up with. Since you're not busy, stay for a meal together, Suyi suggested. Turning to Sun Wukong, you can even change your wish. Sun Wukong appeared perplexed. If the Jade Emperor hadn't caused the fire, then who did? Whom should he confront for revenge? Please, tell me who burned my flower fruit mountain. Sun Wukong's eyes reddened, unable to contain his fury. While the Jade Emperor contemplated a meal with Suyi, Sun Wukong faced deep-seated enmity. Is this your wish? Suyi wondered if the Monkey King wasn't thinking clearly or if revenge clouded his judgment. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan queried, Suyi, can you restore Flower Fruit Mountain and bring back its inhabitants? Believing in Suyi's abilities, Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't sure if Suyi could fulfill this request. Suyi confirmed, it's not difficult. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Please restore Flower Fruit Mountain, he exclaimed. Had he finally grasped his true desire? Revenge. Even if he avenged his enemies, what good would it do? Could his monkey companions be revived? Most immortals believe in the finality of death and knew restoring Flower Fruit Mountain to its original state was no easy feat. Is this your wish? Suyi owed Sun Wukong a favor and sought to ascertain if this was indeed his wish. Sun Wukong nodded fervently. Yes, this is my wish. Suyi closed his eyes slightly, unleashing a powerful spell. Within moments, exquisite plant life sprouted in the mountains, ancient trees and fresh grass emerge, celestial peaches appear, and the mountain teemed with wildlife. The monkey's calls echoed through the scenery. With one thought, all things are born. For many immortals, this is a realm that is hard to reach, especially in the past when the heavenly Tao still existed. Even if there were great powers that could defy fate and bring back the dead, the heavenly Tao would never allow such things to happen. In the universe of the heavenly Tao believed that only it could create beings. Resurrecting the dead was considered a usurpation by the heavenly Tao. Just like some things that an emperor can do, a courtier cannot do, even if the courtier has the ability to do so. Once done, they would be condemned. That's why when Suyi revived Yunzi before, he would always suffer consequences, and later on, the people he resurrected turned into zombies. It was not because Suyi lacked power, but because at that time, the heavenly Tao considered that even if Suyi were stronger, he was just her plaything. It wasn't until Suyi truly found her and demonstrated some of his power that the heavenly Tao understood that this person was not so simple. Later on, during the heavenly Tao war, the heavenly Tao realized that Su Duanhun was not someone they could provoke. After the heavenly Tao left the 13 universes, no one would bother Suyi regardless of what he did. Suyi's resurrection this time also restored the memories of those monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain. Besides the monkeys who had died, even those who had escaped all returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. With this, there was no longer a need for Sun Wukong to question the Jade Emperor and the others about the reasons behind the events. A group of monkeys chattered and told Sun Wukong about what had happened. It turned out that after Sun Wukong was imprisoned in the 10,000 Calamities Abyss, powerful beings from the Demon Clan came to Flower Fruit Mountain under the orders of the Demon Emperor. These Demon Clan beings demanded the monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain submit to him. Those who refused were all killed. Finally, Flower Fruit Mountain was burned to ashes by the leader of the Demon Clan. The souls of the dead monkeys were taken away by the soul refining banner, never to be reincarnated. The monkeys who had died told Sun Wukong that after death, their souls seemed to be constantly drained by something. The Jade Emperor said, "Such things have happened quite a bit in the immortal realm recently, and we don't know what the Demon Emperor and the others are up to. Many demon races have been mysteriously exterminated recently." The Jade Emperor could sense that things were not simple, but since this was an internal matter of the demon tribe, it didn't concern him much, and he couldn't intervene. At most, he could have someone investigate discreetly. Suyi didn't say much. He was very clear that the Demon Emperor and the others probably wanted to resurrect Emperor Chun's daughter. When the Heavenly Tao was still in place in the past, neither the Eastern Emperor Taiyi nor the Emperor dared to do such things and could only make preparations silently. Even when the Heavenly Tao was still present, they wanted to take risks. Now that the Heavenly Tao has left the 13 universes, only those with stronger power are left. They plan to use the bodies of ancient fierce beasts to resurrect and nourish them with the souls of countless beings. The fierce beasts resurrected thereafter should be quite powerful. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi and the others probably did not dare to indiscriminately slaughter other races, because doing so would inevitably alert the Jade Emperor. Only by slaughtering those weaker demon tribes could they do so unnoticed. At least the Jade Emperor had no reason to intervene. For monkeys, like those on Flower Fruit Mountain, if they didn't submit to the Demon Emperor, dying was just dying. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, they were absolutely not deserving of pity. This was how things always played out in the immortal realm. In the struggle between major powers, the weak would suffer. It's worth mentioning that even among the demon tribes, there were distinctions. In the eyes of some powerful demons on Flower Fruit Mountain, these monkeys were just uncivilized animals. For the Demon Emperor's grand plan, these animals were not worth mourning. Perhaps in their view, the monkeys contributing to the Demon Emperor's conquest of the immortal realm was already their honor. Sun Wukong was enraged and helpless after hearing the monkey's account. Given the circumstances, with his current strength, could he kill the Demon Emperor? He had just battled Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, and any Demon Emperor would easily defeat him. Nevertheless, at least Flower Fruit Mountain had returned to normal. The monkeys had all been revived. So did he still need revenge at this point? Suyi found some vegetable leaves on Flower Fruit Mountain and made some vegetarian dishes. Then, Sun Wukong had the monkeys bring fruits, and they all sat down to eat together. The fact that the monkeys had been resurrected was ultimately a good thing. Regardless of what they had experienced, the Jade Emperor was relieved to be able to sit and eat together with his master, Suyi. After many years, it was at this moment that chaos suddenly broke out in the 13 heavens of the heavenly court. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi and the others could no longer wait. With Su Duanhun confirmed not to intervene, their actions might have been exposed. If they waited any longer, who knew what the result would be? The large demon army made a direct assault on the heavenly court at that moment. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun led several ancient fierce beasts, focusing on the Moon Palace, and charged towards the Lingxiao Palace. Currently leaderless, with even the Jade Emperor absent, it was as though the demons had entered a flock of sheep, freely killing countless mortals and staining the heavenly palace with blood. The Jade Emperor, who was chatting with Su Yan eating fruit, suddenly frowned and glanced in the direction of Lingxiao Palace. Su Yi said, "If you have matters to attend to, you should go back first." The Jade Emperor's expression was grave. He wanted to say there was nothing significant happening, but with the demon beings rebelling and almost reaching the Lingxiao Palace, if that wasn't a major event, what would be? At this moment, the heavenly court was without a leader, the demon emperors were aggressive, and the situation was completely one-sided. If the Jade Emperor didn't return soon, The heavenly palace might soon be breached. Go. Don't let yourself regret it. We could meet again any time, Suyi said, seeing that the Jade Emperor's expression was off and glancing in that direction. Naturally, he knew what had happened. From his perspective, even if the Jade Emperor returned now, it wouldn't change much. It could only be said that if he didn't go, the Jade Emperor might have regrets in the future. Finally, the Jade Emperor stood up and bowed to Suyi, saying, Master, I will take my leave first. Go ahead. Suyi waved his hand. Suyi had previously mentioned that he would not interfere in the conflict between the demons and the Heavenly Court, and even if the demons attacked the Heavenly Court, he didn't intend to do anything. However, if the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and the others were to kill the Jade Emperor, then Suyi would have to step in. The Jade Emperor was his disciple, and he has always been reluctant to reprimand him. If someone else were to kill him, that would not be acceptable. This was no longer just a matter of resurrection. By the time the Jade Emperor arrived at the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun had already reached the Lingxiao Palace. Many immortals had been subdued. With a calm expression, the Jade Emperor stared at Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and asked, What do the two demon emperors intend to do? The Eastern Emperor Taiyi raised an eyebrow and said, Back then, you occupied our demon court. Now, it's just a change of master. What's wrong with that? Jade Emperor, now that the heavenly Tao has disappeared and the heavens are in chaos, it is inevitable that my demon clan will once again take control of the immortal realm. Behind Emperor Jun followed a huge nine-tailed scorpion, a golden toad mutated from 9 dark moon toads, a 9-headed snake, a Xuanwu with a dragon tail, and a Kunpeng exuding black aura all over its body. In the recent battle, these 5 fierce beasts slaughtered immortals wantonly, as if they were in a lawless land. The Jade Emperor stood with hands behind his back and said lightly, If you want to rule the immortal realm, I will allow it. Why resort to violence? Emperor Jun, Don Huan Taiyi. They had considered that the Jade Emperor might have some trump cards, especially as a disciple of Su Duanhan. It wouldn't be surprising if he had some hidden aces up his sleeve. Don Huan Taiyi and Emperor Jun had even thought that if the Jade Emperor's trump cards were strong enough, they might consider letting him play a role similar to a feudal lord. Of course, the Jade Emperor could not be killed. This was the conclusion reached after repeated discussions between Emperor Jun and Don Huan Taiyi. Su Duanhan was a very vengeful person. On this point, Emperor Jun and the others were very clear. Not to mention the fact that Su Duanhan had promised not to interfere in the matters between the Demon Clan and the Heavenly Court. The Jade Emperor was Su Duanhan's disciple, and just based on this fact alone, if they really killed the Jade Emperor, Su Duanhan would most likely hold them accountable. If that happened, it was something their demon clan could not bear. However, they never expected that when faced with such a situation, the Jade Emperor would simply say, If you want to rule the immortal realm, then go ahead and rule. He didn't resist at all, not even a symbolic rebuke. Even mortals who faced usurpation from their subjects, even when enemies were at the gates, would at least offer some condemnation. Don Huan Taiyi couldn't believe these words came from the Jade Emperor. So many immortals fell in this battle, and the Jade Emperor had no intention of avenging them. What tricks do you intend to play, Jade Emperor? Don Huan Taiyi could hardly believe what the Jade Emperor had just said. With so many divine beings being captured, demanding, Jade Emperor, you cannot easily concede to the Demon Clan. Jade Emperor, Patriarch Dao might intervene. And there's also Su Duanhan. Jade Emperor, what about your Tian Stone? Using the Tian Stone, you would surely have the power to fight. Jade Emperor, the Heavenly Court can only rely on you. The seized immortals shouted loudly, hoping that the Jade Emperor wouldn't give up so easily. They still had too many hopes. The Jade Emperor's Tian Stone was an unparalleled treasure. If he used it, he might be able to overturn fate. The 3 purities had not yet made a move. How could the Jade Emperor hand over the Heavenly Court? The pleas of the immortals fell on deaf ears. Instead, the Jade Emperor turned to Don Huan Taiyi and the others saying, I agree to hand over the rule of the Heavenly Court, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Otherwise, you should stay here. Sparkling lightning shot from the Jade Emperor's eyes, and a golden stone slowly emerged from his forehead. This golden stone was the Jade Emperor's treasure, the Tian Stone. Originally a whetstone, made of gold and spirit sand by Suyi. At that year, Suyi turned it into a magical tool. After going out, leaving it as a life-saving object to his disciple. Over the years, the Jade Emperor had dedicatedly tempered it, and it had long since become an unparalleled treasure. Did anyone really think the Jade Emperor, who had become the master of the immortal realm, had no hidden cards? The Jade Emperor wielded his Tian Stone, and Dong Huan Taiyi and the others immediately felt increased pressure. They weren't sure if they could resolve the Jade Emperor together. Even if they could, what price would they have to pay? And most importantly, they were gambling that the three purities would not intervene. Although Emperor Chun's river chart unexpectedly recovered, if the three purities intervened, they would have a tough time. Since they didn't dare to kill the Jade Emperor, his peaceful surrender was the best outcome. Why fight further? What are your conditions? Say them. Dong Huan Taiyi and Emperor Jun exchanged glances and made concessions. Well, not so much a concession. The Jade Emperor had handed over the heavenly court. Requesting 3 conditions wasn't unfair. It was reasonable. The Jade Emperor said expressionlessly. First, the first condition is to ensure the safety of the current gods of the heavenly court and not to kill innocents indiscriminately. No problem, Dong Huan Taiyi answered without hesitation. This was a non-issue as they needed personnel to rebuild the demon court. The second condition is that the rules of the heavenly court remain unchanged, to treat the beings of the immortal realm kindly, maintain order, and treat the demon gods equally. Is this a condition? Emperor Jun frowned. The Jade Emperor replied coldly. Should I list another 100 requests? Even when surrounded by the demon army, the Jade Emperor remained unruffled. Dong Huan Taiyi spoke. Go on, what's the third? The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction. The third condition is, after rebuilding the demon court, do not come looking for me again. If the first two can be considered conditions, what about the third? How about it? Do you agree? The Jade Emperor's gaze swept over Emperor Jun and Dong Huan Taiyi. This is naturally not a problem. Dong Huan Taiyi couldn't understand. They had taken over the heavenly court, so why bother the Jade Emperor? The Jade Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and waved his sleeve. His attire appeared on the dragon throne. I no longer have to deal with all these complicated matters every day. Dressed in white robes, the Jade Emperor laughed 3 times, strode out of the Lingsha Palace, and said to those divine beings, fellow mortals, follow the 2 demon emperors well. Do not come looking for me in the future. It's futile, as I will never return to be the Jade Emperor. Ha ha. The Jade Emperor couldn't recall the last time he had felt this relaxed. Sitting in that position daily, having to make decisions on every aspect of the immortal realm, was truly tiresome. For example, today, he could have enjoyed a meal with his master, but had to return. Was ruling the immortal realm really that good? Tens of thousands of years. An entire tens of thousands of years, without a single easy day. Unable to cry or laugh, he had no friends around. Not even someone to confide in. A king of immortality. Forever lonely. The Jade Emperor's loneliness was something even Suyi couldn't comprehend. Suyi could still do what he wanted, but what about the Jade Emperor? He couldn't do anything for himself. For the people of the world, he had to guard too much, at the cost of losing himself. The demon emperors attacking the heavenly court. Little did they know, the Jade Emperor had been waiting for this day for too long. Did he really need so many years of preparation just to stage a revolt? After the Jade Emperor finished his instructions, it was as if he resigned and left like an employee who had quit, picking up his things and running off, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a group of immortals and demon kings looking at each other in disbelief. With the Jade Emperor gone, the immortals in the heavenly court naturally gave up resistance. The demon race had planned for many years, paid countless prices, and with various meticulous plans, the likes of the demon Lord Tai were already predicting their opponents' moves 100 steps ahead, like in a game of chess. But as soon as they made a move, their opponent conceded and left just like that. It was as if they had put in countless years of effort preparing for a tough battle against an opponent who then said, "All right, you win," without even fighting a single round. The feeling, it was too complex. Had they won? It seemed like they did. Had they achieved their goal? It seemed like they had. But neither Emperor Jun nor Demon Lord Tai could feel happy because the Jade Emperor looked so pleased. The 2 demon kings glanced at each other and then thought of a question. Who would manage the demon court now? Demon Lord Tai furrowed his brows and said, "Elder brother, since the overall situation is settled, I will leave the rest to you." Emperor Jun thought to himself, the overall situation is indeed settled. but there will undoubtedly be a mess awaiting us. Despite years of perseverance, at their level, they were indifferent to power. Restoring the glory of the demon court used to be the driving force of their lives, allowing them to plan many other things that enrich and intrigue them. But now, with the Jade Emperor absent, it felt like their source of motivation was abruptly cut off, leaving them only with headaches. Emperor June was lost in thought when Demon Lord Taiyi had already disappeared without a trace. Elder brother, I will be in seclusion shortly. We shall have a drink after my breakthrough, echoed in the Lingsha Palace. Some heavenly gods were confused, thinking that Demon Lord Taiyi seemed to be in a hurry, while others believed that his talk of seclusion was just a way to avoid power struggles with Emperor June. Emperor June almost gritted his teeth at the shameless demon lord, who had just recently made a breakthrough and now talked about going into seclusion. Maybe he had sneaked off to play somewhere. The actions of the Jade Emperor and Demon Lord Taiyi had left no room for criticism. The demon kings had agreed to maintain the status quo and be treated well, so what difference did it make who ruled the immortal realm? When Emperor June ruled over the demon court in the past, it was not bad either. If Emperor June could command the demon race to stop their evil deeds and also restrain the immortals, wouldn't that create peace in the immortal realm? Some immortals thought about these possibilities, and their looks towards Emperor June changed. They also communicated these thoughts telepathically, and Emperor June effortlessly heard their messages. Today, after leading his resurrected daughters to kill many immortals, Emperor June found that no one in the Lingsha Palace was cursing him. In fact, a large number of immortals had decided to follow him willingly. The rule of the strong in the immortal realm demanded such obedience. Besides, since the Jade Emperor had abandoned the heavenly court, someone had to take charge. Standing in the center of the Lingsha Palace, Emperor June glanced over the heavenly gods, feeling conflicted. Many demon generals had fallen due to offending Sudden Soul, and the demon race was now in a situation where they had no one left to rely on. With the heavenly gods willing to submit, there would be fewer battles in the future, requiring more managerial talents instead. Their attack on the heavenly core was aimed at unifying the immortal realm. At the level of the demon kings, the power of faith was crucial for further cultivation, and now that the goal had been achieved, Emperor June wondered if he should follow the Jade Emperor in resigning. However, managing the vast immortal realm was a daunting task, and Emperor June, now feeling weary at the thought, contemplated if anyone would be willing to take on this responsibility. Emperor June just wanted the power of fate. If he could find someone to manage the immortal realm, he wouldn't have to do anything, which would be ideal. However, as soon as Emperor June spoke, some immortals immediately raised objections. It seemed that no one would accept governance from another. Therefore, Emperor June felt compelled to take charge. He was met with a multitude of pleas and warnings, urging him to manage the immortal realm for the sake of the population. Despite his reluctance, Emperor June found himself burdened with responsibility, as the chaos in the immortal realm seemed imminent. Amidst the conflicting advice, the celestial beings seemed to have forgotten who was slaughtering their comrades and friends. Ultimately, they prioritized the greater good. Emperor June was at a loss. He seemed pressured into a situation he never desired. Feeling frustrated, Emperor June addressed the immortals, "I have no intention to manage the immortal realm." To his dismay, he was met with disbelief and scrutiny for his sudden disposition. Frustrated, Emperor June waved his hand and commanded the demon generals beneath him, "Follow me." Feeling resolute and avoiding further troubles, he found his decision to be wise and decisive. In no time, the demon race had taken over the heavenly court, prompting the departure of the Jade Emperor, followed by the demon kings. In the end, only a group of bewildered immortals was left in the vacant space. Was this some kind of joke? Sun Yu was eating fruits on Flower and Fruit Mountain when the Jade Emperor returned. "So you've resolved it so quickly." Sun Yi had originally thought that after the Jade Emperor returned, there would be at least a big battle with Emperor June and the others. But at the speed of the Jade Emperor, is it too fast? When he looked with his divine sense towards the Lingsha Palace, good heavens, what was going on there? Emperor June and the East Emperor Taiyi kept probing him repeatedly, asking if he would interfere in the matters between the demon race and the heavenly court. He didn't interfere, right? But the two demon emperors went through great efforts and seized the heavenly core, only to then leave in a huff. "What's going on with all of you?" Sun Yi couldn't help but ask. The Jade Emperor earnestly said, "Don't the East Emperor and the others want to unify the immortal world? I advocated to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Is there any problem with that? Sun Yi pondered, but now Emperor Jun and the East Emperor both refused to take over the heavenly court. Do you want to go back? Clearly, the Jade Emperor was unaware of what had happened afterward. Looking puzzled, he asked, are they both out of their minds? Perhaps there's some major issue. Then I won't go back, after all the trouble they went through to take the heavenly court, and now they don't want it anymore. How can I just give up like that? The Jade Emperor scoffed. There's no logic in the world for that. Seeing the Jade Emperor's attitude, Sun Yi couldn't help but curiously ask, are you just waiting for them to come to you for a fight? The Jade Emperor, slightly stunned, chuckled. Master, what are you saying? I've never thought like that. In all the years I've been the Jade Emperor, I've always been diligent. Today, I stepped down to prevent conflicts in the immortal world. Is that so? Why didn't Sun Yi believe this? Of course. The Jade Emperor said. Why would I wait for them to turn against me when I'm living a good life? Sun Yi wanted to say, since that's the case, and Emperor Jun and the others don't want to rule the heavenly court anymore, why not go back? But he never got to say that. The Jade Emperor was being too obvious about it. Master, how about I cook a meal for you? My culinary skills have improved recently, the Jade Emperor said excitedly, rubbing his hands. As the Jade Emperor, he never had the chance to cook for anyone. In this world, apart from his master, he couldn't think of anyone worthy of tasting his cooking. Jade Emperor, you can cook too. Can I try it? Yi Shouwan curiously looked at the Jade Emperor. She had only seen the Jade Emperor in film and TV shows before, where he was usually portrayed as solemn and serious, mostly by middle-aged actors. That the Jade Emperor in front of her appeared a bit feeble, with fair skin and a youthful aura. Earlier, he seemed so excited to cook, which was quite different from the image in the films. Did the Jade Emperor also cook? Yi Shouwan stared curiously. The Jade Emperor had just been thinking to himself that apart from his master, nobody was worthy of his cooking, but then Yi Shouwan suddenly spoke up. If master is interested, naturally I will try it, Yi Shouwan said. She struggled with her own cooking. It was so bad even Jubaji wouldn't eat it, so she admired the Jade Emperor's skill. It must be said the Jade Emperor's cooking was excellent. He simply prepared some vegetables picked from the mountain. Without fire, the cold salad was appetizing in appearance and aroma. Almost everyone who had been with Sun Yi had developed excellent culinary skills. If you're not going back to the heavenly court, where do you plan to go? Sun Yi had realized that the Jade Emperor definitely didn't want to return. He didn't care about the common people or the stability of the immortal world anymore. In this matter, Sun Yi wouldn't force him. The Jade Emperor asked, where does master plan to go next? Do you want to come with me? Sun Yi understood the Jade Emperor's intention. Let's just wander around. Sun Yi glanced at Yi Shouwan. I've been away from your master for some time. I plan to play around the immortal world and then return to the original world. If you don't want to go back, then come with me. Sun Yi didn't like to force others, and it was clear that the Jade Emperor wanted to quit. He couldn't force him to return to work as a master. Treat others as you wish to be treated. Sun Yi asked himself, as the Jade Emperor, if he had worked continuously for tens of thousands of years without a break, would he still not want to change in occupation? Earthly emperors could at least enjoy some benefits and have certain desires. The Jade Emperor seemed to have reached his limit. His desires were not as strong as those of the earthly emperors. He didn't seek longevity, wealth, or power, and the burden of being the Jade Emperor was truly exhausting. Is it okay? The Jade Emperor's eyes lit up upon hearing Sun Yi's words. Being by the master's side was his biggest wish and the only pursuit he had. Of course, you are my disciple. We haven't met for a long time. Come with me and have fun. Sun Yi smiled. There was a rumor that the Jade Emperor was once a disciple of the Taoist master Hanzhan. This rumor was not entirely false. When Hanzhan passed away, Sun Yi tried to attain the three clearance using Hanzhan's innate chaos, creating the heavenly masters and then disguising himself as Hanzhan to recruit them. At that time, the Jade Emperor was indeed just a disciple, but later, Three Clearance established his own sect. Sun Yi gave up the identity of Hanzhan and accepted Zhang Baron, who later became the Jade Emperor, as Su Duanhan. Strictly speaking, in the past immortal world, the Jade Emperor was Su Duanhan's only true disciple. The Blackwater at most could be considered a registered disciple. What did the Heavenly Master's Master Hanzhan have to do with Su Duanhan? After receiving Sun Yi's affirmation, the Jade Emperor became even more excited and asked, Master, Where are we going next? Sun Yi said. You need to change your appearance a bit, or it would be troublesome. The Jade Emperor quickly put on a white mask. In the eyes of everyone except Sun Yi, the Jade Emperor's features and demeanor underwent a tremendous change, and his cultivation became that of a mortal immortal. Sun Yi looked at the Jade Emperor's mask and laughed. You still keep it on you? Of course. This was the first gift Master gave me. The Jade Emperor had transformed into the young man who used to follow Su Duanhan, carefree in white garments and blonde hair. Sun Yi said, I still have to fulfill the wishes of the other two. San Monk and Golden Cicada still had unfulfilled desires, and since Sun Yi had promised them, he had to ensure they were fulfilled. Mr. Su, Golden Cicada doesn't want to be a Buddha, he just wants to explore beyond this world. I heard there is a battle of the celestial laws outside this realm. Mr. Su, could you take me to see it? Golden Cicada's expression was sincere. Having existed since ancient times, he had lived long enough, never having seen beyond the 13 universes, which was his desire. The battle of the heavens is something that some big shots in the immortal realm have heard of. At that time, the heavens also sought out some strong individuals. At the very least, they were immortal emperors of their realms. Someone like Golden Cicada hasn't caught the attention of the heavens yet. However, Golden Cicada longed for the battle of the heavens immensely. Having lived for so long, Golden Cicada often felt that the more he knew, the more ignorant he felt. He desired to explore more unknown existences. What? The battle of the heavens? So he asked, do you just want to watch, or do you want to participate? Do you think my strength qualifies me to participate? Golden Cicada clearly wanted to join the battle. Su Yi chuckled. Your current strength is obviously not enough. It seemed like just a wish might not be sufficient. Su Yi felt that if Golden Cicada wanted to participate in the battle of the heavens, he just needed to elevate his strength to the level required to join the battle of the heavens, or even surpass it. Golden Cicada remained calm and asked, So, Mr. Su, can you participate in the battle of the heavens? Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Of course. Can you not want to join the battle yourself? Golden Cicada shook his head. I am very clear about my own strength, so I will stay out of it. So, do you just want to go and watch? Su Yi found this wish quite simple. After some contemplation, Golden Cicada asked, Mr. Su, can I watch you have a battle in the battle of the heavens? Golden Cicada had known Su Yi for quite a long time, but he never had a clear idea of Su Yi's true strength. He knew Su Yi was strong, but he couldn't grasp the extent of his power. What level of strength was needed to participate in the battle of the heavens? The battle of the heavens sounded formidable, and witnessing Su Yi's full power in battle would be quite satisfying. Let me have a fight in the battle of the heavens. Su Yi squinted at Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada asked, I wonder, Mr. Su, what level of strength do you possess in the battle of the heavens? Well, I am okay, can manage a fight, just not sure if they will allow me to join. Is there a risk to your life? Not really. Well, that's good then. In that case, this will be Golden Cicada's wish. Alright, then wait for us at the Flower Fruit Mountain. Su Yi decided to take Yishiaxuan, the Jade Emperor, and Golden Cicada to the battle of the heavens together. Yishiaxuan and the Jade Emperor had not experienced the battle of the heavens yet, so it would be good for them to broaden their horizons. Most importantly, Su Yi realized he had been a bit harsh before, leaving Yishiaxuan alone in the immortal realm for so long, so he decided to bring her along for everything in the future. After all, Yishiaxuan was his wife now, not just a disciple, and it wasn't right to keep treating her that way. As for Sun Wukong and the others, there was no need to bring them along. Taking a group of animals to such an event would be inappropriate. In the next moment, Su Yi appeared with Yishiaxuan and the others on a void platform that existed in front of the 13th universe. His sudden appearance startled the nearby heavenly beings, but many of them also observed them with interest. Su Duanyi is here, run. Someone shouted, and several platforms cleared out instantly. Su Duanyi's name held great power in the battle of the heavens. While some people in the immortal realm may find Su Duanyi interesting and reasonable, in the battle of the heavens, he was a fearsome figure, a supreme deviant. He had even defeated the third heavenly way with ruthless tactics, instilling fear in many heavenly beings. As the light disappeared around them, even some powerful individuals stopped their fights and chose ceasefire. Golden Cicada and the others were stunned to see this. Mr. Su, I'm curious, what have you done here? Golden Cicada was genuinely intrigued. When he asked Suyi earlier if he could fight in the Battle of the Heavens, Suyi had casually mentioned that he could manage a fight. Your managing a fight seems a bit too humble. Look at how these heavenly beings and sanctified strong individuals have reacted. I haven't done much. It seems they don't welcome me much, Suyi replied. Many heavenly beings remained, as they were mostly just avatars. As long as they didn't use the power of their universes, even if they were killed, they wouldn't suffer much damage. Since the last Battle of the Heavens, they had been preparing ways to deal with Su Duanyi. Many heavenly beings who hadn't witnessed the previous battle didn't find Su Duanyi as formidable as the legend suggested. Therefore, they were curious to see him. They also wanted to know what Su Duanyi was up to. Su Duanyi, are you here to participate in the Battle of the Heavens? The first heavenly way looked down at Suyi. Strictly speaking, Suyi didn't have any grudges with these heavenly beings. They conducted the Battle of the Heavens out of boredom. Suyi was participating out of mere interest, since there would be casualties in battle, and as they had lived for so long, there would probably be no regrets even if they die. Can I join? Suyi asked. Just a fight, how about that? The first heavenly way said. Since the 13th is absent, if you lose, who will bear the responsibility for the primordial chaos purple chat? Curious. So you wondered where the first heavenly way found the courage to say such things. He countered, do you think I will lose? Upon hearing this, Golden Cicada and the others felt impressed. The first heavenly way said with a laugh, who can predict these things? But I don't possess the primordial chaos purple Chen now. Suyi, hands behind his back, gazed at the first heavenly way and said, if I lose, you can do as you wish. Besides, in this Battle of the Heavens, losing should mean the end. Suyi was suddenly intrigued. The first heavenly way's words hinted at something special. Perhaps there was an even more formidable presence in play. It seemed like they were about to split the 13th universe if he lost. Since the previous battle, a group of heavenly beings had developed a fighting monster. Each heavenly being contributed a portion of their primordial chaos purple chat, empowering the monster with different skills aimed at Su Duanyi's return. This monster was a culmination of the designs of dozens of heavenly beings, containing the strengths of various styles. If not for certain restrictions, the heavenly beings would likely have attacked the 13th universe directly with that monster. As heavenly beings, how could they be completely intimidated by the appearance of just one Su Duanyi? On the third day after Suyi was struck down by a sword, he actually possessed more than 23,000 strands of innate primordial purple energy. Although it was impossible for the third day path to completely utilize these 23,000 strands of innate primordial purple energy in battle, the fact that Su Duanyi was able to defeat the third day path with a single sword already demonstrated his strength. Now, Su Duanyi appeared once again on the battlefield of the heavenly path. In terms of the combat power of the monsters they had prepared, it definitely could not be weaker than the third day path. This was also the first time the heavenly paths had cooperated since the opening of the battlefield of the heavenly paths. Unlike in the past when they were hiding and holding back, all the heavenly paths now brought out everything they had kept hidden. It seems that everyone is already well prepared. Suyi smiled. I have a question. If I hadn't died, would you not have divided the 13 universes? The first heavenly path said, Little 13 went to the heavenly path holy city and has already changed your identity to that of the heavenly path of the 13th universe. Don't you know? According to reason, the great Tao laws should have descended. Suyi stared at the first heavenly path great Tao laws descending. It seemed there were still some things he didn't know, but those things didn't matter. Suyi's curiosity was not as strong now. What he needed to know, he would know sooner or later. Keeping some unknown things made life more interesting. If everything was clear, it would really be boring. After a moment, a man holding the fanchion halberd appeared on the battlefield of the heavenly path. This battlefield was jointly created by all the heavenly paths responsible for designing these combat monsters and was the largest battlefield ever in the battlefield of the heavenly paths. Fanchion halberd, Lubu, Suyi appeared on the battlefield the next moment, facing off against the man. He assessed the man, who was also a humanoid creature, but this man had no hair. Even in Suyi's eyes, this man's body proportions were perfect. No, it seemed that this man's existence was only for battle. Every inch of muscle was filled with explosive power. His eyes were extremely cold, and when facing Suyi, there was nothing in his eyes except killing intent, no other emotions. However, this man didn't make any rash moves, he just coldly stared at Suyi. Su Duanyi, his name is invincible. He is a gift we offer you. If you can kill him, You can deal with all of us heavenly paths as you wish. Invincible, your naming skills really need improvement. Suyi chuckled and said, I didn't come here today to cause trouble for you all, just to have a simple fight. When it came to naming, Suyi felt that these heavenly paths were similar to Su Dian, lacking in cultural refinement. They should learn from those online writers. In the past, the names they came up with were much better. Suyi looked at the man named Invincible and said, You make the first move. I'm afraid if I make the first move, you won't have a chance. Invincible was clad in black battle armor, clearly not of inferior quality. Suyi had already decided that he was just here to play around, to show Jingchen and the others a bit, so he needed to leave some room. If the battle was resolved in one move, it seemed less entertaining. After considering this, Suyi's gaze softened as he looked at Invincible. He wasn't good at fighting and didn't enjoy it either. Since the heavenly paths wanted to play, he could only comply. As soon as Suyi finished speaking, Invincible, wielding the Fanshan halberd, came slashing towards him. Some heavenly paths didn't even see Invincible's shadow and only felt a sudden disturbance in space. The spot where Suyi had stood just collapsed, forming a huge black hole. The battlefield they had created in the heavenly path instantly fell apart. What kind of monster have we created? Some heavenly paths closer to the battlefield felt the power erupting from that black hole distinctly. However, the heavenly path battlefield could barely hold up at the beginning. The fight between Su Duanhen and Invincible was intense beyond imagination. Just in that one instant, Suyi and Invincible had already engaged in battle tens of thousands of times. Not bad. Suyi hadn't fully entered the battle mode yet. He had just withstood at least 100 attacks moments ago, his clothes already tattered. His body was covered in blood, but those wounds healed instantly. If calculating based on the combat power the heavenly paths referred to moments ago, Suyi's combat power was only 30, while Invincible's combat power exceeded 30,000. Just looking at the numbers, the difference seemed insurmountable. Yet even so, Invincible couldn't kill Suyi. The Fanshan halberd was enough to cut Suyi's flesh, but it couldn't sever his tendons and bones, thus couldn't achieve a killing effect. To put it bluntly, even if Suyi just stood there letting him strike, he might as well be hitting a sponge. Are you tired yet? Suyi's aura was skyrocketing crazily, but Invincible remained silent. He was simply a merciless fighting machine. He was created by the heavenly paths without fear or pain, solely to kill the man called Su Duanhen. This was his purpose for existence. After he killed Su Duanhen, he would have no more value in this world, and then his body would dissipate, while the innate primordial purple energy that formed his body would return to the heavenly paths. He was just a tool created to defeat Su Duanhen. He was clear on this matter and saw nothing wrong with it. See that? How strong can Su Duanhen be? Invincible is indeed invincible. Su Duanhen can't hold on anymore. The first heavenly path burst into laughter, as one of the few beings able to see the situation clearly. When he saw Su Duanhen covered in blood, he believed that this combat machine they created could easily kill Su Duanhen. Moments ago, he clearly saw that Su Duanhen was utterly defenseless against Invincible. The difference is just too vast. The first heavenly path laughed. Some heavenly paths who hadn't even been able to follow Suyi's movements had started discussing, as if they could also grasp the situation clearly. In my opinion, Su Duanhen can probably hold on for 100 moves at most. 100 moves? I don't think Invincible has even used his full power. Su Duanhen should be on the verge of death. Exactly. Invincible was created by many of us heavenly paths working together. He can't defeat just Su Duanhen. Who does he think he is? Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't see clearly what was happening on the heavenly path battlefield, but from the discussions of the heavenly paths, she felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. He's not using a sword. Yi Xiaoxuan gripped the Soul Sither and said, Soul Sither, hurry and help him. Yi Xiaoxuan was too preoccupied to use another name for the Soul Sither. She clenched her other fist, biting her lip, only hoping that Suyi could hold on. The Soul Sither spirit calmly said, Master of the sword, please rest assured. They're just a bunch of trash. Lord Su hasn't exerted his full strength yet. As soon as the sound of the soul-breaking sword fell, Suyi, who was standing in position, suddenly burst into a fierce light. The heavenly battlefront collapsed instantly. The invincible figure was sent flying backwards, with Suyi's fists continuously landing on him. The meticulously designed battle armor on him turned to dust after receiving 3 punches. Next was a back-and-forth battle. The heavenly battlefront was gone, and Suyi and the invincible were fighting fiercely in the void. Su Soulbreaker's combat power is increasing. The first Heavenly Dao's expression became serious. Even if it increases, he's still not a match for the Invincible. Some of the Heavenly Dao couldn't see Su Yi's true strength, because Su Yi's current strength far exceeded theirs, making it impossible for them to judge. They only knew that Su Soulbreaker was very strong, but how powerful could he be? After hearing the first Heavenly Dao say that there was a big gap between Su Soulbreaker and the Invincible, it meant that Su Soulbreaker must have been seriously injured in the first round of their confrontation. It seemed that the Invincible had struck first. Even if Su Soulbreaker's strength was increasing now, what difference would it make? The Sword of Soul is very strong. Don't let him get the sword. The second Heavenly Dao locked onto the Sword of Soul in Yixiaxuan's hands. He appeared in front of Yixiaxuan with a cold gaze, demanding, "Hand over the sword." The second Heavenly Dao didn't mind wiping out the group brought by Su Soulbreaker. "What do you want?" Yixiaxuan wanted to draw her sword. The sword spirit cursed, "How dare you touch my sword master? Do you want to die?" The Jade Emperor also angrily exclaimed, "You dare to be disrespectful? HMPH. The second Heavenly Dao didn't even consider the Jade Emperor and Yixiaxuan. Even though the threat of the sword spirit was nothing in the eyes of the second Heavenly Dao. Su Soulbreaker was strong, but even if the Sword of Soul was strong, it was just a sword. What could it do in the hands of a waste? Although they didn't know the relationship between this group and Su Soulbreaker, killing them at this time might affect Su Soulbreaker's state of mind. If this had the desired effect, it seemed like a good plan. The second Heavenly Dao's incarnation was a huge monster bird, emitting a strange cry from its mouth before lunging at Yixiaxuan and the others. With one bite, it could easily wipe out Yixiaxuan and the others. Without Su Soulbreaker, wiping out these small beings was just a simple matter. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly appeared in front of the second Heavenly Dao. This was not Su Yi's true self, but merely his clone. Emotionless, Su Yi's clone raised his hand and struck out a slap on the bird beak of the second Heavenly Dao. The sound of the slap resonated loudly, capturing the attention of all the Heavenly Dao watching. With just one slap, the incarnation of the second Heavenly Dao dissipated like smoke under the clone's hand. Su Soulbreaker? What is he doing there? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting the Invincible? How? That must be a clone. With just a clone, he can defeat the second Heavenly Dao with a slap. How strong is he? The Heavenly Dao were filled with fear. While Su Soulbreaker was fighting the Invincible, he could still summon a clone to defeat the second Heavenly Dao. If you want to die, you are welcome to come. Su Yi's clone stood in front of Yixiaxuan, having just defeated the second Heavenly Dao. He stood there with his hands behind his back, like an insurmountable mountain. "Su Yi, are you okay?" Yixiaxuan approached and held Su Yi's hand. The clone squeezed Yixiaxuan's hand, then turned to pat her head gently, smiling warmly. "It's nothing serious. Pay attention, there's always something to learn." Yixiaxuan nodded. Sometimes, she thought Su Yi was too straightforward, but other times, she found him gentle. Even though he was fighting fiercely with the monstrous Invincible, he still cared about their situation. "I can't see what's happening over there." Yixiaxuan truly couldn't see the battle between Su Yi and the Invincible. Their movements in the void were too fast, coupled with the collapsing space, making it impossible for light to transmit from there, and their consciousness couldn't explore that side. With Su Yi's permission, a white light enveloped Yixiaxuan and the others, allowing them to clearly see the battle. The first Heavenly Dao had mentioned a significant gap in power, but in their eyes, where was such a gap? Invincible was strong, but Su Yi effortlessly countered every move, landing blows on the Invincible's body with his bare hands. "Your body is covered in blood. Are you okay?" The battle between Su Yi and the Invincible was intense, but in Yixiaxuan's eyes, she was only concerned about Su Yi's safety. Despite Su Yi currently having the upper hand, the blood on his body was real. Oh, that's his blood. Su Yi didn't like to deceive women, but he thought if he told Yixiaxuan it was his blood, this little girl would surely worry. Given her intellect, it was better to directly claim that the blood belonged to the Invincible. The Jade Emperor chuckled. How could the master be harmed? The gold cicada remained silent. Su Yi's clothes were torn to shreds. Was he really uninjured? How was that possible? It was unclear whether Yixiaxuan and the others were pretending not to understand or were just overly confident in Su Yi. The so-called Invincible had already endured Su Yi's 100 punches in a short time, bones breaking and healing repeatedly. Mr. Su should have already done his best. Yet the Invincible's attacks showed no signs of weakening. With the fight going on this way, It was difficult to determine the outcome. Since that's your wish, I hope you aren't just here for a spectacle. Suyi's clone noticed Gold Cicada's state and said calmly. Gold Cicada had sacrificed a lot for Suyi's journey to the west, acting as bait despite losing his cultivation. If it weren't for the strength of his true body, even with Yixiaxuan and the others protecting him, he might have been killed by the battle within 5 years. If his wish was to watch the battle of the heavenly Tao, then at the very least, he should gain something from it. Mr. Su, Gold Cicada understands. Gold Cicada sat down and focused on the battle between Suyi and the Invincible, absorbing every move into his mind. The battle between these two was undoubtedly the pinnacle of a duel. With their cultivation gone, Gold Cicada could better comprehend their fighting techniques and the powers of the rules within. Suyi saw Gold Cicada enter a trance and chose not to speak. This battle with the Invincible was strictly prepared for Gold Cicada. Otherwise, wouldn't he feel unhappy if he easily defeated the so-called Invincible and went back to enjoy married life? Suyi and Wudi's battle became increasingly intense, and their auras became more and more terrifying. The independent space created by the heavens was quickly collapsing under their battle. Many incarnations of the heavens had not even reacted before they were inexplicably dragged into the battle between the two, instantly dispersing into nothingness under the aftermath of the battle. However, the side where Yixiaxuan and the others stood was completely safe, with Suyi's incarnation standing in front of them, blocking any remnants of the battle from harming them. Jin Chansi, Yixiaxuan, and the others sat on the ground, watching the battle between Suyi and Wudi, each having their own realizations. This battle may be the strongest since the birth of the universe. Intent of the fist. Jin Chanzi's eyes radiated with golden light. In his eyes, there was no Wudi, only Suyi. Every movement and intention of Suyi's fist was imprinted in his mind. At this moment, he had already understood that Mr. Su was far superior to this so-called Invincible. The incarnation standing in front of them was already immensely powerful. Doom. Suyi struck again, directly shattering the fanxian painting halberd in Wudi's hand into pieces. Wudi quickly retreated, distancing himself from Suyi. The space near Suyi was crumbling inch by inch. Space Force? Suyi smiled. With a wave of his hand, the blood on his body disappeared. A white robe draped over him. Even though the surrounding space was collapsing, not even his robe was damaged. Even if Wudi used divine weapons, he was no match for Suyi on his fists and feet alone. Wudi actually attempted to use the power of universal laws to deal with Suyi. That was even more ridiculous. The halberd of destruction was shattered by his fist. How is that possible? This was crafted by me and the ninth heaven Tao using the divine stones of the holy city. How strong is his fist? Wudi is currently using the comprehensive comprehension of the major Tao spatial laws, but it seems like he's fine. After the space collapsed, it quickly returned to normal. In that instant, the heavens could finally see the situation on Suyi's side. What they saw was Suyuan's white robe as snow, unscathed, while Wudi was knocked back by a punch, and his halberd of destruction was completely pulverized by Suyuan. What was most terrifying was that even with all the comprehension of Tao laws from the heavens, Wudi was still helpless against Suyuan. Next, Wudi used various law powers. Time acceleration, time deceleration. But Suyi remained unmoved like a mountain, with no changes in his appearance or bodily functions. Thousands of heavenly paths converged on him, and the power of the laws was his strongest suit. Suyi took a step forward, and the space returned to normal. He did not approach Wudi any further because it was meaningless. Wudi had originally planned to use the almost perfect major Tao spatial laws to split Suyi's body into pieces. Even if he couldn't directly kill him, he thought he could at least severely injure him. Unfortunately, even with all the comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly Tao's major Tao laws, this spatial power could not even damage a single corner of Suyi's clothes. How is he such an existence? The first heaven Tao was more and more shocked as she watched. It could almost be said that under the major Tao spatial law, Suyi was like a walk in the park, and other law forces were almost unable to cause any harm to him. Then, Wudi used various law powers. Time acceleration, time deceleration. But Suyi remained unmoved like a mountain, with no changes in his appearance or bodily functions. Wine, fire, thunder, and countless magical powers wreaked havoc in the once desolate and dim universe. These were not ordinary magical powers, they were all comprehensions of the major Tao, the heavens. In the eyes of the heavens, Wudi was already considered flawless. But in front of Suyi, All the laws and magical powers seemed to be just beautiful fireworks. Suyi was surrounded by various breathtaking scenes, leaving Yi Xiaoxuan staring in awe. Suyi's clone stood beside Yi Xiaoxuan, asking with a smile, "How was it? Was it beautiful?" "Beautiful." Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Suyi's clone, her face flushed with excitement, but she couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Would you be angry if I didn't study well?" Compared to the focused attention of Jin Chanxi and the Emperor, Yi Xiaoxuan looked more like a student who would daydream in class. This kind of behavior would surely lead to scolding from the teacher if noticed. Suyi's clone laughed, "I promise to have a honeymoon with you. This is our honeymoon period. If you want to learn, you can learn. If you don't want to, then treat it as a fireworks feast. With me by your side, who can harm you even if you can't lift a finger?" Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Suyi's clone and asked, "Are you the fake Suyi?" Because Yi Xiaoxuan remembered clearly that Suyi was a bit straightforward and would often play tricks on her, such as kicking her off a cliff, into a volcano, or abandoning her in the celestial realm for years. He could do all sorts of things. However, the gentleness before her now was unheard of. Therefore, the conclusion was that the Suyi before her was fake. "Do you like this fake or the real one?" Suyi's clone smiled gently. "You are indeed fake. I like the real one." Yi Xiaoxuan's smile had frozen on her face, and she stared at the real Suyi in the distance, clenching her fists. The Suyi's clone raised a hand and gave Yi Xiaoxuan a punch on the head. "Are you not used to being treated well? This clone is me. The same consciousness, with no difference." Yi Xiaoxuan rubbed her head and stared at Suyi's clone, saying, "Then can't you go find other women behind my back?" This train of thought ... The Suyi's clone raised his hand and gave her another bump on the head. "What are you thinking about? Suyi and the invincible battle is not over yet." The aura of Jin Changyi and the Jade Emperor continued to rise. Obviously, both of them have gained some insight in this battle. Invincible spells are not endless. Many of the spells are ones that Suyi has never seen before. They must be insights of the heavens. Even Jin Changyi and the others can break through, so Suyi will naturally not miss the opportunity to learn whatever he can. These spells are somewhat interesting to Suyi, but they don't hold much significance for him. Perhaps in the future, he could teach them to children. Suyi is a very eager learner. What kind of monster is Su Duanhen after all? Invincible has integrated all our rules and insights, but he remains unfazed. His origins must be extraordinary. Could it be that someone important from the Holy City has come out to play with us? It seems that Invincible is completely outmatched. We created such a plaything, which in his eyes might just be a toy. The heavenly beings are not fools. Since Invincible started using rule powers for long-range attacks, Su Duanhen has not made a move, but he stands in the void, surrounded by countless rules, unaffected. As the first heavenly being said, the difference is indeed too great. Regardless of the final outcome, our innate primordial essence will return. Yes, we won't suffer any losses. The heavenly beings are all seasoned experts. Even if Invincible is killed by Su Duanhen, he will ultimately return as an innate primordial essence back to the heavenly realm. Thinking this way, it's not a loss at all. Return? Suyi heard certain comments from the heavenly beings and couldn't help but size up Invincible once again. He is a well-made creature. Although his appearance doesn't suit Suyi's aesthetics, it's undeniable that the heavenly being's creations are not shoddy. If Suyi were to kill him, he would return as an innate primordial essence to the heavenly realm. Not a loss. When Suyi heard this term, his first thought was, that's not acceptable. Just like the knowledge theory of sneaky Yi Xiaoxuan from the soul-severing sword school. In reality, it was an experience accumulated by the soul-severing sword over the years following Suyi. Suyi has been playing for this long, and the heavenly beings don't lose anything. Isn't it just pointless spectating? People even have to purchase VIP memberships when watching movies. Thinking of this, Suyi began to study the aura on Invincible. A total of 87 rule powers control Invincible, with 86 weaker ones and one rule that resembles a contract. This rule ensures that after Invincible dies, the innate primordial essence will not dissipate and can return to the heavenly beings. It's like some payment apps on Earth that return the amount if the payment fails. Quite interesting. But didn't the heavenly beings create this guy with the innate primordial essence to kill him? Even if they didn't succeed in killing him, haven't they consumed something? Wanting a refund after consuming, isn't that fraud? Thinking this way, this group of heavenly beings was trying to defraud Su in some way. Although when on Earth, Suyi didn't download anti-fraud apps, but defrauding a kind-hearted elderly person like him is something no one would agree with. These heavenly beings, a bunch of completely corrupted individuals, so he decided that he must rid the people of this harm today and confiscate the illegal funds of the criminals. Swift actions are his style, and he is determined not to let the criminals succeed in their schemes. He finally took action, but not to attack Invincible. An invisible hand appeared above Invincible's head and forcefully grasped the intangible rule powers. In an instant, the 87 rule powers dissipated. Invincible was completely cut off from the heavenly beings, even disappearing from their perception. Suyi directly contained Invincible in his sleeve. Where did he go? What kind of spell is this that even I can't detect? Suyi's expression became solemn as he looked around, as if he couldn't find a trace of Invincible himself. The heavenly beings were dumbfounded. What had just happened? They couldn't perceive Invincible's presence. It was like, payment successful. No refunds, but Su Duanhen was still fine. Had they bought loneliness? Are we going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving first. Suyi's gaze swept over the heavenly beings, saying calmly, hiding and skulking around is boring. The heavenly beings hesitated. Invincible had already cut off some of their connections. What hiding was there left to do? Did Invincible know something they didn't? What kind of sorcery was this? Clearly, it was Su Duanhen causing trouble. But did they dare say anything? These heavenly beings were just incarnations. In terms of combat power, they weren't as good as Invincible. Now, with Su Duanhen announcing that Invincible had disappeared using a spell, what could they say? If they dared to say anything more, would Su Duanhen do something insane again? We won't fight. We dare not face me in a direct battle. Suyi's clone disappeared, and he appeared beside Yishiak Suan. Wife, let's go. I'm done playing with them. Jin Changyi and the J Emperor also rose slowly, indicating that the battle was over and it was time to leave. Before the heavenly beings could recover, Suyi had already taken Yishiak Suan and the others away from the heavenly battlefield back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Suyi, did you win? Yishiak Suan asked softly. Suyi smiled. Would I lose? As he finished speaking, Invincible appeared on Flower Fruit Mountain. Baldy. Yishiak Suan stepped back in fear. Suyi reassured her. Don't worry, he is not hostile. After Invincible had been taken into Suyi's sleeve, he had already been modified. For example, his core purpose was to kill Su Duanhen. Suyi told him that his name was Suyi, not Su Duanhen. Besides killing Su Duanhen, Invincible's existence henceforth was to serve Suyi. Suyi was too lazy to alter his core purpose. So why not just add another clause? Suyi. Invincible started to speak, a skill bestowed upon him by Suyi. When I need you in the future, come over. Suyi said. When I don't need you, do whatever you want. In addition to granting Invincible language skills, Suyi also imparted to him the concepts of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, honesty, kindness, as well as some Confucian and Taoist philosophies. Suyi also made him understand that fighting was wrong. He believed that this Baldy would surely make something of himself in the future. Mr. Suyi, what should I do now? Although the Baldy had a fierce appearance, he had become knowledgeable and rational. I have nothing for you to do here. Go on with your activities. Suyi looked at Invincible and said, let me change your appearance again. With that, the bare-headed Invincible sprouted a thick head of hair, softened his features, and donned a green robe. He looked much better now, at least not frightening the children when going out. In this world, Invincible doesn't have anyone familiar, but Suyi is akin to creating him anew. At this moment, Invincible isn't just a tool with the sole thought of how to kill Su Duanhen. Suyi has implanted too many beliefs in him. He has also learned to think for himself, even pondering, why should he kill Su Duanhen? After killing him, he would cease to exist. So what would be the point then? If he kills Su Duanhen, he will also die himself. Wouldn't that be fruitless? Invincible has learned to weigh pros and cons, and there are many places he wants to explore. He even longs for friends, longs for affection, desires love. Suyi, aren't you coming with me? Invincible hasn't left yet, looking towards Suyi. Why should I go with you? Suyi has added something to Invincible, but he doesn't know how Invincible currently perceives it. He also doesn't wish to directly see through Invincible's thoughts. Invincible asks, are we friends? Not really. Suyi doesn't think that he has become friends with Invincible just like that, but counters, Do you know I am Suduanhen? Invincible hesitates and nods. I know. Then why don't you kill me? Suyi is starting to get curious now. He hasn't removed some instructions from the heavens towards Invincible, and Invincible isn't foolish. To identical individuals, Suyi is Suduanhen. Does this need to be stated? Invincible laughs. I can't kill Suduanhen, nor can I kill Suyi. That was Invincible's response. Suyi is glad he hasn't turned this Invincible into a fool. Go on your own for now. Suyi waves his hand. Although we aren't enemies, we certainly are not friends either. Don't play together. Okay. Invincible looks somewhat disappointed, responds, blinks, and disappears in no time. Suyi has thoroughly transformed Invincible, even suppressing his body's aura repeatedly. Otherwise, Invincible could easily destroy the entire 13 universes with a casual punch. This certainly isn't what Suyi wants to see. The great gods in the immortal realm are yet unaware that a monster has emerged in the world. Invincible's appearance is bound to stir up a storm in the immortal realm. Your desire has been fulfilled. Suyi gazes at Jinchonzi. This is his wish. Jinchonzi clenches his fist, his face filled with excitement. Having lost his cultivation for a long time, all the techniques and Buddhism from before seemed weak to him. That's why he could abandon his cultivation without hesitation. Even if Suyi offered him the position of Buddha, he wouldn't care. Having lived from the ancient era to the present day, what scene hasn't he witnessed? Can the Buddhist techniques impress him? When he was in the Buddhist sect, he was already a carefree disciple, making him a Buddha now. How could he like that? Today, he abandoned everything, leaving only one fist. Having witnessed the strongest battle between Suduanhen and Invincible, he finally understood the strength behind that one fist. This fist could shake the heavens. One fist could slaughter all immortal beings under the heavens. It seems you've gained something. Suyi looks at Jinchonzi. Jinchonzi's understanding is definitely not weak. Although Yexaxuan's comprehension during the Battle of the Heavens was limited, Jinchonzi has definitely gained significantly. Unfortunately, it's not easy to verify. Jinchonzi shook his head. He has gained insights, but how strong this one fist truly is, that's hard to say. That's simple. Suyi's divine sense scans through 3,000 small worlds, finding a main god already under contract with his clone. Young main god. Want to fight? Suyi appears before that main god. This deity has a pair of horns, a huge stature, currently lounging lazily on his throne. Suyi's sudden appearance surprises him. However, in the next moment, his face is full of disdain and contempt. Where did this reptile come from? The main god spits at Suyi, trying to smash him with that spit. In his eyes, his spit alone should be enough to kill this seemingly weak creature. Suyi teleports in front of the main god, raises his hand, and gestures. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. One of the main god's horns is broken. Frowning, Suyi says, spitting everywhere is very rude. I'll ask you, do you want to fight? As he speaks, Suyi's aura is already suffocating the main god. This young main god finally realizes that the figure in front of him is not a simple existence. He quickly shrinks his body, bowing at Suyi's feet, and softly says, "Respected sir, I dare not." Looking down at him, Suyi commands, "I'm not telling you to fight me. Fight this another person. If the sir wants me to fight, I'll fight whoever you wish." Obedient indeed. If Suyi didn't know that this main god could erase an entire race merely with a displeasure, he might have mistaken him for a docile little dog. Very well, Suyi says, and Jinchonzi appears before this main god. Mr. Su, what's this about? Jinchonzi seems a bit puzzled by Suyi's intentions. Aren't you willing to try? Go try with him, Suyi says. He is the strongest main god in the 3,000 small worlds. Just one step away from a sage. Oh. Jinchonzi looks at that main god, making a gesture of invitation. Please teach me. The main god looks at Suyi, then at Jinchonzi. Sir, are you asking me to fight him? Suyi nods. If you beat him, you can live. The nameless young main god sizes up Jinchonzi, grinning. Very simple. With a thought from Suyi, this main god and Jinchonzi materialize in a separate space similar to the battlefields created by the heavens. This main god, who signed a contract of determination with Suyi, has experienced a surge in strength. Facing Jinchonzi, he directly employs his law of manifestation. He shouts, "Little reptile, this god will show you the meaning of fear." In terms of momentum, this main god completely overwhelms Jinchonzi. Jinchonzi, clad in simple clothes, remains silent, staring at this behemoth before him. He doesn't employ any techniques or release any aura. The main god wields a massive black scythe, making Jinchonzi seem like an ant before him. The scythe is swung heavily. The black aura of death solidifies into substance. It seems capable of devouring everything like a monstrous creature. Jinchonzi takes a deep breath, thoughts of Suyi's battle with invincible flashing in his mind. One punch, completely surpassing all techniques. Standing in the void, eyes glowing with golden light, one punch. Jinchonzi's fist collides with the main god's side. Time seems to freeze. The fist doesn't move further. The side shows no changes either. Only the young god appears like a statue. Jinchonzi slowly retracts his fist. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. The main god's body begins to crack, gradually disintegrating like a jigsaw puzzle, dispersing into smoke as a light wind passes, seemingly evaporating the fragmented form. Not bad. So he looked at the performance of Jinchonzi. The fist he threw was somewhat similar to what he had learned. What are your plans for the future? Jinchonzi pondered. My master mentioned that the origin world is very interesting, and I want to go take a look. It is quite interesting, so he laughed. However, you better not act recklessly, or that world may not withstand your destruction. Jinchonzi replied. Mr. Su and the master will eventually return to the origin world, right? If I go there, it's just to experience an ordinary human life. Why would I act casually? Then, try to abide by local laws and regulations when you go there. So he advised the powerful beings on Earth to follow rules, as the Earth was quite fragile in front of them. Just like Jinchonzi's current abilities, one punch could probably devastate the Earth. Everyone should refrain from playing around at that time. Jinchonzi was definitely a reasonable person. After being a monk for so many years, his character had changed, so he probably wouldn't do anything too outrageous on Earth. Do you want to say goodbye to your master and others before you go? There's no need for goodbyes. If we are meant to meet again, we will. Saying goodbye seems awkward, replied Jinchonzi. Then let me directly send you to the origin world. So he waved his robe, appearing on Flower Fruit Mountain, while Jinchonzi had already arrived on Earth. Suyi, where's the monk? Yixiaxuan saw Suyi return, but didn't see Jinchonzi, so she couldn't help but ask. In their view, Jinchonzi and Suyi suddenly disappeared, and it was unclear where they went. Then Suyi returned, but Jinchonzi didn't. He went to Earth, Suyi said. Maybe we'll meet him again sometime. Oh, Yixiaxuan murmured. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Next time I see him, I will definitely scold him for that bald head of his. Yixiaxuan couldn't quite understand Jinchonzi's behavior of not saying a word before leaving. Suyi didn't say much either, his gaze falling on Shasing. And you, what are your wishes? Shasing was a rather simple person. He had cultivated under the Blackwater Zhuanming Emperor for countless years, and now, having endured the hardship of cultivation, he straightforwardly said, my wish is to become the strongest in the immortal realm. This wish, Suyi thought for a moment, I can make you stronger than me. You've touched on my blind spot. Shasing smiled. I believe Mr. Su must have a way, such as making me slightly weaker than Mr. Su. And then, Mr. Su never returns to the immortal realm. Yixiaxuan felt Shasing's wish was a bit too much. How many powerhouses were there in the immortal realm? Yixiaxuan wasn't very clear, but to turn Shasing into the strongest being besides Suyi, and then let Suyi leave the immortal realm, wasn't Shasing being a bit excessive? Master, this is the wish Mr. Su gave me, and I believe Mr. Su will keep his promise. Shasing, usually straightforward and honest, smiled. Since it was a wish, it should be a grand one. Jinchonzi was such a foolish person, going to see the War of the Heavenly Tao. What could one gain from watching it? What substantial benefits could one obtain? Your wish is not impossible to fulfill. After Suyi finished speaking, Shasing disappeared from their sight. What did you do? Yixiaxuan asked. You didn't kill him, did you? Although Shasing's wish was a bit excessive, Suyi shook his head. Why would I kill him? I just helped him fulfill his wish. I created a realm for him where he alone resides, making him the strongest being in that realm. Is he trapped there? Yixiaxuan didn't know how to respond. Suyi's action seemed a bit questionable. He let Shasing make a wish, but then he swapped concepts and trapped Shasing in another realm. Was that fair? Suyi said, I left 5 sets of techniques, 10 treasures, and 10 wisps of purple che in that realm. If he earnestly searches for these things, practices for some years, and then returns, he will probably be the strongest in the immortal realm. I promised you to take you on a honeymoon, so I can't leave the immortal realm for the time being. Suyi said. In this way, I have fulfilled my promise to him. The techniques, treasures, and purple che left by Suyi. The so-called purple che was no longer just the primordial chaos purple che. It was the purple che modified by Suyi based on the primordial chaos purple che. If Shasing could focus and acquire these things, he would surely achieve great heights. But if he didn't care and directly left the realm Suyi created for him, those things would disappear. Shasing had no idea what had happened. After Suyi spoke, he found himself on a desolate and dark planet. His divine sense swept across the planet, finding no signs of life. Before him lay a stone stele with 2 words engraved on it: Immortal Realm. What a Mr. Su! What a patriarch! Shasing laughed maniacally as he looked up at the sky. Is this the wish Mr. Su fulfilled for me? Suyi didn't care how Shasing would react. He simply did what he had to do. Suyi had already fulfilled the wishes of Yishiaxuan's disciples. Next, he just wanted to travel with Yishiaxuan. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Yishiaxuan's journey to the west had come to a complete end. Only Yishiaxuan and the Jade Emperor remained by Suyi's side. Do you need a mask? Suyi took out 3 masks and handed them to Yishiaxuan, saying, your current appearance may not be suitable for moving around in the immortal realm. Wear this mask to conceal your aura. Did you make these masks yourself? Yishiaxuan looked at the masks in Suyi's hands. They were all exquisite, with mysterious and ancient patterns on them that she immediately liked. This one. Yishiaxuan chose one with a simple design. Suyi handed it to her, and the Jade Emperor watched, feeling a sense of shock. Others might not know, but he was well aware that each of the master's masks contained some of his power, not just for hiding one's aura. The mask Yishiaxuan held seemed to be the first mask made by the master. He remembered that when the primordial ancestor was still a child, he took this mask out to play and directly slew countless ancient fierce beasts. It could be said that wearing this mask would grant immense divine power. After Yishiaxuan put on the mask, the spirit of the soul-stealing sword couldn't help but cheer. By wearing the mask, your strength has surpassed all seals. You better not do that, Suyi said. This mask is only for hiding your aura. Breaking the soul-stealing seal with external force, unless you wear it for your entire life, will render you unable to control the power of the soul-stealing sword in the future. The spirit of the soul-breaking sword has always thought about how to have a good time. After all, when it was in Suyi's hands before, it was chaotic and killing towards those ancient ferocious beasts. During the battle of the heavenly Tao, needless to say, wasn't it a dead end for any powerful beings that faced him? During the battle of the heavenly Tao, Suyi even underwent a second transformation of its sword body. Now, it can be considered the #1 artifact in all major universes, above and below the heavens. Yishiaxuan's strength is indeed weak, which also prevents the soul-breaking sword from being able to kill freely. Now, Suyi has given the mask to Yishiaxuan in hopes that her strength will increase dramatically. Breaking through the seal he placed on her is no longer a problem. In this way, isn't it just perfect? Yishiaxuan can now wield it to kill freely. I just won't break the seal. Yishiaxuan completely ignored the spirit of the sword, leaned close to Suyi's face, and asked with a smile, do I need to become stronger? Up to you. In the past, Suyi wanted Yishiaxuan to become stronger because he was afraid that what happened to Yangxia would happen to her. But now, Suyi has become so powerful that even the heavenly Tao has no way to deal with him. So, what else is he afraid of? He doesn't even want to become stronger himself anymore, finding it quite boring. Yishiaxuan, even if she just lazes around, so what? With him around, who can harm Yishiaxuan? Hearing Suyi say this, Yishiaxuan squinted her eyes. I see you've changed. Suyi laughed. Indeed, I have changed a bit. Yishiaxuan raised her small hand, tilted her head, and said, then I'll release this seal. Putting on the mask slowly, she could feel a majestic power within her, as if breaking the seal on the soul-breaking sword above her would only take an instant. That if Suyi is by her side, why does she need to become so strong? After 5 years in the immortal realm, Yishiaxuan is no longer the clueless, wealthy young lady she used to be. She also realized that it might be impossible for her to catch up with Suyi's pace. Suyi is too strong. During her time in the immortal realm, she heard from Sha Wukong and Jin Chang'e about the strong beings in the immortal realm. She once asked Jin Chang'e about the past, and Jin Chang'e said he was an ancient ferocious beast, not inferior to the current saints. However, In front of Suyi, he was as weak as food in a dish. Later, Yi Xiaoxuan also inquired about the current strong beings in the immortal realm. Their answers were the saints, the demon patriarch Uoho, and the 12 constellations immortal emperors. But these strong beings are all juniors compared to Suyi. None can withstand his single sword. Even the immortal emperor of the 12 constellations, the Jade Emperor, the Great Emperor of Black Waters, and the 3 Clears are disciples of Suyi. Suyi's strength can be imagined. Today, following Suyi to the battle of the Heavenly Tao and witnessing Suyi single-handedly intimidating the deities of the Heavenly Tao, including the invincibles created by the Heavenly Tao, all being easily subdued and modified by Suyi. This Suyi now says whether she cultivates or not is up to her. If you don't want to, that's fine. It's not good for a girl to fight and kill all the time. Some of Suyi's crisis has been resolved. He no longer feels the need as before to change Yi Xiaoxuan's fate against the heavens. The 5 years of training in the immortal realm have not only increased her cultivation, but also her wisdom and courage. It's said that Suyi has changed, but it's more accurate to say Yi Xiaoxuan has changed as well. Yi Xiaoxuan, who used to be afraid of flying even with the sword, has become a formidable figure who can confront the powerful figures of the immortal realm without changing her demeanor. Will you continue to leave me alone here in the future? After realizing Suyi's strength, Yi Xiaoxuan naturally understood that if Suyi wanted to come from the earth to find her, it was just a thought away. Not seeing him for 5 years didn't make her angry. She just felt that she needed to become better. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of Suyi. Suyi did that to help her grow stronger. She also thought about, what if Suyi didn't want her anymore? So when Suyi came to the immortal realm to find her, she clung to him and refused to let go. At that time, she was really worried that once she came down, Suyi would disappear. She didn't dare to say these things or ask, as in the immortal realm, the deities mostly didn't care about feelings. Ignoring love and emotions was something deities often did. She was really afraid that Suyi might do the same. From now on, I'll be by your side wherever you go. Suyi gently squeezed Yi Xiaoxuan's hand and said, I'll take you to meet some of my friends. Would I be your tail? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Don't want to be. Yi Xiaoxuan smiled with happiness, saying, I'll just follow you then. But suddenly you act like this. I always feel like you're going to sell me. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Suyi always considered himself gentle and treated his wife with utmost care. How could he sell her? Suyi had thought things over and wouldn't be as strict with Yi Xiaoxuan as before. He felt there was no need to take advantage of his wife anymore as he had thought to do in the past. If possible, he would return to Earth, sit by the street under that tree, fish daily, cook meals, with someone by his side. That wouldn't be bad. How about I take you to the ends of the heavens? You probably haven't been there. Suyi had traveled all over the immortal realm before, and the ends of the heavens, a place with magnificent scenery, where the great emperor of Antarctica resided, were among them. Suyi remembered that he had a good relationship with the great emperor of Antarctica back then. Although the great emperor of Antarctica could be a troublesome chess partner, Suyi occasionally indulged him, and they got along well. He even remembered overturning the chessboard between them when he returned to the immortal realm. Now, he wanted to take Yi Xiaoxuan to visit once again. The Jade Emperor whispered, Master, are you going to the great emperor of Antarctica? Suyi nodded. What's the matter? The Jade Emperor donned the mask. I'm afraid they won't find someone to take charge of the situation and will come to me for help. Suyi smiled. With your mask on, they won't recognize you, right? I'll also wear a mask. Let's go and have a look. At the end of the heavens, there was a renowned immortal realm academy called Yingxing Academy at a water mirror city where many immortals practiced. This time, Suyi planned to travel the immortal realm with Yi Xiaoxuan, starting from that water mirror city. However, this time, they needed to conceal their identities. After donning the masks, they would appear as ordinary immortals in others' eyes and hopefully not stir up any trouble. After all, Yi Xiaoxuan had been wanted by major powers in the immortal realm for 5 years, and many powerful beings in the immortal realm knew her, including the Jade Emperor. If they were to be exposed, it was bound to cause a commotion in Water Mirror City. At the edge of the sky lies the Water Mirror City. When Suyi and his group arrived here, they kept hearing about the Yao Huang leading the demon race to attack the Heavenly Court, followed by the Jade Emperor's defeat without a fight, and so on. Suyi didn't excessively investigate the matters concerning the Heavenly Court with his divine sense. It was the Jade Emperor who seemed more concerned. I wonder why the Yahuan attacked the heavenly court. Well, let me tell you, the Jade Emperor, they say he didn't even fight, just handed over the entire heavenly court, yet the Yahuan unexpectedly didn't want it in the end. What kind of situation is this? In the end, it was God Gaoken who took over the Jade Emperor's position. And you call taking over as the Jade Emperor taking over under crisis. Who knows how many great gods wanted to be the Jade Emperor, but lacking the strength. So he didn't like to investigate the situation in the immortal realm with his divine sense, but he was quite interested in hearing these bits of gossip. It's like how many elderly people like hearing about family gossip. So in the end, God Gaoken took over the Jade Emperor's position. Yi knew Gaoken, the elder brother of Ziwei, in charge of the military in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor stepped down, and logically, the most qualified to take over this position would be Gaoken. But Yi thought that Haishui would meddle, as among the remaining 11 immortal emperors, Haishui was the strongest. However, the kid didn't have a good reputation in the heavenly court, and his fame was the worst. Of course, it's also possible that Haishui didn't even care about the Jade Emperor's position. The rule of survival in the immortal realm is the law of the jungle, but near cities with godly emperors, peace is rare. Under the protection of the Southern Emperor of Longevity, the Water Mirror City was peaceful. Once they showed their identity badges, Suyi's group easily entered the city. Faking an ordinary identity for the Jade Emperor would be too easy. They wandered around for a while, still not reaching the edge of the sky, and lightning and thunder filled the sky. Then, a sword shadow descended from the sky. Everyone in the Water Mirror City, except Suyi's group, kneeled on the ground. It's the Jade Clear Palace of the Heavenly Court. Someone actually laid hands on the Jade Clear Palace. This sword intent, could it be Su Duanhen? The immortal gods in the Water Mirror City were suppressed by the sword intent, unable to stand up. The Jade Clear Palace was the residence of the Southern Emperor of Longevity, and the lightning just now was the South Emperor's secret technique, the Violet Clear Thunder. The Violet Clear Thunder was considered a top-tier thunder technique, but in front of that sword shadow, it was like nothing. Yuan Haoren. Suyi smiled. It seemed that Wan Teng was dead. Initially, when Suyi was causing trouble, he had almost seen through some things, but he still let it go, as he didn't see the need to interfere. In the end, some of them would die. As for who would survive, it all depended on fate. The obsession was what he cut out. He just wanted to know, once Yuan Haoren, who survived in the end, regained consciousness, who would be in control. Yuan Haoren's consciousness, in the face of his obsession, should be vulnerable. Today, just as Suyi arrived at the Water Mirror City, Yuan Haoren ran to the Jade Clean Palace to confront the Southern Emperor of Longevity. This could be seen as a provocation, or perhaps, he thought he could surpass Suyi now. Not bad. You all, stay here and don't move. After Suyi finished speaking, he disappeared and appeared at the Jade Clear Palace. At that moment, the Southern Emperor of Longevity was being held at sword point by Yuan Haoren. Who are you? Yuan Haoren stared at Suyi but didn't recognize him. Oh, Suyi almost forgot. He was wearing a mask, and it seemed that despite Yuan Haoren becoming stronger, he still couldn't recognize him. But if he didn't know Suyi was coming, why did he run to the Southern Emperor of Longevity? Suyi smiled. Don't recognize me? That's great. Humph. Yuan Haoren slashed at Suyi without warning. A layer of sword che rose around Suyi. Yuan Haoren's sword che actually crushed Suyi's sword che. Pretty good. Suyi hadn't used his full strength, but to be able to break his sword che, Yuan Haoren's attack was impressive. Suyi. Yuan Haoren focused on Suyi, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just as Suyi thought Yuan Haoren's attack was good, Yuan Haoren also realized that among everyone under the heavens, only Suyi could withstand that strike. Although he didn't immediately perceive Suyi's aura, a little analysis led him to the conclusion. Suyi slowly asked. Yuan Haoren stared at Suyi and said, "Why would I kill him? I just came here to spar." "Su brother, you're here. Who is this person?" The Jade Clear Palace behind the Southern Emperor of Longevity had become ruins, and he was all battered and bruised. Despite being an immortal emperor, he was beaten up by someone and even had his talus destroyed. If Suyi hadn't come, who knows if Yuan Haoren would have really killed him just now. Are you now Yuan Haoren, or the obsession I cut out? Suyi wanted to clarify this question. Yuan Haoren frowned and sneered. Do you think I would take on the identity of Su Duanhen? An idle fish that doesn't want to become stronger. Naturally, I am Yuan Haoren. Well, since you put it that way, Then you must be the obsession I cut out. Su Yi smiled. Congratulations on your rebirth. No need for congratulations, Yuan Haoran said coldly. You cut me out back then, but then destroy me with a punch. Did you ever think I would come back? Su Yi's smile remained. Even if you come back, what can you do? Cut you down. Yuan Haoran's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, his aura wildly rising. Su Yi waved his hand, and the Southern Emperor of Longevity was already transported to the Water Mirror City. Both he and Yuan Haoran appeared in a separate space. Yuan Haoran held a wooden sword, his robe fluttering without wine, his eyes blood-red, like a demon descending, absorbing the strength of 3,000 world experts, undergoing rebirth through endless calamities. Today, let me show you how I, now stronger, will crush you. Su Yi stood there and asked, Are you trying to make me laugh? You will see. I can do everything you can. Do you think you can easily destroy me like before? Su Yi disagreed, saying, I never planned to kill you. You're still a bit weak. Only the weak need to become strong. Su Yi said lightly, I just think becoming strong is meaningless. The power of 3,000 world experts. So what? Su Yi shook his head. It seemed that Yuan Haoran's understanding of him was still stuck 80,000 years ago. He simply believed that by collecting the strength of 3,000 world experts, he could challenge Su Yi, which was too simplistic. Yuan Haoran wasn't weak now, but it depended on the person. In front of Su Yi, he was just an annoying younger brother. Yuan Haoran's strength is unquestionable. The Antarctic Longevity Great Emperor is also considered one of the stronger cultivators among the immortal emperors, but in front of Yuan Haoran, he is still just a sword. Reborn with the strength of 3,000 great experts is not a joke. Even Don Huang Taiyi and the others can only let him handle it as he wishes, so what can an immortal emperor count for? Unfortunately, his strength is still far from enough compared to Su Yi. Just now in front of the Shen Shaoyuking mansion, Su Yi was merely defending passively. It was already impressive that he was able to break the sword Che with one sword. After all, once Su Yi put on the mask, Yuan Haoran couldn't even sense his presence. Based on this alone, the outcome was already clear. Now that the two have arrived in a separate space, Yuan Haoran immediately senses something amiss. He was forcefully brought to this space by Su Yi. What does this mean? He couldn't pretend not to know. The fact that Su Yi could directly bring him to this space proves that he is one of those overwhelmed by Su Yi. How strong are you exactly? Yuan Haoran grips his sword but hesitates to make a move. Su Yi smiles and says, Do you remember the first time we fought? Yuan Haoran falls into contemplation. During his time on Earth as Yuan Chang'an's descendant, he was considered a genius, proficient in the art of congenital bagua. At that time, he made a move against Su Yi at the bookstore. Su Yi just flipped through a book and effortlessly broke his array. That battle was once considered a shame for Yuan Haoran, but looking back now, it's a different story. At that time, he dared to make a move against Su Yi. Su Yi didn't kill him back then. Showing mercy was already kind enough. Does that incident have any significance? Yuan Haoran's face is as calm as water, saying, Don't you think I'm still the same young cultivator as before? Su Yi asks back, Do you see any difference? How can there be none? Yuan Haoran's expression becomes somewhat strange. According to Su Yi, after so many years and the effort to be reborn, what is the point in the end? So, you want me to use the sword? Yuan Haoran nods solemnly. Su Yi reaches out, and the sword in Yuan Haoran's hand falls into his hand. You can't even hold your own sword properly. How can you fight me? Yuan Haoran looks bewildered. Just now, he felt the turbulence in spatial power and knew that Su Yi wanted to take his sword. He wanted to break through Su Yi's spatial lot, but it was all in vain. Ha ha. Yuan Haoran couldn't help but laugh. Just kill me. At this point, Yuan Haoran no longer even has the impulse to act. I finally understand why you brought me out. To become stronger, there's no need for that, right? Su Yi pondered. It's not like that. I just brought you out earlier as a test, but I got greedy, so I ended up killing you. Probably just because I was a bit bored at the time. You know, if anyone can understand Su Yi, it should be the person in front of him. No regrets. Yuan Haoran laughed. You can make your move now. Just like this. No fight. No fight. He really couldn't see the need to continue fighting. After tens of thousands of years of effort, it turned out to be just a single blow. Su Yi casually tossed away the wooden sword in his hand, and they were back in front of the ruins of the Shen Shaoyuking mansion. Yuan Haoran looked at Su Yi and said, Indeed, to you. Whether to kill me or not, it's all the same. You want to become stronger, right? Go to the Heavens Tao War. They say there's also a holy city. Suyi doesn't have any negative feelings towards Yuan Haoran. He could have simply wiped out that strand of obsession alone. But as Yuan Haoran said, there was no need for that. Wanting to become stronger is not wrong, and killing Suyi just for that purpose seems unnecessary. Maybe it's not that bad. When you die, you have nothing left. Suyi looked at Yuan Haoran and smiled. Dear thing, if you want to become stronger, why must you insist on killing me? That makes sense. Yuan Haoran seemed to have understood at last. After all, getting into a fight when you know you can't win is just foolish. Obviously, neither Suyi nor the strand of obsession he brought out are that foolish. The holy city is a place Suyi has never set foot in, and that could also be an opportunity to become stronger. By constantly fighting and growing stronger, isn't it unnecessary to keep bumping heads with Suyi? Without saying anything more to Suyi, Yuan Haoran simply disappeared. Where he went is not something Suyi cared about. It's a determination to become stronger, not a bloodthirsty intent. Many of his thoughts are actually quite similar to those of Suyi, so Suyi isn't worried that he would do anything extreme. It seems that even if there were mass destruction, it wouldn't matter. What does it have to do with Suyi? After Yuan Haoran left, Suyi felt somewhat bored. He originally thought Yuan Haoran would become very strong, at least strong enough to have a showdown with him. But now it seems that the gap between them is just too big. Or maybe, he is just a bit too strong. Back in the Water Mirror City, Yixiaxuan and the Jade Emperor were still waiting in the distance. On the way, Suyi saw a well-growing orange tree and picked 3 oranges. Eat oranges. Suyi handed one to Yixiaxuan and one to the Jade Emperor. Yixiaxuan shook her head. I don't need. Eat oranges. Does Suyi mean something? It couldn't be so bizarre. Yixiaxuan's face blushed at the thought and she glared viciously at Suyi. Suyi raised his hand and gave a knock on the Jade Emperor's head like a chestnut. The Jade Emperor, holding an orange, looked innocently at Suyi, not understanding why his master hit him. Suyi said, It's all right. I was going to hit your master mom instead. Just slit. The Jade Emperor. Yixiaxuan's face grew even redder. Obviously, Suyi guessed what she was thinking. Could it be? No way. Do you really want to? It feels so bizarre. Yixiaxuan just stopped looking at Suyi. Suyi gave her a side glance. This girl still can't figure out what's on her mind every day with her bubble teapot. But with Yixiaxuan's current physique, who knows if she can give birth to a gosling for him? The stronger the species, the harder it is to have offspring. But Suyi is already powerful enough to ignore these laws, so it shouldn't be too much to ask for a female gosling. So much is happening in the heavenly court. Normally the sages would have done something. But now Yuan Shiqianzun is protecting Taiching Moral Celestial from leaving, so he cannot leave. The master of the heaven sect sensed what was happening in the immortal world, but he wasn't in a hurry. As long as Senior Su is around, it doesn't matter what happens. Once everything is settled, he will leisurely return to the immortal world. When the major incident occurred in Shujing City, the master of the heaven sect perceived the sword intent of Yuan Haoran, mistaking it for Suyi, so he followed along. Suyi had told him to stay away, but this encounter didn't count, right? He had also transformed into a young Taoist with handsome features. If not for the Taoist robe, others might have mistaken him for a young master. Suyi, Yixiaxuan, and others also suppressed their auras and surprisingly ran into the master of the heaven sect on the street. Yixiaxuan and the Jade Emperor didn't recognize the master of the heaven sect. When Suyi saw him, he acted as if he hadn't noticed. Not to mention that even Yuan Haoran couldn't detect Suyi's aura, so naturally, the master of the heaven sect couldn't either. Young friend, please stay a moment. When the master of the heaven sect walked up to Suyi, he suddenly stopped and called out. Suyi turned to look at him. Are you talking to me? The master of the heaven sect smiled. Certainly, for some reason, I am quite drawn to your aura. Perhaps this is fate. Would you have time to have a drink? Can't be true. He actually recognized me. A hint of doubt flashed in Suyi's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps the master of the heaven recognized their masks, auras, or felt some kinship toward Suyi, naturally paying attention to him. Suyi replied, I'm not interested. I don't drink. The master of the heaven laughed. Why refuse so resolutely? Young friend, you are only at the level of a celestial being now. If you want to progress further, you need proper guidance. Your current master, here, The master of the heaven sect's smile gradually froze. He tried to figure out Suyi's master just now, but he couldn't. Senior, is it you? The master of the heaven sect had already attained the realm of a primordial sacred fruit, a person he couldn't calculate, were few and far between in the world. He came to Shujing City because he sensed the sword intent, so who was the person in front of him? Suyi asked, are you thinking of accepting me as your disciple? The master of the heaven sect remained silent. Suyi then asked, how about I kowtow to you? Ha ha ha, you're joking with me. I never expected to meet you here. The master of the heaven sect chuckled awkwardly. Since we've met, why not visit my place? Suyi didn't hide his feelings. What's so good about your place? I'm not going. Where are you going then? I have nothing to do. How about going together? The master of the heaven sect pretty much wanted to follow Suyi shamelessly. For the master of the heaven sect, apart from his two senior brothers, his disciples, and senior Su, there was no one he could chat with. His two senior brothers were in seclusion. His disciples had benefited greatly from Suyi, especially after Yishiak Suan's adventure ended. They all went into seclusion. Besides, what would he talk about with his disciples? Therefore, staying by Senior Su's side was the most interesting choice. If you have no plans, let's go together. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Suyi was in a good mood today and didn't mind having one more person around. Most importantly, Suyi had already decided to return to Earth in a few days. He might never come back to the immortal realm. Perhaps this would be the last meeting with the master of the heaven sect. You went to the heavenly Tao battle with me before. How do you think you would fare in another battle with your current strength? Suyi knew the master of the heaven sect was combative, and at his level, curiosity weighed even heavier. It was unavoidable that he would go to the heavenly Tao battlefield in the future. The master of the heaven sect approached Suyi and whispered, you're far from ready. Suyi extended his hand, and a purple ore entered the master of the heaven sect's forehead. If you can refine it, you should have the power to fight. There is also a heavenly Tao sacred city. I haven't been there, but if you're interested, you could go take a look. Do you remember Yuan Haoran? He should have gone there already. Suyi added, don't worry, he won't kill you. How'd? Yuan Haoran, kill me? It was only Suyi's last sentence that made the master of the heaven sect feel uneasy. With the huge energy contained in the purple aura Suyi gave him just now, refining it would likely greatly elevate his cultivation. He knew what kind of big demon Yuan Haoran was, but was he really that terrifying? I said he won't kill you. Yuan Haoran's mentality was similar to Suyi's now, and Suyi believed that Yuan Haoran wouldn't kill the master of the heaven sect. The master of the heaven sect followed Suyi and the others for 2 days. The scenery in the immortal realm was beautiful, with many exotic animals. Yishiak Suan had Suyi take many photos for her using a phone, but it was evident that her mind was elsewhere. Are you worried about your father? Suyi asked. Don't worry, he's well. He had specially gone back to see Yi Jingshan, now his father-in-law, to set Yishiak Suan's mind at ease. It's been quite a few years since I've seen Dad. Yishiak Suan held Suyi's hand and whispered. Then let's go back. Suyi wasn't particularly interested in the immortal realm sights. Most of the time, accompanying a woman for sightseeing meant being a photographer, nothing much to play with. Yishiak Suan hadn't seen her father in so many years, so it was time to go back and pay a visit. The master of the heaven sect understood Suyi's intention from before when he received the purple aura and the words spoken. He tactfully took his leave. The Jade Emperor had no other place to go. He just wanted to stay by Suyi's side. After circling the celestial realm for thousands of years, he returned to his master's side and didn't want to go anywhere else. Upon returning to Earth, it was still a tumultuous time, but what on street in Qingzhou City remained peaceful. Not a single exotic beast dared to step foot there. After visiting Yi Jingshan in Lingmu Town, Yishiak Suan decided that she wanted to calm this chaotic world. Unlike Suyi's indifferent demeanor, as a Chinese, Yishiak Suan couldn't stand by with her abilities when her country was in turmoil. Do what you want. Suyi returned to Qingzhou, calmly cleaning up the yard as he did 50 years ago when he woke up. Yishiak Suan might not be among the top in the immortal realm, but back on Earth, those so-called SS-class exotic beasts were no match for her. Suyi didn't have to worry about her safety at all. Suyi had previously said he didn't want to interfere too much in the affairs between humans and alien beasts, but by allowing Wanzhu and Sudiandian to obtain those treasures and techniques at the gate of evolution, human strength as a whole has been greatly enhanced. Yishiak Suan's return was like adding a heavy weight to the balance. Nowadays, The alien beasts can converse with humans in various dialects and even argue. This also enables direct negotiations between humans and alien beasts. Suyi did not appear, but Yi Shaxuan led Su Dianian to negotiate and battle everywhere. It couldn't really be called battling anymore. Yi Shaxuan wielded the soul-breaking sword, merely emitting some of her aura, which already terrified the alien beasts into immobility. Wan Zhu and the others also wielded divine weapons to kill. The power of the small bowl in Su Diandian's hand was immense. Just by using it, all the alien beasts, within a radius of thousands of miles, were scared into fleeing. Even the SS-level powerhouses trembled in fear before the small bowl, not daring to resist. Negotiations proceeded incredibly smoothly. From then on, human cities and alien territories were clearly demarcated. Each lived their own life, with occasional friction, without any massacres by the alien beasts. Through negotiations, alliances were established by both the alien beasts and human beings. Due to her extraordinary combat power, Yi Shaxuan was elected as the honorary head of the human alliance. After returning to Wudong Street, Suyi began his lazy life. For years later, human cities had largely resumed normal life. In Qingzhou City, Wudong Street, Suyi half leaned on an old master chair reading a book. A dirty little girl called out in a childish voice, "Daddy, cook dinner." Suyi slowly closed his book, glanced at the kitchen, and said, "Isn't your mom cooking?" The little girl looked at the kitchen and enthusiastically nodded, then turned around and stared at the over-meter-long multi-eyed centipede in the yard, saying, "Zijin, let's play a little more." Suyi calmly opened his book and started reading again. Yi Shaxuan, with her apron tied around her waist, carried a plate of what appeared to be food from the kitchen. Seeing the little girl climbing onto the centipede again, she couldn't help but shout, "Su Nuanuan, stop playing and come eat." Suyi glanced at the shrimp in Yi Shaxuan's plate and remarked, "You put too much salt. You shouldn't add salt to shrimp." Yi Shaxuan rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "You're not the cook, huh?" Suyi slowly got up and said to Su Nuanuan, "Su Nuanuan, come and eat." Su Nuanuan was already sitting on the centipede, looking at the food her mother was carrying, tears almost falling. She was young, but she had already realized one thing. What her father brought was delicious, while what her mother offered was absolutely hard to swallow. Despite her mother's dishes, her father always watched her finish them. Su Nuanuan tugged at the centipede's head, and the centipede immediately whisked away. Suyi chuckled as he watched Su Nuanuan's fleeing figure. This child was easily scared. The end of the book.